You're listening to an exclusive Novel Charter audiobook. We release a new full-length story every day. Subscribe so you never miss one. Now, enjoy the story. Chapter 1. Canal Rot in her throat, stone cold against her cheek. The first tower bell still ringing overhead, a bronze shutter that hasn't finished telling the city it is morning. Myreth Cosse's fingers find her pulse before her eyes open. Alive. Still alive? 42nd time her body has landed on this street, and the habit has worn grooves into instinct. Thumb pressed to the soft hollow of her throat, counting beats she never fully trusts. The bell finishes. Silence rushes back, wet and heavy, smelling of fish scale and incense, and the particular rot that canal cities learn to call normal. She pushes up. Black, wavy hair has slipped its pins again, sticking to her temple. She tucks it back with fingers that do not shake, because practice has taught them not to. On the first loop, she vomited. On the 9th, she wept. On the 22nd, she lay there calculating how long it would take to die of exposure if she simply refused to move. This morning, she stands. Her underskirt carries the weight she has stitched into its hem, folded oilcloth, tissue thin, covered in tiny, coded marks. A log of 41 failures. She pulls the seam open, finds the needle-sharp space between threads, and adds one more hash with a pin she keeps hidden in her collar. 42. The mark goes in neat and dry, because she has had 41 mornings to practice rendering her own death into ink. She tucks the log away, smooths her skirt, checks the street. A wine merchant has already begun unbarring his shutters. A woman in gray wool hauls a net of eels toward the cookhouse corner. Farther down, 2 conclave clerks step out of a fog-colored door, still rubbing sleep from their eyes, their coats buttoned wrong. They will walk the wrong direction in about 90 seconds because their senior supervisor, a man named Gearswin, will receive a misfiled dock seal before he finishes his tea. She planted that seal 2 loops ago, memorized the filing desk layout, the pigeonhole system, the exact angle at which ink disguises a document's destination. She moves. Not fast. Fast draws eyes. Fast draws the wrong kind of memory. She walks like someone with an honest errand and crosses the street toward the customs annex, where a clerk named Veldenmere always leaves his ink stirring rod resting in the same jar. She knows his posture, his tea habits, the way he clears his throat before reading a seizure order aloud. She knows that the ink he uses for official confiscation paperwork sits in a stoneware pot on the 3rd shelf, and that his back turns to the door for exactly 12 seconds while he reaches for it. She slides in behind him. The pot is warm from the brazier. She uncaps a tiny phial from her sleeve, a black-brown tincture that Sivra brews for a fee. Myreth pays in information and lets 3 drops fall into the ink. The poison is slow. It will not kill. It will smudge, fade, blur names and dates and authorization codes into illegibility by the time Orvec Nalt tries to read them at midday. Veldenmere clears his throat. She is already gone, slipping past the annex door as the clerk reaches for his stirring rod, her hand brushing her skirt to confirm the file is back in its seam pocket. She crosses the bridge at Dyer's Cut. Below, the canal runs oil-black, carrying a dead rat, a broken oar, the reflection of a sky so gray it feels like the city's ceiling has dropped an inch. She counts her steps. At the far end of the bridge, she turns left instead of right, enters a narrow accounting hall where the morning confiscation orders lie stacked for approval. She has 6 minutes before the senior clerk arrives. She has rehearsed this in 5 previous loops, failed it twice, perfected it on the 37th. She lifts the 3rd order from the pile. A warehouse seizure. Grain, salt, and a shipment of cured leather that the Conclave claims was smuggled past doctrinal inspection. In truth, the goods belong to a canal family who paid the wrong tithe and whose son made the mistake of being seen near a prescribed shrine. Orvec Nalt wrote the order himself. She carries it to a secondary desk, where a junior clerk named Myreth Cosse processes deferred paperwork. Myreth has a bad back and a soft spot for the woman who once gave her a heat brick during a cold watch. Myreth has used that favor twice already. She uses it again now, sliding the seizure order into the wrong processing stack with a murmured correction. This one needs the quartermaster's countersign first. Orvec sent it too early. Mila nods, distracted, already stamping the next form. The seizure will be delayed by 3 hours. The family will have time to move their goods. Orvec will arrive at an empty warehouse, and by the time he traces the administrative error, the trail will have gone cold in 3 directions. She steps back into the street, and for a moment, the satisfaction tastes almost like safety. It is a lie. She knows. It is a lie. 41 loops have taught her that satisfaction is just the loop's way of making the next death hurt worse. But she lets herself feel it anyway. A thin warmth beneath her ribs, because the alternative is the question she refuses to ask. What is she becoming to survive like this? She checks her pulse again. Still beating. Still hers. The corner of Golden Gutter Lane. A crowd has gathered around the shrine crossing. Merchants, porters, a woman selling hot milk from a copper urn, 2 children chasing a third through the press of coats and baskets. Myreth sees the shape of the morning the way she sees the city's breath. Predictable, layered, full of pockets where a careful woman can hide. But she also sees something wrong. A gap in the usual flow. An extra warder on the shrine steps. A man in a charcoal cloak standing too still near the bridge rail, watching the crowd instead of crossing it. Ortheth is tightening already, earlier than the last loop. Something has shifted. She adjusts her heading, angles toward the narrower passages where she can vanish if needed, and then she sees it. The red coat. Not charcoal. Not the gray-blue of conclave clerks. Red, the color of dried arterial blood. The color of the Knight's uniform. The color that has ended 41 of her lives before the bell could toll evening. Javan Sere walks through the morning crowd with the unhurried discipline of a man who has never been late to a death. His face is still half in shadow, his hand not on his blade, his gaze fixed ahead with a precision that makes her stomach lock. In 41 loops, she has always run from this moment, changed course, drawn him away from her route, let him pass, and set her plan around his movement. This time she does not run. Her heart hammers against her ribs, and her pulse-checking hand lifts halfway before she forces it down. She stands her ground in the mouth of Golden Gutter Lane, watching the red coat come closer, and she waits for him to see her. He will. He always does. The difference is what she says when he reaches her. Chapter 2. She walks. Not away. Toward. The crowd parts around the red coat like water around a stone. People recognize the color. They look down, step aside, find sudden business in shop fronts and alley mouths. Javan Sere does not acknowledge them. His gaze stays fixed ahead, measured, unhurried, the pace of a man who knows exactly where he is going and how long the trip should take. Myreth matches his approach. She counts the gaps between the moving bodies, the rhythm of the porters hauling crates from the canal steps, the moment when the milk seller lifts her urn to refill a cup and creates a path through the press. She has 8 seconds before their vectors cross. She uses them to breathe, to lock her expression into something that looks like coincidence, a woman passing through the same cut at the same moment with no agenda but her own errand. 6 seconds. A child darts between them, laughing. Javan does not slow. 4 seconds. Myreth feels the weight of the hidden log against her thigh, the coded proof of all the times he has killed her, the memory of blood in her throat, the cold stone of a different street, the bell still ringing as her vision went dark. 3 seconds. She steps into his path. Not directly, that would be challenge, and a challenge draws a knife's instinct before thought. Instead, she angles herself as if distracted, a woman checking something in her sleeve, and lets the narrowing of the cut do the work. Her shoulder brushes his arm. Contact. He stops. Not because she is in his way. There are always people in his way. He stops because when she brushes past him, she murmurs something she should not know. The shrine at Rope Walk Bend. You check it first because the incense hides your scent before you cross to the warden's post. You always take the long way, even when you are late. Javan Sere does not move. His stillness is absolute, the kind that makes the air around him feel heavier. He turns his head slowly, and his eyes find hers. Up close, he is younger than the loop lets her remember. Mid-20s, maybe. Scar tissue pulls at the corner of his left brow. His irises are the color of old iron, and they hold her with a focus that feels like being measured for a grave. "What did you say?" His voice is quiet, not a threat, a question, which is worse. A man who asks before killing is a man who thinks, and a man who thinks is harder to predict than a man who acts. She does not step back. "You walked to the Northwhite yesterday. The wharf patrol was short-staffed, so you covered the western approach instead. You carry a leather pouch with a broken clasp under your coat. The clasp was replaced 3 times, but you keep breaking it because you fidget when you wait." She is gambling. Some of these details come from observation across loops. Some come from the shape of his coat, the wear on his boots, the way his fingers rest near the pouch beneath his ribs. But enough is true to make him wonder. His jaw tightens. "Who sent you?" "No one. Lies are tedious." "Then don't ask questions you already know the answer to." She holds his gaze. "I am not working for Orvec. I am not a shrine informant. I am not a trap." "Then you are a liability." He says it flat, as if the word is a verdict. "I am a woman who knows things about you that no living person should know." She tilts her head, lets her voice drop. "And I know them because I have watched you for longer than you realize." A flicker, something behind the iron eyes. Not fear, not anger. Something older, buried deeper. A reflex that his training has tried to grind out of him. He reaches for her. Not a strike. His hand catches her wrist, fingers circling the bone with controlled pressure. The touch is deliberate, meant to test her reaction, to see if she flinches or fights. She does neither. She lets him hold her, and in the moment of contact, something else happens. Her gift opens. She does not mean for it to. She has learned to keep it closed, to wall off the resonance that once came as naturally as breath. But the surprise of his hand on her skin, the unexpected warmth of his palm, breaks her concentration for half a heartbeat, and the flood pours through. Grief. It hits her like a wave of canal water, cold and drowning. Not the sharp grief of a recent wound. This is older, ritualized, packed into the marrow of him like iron forged into stone. A loss so deep it has become part of his architecture. A name she cannot hear but can feel the shape of. A woman's voice silenced so long ago that he has forgotten the sound of it outside his dreams. And beneath the grief, coiled tighter than a spring, a fury so controlled it has calcified into something else entirely. Obedience. Loyalty. A faith he did not choose, but has learned to perform so perfectly that he almost believes it himself. She gasps. Her fingers spasm against his grip. He lets go as if burned. The market noise rushes back. The milk seller's copper urn clanks. Children shout. A porter curses at a stalled cart. The world resumes, and Myreth stands in the middle of the cut with her pulse hammering and her arm still tingling from where he held her. Javan's face has not changed, but his eyes have. They are watching her differently now, reading her the way she reads objects, searching for the crack that explains what just happened. "You felt something." His voice is flat, but there is a thread beneath it, a tension that was not there before. "When I touched you, you felt something." She does not answer. She cannot. The grief is still echoing through her chest, a resonance that refuses to fade, and she is suddenly, violently, aware of how close he is standing, how the crowd has parted around them, how vulnerable she is in this narrow cut with a man who has killed her 41 times. "What did you feel?" He steps closer. Not threatening, demanding. A man who needs an answer the way other men need air. She meets his eyes. "Grief." The word lands like a stone in still water. His expression does not break, but something behind it shifts. A crack in the iron, a seam she was not meant to see. "You are lying." "I am not." "No one reads that." His voice drops lower, barely audible above the market noise. "I have made sure no one reads that." "Then you should have been more careful about who touched you." A long silence. The crowd flows around them, a river splitting on stone. A woman mutters about loiterers. A warder glances their way, then looks off again because the red coat is not his problem. Javan studies her. His hand has moved to the leather pouch beneath his coat, the one with the broken clasp, and he touches it the way other men touch prayer beads. "Who has been feeding you my life?" he asks. And the question is not curiosity. It is a warning. A final chance to name her source before he decides she is a threat that needs removal. "No one," she wants to say. "I watched you die across 41 days and learned the shape of your routines until they became a second heartbeat." But the words stick. Because that is not true, is it? She has not watched him die. She has died by his hand, and in every loop before this one, she has run from him. She knows his habits because she has studied him, yes, but she has never looked at him, not really. Not the way a person looks at another person. She has looked at him the way she looks at a locked door. "No one," she says. "I saw you because I was looking." He does not believe her. She can see it in the set of his shoulders, the way his fingers have not left the pouch. But he does not press further, and that restraint tells her something too. He is not certain she is an enemy. He is not certain of anything except that the day has just become more complicated than he expected. "You should not know those things," he says finally. "You should not know any of them." "I know more." "I am sure you do." He steps back, creating distance. "But I am also sure that knowledge will not protect you." He turns, and the red coat moves away through the crowd, and Myreth is left standing in the narrow cut with the echo of his grief still pressed against her ribs like a bruise that will not fade. She checks her pulse. It is still beating, but the satisfaction she felt earlier, that thin warmth beneath her ribs, is gone, replaced by something rawer, a question she cannot answer. What did she just feel from him, and why does it ache like a wound she has always carried but never named? The bell tolls the half hour somewhere above the city, and she forces herself to move. She has other sabotage to plant, other threads to pull. The day is only beginning, and Orvec Nalt is already hunting. But as she walks, she feels the echo of Javan's grief in her chest, and she knows, with a certainty that feels like falling, that she has just done something irreversible. She has made him wonder, and a wandering knife is a dangerous thing. Chapter 3. The ink on Willem's desk is dry by the time he reaches his third form. He dips the quill, scratches, looks at the page. The line fades to a gray smear before the second word finishes drying. He blinks, dips again, works the nib against the bottle's lip. The ink comes up thin, watery, the color of weak tea. He presses harder. The nib drags, the paper tears. Behind him, the filing clerk shifts his weight. "Sir? Third Ward's manifest needs the seal before the noon bell." Willem stares at the ruined page. The afternoon's seizure orders, property tallies, and transfer authorizations all pass through this desk before they reach Orvec Nalt's hand. Without them, nothing moves. He sets the quill down and reaches for a second bottle. It is the same. 3 bottles later, he is standing over the waste bin with ink-stained fingers and a stack of useless forms, and the morning is already bleeding away. Tiplar clears his throat. "Sir, should I send word to the incident desk? Tell them I need fresh ink from the archive stores." "The archive stores will take an hour to process a requisition. Then tell them it's an emergency." The clerk hesitates. "What do I call it?" Willem looks at the smear on his palm. "Ink failure, equipment fault. I don't care what you call it. Go." The clerk goes. Willem sits back down. He does not notice the faint bitterness at the back of his throat from the residue on his fingers, or the way the ink fumes taste wrong, like something that should be bitter but is not. He is already thinking about the backlog, the paperwork, the inevitable complaint from Orvec Nalt when the noon deadline passes without signatures. He does not think about the woman who smiled at him in the market cut an hour ago. He does not think about her at all. 2 wharves east, a seizure team stands at the warehouse gate with no authority to open it. The team leader, a broad-shouldered man named Harvelich, checks his satchel a third time. The papers are not there. The order that was supposed to be waiting at the processing desk, signed and sealed and ready for his hand, has simply not arrived. "You checked the clerk?" one of his men asks. "Willem's desk hasn't processed anything since dawn. Something about an ink shortage." An ink shortage. That's what they said. Harvela looks up at the warehouse windows. The place is supposed to be full of contraband shrine goods, illegal prayer wheels, and doctored relics bound for the black market boats. Orvec Nalt's intelligence put the value at enough to fund a ward's worth of patrols for a season, and now they are standing on the wrong side of a locked door because a clerk ran out of ink. This doesn't feel right, Harvala mutters. Sir? Nothing. We wait for the reissued order. Spread out. Keep the perimeter. He does not say that the delay eats a window he was told to guard. He does not say that every minute standing here is a minute the cargo can be moved out the back. He does not say that the order has never failed before. He only stands there, arms crossed, watching the warehouse roof, and feels the morning curdle around him. The patrol that was supposed to reinforce Harval is 2 wards south, staring at a canal they were told to guard. The patrol leader, a young woman named Castle, holds the dispatch slip in her hand and reads it a 4th time. The bridge number matches, the district matches, the time matches. But the canal is empty. No boats, no docks, no warehouses. Just a stretch of black water between 2 leaning tenement walls where nothing ever happens and nothing ever will. Who filed this dispatch? She asks. The runner shrugs. Came from the dock office, signed by the night clerk. Which night clerk? The runner checks his own slip. Martin. Leo Martin. Castle folds the paper. She does not know Leo Martin, but she knows the name on the dispatch does not match the signature on the duty roster she saw at shift change. The roster said a man named Timlin, not Martin, but it is early. She is tired. The canal is still. Hold position, she says. I'll check the routing when we cycle back. They settle onto the wet stones, waiting for a target that will never arrive. 300 yards away, Myreth Cosse watches the patrols settle from a window on the 2nd floor of a salt-curing shed. She counts the guards, sees them sit, sees them settle into slack patience. Leo's forgery bought her 12 minutes in that corridor. 12 minutes before the real dispatch catches up, and the patrol realizes it was sent to nothing. 12 minutes is not much, but 12 minutes in the right place can move an entire seizure operation out the back of a warehouse before Harval finds a way through the door. She pulls back from the window, presses her palm to her chest, and feels the steady rhythm of her own pulse. Still here, still alive, still moving through the day like a needle through fabric. But the grief is still there too. Javan's grief, lodged beneath her ribs like a splinter she cannot work free. She closes her eyes, breathes, tries to push it down. The gift stirs in protest, a faint ache behind her sternum, and she understands with cold clarity that every time she shoves feeling aside, the gift goes tighter, duller, less willing to open. She opens her eyes. She has work to do. The first report reaches Orvec Nalt in the archive anteroom at 3:30 bell. He receives it standing, a cup of untouched tea cooling on the table beside him. The courier is a junior warder, pale and breathing hard, and he hands over the slip like it burns. Orvec reads it. Ink failure at Veldenmere's desk. Seizure team stalled at 3rd Ward. Patrol dispatched to an empty canal. 3 disruptions, 3 points of failure, all in the first 3 hours of the morning. He reads the slip again, then a second time. The courier shifts. Sir, should I... Wait, Orvec sets the slip down. His branded left palm rests flat on the table, and he looks at the words without moving. The pattern is not obvious yet. It is buried under the noise of ordinary incompetence. Ink shortage, clerical error, dispatch confusion. Any one of them could be explained away. All 3 together could still be chance. But chance does not look like this. Chance is random. This is precise. This is a series of small, clean cuts applied to the specific joints that govern his morning operations, and each cut was made before the operation began, before anyone knew it was planned. He turns to the courier. Who filed the dispatch to the South Canal Patrol? The courier checks his own notes. A clerk named Martin, Leo Martin, dock office. And the processing delay at Veldenmere's desk? The clerk says the ink came from a batch delivered yesterday. He does not know the source. Find the source. Sir, find the source. Orvec's voice does not rise. It does not need to. The ink came from somewhere. A supplier, a compounder, a cart that stopped at the right corner at the wrong time. Find it. The courier nods and leaves. Orvec stands alone in the archive anteroom. The tea cools. The morning light slants through the high windows, dust suspended in its beam. He looks at the slip on the table. 3 failures, 1 pattern. A hand moving through the city, touching small things, shifting them off their marks. He does not know the hand yet, but he knows it is not chance. He opens his left hand and looks at the burn mark on his palm, the branded sigil that pulses when Doctrine is breached. It is still, quiet, no divine disturbance, which means the hand is human, and that is worse. A human enemy can be found, caught, broken, but a human enemy who knows his operations before they begin, who touches the right small things at the right small moments, is an intelligence embedded in the day itself. He folds the slip. Find her, he says to the empty room. Whoever she is, find her before she finds the next joint. Chapter 4. The apothecary sits at the junction of 2 canals, half sunk into the damp like a ship taking on water. Myreth knows the door by the rust stain below the latch, the crack in the upper pane sealed with fish glue, the smell of wormwood and salt that seeps through the gap no matter how tight the fit. She pushes inside. The bell above the frame does not ring. Sivra killed that bell years ago, silenced it with a rag and a twist of wire. Because conclave auditors listen for little chimes when they count who enters and leaves. Sivra is at the counter, grinding something dark in a stone mortar. She does not look up. You smell like canal rot and bad decisions. Good morning to you too. It is still morning. Sivra's pestle keeps moving, a steady circular scrape against stone. Barely. Which means you have already done something stupid, or you are about to do something stupid. Or both. Myreth closes the door behind her. The shop is narrow, cluttered with jars of dried root and stoppered bottles, bundles of herb hung from the ceiling beams like inverted forests. The air is thick and green, heavy with the medicine of 100 crushed plants. I need a tonic, Myreth says. For what? The nausea. Sivra's pestle pauses, just for a beat, then it remunes. You have been vomiting. I have been steadying myself. That is not an answer. It is the one you are getting. Sivra sets the pestle down and turns. She is a decade older than Myreth, with iron-threaded hair pulled tight from her face and hands that have been stained brown at the knuckles for so long the color looks born there. Her eyes are sharp, too sharp, the kind of sharp that has watched too many people die in too many ways to pretend surprise at anything. She studies Myreth for a long moment, then she reaches for a shelf, pulls down a green bottle, and pours a measured dose into a clay cup. Drink it. Myreth drinks. The liquid hits her tongue like bitter earth, then spreads warm and chemical through her chest. The knot behind her sternum loosens. The low hum of nausea that has lived in her bones since the bell this morning, since every morning, settles into something she can ignore. She sets the cup down. I also need poison. Of course you do. Sivra does not move. What kind? The kind that works fast. Contact through skin is better than ingestion. Who is the target? You do not need that name. I do not need it, but I like to know which of my customers will be dead by evening so I can adjust my prices accordingly. Myreth meets her eyes. No one you know. Sivra holds her gaze a second longer, then turns to a locked cabinet behind the counter. She works the key with practiced fingers, selects a small ceramic vial wrapped in oilcloth, and sets it on the counter between them. This is refined night bloom concentrate. A droplet on bare skin will stop a heart in 6 breaths. 2 droplets in wine will do the same in 4. Do not breathe the dust if the vial breaks, and do not touch the rim with your fingers. Myreth reaches for it. Sivra's hand covers hers before she can take it. The tremor. Myreth looks down. Her fingers are shaking. A fine, constant vibration, barely visible unless you look, but Sivra is looking. It is nothing. It is not nothing. Sivra's voice drops. I have seen that tremor in dock workers who have carried too many crates, in women who have buried too many children, in men who have been awake too long and cannot remember what sleep feels like. She presses down on Myreth's hand, firm. Your body is telling you something. My body is telling me I need more sleep. Your body is telling you it is running on something that is running out. Myreth pulls her hand free, picks up the vial, slips it into her coat pocket. I am fine. You are fine. Sivra repeats the words flatly. You come into my shop with Canal Rot in your hair and a dead man's grief in your eyes, and you tell me you are fine. Myreth goes still. Sivra sees it. Of course she sees it. She has been reading people across a counter for 20 years. I did not say anything about grief, Myreth says. You did not have to. Sivra wipes her hands on her apron. It is sitting on you like a second skin. You carry it the way my grandmother carried her dead husband's coat for 30 years, because putting it down meant admitting he was gone. Myreth says nothing. Sivra watches her. The shop is quiet except for the drip of canal water somewhere beneath the floorboards. I have been making tonics for dying people for 2 decades, Sivra says. I know the look. The one that says a person is surviving on something that will not last. Spite, revenge, purpose. It sustains for a while, then the body catches up and the soul runs out of fuel, and the person falls over in the middle of a sentence. I'm not falling over. Not yet. Sivra picks up her pestle again. But a body can survive on spite longer than a soul can. Remember that. And remember that I told you so, when you finally admit I was right. Myreth tucks the tonic bottle into her other pocket. She has what she came for. She should leave. Instead, she hesitates. Sivra does not look up from her mortar. There is more. It is nothing. That was also nothing, and you are still standing here. Myreth draws a breath. The words are hard. She does not know why they are hard. She has spoken to Sivra across 41 loops, traded information, traded poison, traded clipped truths that served both of them. This should not be different. But the grief is still lodged under her ribs, and Sivra saw it. Sivra named it. My gift, Myreth says. It is getting harder to open. Sivra's pestle stops. Since when? Gradual, over the last several loops. I push feeling down to stay sharp, and the gift goes dull. Then I need it, and it is not there. Sivra sets the pestle down, turns fully this time. Her face is unreadable. What does your gift require? Openness. And what does surviving require? Control. Sivra nods slowly. So you are tearing yourself in 2 directions and you expect neither side to give? I expect to manage it. Management is not the same as solving. Sivra leans back against the counter, arms crossed. You are asking the river to flow uphill because you do not like the direction it is going. The river does not care. It will carve through the bank you are standing on, and you will fall in. I do not have the luxury of choosing. You do not have the luxury of avoiding the choice. Sivra's voice is quiet. But you keep trying. That is what I see when I look at you. A woman who keeps trying the same door, hoping it will open into a different room. Myreth's jaw tightens. I have to go. Yes, you do. She turns toward the door. Behind her, Sivra says, the tremor. It will not stop until you stop fighting what you already know. Myreth reaches for the latch, and then she hears it. Boots. Heavy. Multiple. Stopping on the stone step outside. The bell would have rung if Sivra had not killed it. But there is no bell. There is only the sudden silence of boots that have stopped moving, and the shadow that falls across the gap beneath the door. Myreth does not breathe. Sivra does not move. The shadow holds. A knock comes. 3 slow, deliberate strikes against the wood. Apothecary Pell. A man's voice. Flat. Official. Open in the name of the Conclave. Chapter 5. The shadow holds under the door. 3 seconds. 4. Myreth's fingers are still on the latch. She could lift it, open the door, let them see her standing in Sivra's shop with poison in her pocket and canal rot in her hair. She does not lift it. Sivra moves past her without a sound. The older woman's hands are dry, empty, innocent. She pulls the latch and opens the door exactly wide enough to show her face, the edge of her shoulder, the stained apron. Field Enforcer Nalt's office, the man outside says. We are collecting statements from every canal-adjacent vendor regarding a pattern of civil disruptions this morning. Then you want the spice merchant 3 doors east, Sivra says. I have been here since before the bell. I have seen nothing. Your register, please. Sivra does not hesitate. She reaches for the shelf beside the door, produces a leather-bound book, hands it over. The man flips through it. Myreth stands pressed against the wall, hidden by the door's swing, watching through the crack of the hinge. What is this gap? The man points at a page. My grandmother's funeral. I closed for the day. You closed for a funeral? Some of us still observe the old rites. Sivra's voice carries exactly the right weight of offended piety. The conclave has not yet outlawed mourning, has it? The man stares at her, hands the register back. If you see a woman, dark hair, 20-ish, walks like she owns the street before anyone else has claimed it, I will inform the nearest shrine keeper. You will inform the field enforcer's office directly. He taps the doorframe. Nalt wants her found before noon, not after. The door closes. Boots retreat. Myreth lets out a breath she did not know she was holding. Sivra locks the latch, leans her forehead against the wood for a long moment. Then she turns and looks at Myreth with an expression that is not anger and not relief. Something in between. Something tired. He described you perfectly, Sivra says. That means he has already talked to someone who saw you this morning. Many someones. I have been visible. Visible on purpose? Visible because I needed to be. Myreth adjusts her coat. He will not seal the bridges yet. He is still confirming the pattern. He wants to be certain before he acts. Sivra's eyes narrow. You sound like you know his mind. I know his routines. Myreth moves toward the back of the shop. There is a grate behind your drying rack. It leads to the maintenance channel beneath Midwife Row. Does it still open? Sivra blinks. How do you know about that grate? I know a lot of things about your shop you have never told me. The answer hangs between them. Sivra does not ask how. She is too smart for that. Instead, she crosses to the drying rack, pulls it aside, and points at the iron grate set into the floor. If you break my channel grate, I will bill you. Myreth crouches, works the rusted bolts with her fingers. They give. I will send word when I can, she says. Send it to the dead bell. I will hear. Myreth lifts the grate. The channel below is dark, narrow, barely wide enough for her shoulders. Water moves somewhere beneath the stones. She drops down without looking back, pulls the grate closed over her head, and lets the dark take her. The maintenance channel runs cold and low. She moves by memory, feeling the slope of the stones under her palms, counting intersections by the smell. Damp limestone, rat droppings, the iron tang of canal water seeping through mortar. 3 turns, a collapsed section she climbs over. Then the grate opens into a storage cellar beneath the salt warehouse, and she pushes it up into gray morning light. The docks are waking. She finds Leo Marden at his usual post, a cramped counting desk wedged between 2 cargo sheds where the dock office proper cannot fit another clerk. He is young, younger than her anyway. His fingers are stained with ink, and his collar is frayed, and his eyes keep darting toward the door because he knows what he did this morning was a hanging offense. You came back, he says. I need another. His face goes pale. The patrol, they found the canal empty. They are going to check the dispatch ledger. I already altered the ledger. The entry shows a legitimate order to search for contraband at that location. If they check, it will match. You altered the ledger. Leo's voice cracks. You told me you would only use the forgery to delay them. You did not tell me you would tamper with the archive records. Would you have agreed if I had told you? No. Then I saved you the trouble of refusing. He stares at her. His hands are shaking. He presses them flat against the desk to still them. My brothers, he says. They sleep in the back room of the chilinry. If they find me, if they link me to this, they will take my brothers to the shrine houses and I will never see them again. I know. Do you care? The question hits her in a place she has been keeping walled off. She meets his eyes. She could lie. She could tell him yes, of course, and mean nothing by it. She has lied to him across other loops. It was easy, but the grief is still inside her, and Sivra's voice is still in her ears. I care, she says, but I care more about stopping the men who would take your brothers in the first place, and I cannot stop them without your help. Leo is quiet. Long, wet breath. Then he pulls a folded sheet from his coat. I prepared one more before you came, he says. I do not know why. I told myself to burn it, but I kept it. He slides it across the desk. Myreth picks it up, reads it. A forged transit authorization, signed with a name she recognizes from a warehouse roster. It clears a path through the eastern checkpoint. It buys her a corridor out of the tightening ring. "This is good," she says. "It is my neck." Leo looks at her. "If you are caught, you never met me. You never saw this paper. You do not know my name." "I do not know your name." He nods. His jaw is tight. She turns to leave. Behind her, Leo says, "The woman I helped last month, the one with the heat brick favor. She told me you were worth the risk." Myreth stops. "She said you saw things other people miss, that you would not ask if you did not have to." Mila told him that. "I am trying to be worth it," Myreth says. She does not look back. The forged transit gets her through the eastern checkpoint with 9 minutes to spare. She moves through the crowd with her head down, coat collar up, counting the gaps between warders the way she counts her pulse. 2 warders at the fish market cross, a third at the tannery bridge, a fourth, unusually placed, at the mouth of Tanner's Alley. Orvec is thickening the net. She cuts south into the warren of drying sheds and net menders' stalls that hug the canal. The smell here is salt and tar and old fish guts, and the ground is slick with runoff. She finds a niche behind a stacked pile of crab pots, presses her back to the wall, and breathes. Her hands are shaking again. She looks at them. The tremor is worse than this morning. She clenches her fists. It does not stop. The grief is still there. Javan's grief, lolled beneath her ribs like a splinter she cannot work out. She has been carrying it through the maintenance channel, through the docks, through the counting house. She has been carrying it while Leo looked at her with fear in his eyes and asked if she cared. She cared. She cares. And the caring makes the gift flicker at the edges of her awareness, warm, almost present. But the control she needs to stay alive pushes it down again, and the tremor gets worse. A runner passes the end of the alley. Dock boy. 12, maybe 13. He is moving fast, his sandals slapping wet stone. He stops at the net mender's stall 2 doors down and gasps out a message. Myreth hears it clearly. 3 bridges sealed. Field Enforcer Nalt's orders. They are holding everyone who crossed before dawn, taking names, taking statements. The net mender swears. The boy runs on. Myreth stays pressed to the wall, breathing slow. 3 bridges. That cuts off the lower wards. That funnels traffic through the central crossings, where Orvec can watch every face. He moved faster than she expected. He is adapting. For the first time in 42 loops, she is not the only one learning. Chapter 6. The maintenance channel ends at a rusted grate beneath the south spire. Myreth counts the gaps in the iron. 7. Wide enough for her shoulders if she turns sideways. She presses her palm to the metal and reads the residue before she touches it. Old, damp rat passage in something else. Something that tastes like waiting. She pushes the grate open. The space beyond is not a cellar. It is the belly of the bell mechanism. Raw stone walls crawl with flood stains the color of old bruises. Ropes as thick as her wrist hang through slots in the ceiling, trailing into pools of standing water. The air is cold and mineral, and it smells of iron and something older, something that has been underground long enough to forget daylight. Brother Casimiro sits on an overturned crate beside a workbench cluttered with tallow candles, wire brushes, and a half-dismantled clockwork. He does not look up when she enters. He is a thin man, 40 or 50, with the hollowed-out look of someone who stopped sleeping properly years ago. His robes are patched at the elbows. His hands are stained with grease and ink. "You are early," he says. "I did not knock." "You never do." He looks up. His eyes are pale, almost colorless, and they fix on her with the weight of someone who has been waiting for a question to arrive. "You also look worse than last time. The tremor is new." She does not bother hiding her hands. "It has been a long morning." "It has been the same morning." He sets down the wire brush. "How many now?" She does not answer. He does not press. They have done this dance across other loops. He knows she will not tell him the full count. He knows she carries something he cannot see. "The bells," she says. "You said they do more than mark hours." Kazim stands. He moves to the wall where a series of diagrams are scratched into the stone. Circles within circles, lines intersecting at angles that should not exist in any bell mechanism Myreth has ever seen. The diagrams are old, older than the conclave, older than the flood stains. The doctrine tells you the chimes are a civic blessing, he says, a rhythm for prayer, for labor, for the sealing of wards. They tell you the bells ring because Veldenmere is holy, and the conclave keeps the hours. And the truth? He traces one of the circles with his fingertip. The truth is that the bells ring, and every time they ring, something listens. The words settle in the damp air. Myreth feels the grief shift beneath her ribs. Javan's grief. It pulses in time with the distant drip of water. What listens? Kazim does not answer immediately. He crosses to the workbench and picks up a piece of paper covered in cramped notation, columns of numbers, timestamps, observations written in a hand that grows tighter and more frantic as the page goes on. I have been tracking the chime intervals for 12 years, he says. 12 years of standing in this cellar with a water clock and a counting board, noting every millisecond of delay, every fraction of a beat where the sound does not match the official schedule. He holds the paper out to her. She takes it. The numbers blur at first, then she sees the pattern. A gap, a recurring silence between the first and second chime of the central tower, a gap that appears only at dawn. How long? She asks. The gap? Always there, but it is growing. 3 years ago it was barely measurable. Now it is half a second. Next year it will be more. She looks up from the paper. Why dawn? Kazim meets her eyes. Because dawn is when the loop begins. The tower bell rings, you wake on the canal street, and somewhere beneath that sound, half a second of the chime is missing. Do you understand what that means, Myreth? She does. The truth of it slides into her chest like a blade she has been holding for 42 lives without knowing where to point it. The bells are not just sounding the hours, she says slowly. They are sounding a cage. Kazim nods. And the gap is where something reaches through. The grief in her chest lurches. She presses her hand to her sternum. The tremor in her fingers worsens. She thinks of Javan's relic, the warmth she felt when she touched it, the living pulse beneath the leather. If something is reaching through, she says, then something is already inside. Kazim watches her. His face is unreadable, but his hands are still. He has been holding this knowledge alone for years, and now she is here, carrying her own weight of death, and he is waiting to see if she breaks under the addition. You came here because you felt it, he says. The gap in the chime, the thing that does not fit. You have been carrying it since the first loop, even if you did not know what it was. She does not deny it. There is a timing gap near the central tower, Kazim says. The official doctrine claims it is an acoustic flaw in the foundation stones, but I have measured the foundation stones. The flaw is not in the stone. He pauses. The flaw is in the prayer. Myreth stares at him. The prayer that seals the cage, he says. Every morning the bells ring, the prayer is spoken, and the cage holds. But the gap means the prayer is fraying. Something is wearing through. And when the gap is wide enough, Myreth finishes. The cage opens. Kazim does not contradict her. The water drips. The bells hang silent above them, waiting for the next hour. Myreth looks at the diagrams on the wall, the intersecting lines, the circles that spiral inward like a wound that has been healing wrong for centuries. She thinks of Orvec tightening his net. She thinks of Javan carrying his grief like a weapon he forgot how to drop. She thinks of the 42 hash marks sewn into her underskirt, each one a death she chose not to learn from. It is not an acoustic flaw, she says quietly. It is not a prayer. Kazim tilts his head. It is a name, she says. The gap is a name. Someone is saying it every dawn, and the cage is answering. The silence that follows is the longest she has heard since she woke on the canal street this morning. Kazim opens his mouth, and the floor beneath them shudders. Not an earthquake. Something deeper, a vibration that travels up through the stone and into her teeth. The bell ropes sway in their slots. The standing water ripples. Kazim goes still. What was that? Myreth asks. He does not answer, but his hands are shaking now too. And the paper on his workbench, the page of cramped notation, 12 years of tracking has started to smoke at the edges. Chapter 7. The wet wool of her collar scrapes her throat as she drags herself up from the maintenance channel onto Witness Street. The name is not official, no map carries it, but every dock worker, every fish gutter, every woman who has ever carried a basket past this crossing knows why it is called that. Because witnesses are what you leave behind when you cannot carry the body. Myreth knows this street. She has died on it. The memory hits before she can brace. Not the full loop, not the bell, not the waking, just the street. The specific angle of the leaning building on her left, the crack in the cobbles where her head struck. The taste of her own blood mixing with canal water while a woman screamed from a window and no one came down. Her knees lock. The present blurs. She is here, now, standing, and she is also there, then dying. Her fingers scrabbling at the gap between two stones, trying to find a hold that does not exist. The breath in her chest making a sound like wet paper tearing. Rain. There was rain that morning. She can feel it, cold on her face, washing the blood thin, running into her eyes so she could not see the red coat approaching. She blinks. The rain is not falling. She is standing in dry air. The cobbles beneath her boots are gray with dust, not wet. The crack where she died is still there, 3 paces to her left, but no blood stains it, no body, just stone that has been walked over for years without knowing what it carried. Myreth presses her palm to her sternum. The grief is there. Not Javan's this time, her own. She counts her pulse. Once, twice, 3 times. The rhythm anchors her. She is alive. She is standing. The bell has not rung yet. She looks up and sees the red coat. Javan Sere stands on the bridge at the far end of Witness Street, not moving, not scanning, watching the exact place where she should have run. Her stomach drops. He is not supposed to be here. In 42 loops, he has never crossed this bridge before the 4th hour. He patrols the rope walk bend first, always, because the incense from the shrine hides his scent before he crosses to the warden's post. She has timed it, measured it, built her entire morning around the certainty that he would be elsewhere while she moved through the lower wards. He is not elsewhere. He is here, and he is looking at the spot where she died in a life he does not remember. Myreth freezes, not the freeze of fear, the freeze of a mind that has relied on prediction for so long that the collapse of a single certainty feels like the floor tilting. He has altered his route, because of her. The wandering knife. She has made him wonder, and wonder has rewritten his morning. She does not know what else it has rewritten. She does not know if he is following her or anticipating her. She does not know if he saw her emerge from the maintenance channel or if he is simply standing on a bridge, waiting for something he does not fully understand. She needs to move. If she stays still, he will see her. If she runs, he will chase. If she walks normally, he will note the direction and remember. 42 loops of knowledge, and none of them taught her what to do when the man who kills her stops following the script. She chooses the 3rd option. She walks, not toward him, not away, across the street at an angle that takes her past a fish stall, under a drying awning, through the shadow of a building that will break his line of sight for 3 seconds. 3 seconds is all she needs. She counts them. 1. The fish seller glances at her. She keeps her face neutral, her pace unhurried. Her hand moves to her collar, adjusting it, covering the lower half of her face. 2. She passes under the awning. The wet wool smell of cured fish closes around her. She does not look back. 3. The building's shadow swallows her. She exhales, and then she looks. From the edge of the shadow, she can see the bridge. He is still there, still watching, but his head has turned. He is no longer looking at the spot where she died. He is looking at the awning she just passed under. He is tracking her. Not chasing, not accusing, just tracking. Filing the direction, noting the movement, doing what a knife does when he senses something that does not belong. She presses her palm to her sternum again. The pulse is faster now. She thinks of the chamber beneath the south spire, the smoking paper, the gap in the chime, the name being spoken at dawn. She thinks of Orvec tightening his net, sealing bridges, adapting faster than any loop before. She thinks of Javan standing on a bridge he has never stood on, watching a street where she once died, altered by a single conversation that should have meant nothing to a man who has killed her 41 times. The certainty she has built her survival on is cracking, and she does not know if she can rebuild it before the bell rings. A cot rumbles past, loaded with barrels. She ducks behind it, using its bulk to shield her as she turns into a narrow alley between two tenements. The alley smells of urine and damp plaster. A cat startles from a crate and disappears through a broken shutter. She keeps moving. Her hand finds the coated log sewn into her underskirt. The fabric is worn thin from 42 checks. She does not need to read it. She knows the count. She knows every death, but she touches it anyway, as if the rough stitches could hold her to the present. The alley opens onto a smaller street, one that runs parallel to the canal. She knows this route. It leads to a chandler's shop where she can buy time, a back room where she can sit for 5 minutes and think. She takes 3 steps and stops, because Javan is standing at the far end of the smaller street, not looking at her, not yet. His back is half turned. He is speaking to a woman in a gray shawl, his voice too low to carry. The woman nods and points toward the canal. He is asking questions about her. Myreth steps backward into the shadow of a door recess and presses herself flat against the wood. He is not supposed to be here either. She has run this street in 17 different loops, 17 variations of escape, evasion, and last-minute rerouting. He has never been here. He is learning. Not from the loop. He cannot remember the loop. But he is learning from her, watching her, adjusting to her presence the way a predator adjusts to prey that fights back instead of running. She presses her hand to her sternum. The grief shifts under her palm. It is not her own. It is his. The echo she has carried since the market cut, lodged beneath her ribs like a splinter she cannot work free. His grief. The woman's voice. The silence he has wrapped around it like a wound packed in iron. She feels it now, stronger than before, because he is close, and because she is listening. She closes her eyes, just for a moment, just long enough to let the resonance settle. And she feels him, not his thoughts, not his intentions, the shape of the loss he carries, the door he has locked inside himself, the name he will not say, even in his own mind, because saying it would make the silence real. She opens her eyes. He is still standing at the end of the street. The gray-shawled woman is gone. He is alone now, his red coat vivid against the wet stone, and he is looking directly at the door recess where she is hiding. He cannot see her. The shadow is too deep. The angle is too sharp. But he is looking, as if he knows she is there, as if the grief she carries from him has left a trail he can follow without understanding how. She holds her breath. The silence stretches. The bell does not ring, and Javan Sere takes a step toward her. Chapter 8. The archive stairs are older than the Conclave. Myreth knows this because she has counted them in 37 different loops. The stone dips in the center where generations of feet have worn it smooth. The iron railing is cold through her palm, even in summer. She climbs past the public reading room, where 2 clerks sort confiscated ledgers by district. Past the copying hall, where a novice scrapes a parchment clean with a blade, her face blank with concentration. Past the door marked Doctrinal Stacks, Authorized Personnel Only. Tessivel Drake is waiting at the top of the landing, her hands clasped at her waist, her expression carrying the particular patience of someone who has watched the same woman walk through the same door in too many iterations to pretend surprise. She looks at Myreth. Myreth looks at her, and for a long moment, neither of them speaks. Then Tessivel turns, her robes brushing the dust from the stone, and says, "You are later than usual." The words land like a key turning in a lock. Myreth did not know she had left open. She follows. Because there is no point denying what Tessivel has clearly known from more loops than Myreth has been willing to admit. The archive back corridors are narrow, lined with cabinets so tall they press against the ceiling. The air smells of lime dust and old binding glue. A single oil lamp burns at the far end, casting shadows that stretch and contract as they move. Tessivel does not look back. She leads Myreth past the main doctrinal stacks, past the censored holdings, past a door that Myreth has never seen open in any loop. She stops at a reading table tucked between two cabinets so tall they block the light from the single high window. She sits. Myreth sits across from her, and Tessivel places her hands flat on the table, the gesture deliberate, as if she is showing Myreth she is not hiding anything. "You have questions," Tessivel says, "but you will not ask them." "I have asked questions," Myreth says. 42 loops of questions. The answers keep changing." "The questions you ask," Tessivel says, "or the questions you refuse to ask." Myreth feels the words slide under her ribs like a blade she did not see coming. She presses her palm to her sternum, feels the grief still lodged there, Javan's grief, pulsing in time with her own heartbeat. "I want to know what breaks the loop," Myreth says. Tessivel does not react. "I want to know who the woman is that Javan carries," Myreth continues. "I want to know what the bells are caged for, and what the gap in the chime means, and why Orvec Nalt is adapting faster than any loop before." She stops, breathes. "I want to know if I am becoming something that cannot be saved." The last words come out before she can catch them. They hang between them in the dust-still air. Tessivel studies her. "A better question," she says finally, "is what the loop demands from you that your planning cannot give." Myreth's hand presses harder against her sternum. "I have given everything." "Everything you can control," Tessivel says. "Not everything you have." She reaches beneath the table and produces a sealed fragment. The wax is old, cracked, the color of dried blood. A seal Myreth does not recognize presses into its surface. "This is not a record the Conclave keeps in any open stack," Tessivel says. "It was hidden in the foundation stones when the first tower was built. I found it 40 years ago, when I was a novice and the archive floor collapsed." She does not break the seal. She slides the fragment across the table, and she waits. Myreth looks at the document. The wax, the unknown seal, the weight of something kept secret for 4 decades. She does not touch it. "What is it?" she asks. "A doctrine that was never meant to survive the founding of the Veldenmere Conclave," Tessivel says. "It describes the prescribed gods, the ones the Conclave buried beneath Doctrine and bell metal and fear. It describes how they bind mortals." She pauses. "And how those bindings break." Myreth's fingers hover over the wax. "Why now?" "Because you finally admitted you are not certain surviving is the same as winning," Tessivel says. 42 loops, and this is the first time you have said those words aloud." Myreth's throat tightens. She has said those words in her own mind. In the dark hours between loops, when the grief she carries is too heavy to ignore. But she has never spoken them to another person. "You could have given me this in an earlier loop," she says. "You could have saved me." "Saved you how?" Tessivel asks. "By giving you information you were not ready to receive. Information you would have used is just another tool, another piece of control, another strategy to outmaneuver the trap without ever understanding what the trap is." Myreth stills. "If I had given you this fragment in the 10th loop, or the 20th, or the 35th, you would have read it, you would have understood it, and you would have used it as a weapon," Tessivel says. "And you would have failed, because the loop does not break through weaponized knowledge." She leans forward. "It breaks through uncoerced relation, through trust given freely, where control would be safer." The words settle into Myreth's chest like stones dropped into deep water. She thinks of Javan, of the grief she carries, of the moment in the market cut when she felt his loss and did not flinch. She thinks of the hidden relic beneath his coat, the living resonance, the name he will not say. "The fragment," she says slowly, "describes how to break a binding through trust." "Yes. And the loop is a binding." "Yes." Myreth looks at the sealed document. She looks at her own hands. "I have been treating survival as if it is the same as winning," she says. "And I am losing something I cannot name." Tessivel's face softens. "Then you are ready to read it." Myreth reaches for the seal, and the bell begins to ring. Not the dawn chime, not the half-hour mark. A single note, deep and resonant, carrying through the archive stone like a pulse through bone. Tessivel's face goes still. "That is not a scheduled chime," she says. Myreth's hand freezes on the wax. She counts the vibrations. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. The bell does not stop, and from somewhere beneath the archive, deep in the foundation stone, something answers. Myreth feels it through the table first, a vibration that does not match the bell, a lower frequency, a different rhythm, like a second heart beating beneath the city. The sealed fragment trembles under her hand. The wax cracks. A line of smoke rises from the seam where the seal has just split, thin as a hair, blue-gray in the lamplight. Tessivel stares at the smoke. "I did not break the seal," Myreth says. "I know," Tessivel says, and in her voice for the first time, Myreth hears fear. Chapter 9. The smoke rises from the cracked seal, thin as a thread, blue-gray in the lamplight. Myreth watches it curl upward, expecting it to disperse against the cabinet shelves. It does not. It holds its shape, a vertical line, as if something is pulling it toward the ceiling stones. The unscheduled bell continues ringing. 8, 9, 10. Myreth counts without deciding to. The vibration beneath her palm has not stopped. The sealed fragment trembles against her fingers, the cracked wax shedding tiny flakes across the table. "Do not touch the smoke," Tessivel says. Myreth withdraws her hand. The smoke column thins further, then collapses, spreading across the ceiling like breath on cold glass. It does not dissipate. It stains the stone, a wide gray bloom that seems to absorb the lamp glow rather than reflect it. The bell stops. The silence that follows is not empty. It is filled with the absence of the ringing, a negative space Myreth feels in her chest. She looks at the fragment. The wax has split cleanly along the seal line, as if cut by a blade. The cracked pieces lie on either side of the break, edges sharp, no crumble, no dust. "It opened itself," Myreth says. "I saw," Tessivel says. Her voice is steady now. The fear from a moment ago has been packed away, replaced by the careful neutrality of an archivist, watching a document behave in ways documents should not. "Can you read it?" Myreth looks at the exposed parchment beneath the broken seal. The fragment is small, a single sheet, folded once, the edges worn as if handled many times before it was sealed. The ink is dark, dense, the script tight and angular. An older hand than the Conclave uses now, a hand that expected its words to be read by people who already understood the shape of the truth. She reaches for it. Her fingers touch the parchment. And nothing happens. No resonance, no echo, no buried emotion rising through the fibers. Just paper, just ink, just cold. Myreth frowns. She presses her palm flat against the page, opens herself the way she would for any reading, softens the barriers that keep the world's emotional weight at a distance. Nothing. The parchment is empty of residue. "How is this possible?" she asks. "It is a doctrine, not a confession," Tessivel says. "It was written to convey meaning, not feeling. Doctrinal documents rarely carry resonance unless they were written under duress or in fervor." Myreth pulls her hand back. She looks at the words on the page. The gods that bind through grief, through vow, through repetition are not summoned. They are invited. The invitation is the wound left unhealed, the name spoken at the same hour each day, the ritual that substitutes memory for presence. Her throat tightens. She keeps reading. To bind a mortal, the god must first be given access through a freely offered act of devotion or grief. Once admitted, the god anchors itself to the mortal's repetition. The prayer said at the same hour, the vigil kept at the same grave, the loop walked in the same wounded circuit. The binding strengthens each time the repetition is completed. The mortal mistakes the repetition for meaning. The god mistakes the meaning for permission. To break such a binding, the repetition must be broken by an act that cannot be controlled or predicted, a freely offered relation where control would be safer. Trust given without guarantee, a choice that does not follow the pattern. Myreth's mouth is dry. She reads the passage again. Freely offered relation where control would be safer. The words echo Tessivel's earlier warning with uncomfortable precision. "It is weakness dressed in sanctity," Myreth says. "Is it?" Tessivel asks. Myreth looks up. The old archivist's face is unreadable, but her hands are clasped tightly at her waist, the knuckles pale. "You think trust is a weapon," Myreth says. "You think offering vulnerability without guarantee is the key to breaking a divine binding." I think the Doctrine says what it says. The Doctrine was written by people who believed in gods, Myreth says. I believe in what I can touch, what I can predict, what I can control. She taps the parchment. This is not a strategy. It is a prayer. It is a record, Tessivel says, of what has worked when nothing else did. Myreth shakes her head. 41 deaths, 41 loops of learning, planning, adapting. She has memorized the city's routines, its vulnerabilities, its hidden chambers and forged passages. She has built a network of allies she keeps at arm's length, moves she executes with surgical precision. And Tessivel is telling her that the answer is not more precision. It is less. It is opening her hands and letting someone else hold the knife. I have died 41 times, Myreth says. I have been drowned, beaten, cut, burned, and thrown from a window. I have carried Javan Sere's grief inside my chest for 22 loops because I could not close myself to it fast enough. I have done everything I know how to do. She looks at the fragment. And this tells me to do the one thing I cannot afford. She lifts her hand, presses her palm to her sternum, feels her own pulse, steady and stubborn and so deeply tired. Show me the truth on the page, she says. Not the interpretation. The raw text. Tessivel nods. She reaches for the fragment, turns it slightly so the lamplight falls directly on the ink. Myreth reads. The mortal who breaks the binding must offer the trust she has withheld, not as payment, not as negotiation, as the act that proves the repetition is no longer the shape of her life. The god cannot refuse the offering because the offering is the very thing the binding was built to prevent. The loop ends when the mortal chooses someone else over survival. Myreth's hand drops from her sternum. Her pulse is louder now. Chooses someone else over survival. She thinks of Javan, of the relic, of the living resonance she has not yet confirmed but knows is real. She thinks of what it would mean to tell him the truth, to risk his violence, to trust that he will not kill her even though he has killed her before. That is the answer, Tessivel says. That is the key the fragment describes. Not a technique, not a ritual, a choice. Myreth's vision blurs at the edges. She blinks. The lamp flame wavers. I cannot, she says. Then the loop will not break, Tessivel says. Myreth's jaw tightens. She looks at the fragment, at the tight, angular script, at the broken seal, at the thread of smoke that still stains the ceiling above them. And if I cannot? Then you will live this day again, Tessivel says, and again, until the grief you carry hollows out the last part of you that could choose differently. The words land like a blade. Myreth feels them lodge between her ribs, next to Javan's grief, next to the locked loss she has been carrying since the market cut. She opens her mouth to answer. Tessivel's head snaps up. What is it? Footsteps, Tessivel says. Myreth hears them a moment later. Heavy, multiple, moving through the archive stacks below, not with the measured pace of a researcher, but with purpose. The Conclave. Myreth's hand moves to the fragment. I need this, she says. Take it, Tessivel says, but you will not be able to carry it through a door. The Conclave will search anyone leaving the archive tonight. Myreth looks at the fragment, looks at the stairs. The voices are closer now. She recognizes one of them. Orvec. How long? Minutes, Tessivel says. Maybe less. Myreth is trusting about safe. Myreth are innerable maceless or Myreth. Myreth rits past the fragment against her chest, feels the old parchment crinkle, feels the words she has just read burning into her skin. She looks at Tessivel. There is a grate in the maintenance channel beneath the third stack, she says. The one with the rusted hinge. Does it still open? Tessivel's eyes narrow. You know the maintenance channels. My flip misses him from eating anyway today. I know many things I should not know. Myreth has so. Tessivel holds her gaze for a long moment. Then she nods. It opens. But it leads to the old well chamber, not the canals. You will have to find your own way from there. Myreth tucks the fragment into her bodice. She moves to the cabinet Tessivel indicated, finds the grate, lifts it. The dark below is absolute. She looks back at Tessivel. Thank you? Do not thank me yet, Tessivel says. The fragment is not a solution. It is a question, and you have not answered it. Myreth's throat tightens. She drops into the dark. The grate closes above her. The footsteps reach the reading table. She hears Orvec's voice, flat and official, asking Tessivel about unauthorized access to restricted documents. And beneath that, deeper than the stone, she feels the bell's memory still vibrating in the foundation walls. The loop is not broken, but the fragment is against her skin. And for the first time in 42 lives, she holds a truth the god did not feed her. She presses her palm to her sternum. Her pulse is steady. But the fragment's words do not stop repeating. The loop ends when the mortal chooses someone else over survival. She does not know how to do that. She does not know how to want to do that, and the dark beneath the archive has no answer for her. Chapter 10. Orvec Nalt stands at the reading table with his palm flat on the wood. The lamp is still warm, the chair pushed back at an angle that suggests someone left in a hurry, not a measured departure. He traces the edge of the table with his fingers, feeling the grain, the residue of heat from a body that was here moments ago. Tessivel Drax stands 3 paces back, her hands clasped at her waist, her face carrying the careful blankness of someone who has spent decades learning how to hold still under scrutiny. Orvec does not look at her. He looks at the ceiling instead. A thin, blue-gray stain discolors the plaster above the table, fresh enough that the pigment has not fully dried. It spreads in a tendril pattern, like smoke that refused to rise the way smoke should. "Tell me about the stain," he says. "I cannot," Tessivel says. "I did not see it form." "You were in this room. I was at the lower stacks when I heard footsteps. By the time I returned, the lamp was lit and the chair was warm." Orvec turns to face her. His pale gray eyes are flat, unreadable. The split scar through his right eyebrow catches the lamplight, a pale seam in the shadow. "You heard footsteps," he repeats, "from the lower stacks, and you came up alone. I am the archivist. It is my duty to investigate unauthorized access." "Unauthorized access," Orvec says. The words hang in the air between them. "To a restricted cabinet." Tessivel does not flinch. Orvec holds her gaze for a long moment, then turns and walks to the cabinet. The grate beneath it is closed. The latch is seated, but there is a scratch on the iron hinge, fresh enough that the exposed metal has not yet begun to darken. He crouches. He touches the scratch with his fingertip. Then he stands, walks to the window, and looks down at the street below. The archive entrance is visible from this angle. So is the alley that runs along the eastern wall. So is the grate in the pavement that leads to the old drainage system. He memorizes the layout. Then he leaves. The first interview takes place in a candle shop 2 streets from the dock office. The clerk's name is Harvel. He leads seizure teams for the Conclave. He has the thick build of a man who moves cargo for a living, and the uneasy posture of someone who has been asked the same question 3 times and still does not understand what he is being asked. "The order never came," he says. "That is all I know. It was supposed to be on my desk by the 3rd hour. It was not there." "Where was the last place you saw it?" Orvec asks. "In the filing queue, before the bell. I checked it myself." "Who else touched it?" Harvel hesitates. "A clerk," he says. "Young woman, dark hair. I did not get her name." Orvec writes nothing down. He does not need to. The details are already seating themselves in his memory, clicking into place like a lock mechanism. "Describe her," he says. Harvel tries. Slim, quick movements, gray-green eyes that looked through him rather than at him. Orvec thanks him and walks to the next interview. The second interview is with a patrolman named Castle, who was dispatched to an empty canal at the 4th hour based on a forged transit authorization, signed with a name that does not match the duty roster. Castle is tired. He has been on his feet since before the first bell. He does not want to be speaking to an enforcer with a branded palm and a reputation for finding guilt where others see coincidence. "The name was Marden," Castle says, "but the night clerk on the roster is Timland. I noticed the mismatch. I held position anyway." "Why?" "Because the order was sealed properly. The wax was correct. The signature looked right. If I had challenged it and been wrong, I would have delayed a legitimate operation. Orvec nods. He asks one more question. Where were you standing when you read the dispatch? Castle points to a spot near the bridge. Orvec looks at the bridge. Then he looks at the canal that runs beneath it, the stair that descends to the water, the narrow gap between two warehouses where a person could stand and watch a patrol leave without being seen. He thanks Castle and walks to the third interview. The third interview is with a customs clerk whose ink turned to water before the second bell, paralyzing a full morning of documentation. The clerk's name is Veldenmere. He is pale. His fingers are stained with the ruined ink, a gray smear that will not wash off. I keep my ink locked, Veldenmere says. No one else has the key. And yet it was tampered. I do not know how. Orvec asks when Veldenmere last saw the ink intact. Veldenmere tells him. Vakaxix where Veldenmere was between the first bell and the second bell. Veldenmere tells him that too. Orvec asks if he spoke to anyone in the market that morning, if a woman approached him, if she smiled, if she asked a question that seemed ordinary at the time. Veldenmere's face goes pale. There was a woman, he says. She asked about the dock schedule. I thought she was a merchant's clerk. What did she look like? Veldenmere describes her. Slim, dark hair pinned up, gray-green eyes. Orvec thanks him and walks to the bridge at the edge of the lower wards, where the canal separates the merchant district from the shrine quarter. He stands there for a long time. He does not need to write the connections down. They are already forming in his mind, a pattern taking shape beneath the surface of the day. 3 disruptions, 3 locations, 3 witnesses who described the same woman, the ink at the customs desk, paralyzing documentation before the second bell. The forged dispatch that sent a patrol to an empty canal at the 4th hour. The missing seizure order that never reached Harva's desk, stranding a confiscation team at a warehouse gate. 3 cuts in the same morning, 3 wounds in the same body, and beneath all of them, the same hand. Orvec looks down at his left palm. The branded sigil is quiet. No heat, no pulse, no divine breach. Whatever she is not a God-touched anomaly. She is human. She is methodical. She is embedded in the day the way a splinter embeds itself beneath skin, working deeper with every movement, invisible until the wound begins to fester. He closes his fist. Then he walks to the shrine quarter to find the woman in the gray shawl who spoke to Javan Sere before the 4th hour. She is still there. She is old, with hands curved from years of wrapping candles, and she remembers the red-coated knife clearly because she does not often see a man that still. He asked about a woman, she says. Dark hair, young. He wanted to know if I had seen her near the bridge. Had you? No, but I told him where she might go if she was trying not to be seen. Orvec asks where that is, she tells him. Then she asks a question of her own. Is she dangerous? Orvec does not answer. He is already walking toward the eastern checkpoint, where the transit authorization was used, where the woman slipped through with 9 minutes to spare, where the warders on duty describe a slim woman in a gray cloak who moved like someone who had already counted every step. By the 6th hour, Orvec Nalt has assembled a map. Not a map of streets, though he knows those. A map of time. Every disruption occurred within a window of 3 hours. Every location is connected by canals and maintenance channels. Every move presupposes knowledge of conclave procedure, shift rotations, patrol routes, seal protocols, and the habits of individual clerks. This is not guesswork. This is not opportunism. This is preparation so thorough that it looks like foresight. Orvec stands in the command post at the central tower, looking at the map he has drawn on the slate board. The ink lines trace the woman's path across the morning, each mark representing a place where something broke. He hears his own voice before he decides to speak. She knows the schedule before it happens. The adjutant beside him shifts. Sir? Orvec points to the board. The ink was tampered before Veldenmere opened his desk. The dispatch was forged before the patrol was assembled. The seizure order was redirected before Harvich checked the queue. She's not reacting. She is acting. She knows what we will do before we do it. The adjutant is silent. Orvec turns from the board. His pale gray eyes are flat, but something moves beneath them. Not fear, not anger, something colder. This is not a saboteur, he says. This is an intelligence embedded in the day itself. She is reading the city like a script. He reaches for his coat. Find her. Every ward, every checkpoint, every grate and canal stair. I want her name on my desk before the 8th hour. The adjutant moves to obey. Orvec stays at the board. He looks at the lines he has drawn, the pattern of cuts, the shape of a mind he has never seen but is beginning to understand. She is good, but she has made one mistake. 3 disruptions in 3 hours. Too many, too precise, too clean. The pattern itself is the wound she has left open, and he has read the pattern. He is walking toward the door when the bell on the central tower begins to ring. It is not the hour. It is not scheduled. The sound falls through the city like a stone dropped into still water, and beneath it, deep in the foundation stone, something answers. Orvec stops. His branded palm burns for the first time all day. He looks at the mark, at the smoke rising from the split seal, at the bell that will not stop ringing. And he knows, with a certainty that settles in his chest like a blade, that the woman is not the only thing embedded in this day. There is something older, something that has been waiting. And the bell is its voice. Chapter 11. Myreth finds the shrine bridge where incense smoke hangs thick as fog. The braziers at either end burning away the canals stink with something sweeter. Sandalwood and cloves, old prayer and older dust. She positions herself at the center, where the smoke is densest, where footsteps announce themselves before faces appear. She counts her pulse. 62. Still too fast. The bell has not rung again. The city breathes around her, unaware that this morning is a wound that keeps reopening. She waits. He comes from the eastern approach, the way she predicted. Not because she knows his route anymore. She does not truly, not since he started deviating. But because the eastern approach leads to the shrine where he always stops on the 5th hour. A habit she memorized 30 loops ago. She counts on habit. She counts on the man he was before she made him wondering. His red coat catches the light first, the color bleeding through the incense like a fresh stain. Then his shoulders. Then the scar at his brow, pale against his skin as he stops at the bridge's lip. He sees her. She watches him decide. Javan Sere does not draw his blade. That tells her more than words would. He walks onto the bridge, his steps measured, his weight balanced, his hands still at his sides. The incense swirls around his boots, around the hem of his coat, around the leather pouch beneath it that she knows by feel now, even though she has only touched it once. "You are not supposed to be here," he says. "Neither are you. I am a knife. I go where the Conclave sends me." "The Conclave," she says, "thinks you are at the lower wards, checking the 3rd Patrol's reports." He stops, 3 paces between them now. The smoke shifts, hides his face, reveals it again. "How do you know that?" "I know a great many things about you, Javan Sere." Hearing his name on her lips tightens something in his jaw. She watches him file it away, add it to the list of impossibilities she keeps handing him like folded notes. "Who are you working for?" he asks. "No one. Everyone says that. Ask me something I cannot answer. See if I lie." He moves. Fast, but not violent. His hand closes around her wrist before she can step back, his grip firm enough to hold, not yet hard enough to hurt. He pulls her closer, into the smoke, into his space, until she can smell the wool of his coat and the iron on his breath. "Tell me," he says, "how you knew where I would be." She does not pull away. "I watched you." "You watched me for one morning." "I watched you for longer." His eyes search hers. Old iron, flat, focused. "That is not an answer. It is the only one I have." She holds still. His grip does not tighten. That is the second thing that tells her more than words. He could break her wrist in the time it takes the incense to curl between them. He does not. "Who sent you?" he asks again. "No one." Who taught you my roots? Your roots are written in the patrol logs. The logs are filed in the archive. The archive is unguarded after the 3rd hour if you know which door sticks. He blinks. A crack. Small. Visible. You read the patrol logs. I read a great many things. Why? The question is raw, unpolished. He did not mean to ask it the way it came out, she can tell. He meant to demand, to threaten, to control this encounter the way he controls every encounter. But the question underneath is human. Why would anyone spend that much time learning me? She lets the silence stretch. Then she murmurs, low enough that the smoke carries it only to him. Because grief changes a man's gait, and yours has been wrong for longer than you admit. He flinches, barely, a tremor in the hand that holds her wrist, a hitch in the breath that passes between them. She feels it, the grief echo inside her, the resonance she carries from every prior loop, from every death by his hand, from the moment in the market when she touched his hidden wound. It surges. And he feels it too. His eyes widen. You. He stops, starts again. What did you just do? Nothing? That was not nothing. Then tell me what it was. He does not answer. He stares at her in the incense-thick air, his hand still wrapped around her wrist, his pulse hammering against her skin in a rhythm she can feel, in a rhythm she knows. She says, very softly, "You carry her everywhere. The pouch under your coat, the weight that never lifts. You think if you stop carrying it, you will stop being the man who loved her." His grip tightens. "You do not know what you are talking about." "I know her name," Myreth says. The words hang in the smoke. Javan goes still. Not the stillness of control, the stillness of something shattering. He releases her wrist, not gently, not calmly, as if her skin has become something he cannot bear to touch. He steps back. Then he pins her against the bridge railing with the flat of his palm against her collarbone, not striking, not choking, just stopping her from moving. "Say it," he breathes. She does not yet. "Who taught you that wound?" he demands. "Who told you her name?" The incense swirls. The bell tower waits in silence. And Myreth looks into his iron-colored eyes and knows that whatever she says next will decide whether he walks away from this bridge as her enemy or as something she cannot yet name. Chapter 12. She does not say the name. She holds it behind her teeth like a blade turned flat, and Javan's hand stays on her collarbone, pressing her into the railing while the incense smoke coils between them. His breath comes shallow. His eyes search hers for a lie, for a crack, for anything that explains how a stranger can carry the shape of his private wound. "Say it," he repeats. She shakes her head. "Not here. Not like this." The answer is true, but it is also a calculation. The third thing she learns in this moment, beyond his grief and his capacity for restraint, is that Javan Sere respects a refusal that does not flinch. He drops his hand, steps back. The space between them fills with smoke and the wet sound of the canal lapping at the bridge's footings. "If I see you again," he says, "I will have to decide what you are." "Good," she says. "Decide carefully." She turns and walks into the incense before he can change his mind. Her spine stays straight. Her pace does not quicken. She feels his gaze on her back until the smoke swallows her completely, and only then does she let herself breathe. She takes the alley behind the shrine, the one that runs past a shuttered tannery and opens onto the lower canal stairs. Her hands are shaking, not from fear of him catching her, from the proximity of the name she held back, from the nearness of the grief that lives inside her now like a second pulse. She needs to move. She needs to think. She needs to read the ledger. The confiscated sheet is still hidden beneath a loose brick at the midpoint of the third canal stair, where she stashed it before the bridge. She drops to her knees, works the brick free with her fingertips, and pulls the oilcloth-wrapped pages into the gray light. The ledger lists seizures from the past 6 weeks. Names, addresses, goods. She has read it 38 times across prior loops. She knows every entry. But she has never read it for resonance. Now she places her palm flat on the page, closes her eyes, and opens herself to the emotional residue. Nothing. She tries again, presses harder, breathes through the tremor in her chest. Nothing. The static is there, the faint pressure of a signal that refuses to resolve. The same numb wall she has felt growing for 12 loops, the one she has ignored because she was too busy surviving to admit it was spreading. Her gift is failing. No, not failing. Closing. Every time she shoved Javan's grief aside, every time she slammed her feelings shut to plan the next move, every time she chose control over openness, the lock tightened. She stares at her hand on the paper. The fingers are steady now. That is the horror. She has crushed her own trembling into stillness, and the stillness is killing the part of her that can feel. A skiff scrapes against the canal wall below the stairs. Mead's head snaps up. A boy in a patched coat is climbing toward her, barefoot, gasping. She knows him. One of Sivra's runners, a canal rat who trades messages for bread and the occasional poultice. He thrusts a folded scrap at her. "From the apothecary," he pants. "Said to run. Said you'd be at the 3rd stair. Said to tell you the enforcer traced the ink." Her blood goes cold. Traced it how? Don't know, but he's at the customs house now, asking about the morning seals. The dock clerk who signed the forged dispatch. Leo. She crushes the note in her fist. Orvec did not go back to the archive. He went forward, following the thread from the tampered ink to the disrupted patrol, to the forged authorization. The ink was her earliest move, the one she made before the city fully woke, when she was still shaking off the Canal Rot and the memory of her 42nd death. She was too efficient, too clean. She left a trail of precise, linked disruptions, and Orvec is reading them like a map. "How long?" she asks. Already there, the clerk is still inside. The enforcer has not come out yet. She has time. Barely. She rewraps the ledger, wedges the brick back into place, and rises. The streets toward the dock office are wrong. Not visibly. The same wet cobbles, the same canal mist, the same bowed windows catching the thin morning light. But the balance of bodies has shifted. Fewer women at the washing steps, more men standing still at corners, watching passers-by with the patient attention of people paid to remember faces. She sees a charcoal-cloaked figure at the mouth of Tanner's Alley, another at the grain market steps. Orvec has seated watchers. Not a full dragnet yet. He is still gathering threads, still building his case. But he has learned her pattern. She appears where she needs to go, and if he seeds enough eyes across the lower wards, someone will see her and point. She pulls her shawl higher, tucks her chin, changes her gait. Minor adjustments. She cannot risk a coat change or a false limp. Anything too deliberate draws the same attention she is trying to avoid. The dock office is 3 streets away. 2. She rounds the corner and stops. Leo Marden is standing in the doorway, his ink-stained hands pressed flat against the frame, his face the color of spoiled milk. Behind him, visible through the office window, is the broad silhouette of Orvec Nalt. Leo sees her. His eyes go wide with recognition, then narrower with a plea she does not want to read. He does not call out. He does not point, but his gaze flicks to the roof of the chandelier across the street, where his brothers sleep, and Myreth understands the message. He knows where I live. He knows where they sleep. She cannot reach Leo without walking into the same room as Orvec. She cannot leave without abandoning the source of her forgeries to whatever Orvec will extract from him. The charcoal-cloaked watcher at the grain market steps turns his head, looks directly at her. Myreth holds still. 2 paces forward would put her inside the dock office. 2 paces back would put her in the watcher's line of sight. For the first time this loop, she does not know which direction means survival. Chapter 13. The watcher at the grain market steps holds her gaze for 1 beat. 2. Then he moves, not toward her, sideways, into the shadow of the awning, where he can signal without being seen. Myreth's legs decide before her mind finishes the calculation. She turns left into the gap between the chowdlery and aborted fishmongers, narrow enough that her shoulders brush damp plaster on both sides. Behind her, a whistle, sharp. 2 notes. Answering whistles ripple down the line of the canal, not a loose net anymore. Orvec has spun it. She hits the end of the alley and nearly collides with a fruit cart. The vendor yelps. She veers right into a passage she mapped in Loop 14 when she died here from a crossbow bolt fired by a roof guard she did not see in time. The memory rises unbidden, the impact in her shoulder blade, the wet choke of her own blood, the cobble rushing up to eat her face. She shoves it down. Not now. Keep moving. The passage opens onto a wider street, and she sees them. 3 enforcers in conclave gray, moving in a spread line, forcing pedestrians against the walls. One of them is reading from a paper, her description. Orvec has given them her height, her coloring, the shape of her face. She reverses direction, ducks into a recessed doorway, presses her back to the wood. Her pulse hammers against her ribs. Think. The lower wards are sealing. Orvec has used doctrinal emergency powers to lock down the canals between the spice market and the customs house. Anyone fitting her description will be stopped, questioned, held until he can come look at them himself. She has maybe 3 minutes before the cordon closes entirely. Leo's forged transit authorization, the one she never used. It is still in the hiding place behind the loose brick at the 3rd canal stair, along with the confiscated ledger. She cannot reach it now, but she remembers the route it was supposed to open. A maintenance channel beneath the old soapworks, leading to the eastern checkpoint, where the guards rotate at the 7th hour. If she can get to the grate behind the tannery, she can bypass the dragnet entirely. The problem is the 60 paces of open street between her and that grate. She peers around the doorframe. The 3 enforcers have stopped 10 paces from her position. One of them is pointing at a woman in a gray shawl who is trying to slip into a baker's door. "Stop her!" The woman freezes. The enforcer grabs her arm, turns her face to the light, studies her features, then releases her with a grunt. Not her. The woman scurries inside. Myreth watches the enforcer's eyes sweep the street. He is methodical, patient. He will check every alley, every doorway, every shadow that could hold a woman her size. She needs a distraction. Her hand goes to the pocket of her skirt, the night bloom concentrate Sivra gave her, the fast-acting contact poison she planned to use on a target she never named aloud. She pulls out the small waxed paper packet. 1 dose. She could smear it on a door handle, a railing, anything an enforcer would grab, and buy herself the chaos of a man collapsing. But the poison kills. Sivra was clear about that. It kills fast, and it kills without discrimination. She cannot become that, not even to survive. She pockets the packet and looks up. The roof of the tannery is 3 stories above her, with a rusted iron drain pipe running down the corner. She tested it in Loop 29 when she was learning the city's vertical routes. It held her weight then. She prays it still holds. The enforcer is turning toward her alley. She sprints for the pipe, jumps, catches the rusted iron at chest height. The metal groans, but holds. She hauls herself up, hand over hand, boots scrabbling against the damp stone, until she hooks an elbow over the gutter and drags herself onto the tiles. Below, the enforcer reaches the doorway where she was hiding. He looks down the empty passage. Frowns. She does not wait to see him signal. She crawls across the pitched roof, finds the access ladder she discovered in Loop 33 when she was mapping escape routes instead of sabotage targets. The ladder is bolted to the wall between the tannery and the old soapworks. If she can reach it before the cordon tightens, she can drop into the maintenance channel and surface at the eastern checkpoint before the guards rotate. She slides down the ladder, lands in a crouch in the narrow gap between buildings. The grate is there. Rusted iron set into the cobbles, half hidden by a spilled crate of something rotting. She grabs the edge, heaves. It does not move. She braces her feet, pulls harder. The grate screeches, lifts, and she drops into the dark. The maintenance channel smells of old soap, Canal Rot, and something metallic she does not want to identify. Water laps at her ankles. The tunnel is just high enough to walk hunched, her spine curved, her hands brushing the slime on the walls. She moves. The route is burned into her memory from the loop where she mapped every underground passage in the lower wards. 27 hours of crawling through darkness, following channels until she knew which one led where, which grate opened onto which street, which drain was too narrow to escape through. She took that loop because she was tired of dying in the same places. She walks now, counting paces, listening for the shift in echo that marks the branch toward the eastern checkpoint. 50 paces, 70. The tunnel angles left, then right, and she sees the light, a grate above, street level. The checkpoint is 15 paces beyond it, behind a stack of empty crates that the night guards use for dice games. She climbs the rusted rungs, pushes the grate open a crack. The checkpoint is empty. No guard, no patrol. The rotation is in progress, and the duty officer has not yet taken his post. She slips out, eases the grate closed, and stays low behind the crates. She made it. The eastern canal is quiet. Morning mist clings to the water. A skiff is tied to the steps, empty, its owner probably trading at the spice market 2 streets over. Myreth straightens, breathes. Then she hears the footsteps. Not one person, many. Marching in unison, the rhythm of conclave patrols moving in formation. They are coming from the direction of the central tower, heading toward the lower wards. She climbs the crates, pulls herself onto the roof of the checkpoint shed, and lies flat. The patrol passes below her. Gray coats, crossbows slung. A captain at the front reading from a paper. Then she sees him, Javan Sere. He is not with the patrol. He is standing at the mouth of the bridge that connects the lower wards to the shrine quarter, his red coat stark against the gray stone. Beside him, Orvec Nalt. They are looking at the crowd. Orvec is speaking. Javan is listening, his old iron eyes scanning the faces of the people streaming past the checkpoint, searching for someone, searching for her. He is with Orvec. The hope that formed on the bridge, the fragile possibility that Javan might be something other than her enemy, crumbles. He is standing beside the man who hunts her, and he is looking for her face. Chapter 14. The archive door closes behind her with a click that sounds too loud in the silence. Myreth leans against it, breathing through the stitch in her side. The maintenance channel exit led her out behind the public reading room, and she crossed the copying hall at a fast walk, head down, letting a cluster of clerks shield her from the door wardens. Tessivel is already at her desk, hands clasped at her waist, watching. She does not ask where Myreth has been. She does not ask why Myreth is back. She simply studies the dark circles under Myreth's eyes, the way her hand goes to her pulse before she seems to notice, and says, "You look like you've been running for hours." Myreth does not answer. Tessivel rises. She moves to the locked cabinet where the fragment sat, opens it, notes the empty shelf where the document was, and closes the door without comment. Then she takes a key from the chain at her belt and crosses to a door. Myreth has never seen her open. A narrow door, painted the same gray as the wall, set flush between 2 doctrinal stacks. "This way," Tessivel says. The stair descends farther than Myreth expects. The air changes as they go down, drier, older. The dust that rises with each step smells of paper rot and incense burned decades ago, the scent sealed into the stone. Myreth counts. 23 steps. Another landing. 18 more. The archive extends deeper than the public map shows, below the foundation line, into the bones of the city's first construction. Tessivel stops at a door that is not locked. She pushes it open, and Myreth steps into a room that feels like a wound. Shelves line every wall, but the books are not whole. They have been altered, razored, painted over, names scrubbed from spines, pages cut out and replaced with blank leaves. Entire volumes reduced to stubs bound in leather that pretends nothing is missing. "Censored saints," Tessivel says. "The Conclave rewrites history every generation. Anyone whose story no longer serves the Doctrine gets scraped. Their name, their works, their death date, sometimes even their existence." Myreth moves along the shelves, trailing her fingers across the spines. The leather is dry, cracked. Some books have been rebound, their original covers discarded. Others bear the ghost of lettering, the indentation of a title that was tooled into the leather and then sanded smooth. She pulls one down. The book falls open to a page where a single line has been razored out, leaving a slot of empty air between 2 sentences. She touches the gap. The paper is thinner where the original text was cut free. "Who decides," Myreth says, "which saints get scraped?" Tessivel is watching her with careful attention. The doctrinal committee. But the patterns are not random. Look at the dates. Look at the entries that survive. Myreth pages through the volume. Death dates, feast assignments, names that run in families, names that vanish without explanation. She flips back further, then stops. The pattern is there, subtle, repeated across 60 years of records. Siblings. Not the saints themselves, but their siblings. Every time a saint is scraped from the records, their sibling is noted once, then twice, then erased from the family tree entirely, until the saint appears to have had no family at all. She looks up at Tessivel. They cut out the siblings. Yes. Why? Tessivel takes the book from her, replaces it on the shelf, and draws another. This one is older, its binding cracked, the leather stained with something dark. She opens it to a page where a name has been painted over in heavy black ink, the pigment still glossy after all these years. Because siblings leave traces, Tessivel says. They remember, they carry the name forward, and if a saint falls from favor, the Conclave cannot afford for anyone to carry that name into the next generation. So the sibling is erased first, then the saint, then the family line itself, as if it never existed. Myreth stares at the blacked-out name. The ink is thick, layered, applied in strokes that suggest anger or determination. She wonders who held the brush. She reaches out. Her fingers hover over the page. Open, she tells herself. Feel something. Nothing. Her gift is still closed, a door she cannot find the handle for. She pulls her hand back. What about relics? She asks. If a saint is scraped, what happens to their relics? Tessivel's expression does not change, but something in her stillness tightens. The relics are confiscated, either destroyed or repurposed. Sometimes they are given to a new saint, one whose story the Conclave prefers. The relic is renamed, re-blessed, and the original owner is forgotten. Myreth's chest goes cold. Substitute relics. Javan's pouch. The object he carries like a penance. The thing that holds the memory of a woman the Conclave says is dead. What if she is not dead? What if the relic was never a memory, but a replacement? She turns to Tessivel. Show me the bell rights. Tessivel blinks. That is not a saint's archive. I know, but the bells are connected to the same system. The cage, the names, the patterns. Show me what the Conclave records about the bells and the families who served them. Tessivel holds her gaze for a long moment. Then she nods. She leads Myreth deeper into the room, past the rows of scraped saints, to a section where the shelves are lower, the books thinner, bound in gray cloth instead of leather. Bellkeepers, Tessivel says. Their histories were never meant to be preserved. But the first archivist kept copies. She hid them beneath the floorboards of the copying hall. I found them 30 years ago and moved them here. Myreth kneels, pulls a volume from the lowest shelf. The entries are brief. Names, dates of service, occasionally a death note. Some are marked with a symbol she does not recognize, a circle bisected by a vertical line. Those are the keepers who vanished, Tessivel says quietly. Not died, vanished. The Conclave recorded them one day, and the next entry is a replacement, with no explanation. Myreth flips through the pages, scanning names, dates, districts. Then she stops. A name, a district she knows. The shrine quarter where Javan grew up, where his sister was born. And beside it, a list of siblings. One of them is circled in faded ink, as if someone wanted to remember, even in secret. The surname is half-scraped, the letters blurred by a blade that tried to remove them and failed. But she can still read it. She reads it, and her hand goes still, because it is the same name she has held in her throat since she read Javan's grief on the bridge. The woman in the leather pouch, the sister the Conclave says is dead. The name is here, in this book, tied to a bellkeeper who vanished, tied to a family line that was systematically erased. Myreth looks up at Tessivel. You knew. Tessivel's face is unreadable. I knew where the archive would lead you. I could not bring you here until you were ready to see it. The silence between them stretches, and then, from above, a sound. Footsteps. Heavy, measured, coming down the stair. Chapter 15. She does not wait to see who descends. Tessivel's hand finds her elbow in the dark, guiding her past the shelf of vanished keepers, past the scraped saints, toward a gap in the stone where the foundation wall meets the floor. A grate, older than the one in the copying hall, its iron pitted with rust, the hinges greased within the last month. Tessivel lifts it without a sound. Under the canal bed, she whispers. Follow the current. It will bring you to the third stair. Myreth looks back at the stair where the footsteps grow louder. You! I will be fine. I am the archivist who found nothing. Tessivel's face is stone. Go, Myreth goes. She drops through the gap, her palms catching wet stone, her boots finding a ledge that slopes into darkness. The grate settles above her, and she hears Tessivel's footsteps retreating, deliberate, unhurried, the sound of someone who has every right to be where she is. The channel is narrow. Water moves at her ankles, cold enough to ache, carrying the smell of silt and old iron. She follows it as Tessivel said, one hand trailing the wall, the other pressed against the low ceiling where roots have broken through the mortar. The current pulls her east, and she lets it, counting her steps, measuring distance by the number of times the channel bends. 60 paces, a right turn, 40 more, a left. The ceiling rises, a grate appears above her, set into a stone arch that she knows. Third canal stair. She climbs. The morning air hits her face, damp and sulfur-tinged from the tannery upstream. The stair is empty. Wet stone glistens in the gray light, and the canal below her slides past, green, black, indifferent. She sits on the third step from the bottom. This is where she died. Not the first time, not the 41st, but the first death, the one that started everything. The one she has avoided touching, because touching it would mean admitting that it was not simple. She presses her palm to the stone. The surface is cold, rough, worn by years of boots and water. She closes her eyes and tries to open the door inside her. Nothing. She pushes harder, as if pressure can force the gift awake. Her hand aches. The stone stays silent. Open. She thinks of Javan's face on the bridge, the way his control cracked when she named the woman he carries. She thinks of Tessivel's patience, 30 years of waiting for the right moment. She thinks of the bellkeeper's record, the half-scraped surname, the vanished sister. She thinks of herself, 42 loops deep, carrying knowledge but feeling nothing. And she lets it hurt. The grief does not rise slowly. It slams into her chest like canal water through a broken lock, and she gasps, her fingers curling against the stone, her forehead dropping toward her knees. It hurts. It hurts. The sister she never knew. The deaths she cannot stop counting. The woman she used to be. The one who felt things without having to force them. Who laughed. Who trusted. Who did not check her pulse every morning to confirm she was still alive. She lets it hurt. And the stone answers. Not the grief of this loop. The grief of the first one. The panic of a woman who did not know she was trapped. Who thought this was just a bad day, who turned at the sound of boots on stone and saw a man in a red coat. Javan, his face, young, hard, empty. No, not empty, forced empty. The panic pours through her palm, the betrayal, the confusion, the split second when she thought she could talk her way out, when she opened her mouth to explain and saw his blade already moving. But beneath the panic, beneath the terror of a woman dying for the first time, there is something else. A voice. Not the chaos, not the fear. A voice underneath, calm and unhurried, speaking in the space between heartbeats. Do it clean. The command is not Javan's. The cadence is wrong. Too old, too certain. The voice of someone who has ordered killings before and will order them again. She should not have been here. Finish it and leave nothing for the canal rats. The panic spikes, drowning the command, and the reading fractures into noise. But Myreth holds the fragment, grips it like a root in fast water. Someone else gave the order. Someone watched Javan kill her and told him to do it clean. She opens her eyes. The stone beneath her hand is warm now, heated by the residue of a death that happened on this spot, in this city, in the life she refuses to remember because remembering would mean she was never in control, not even at the beginning. She pulls her hand back. Her fingers are shaking. She looks at the stair above her, the gray light filtering through the arches, the canal water lapping at the bottom step. Somewhere in this city, a man or woman or thing spoke the words that sent Javan to kill her, and she has no idea who. A footstep, above her, on the stair. She freezes, her hands still trembling, her body locked in the memory of panic. The sound is deliberate, unhurried, descending from the street level where the arches open onto the tannery lane. She looks up. A shape fills the top of the stair, silhouetted against the gray sky. Broad shoulders, a coat that falls to the knee, a face she cannot see, but a stance she knows. Hunyat Malt. Behind him, another figure, taller, still. The red coat catches the light. Chapter 16. The canal water takes her before Orvec can draw breath to shout. Myreth twists off the stair, hits the surface flat to spread the impact, and lets the current pull her under. The cold punches through her clothes, her lungs seize, and for one ragged heartbeat she is blind, weightless, a body surrendering to green-black nothing. She strokes against the drag, finds the submerged lip of the maintenance channel, and pulls herself into the dark. Above her, boots on stone. Orvec's voice, muffled by water, by stone, by the ringing in her ears. She went in. Seal the downstream grates. She does not wait to hear the rest. The channel is narrower than she remembers, or her shaking hands make it feel so. She crawls through silt and rust-slicked brick, her breath loud in her own skull, the grief reading still burning in her chest like a splinter she cannot work loose. Do it clean. The voice, older, unhurried, the one that said Javan on her before she knew his name. She shoves the thought down, locks it behind her ribs, and keeps moving. The chapel of St. Velen, the listener, sits at the junction of the 3rd and 4th wards, wedged between a tannery and a counting house no one has used in years. Its doors are oak banded with rusted iron, its windows black with canal grime, its interior a single narrow aisle flanked by votive shelves where the poor leave bruised apples and bent nails in exchange for prayers that never answer. Myreth knows this because she has counted 173 people pass through these doors across 42 loops, and not one of them left changed. She enters through the sacristy door she oiled 3 loops ago, her clothes still dripping, her hair plastered to her scalp. The air inside is thick with tallow smoke and the sweet rot of old flowers. A single candle burns at the side altar, guttering in a draft she cannot feel. She positions herself in the alcove behind the prayer board, where the shadows pool deepest. She waits. The bell does not chime the hour. It chimes half a beat off, a sound that feels wrong in the bones, like a joint grinding where it should slide. The outer doors groan. Footsteps, not heavy, careful, measured. Javan Sere steps into the chapel, and the candle flame bends toward him, as if even the air here recognizes the violence in his blood. He pauses at the threshold, scans the shadows, the alcove, the prayer board, the narrow passage that leads to the sacristy where Myreth is hidden. For a moment she thinks he has spotted her. His hand rests on the grip of his blade. His old iron eyes are dark and unreadable. Then he moves to the side altar, touches the prayer board with his fingertips, and closes his eyes. She has seen this in 37 loops. Always the same gesture, always the same face, the mask of a man asking for forgiveness from a God who does not listen. But this time, the bells shiver through the walls, a deep, grinding vibration that travels through the stone, through the floor, through her chest, and Javan flinches. His hand drops from the prayer board. His head turns toward the sacristy door, toward the alcove where she stands, as if the resonance has pressed them together like 2 bodies in a current. The outer doors close. Wardens, she thinks, closing the ward for the 7th hour inspection. Orvec's orders. Every chapel in the lower quarter locked and searched. This is the moment. She steps out of the alcove. Javan sees her. His blade is half drawn before she speaks. I know her name. He stops. The blade hangs in the space between them, the edge catching the candlelight like a thread of fire. I know her name, Myreth repeats, her voice steady. And I know you carry her beneath your coat, in a pouch with a clasp that broke 2 winters ago. You have not replaced it because replacing it would mean losing the smell of her. The leather has your grief soaked into every stitch. He does not answer, but his blade does not move. The bell shakes the walls again, and the candle gutters, and in the half-dark, the space between them tightens like a fist closing on a vein. He steps toward her. She holds her ground. They meet in the narrow passage between the prayer board and the side altar, where the stone walls press close enough to catch the heat from another body. The candle smoke curls around them, and the vibrations from the bell tremble through Myreth's wet clothes, through Javan's coat, through the air they share. He is close enough to kill her with a single motion, close enough that she can see the frayed thread at his collar, the scar tissue pulling at his brow. the tremor in his jaw that he cannot quite control. "You do not know her name," he says, and his voice is not a threat, it is a wound speaking. "Edria," Myreth says. "Her name is Edria." His hand moves, not toward his blade, toward his chest, toward the pouch. She moves first, her palm presses flat against his coat, over the worn leather, over the broken clasp. He is solid, warm, and the shock of contact ripples through both of them, his breath catching, her pulse hammering in her throat. She opens, not her eyes, not her mind, the place inside her that she has locked for 42 loops, the door she has held shut with iron and habit and fear. She opens it. The resonance slams into her like a physical blow. Not grief, not death. Warmth. A flicker, steady and stubborn as a candle in a draft. A heartbeat, distant but distinct, pressing against the leather like a fist against a door. A voice, younger than she expected, tired but not broken, saying something she cannot make out but can feel. A repeated word, a name, a prayer to a God who might not be listening but is desperately hoped for. Brother. The word carries through the relic, through her palm, through the grief echo she has been carrying since the second loop. And it is alive, living. She gasps. The resonance floods her. Not a memory preserved in metal and stone, but a sustained signal, anchored and maintained, a thread of connection that has never been severed. The girl is not dead. The girl is somewhere, breathing, enduring, held in the bones of Veldenmere like a bell note waiting to be struck. Javan feels the shift. His hand closes over hers, pinning her palm against the pouch, against the relic, against the truth she has just read from the living fold of his life. "What did you feel?" His voice is raw, bare, stripped of command. She is alive. Myreth cannot stop the words. They spill from her like water through a cracked lock. "Your sister is alive. The Conclave lied. She is somewhere beneath this city, anchored through bell metal and vow, and the relic you carry is not a keepsake. It is a tether." His grip tightens. His face is so close to hers that she can see the uncertainty breaking through his control, the hope he has not allowed himself since the day he was told she died. He does not draw his blade. He does not speak. Behind them, the outer door rattles, and a voice calls his name, and the moment fractures. But the resonance sings in her palm, a living thread. And Javan's hand is still pressed over hers, and he is looking at her as if the floor of his life has just cracked open, and he is falling through the gap. She does not pull away. He does not let go. And above them, unscheduled and hungry, the tower bell begins to ring. Chapter 17. The outer door rattles again, and the voice calls Javan's name with sharper urgency. Orvec's voice. Javan's hand is still pressed over hers, pinning her palm to the relic, to the living pulse she felt through leather and metal and bone. His eyes search her face for the lie, the trick, the manipulation he has learned to expect from every word spoken in Veldenmere. He does not find it. "You need to go," he says. The words scrape out of him like they cost something. "Javan, now." He releases her hand, steps back, and the space between them fills with cold air and candle smoke, and the weight of everything she has just shattered. "If he finds you here, I cannot stop what happens next." She believes him, not because he says it, but because she still feels the echo of Edria's pulse in her palm, warm and stubborn and living, and she understands now what he has been carrying, not grief, a leash. She moves, past the side altar, past the prayer board, through the door behind the sacristy screen that she mapped in the 7th loop when she needed a bolt hole from a patrol that never came. The hinges scream, but the bell is still ringing, and Orvec is still calling, and the sound swallows her escape. She does not look back. The passage beyond the sacristy drops into flooded flagstones. Water seeps through her boots, cold and canal sour, rising to her ankles before the floor climbs again toward a disused prayer niche. She finds it by touch, by memory, by the map of failures sewn into her underskirt. The niche is small, a collapsed shelf, a rusted bracket where a lamp once hung. And on the floor, half buried in silt, a scrap of metal no larger than her palm. Bell metal. She knows it by the color, the thickness, the way it catches what little light filters through the grime-caked window above. She has seen enough of it in Kazim's chamber, in the archive diagrams, in the hidden mechanisms of a city that preys through forged resonance. She picks it up, cold, heavy, damp from years of canal seepage. She holds it in her left hand, the hand that pressed against Javan's chest, the hand that still carries the memory of Edria's heartbeat. And she opens. The resonance hits her again, but this time it is not a flood. It is a thread, fine as spider silk, pulling through the metal and into her palm, up her arm, into the locked chamber of her chest where she has kept nothing but strategy and fear for 42 lives. Edria. The name comes first. Not spoken but felt, shaped by something older than language. Then the pulse. Slower than before, steadier, like a heart pacing itself for a long siege. Then the fear. It is not the sharp terror of a trapped animal. It is the endurance fear of someone who has been held so long that dread has become a companion, a rhythm, a way of breathing through the dark. She is not screaming. She is waiting. She is counting. She is repeating a name in her mind like a prayer to a god who has not answered yet but might if she says it enough times. Brother, brother, brother. The word resonates through the bell metal, through Myreth's palm, through the wet stone walls of the niche, and she understands. The relic Javan carries is not a keepsake. It is a transducer. Edria's living resonance is anchored to it, maintained through bell metal and vow, and the architecture of a city built to hold prayers hostage. Every time Javan touched that pouch, every time he carried it through his rituals and his killings, he was not remembering his sister. He was listening to her. And the Conclave knew. They built his loyalty on a lie, shaped like a heartbeat. Myreth's hand shakes. The metal slips, clatters against the flagstone, and the thread snaps. She gasps. The silence rushes in, wet and heavy, and she is alone in the dark with her wet clothes and her trembling fingers and the truth she has just pulled from the bones of the city. Edria is alive, somewhere beneath Veldenmere, held, and Javan has been the Conclave's knife because he believed she was dead, because he carried her memory like a wound instead of a leash, because he never knew the pulse in the relic was still beating. Myreth presses her palm to her mouth and tastes salt and canal water and the copper of her own bitten lip. She has what she needs. She also has no idea what to do with it. The bell stops ringing. The silence that follows is worse. She hears footsteps overhead, voices calling in the ward, the scrape of metal on stone as the inspection continues. Orvec will not stop. He has her face, her name, her patterns, and now he has Javan Sere's shaken obedience to test against the orders he carries. She needs to move, but her legs do not obey. She sits in the flooded niche, the scrap of bell metal cold against her thigh, and she lets herself feel what she has been holding back for 42 loops. Grief. Not for herself, for Javan, who is killed believing he was honoring a ghost. For Edria, who has been breathing beneath the city for years, waiting for a brother who could not hear her. For the person Myreth used to be, the one who would have wept at this discovery instead of calculating the angle of her next move. The tears come. She does not stop them. They are warm on her cold cheeks, and they taste like something she thought she had forgotten, like being human. A door opens somewhere above, voices, orders, the click of boots on stone stairs. They are coming down. She wipes her face with the back of her hand, tucks the bell metal scrap into her pocket beside the unused night bloom poison, and pulls herself upright. She has a pulse to follow, and a knife to save from the lie that made him. Chapter 18. She finds him in the drowned prayer house, not by tracking, not by planning. She follows the grief echo, that thread of locked loss that has lived under her ribs since the second loop, and it pulls her through the ward like a bell note drawn from wet stone. The building tilts on its foundation, half sunk into canal mud, its prayer niche submerged, its altar candles long since looted. Incense residue crusts the walls in amber streaks. The air tastes of mold and old copper. Javan stands at the broken window. His back is to her. His red coat is dark with damp, clinging to the line of his shoulders. He does not turn when her boots scrape against the flooded flagstone. He already knows she is here. "You should be gone," he says. Not a threat, A fact delivered flat. I should be dead. She stops at the threshold where the water deepens. I have been, 42 times. You killed me in the first one, on the third canal stair, and someone told you to do it clean. His shoulder tightens, a twitch barely visible, but she has watched his body across more lifetimes than he knows. She reads the shift the way a bellkeeper reads a cracked chime. I do not know what you are, he says, still not turning, but you speak like someone who has memorized a wound that is not hers. It is mine. You made it mine when you put your blade through my chest. She takes a step forward. Water laps at her ankle. But you did not make the order. That came from higher. Someone who has ordered killings before. Someone who speaks like the cold will never touch them. Javan turns. His face is bare of the composure he wore on the bridge, in the chapel, during every encounter she has catalogued across 42 resets. The mask is still there, but it is cracked at the edges. His eyes, old iron with the light dying out of them, fix on her, and she sees fury and hope and discipline fighting for control of his throat. You cannot know that. I touched the stair where I died. I felt the stone remember your face and the voice behind you. She pulls the bell metal scrap from her pocket, holds it up. The light catches the edge. And I touched this, found it in a prayer niche behind the sacristy, half buried in silt, still carrying her. The word lands. His hand moves to his coat, to the pouch beneath, the instinct of a man checking that a wound is still there. His fingers press against the leather, and she watches him feel what she felt. The living pulse, the endurance fear, the name repeated in the dark. You are constructing fantasies, he says, but his voice has dropped, gone rough at the edges. You are weaving lies from fragments. You do not know her name. You do not know what you touched. Edria! The name drops into the silence like a stone into deep water. He does not move. His hand stays pressed to the pouch. His breath stops. She is counting, Myreth says, and her own voice shakes because she heard it. She heard the rhythm of a woman pacing herself through years of dark. She says your name in her mind, over and over, like a prayer to a god who is not answered. She is waiting for you to find her. She does not know that you have been carrying her heartbeat for years and believing it was grief. The prayer house holds its breath. Javan's hand falls from the pouch. He takes a step toward her. Not threatening, wrong-footed, like a man who has walked the same path for so long that the ground has just tilted beneath him. His eyes search her face, reading for the lie, the manipulation, the angle she must be working. Why should I believe you? Because I am still standing here. She lowers the bell metal scrap but does not put it away. Because if I wanted you dead, I could have let Orvec catch me and given him a story about you helping me escape. Because I have no leverage over you except the truth, and I am giving it to you without asking for anything in return. Everyone asks for something in return. Not yet. She holds his gaze. Ask me something only your sister would know. The silence stretches. Water drips from a broken pipe somewhere above. The canal lapping against the foundation stones sounds like a pulse. He says, what did she call the stray cat she fed behind the chandlery when we were children? The question comes fast, sharp, designed to catch a lie before it can form. Myreth does not blink. She did not name it, she says. She said naming it would make it real, and if it was real she could not bear it when it stopped coming. So she called it the bell cat because it always appeared when the tower chimed the noon hour. Javan's face goes gray. Not pale, gray. Like the ink that dries on tampered forms, like the ceiling smoke in the archive, like the color of a man watching the floor beneath his life crack open. You could have found that out, his voice hoarse. You could have asked someone who knew her, read it from a record. Show me the record that mentions a nameless cat, Myreth says. Show me the scraped archive that kept that detail. She told me, through the metal, through the resonance you have been carrying against your chest for years. She told me herself. His hand presses against the pouch again, harder this time, as if he could crush the truth inside. I have killed for them, he says. I have done things that would make the canal rats refuse the bodies. I did it because I thought she was dead, because I thought carrying her was honoring her. And you are telling me she has been alive? Yes. And you want me to trust you? No. She steps closer, close enough to see the scar tissue at his brow, the tightness in his jaw, the tremor in the hand that pressed against the relic. I want you to decide what you are, now that you know the leash is a lie. I want you to follow me, or kill me, or walk away. But I will not let you go back to being their knife. The prayer house holds them. Wet stone, old incense, the weight of a truth that neither of them can carry alone. Javan's hand drops to his belt, to the knife there. He does not draw it. He stands in the drowned light, fury and hope and discipline still warring behind his stillness. And she watches him make a choice that 42 loops never let her see before. He does not strike. He does not walk away. He says, "Where is she?" The words scrape out of him like a confession. Myreth feels the grief echo in her chest shift, not closing, not opening, but tilting, as if the locked loss inside him has finally found a direction. She does not answer with words. She holds out the bell metal scrap. And Javan Sere, the Conclave's knife, the man who killed her in 42 lives, reaches out and takes it. His fingers close over the metal. His breath catches. And his knees buckle as he hears, for the first time in years, his sister's living pulse through his own hand. He does not fall. He catches himself against the prayer niche, one hand braced on the wet stone, the other clenched around the scrap as if it is the only solid thing left in the world. When he looks up, his eyes are wet. "Show me," he says. Behind them, a shutter bangs open. A voice calls from the ward, Orvec's voice. "Close. Too close." The prayer house has no other exit. Chapter 19. Orvec is close. His voice carries across the ward, sharp as a blade on stone, asking about an unlocked door, a wet footprint on the stair, and Myreth's hand goes to the pocket where the bell metal scrap sat moments ago. Empty. Javan holds it. Javan holds the proof of his sister's pulse, and now Orvec is close enough to smell the open water of the prayer house. Javan moves, not fast, not panicked. He slides past her with a graze of wool and leather, reaches the door and steps through it before she can breathe a warning. The voice stops. She presses herself into the shadow behind the prayer niche, the wet stone cold through her sleeve, and listens to the silence of men reading each other on the other side of a cracked door. "Knife." Orvec's voice, flat, official. "You are off your patrol route. Found a loose shutter." Javan's voice is steady. No tremor, no trace of the man whose knees buckled moments ago. Checked a noise complaint from the tanner's widow. Nothing. At the prayer house? She said it came from the lower chapel, worth confirming. A pause. The canal slaps against the foundation stones. "You look wrong," Orvec says. "Wrong how?" "Wrong as if you have seen something you should have reported." Myreth's blood goes cold. She holds her breath against the wall and waits for the sound of blades. But Javan says, "I saw a rat the size of my forearm swimming with a fish skull in its mouth. If you want to write that up, be my guest." The silence stretches. Then Orvec laughs, a short, dry sound, not warm. "File it with the harbor master. He keeps a log of strange things in the canal." The voice receding already. "Finish your circuit. The 7th-hour inspection is tightening at the Spice Bridge." Understood. The door does not close fully. Javan leaves it ajar, a signal, before his footsteps follow Orvec's toward the ward. Myreth counts to 30. She steps out of the shadow, crosses to the gap in the door, and peers through. The ward stretches empty, wet cobbles glistening under the gray sky, a single brazier burning untouched at the far corner. No red coat, no broad-shouldered silhouette. Javan has given her the line. The question is whether she takes it. She takes it. She slips through the door, pulls it shut behind her, and walks east along the canal edge. Not fast enough to look hunted, not slow enough to be caught. The bell metal scrap is gone. Javan has it. Javan has everything that matters now, and she has nothing but the worn path of 42 loops and the taste of a trust she has never given before. She reaches the covered stair at the end of the ward before she hears the footstep behind her. "I said walk," Javan's voice, low, close. She does not turn. She keeps walking down the stair into the narrow passage that runs under the spice bridge, where the light dies and the canal smell thickens into silt and old fish. He follows. At the bottom, where the passage forks into two tunnels, she stops and faces him. He holds the bell metal scrap in his palm, her scrap, the one she found in the sacristy niche, the one that carried Edria's pulse into his hand. The other hand rests on his belt, close to the knife. He says, "You could have run." "I could have." "Why did you not?" "Because running only works if you plan to keep running." She meets his gaze in the dim light filtering through the grate above. "And I am tired of dying in the same city every day." The word sits between them. Dying. He killed her. She has died under his blade 42 times. He cannot know that, but some part of him must feel the shape of it, the weight of a debt he has not yet been told he owes. His jaw tightens. "You want me to trust you?" "I want you to stop trusting the Conclave." Same question. She lets the silence hold for a breath. Then she says, "Yes, I want you to trust me. Not forever, not on faith. Long enough to prove that what I read in the metal is real." He turns the scrap over in his fingers, a reflex, a man handling a talisman. "The relic," he says. "The one I carry. You said it is a transducer." "Yes." "And Edria's pulse is anchored through it, maintained by bell metal and conclave architecture." "Yes." He looks up. His eyes are the color of old iron, scar tissue pulling at the corner of his left brow, and there is something in them now that was not there on the bridge or in the prayer house. Something colder. Something that has been allowed to surface. "If I let you near the tower mechanism," he says, "and you are wrong, I will kill you. Not because the Conclave orders it, because you made me hope." The words land like a blade between ribs. She feels them. The weight of a man who has been a knife so long he has forgotten how to be anything else, reaching for something that terrifies him. She says, "I am not wrong." "Then prove it. Show me the restricted path into the tower foundations." His eyes narrow. "I know it exists," she says. "I have walked every ward, every canal, every maintenance channel in 42 tries, but I have never been able to cross the 7th seal without a conclave signature I cannot forge. You carry that signature in your coat. The path is sealed by the High Keeper's own key, and you have access to the key." He does not deny it. The passage holds them. Water drips from a pipe above. Somewhere a bell begins to chime. Not the tower, a smaller one, marking a half hour. Myreth has only ever heard from the outside of sealed doors. Javan steps closer. Close enough that she can smell the wet wool of his coat, the old incense clinging to his sleeves, the faint metallic edge of something she has learned to associate with conclave enforcers and their leather oil. He reaches out. His hand does not go to his knife. He takes her wrist. Not hard, not a restraint. A hold. Thumb pressing against the inside of her arm where the pulse beats visible under the skin. "If you lie," he says, "your heart will quicken. Every time, I will know." She does not pull away. She looks at his hand on her wrist, the scarred fingers, the coiled restraint in his grip, and she thinks of 42 loops of running from this man, 42 deaths, 42 resets on the same cold street. She does not quicken. She holds still. "Ask me something," she says. He searches her face. Then, quieter. "What was my sister's middle name?" "She did not have one," Myreth says. "The Conclave scraped it when they erased her family line. It is gone from every record. But Edria told me, through the metal, that you used to call her by a pet name when your mother was not listening. You called her Ember, because her hair caught the firelight like ash that still glowed." Javan's grip tightens, not hard enough to hurt, hard enough that she feels the tremor in his fingers. The bell finishes chiming somewhere above. He does not let go. He stands in the narrow passage, her wrist in his hand, the bell metal scrap pressed between their bodies, and the moment stretches into something that neither of them knows how to name. Then he says, "The path under the tower. There is a grate beneath the 7th shrine, the one dedicated to Saint Arval, the drowned. The key opens a bronze door in the foundation wall. Beyond it, the mechanism chamber is 40 steps down, past 3 flood marks, and the air turns warm before you reach the bottom. You have been there. Once, 4 years ago, before they closed it and stopped letting anyone below the 9th tier." He looks at her. The old iron of his eyes, the scar pulling at his brow, the set of his mouth like a man who has not smiled in years. "If I take you there," he says, "and you prove the relic is a leash, then I will show you where the High Keeper keeps the original seal, the one that locks the cage beneath the city." She feels the words settle into her chest like a key turning in a lock she has been picking for 42 lives. And if it is true? His thumb presses against her pulse for one long beat. Then I am done being their knife. He lets go. His hand falls to his side, but he does not step back. The passage holds them, close and wet and smelling of old stone and the salt of the canal. And Myreth Cosse, who has died 42 times at the hands of this man, looks at the tremor still running through his fingers and thinks that the loop may not break because she survives. It may break because she stays. "Show me the way," she says. Javan turns without another word, and she follows him into the dark. Chapter 20. The Cost of Pieces. The dock office stinks of fish brine and wet rope. Myreth finds Leo Martin at his slanted desk, ink drying on his fingers like old blood, face the color of something left too long in the canal. He does not look up when she slides through the gap in the shutter. "You should not be here." His voice is flat. Not afraid, something worse. Resigned, like a man who has already counted his options and found them all leading to the same door. She closes the shutter behind her. The office is small, cluttered with ledgers and shipping manifests, a single oil lamp burning low. Through the floorboards, water slaps against the dock pilings. "What did Orvec ask you?" Leo's hand moves to his collar, pulls it down. A fresh bruise blooms at the base of his throat, the size of a thumbprint, already darkening to purple. "Asked me where I got the ink for the forged dispatch. Asked me who paid me. Asked me if I knew a woman with gray-green eyes and black hair who moves like she owns the morning." He lets the collar fall. "I told him I mix my own ink. I told him I do not remember faces. I told him nothing." "He hits you anyway. He did not need to hit me." Leo's voice cracks. "He stood there. He looked at the ceiling where my brothers sleep. He said, 'A man with family is a man with handles.'" The words settle into Myreth's chest like stones dropped into still water. She has heard Leo speak of his brothers exactly 3 times across all 42 loops. The oldest is 11. The youngest is 7. They sleep in the chandelier back room on straw pallets Leo mended himself after their mother died of canal lung 2 winters ago. She has used that knowledge. In earlier loops, she factored it into her calculations. Leo will comply because his brothers are leverage. Leo will not break because his brothers depend on him. She treated the information like a weather report, a variable, an input, not a wound, not a fear living in someone else's chest. "Myreth is still watching," Leo says. "He has a man at the east window, another at the spice bridge. They are not hiding. They want me to see them watching so I know there is no gap." Myreth sits on the edge of his desk. The wood groans under her weight. She looks at his ink-stained fingers, the tremor in his wrist, the way he will not meet her eyes. "I should not have put you in this position," she says. He looks up. "You should not have." He stops, bites the inside of his cheek, looks at the ceiling where the floorboards creak under the weight of sleeping children. "I have a brother," she says it quietly. "I know. My oldest, Darren. He wants to be a dockmaster. He draws maps of the shipping lanes on scrap paper. He does not know I forged transit orders for a woman who will be dead by evening if the Conclave catches her. Leo, I have a brother." His voice breaks again. "And Orvec Nalt knows his name, knows where he sleeps, knows he draws maps on scrap paper, because you left a trail that led back to me." The accusation sits between them like a blade dropped on the floor. Myreth thinks of the loop's rhythm. Wake, plan, strike, hide, repeat. She has moved through these hours like a fish through water, never feeling the current because she was part of it. She has used Leo's forgeries. She has used Sivra's tonics. She has used Tessivel's archive, Kazim's knowledge, the exhausted patience of people who trusted her without knowing what she truly carried. She has called them allies. She has moved them like pieces on a game board. "I am sorry." The words feel thin, inadequate, a whisper against the weight of what she has done. Leo laughs. It is not a pleasant sound. Sorry will not save Darren when Orvec decides I am not useful anymore. I am pulling you out. He stares at her. You are what? The next task I need, the one I planned for the 8th hour. I will find another way. You stay here. You do your regular work. You let Orvec's watchers see you doing nothing suspicious. And if he asks again, you tell him you do not know where I am, because you do not. And my brothers? I will make sure they are safe. How? The question is simple and brutal. She does not have an answer. She has 42 loops of experience, a poison in her pocket she refuses to use, a red-coated knife waiting for her beneath the tower, and a growing certainty that every person she touches in this city becomes a handle for Orvec to grip. I do not know yet, she admits. Leo's face does something complicated. Anger, disbelief, something that looks almost like recognition. You are not used to saying that. No. You are not used to being wrong. No. He rubs his face with both hands. When he lowers them, the tremor in his fingers is quieted. There's a man at the customs house, 3rd desk from the window. Name is Myreth Cosse. He owes me a favor from last winter when I did not report a short-weight shipment he ran through the night dock. If you need something moved past inspection, he is the one to ask. I do not want to put another... You are not putting him. Leo's voice hardens. I am giving him to you. That is different. That is me choosing to help, not you deciding I should be useful. The distinction lands like a second blade. She nods, slowly. Thank you. Do not thank me. Find whoever is under that tower and bring them out. Then make sure Orvec Nalt never looks at my brothers again. He turns back to his desk and picks up his pen. His hand is still shaking, but he dips the nib in ink and begins writing, a steady line of figures that will look, to anyone watching, like a clerk doing his job. Myreth slips through the shutter and into the canal mist. The air is cold and wet against her face. The morning is wearing on. She has spent too much time here, letting guilt slow her feet. She turns east toward the spice market, planning to circle wide and approach the 7th shrine from the unprotected side of the canal. A whistle sounds behind her. Not a bird call, not a vendor's cry. A sharp, 2-note signal that means target seen. She does not stop to look. She runs. The market swallows her, stalls and awnings and bodies pressing close, and she ducks under a tanner's rack, through a gap between 2 fish carts, into the mouth of an alley that should feed into the cloth merchant's yard. A man steps out of the shadow. Charcoal cloak, gray eyes. Orvec's man. He does not reach for her. He does not raise his voice. He simply looks at her, steady and unhurried, and lifts his hand in a gesture she recognizes from a dozen loops. Signal given. Net closing. Behind her, another whistle answers. Then another. 3 points, 3 watchers, a triangle tightening around the market square, and Leo's brothers still sleeping in the Chandery back room, their names already written in Orvec Nalt's ledger. The path ahead is blocked. The path behind is closing. Myreth stands in the mouth of the alley, her hand finding the edge of the bell metal scrap in her pocket, and knows that every choice she makes now will leave someone else holding the handle. Chapter 21. The enforcer's whistle still hangs in the air when Orvec Nalt turns from the market and walks the other direction. Not toward the trap. He does not need to watch it close. He has 3 men triangulated, a charcoal cloak on the bridge, and the description of a dark-haired woman burned into every patrol's memory. She will be netted within the hour, and if she is not, he will know where she was going by where she tried to break. But the woman is not the only thread. The bellkeeper's chamber beneath the South Spire has been quiet for 12 years. Kaziamjuro has been quiet for 12 years. And yet the morning's disruptions, the unscheduled chime, the smoke stain on the archive ceiling, they all trace back to a man who has been counting the gap in the dawn bell as if it were a wound he could measure. Orvec reaches the maintenance door at the base of the spire without announcing himself. The lock yields to his shoulder. The stair spirals down into damp heat, and the branded palm of his left hand begins to prickle as he descends. The chamber is smaller than he expected, cramped, lit by a single guttered candle. Papers cover every surface, pinned to the walls, spread across the workbench, curling at the edges from moisture. Diagrams of bell mechanisms, columns of timing marks stretching back years. A cracked ledger open to a page covered in a cipher he does not recognize, and in the corner, half hidden behind a stack of loose sheaves, Brother Casim Euro. The man looks smaller than his reputation, hollow-cheeked, robes patched at both elbows. His colorless eyes are fixed on the candle flame as if he has not blinked, as if the door opening has not registered. Orev steps into the chamber. "Brother Casim." The man flinches. "I know that voice," Casim says, does not turn. "I heard it in the archive, 2 bells ago. You were asking the keeper questions." "I was. She told you nothing. She told me enough." Orvec moves to the workbench, trailing his fingers over the pinned diagrams. Small marks on each bell tower, connecting lines. A circle around the central tower, the 7th shrine, the old Canal Rot beneath. "You have been watching the bells for a very long time." Casim's hands are shaking. "I have been listening." "To what?" The question hangs. The candle flame wavers. Casim's throat works, and for a moment Orvec thinks the man will refuse, will retreat into silence, will force him to use harder methods. But Casim's voice, when it comes, is barely a whisper. "To the name in the gap." Orvec's branded palm burns. He does not react. He is trained too long to show weakness in front of a source. But the heat climbs from the seal up into his wrist, and he feels the old scar tissue pull as if something beneath is waking. "What name?" "I do not know." Casim's eyes are wet. "I have been tracking it for 12 years. The gap grows wider each season. Each chime carries more of the shape. But I cannot hear the full word. I am not meant to." "Who visits you here?" A pause. Too long. "No one." Werferk picks up the cipher ledger, flips through it slowly. The marks are dense, precise, each entry dated and timed. But near the back, the handwriting changes. Fresher ink. A different pressure on the page. He turns it toward the candlelight. The entry is not in cipher. Day 42. I am losing time. The gap is broader at dawn. He asks about the cage. She does not know she is being listened through. The ink is still dark. "She," Werferk repeats. "The woman with the dark hair. The one who has been unmaking my morning piece by piece." Casim's face crumples. "I did not tell her anything she did not already know." "You told her enough to bring her here, to give her the gap, the timing, the shape of what the bells are holding. She needed to understand. She needed ammunition." Orvec sets the ledger down. His voice is flat, unhurried. "A woman who moves through sealed wards with foreknowledge of procedures, who poisons ink at the exact moment it will cause maximum disruption, who knows a knife's hidden grief and uses it to turn him uncertain. That woman does not need understanding. She needs leverage. And you gave it to her." Casim's hands are white-knuckled on his knees. "She is not what you think." "Then what is she?" The defrocked keeper opens his mouth, closes it, shakes his head slowly. "I do not know," he whispers. But the gap hears her. The cage answers when she is near. Orvec's branded palm splits. A thin line of blue-gray smoke rises from the scar, curling upward, and for one breath the chamber smells of old iron and sealed stone. He does not look at it. He looks at Casim. "You are done here." Myreth hears the whistles tighten behind her. 2 answers now. 3. The triangle collapsing toward the market square, and she makes a decision. She does not run for the open street. She drops into the maintenance channel beneath the tanner's rack, where the grate is rusted loose from the flood season, where the water is cold and carries the reek of old lye. She pulls the grate closed above her head and presses herself into the dark as footsteps pound past overhead. The channel leads east, away from the market, away from Leo's brothers, toward the 7th shrine where Javan waits. She crawls until her hands are numb. When she surfaces, through a grate at the base of a collapsed storage cellar, the light has shifted, later than she wanted. She climbs out into a narrow yard, wet to the waist, and finds herself facing a flooded threshold where the canal has seeped through the foundation wall. Orvec Nalt is standing on the other side. He is alone. No watchers, no enforcers. Just his heavy-shouldered silhouette against the wet stone, his pale eyes fixed on her through the gap in the wall. You move fast, he says, but you leave a trail of broken pieces behind you, a defrocked keeper, a frightened clerk, an apothecary who silences her bell and pretends she does not know what the silence means. Myreth does not answer. The water between them is still. You think you are dismantling us, Orvec says. You think every disruption, every misfiled order, every misfired patrol brings you closer to whatever victory you are carving toward. But you are not dismantling anything. You are proving you would burn every accomplice to ash if it bought you one more hour of motion. The accusation lands because it is true. She has used them. All of them. Tessivel's patience, Kazim's knowledge, Leo's fear, Sivra's tonics. She's called them allies and moved them like pieces on a board, and the cost is written on Leo's bruised face, on Kazim's shaking hands, on the trail of ruined mornings she leaves behind every loop. You value patterns over souls, Orvec says. You always have. Her throat is tight. She cannot deny it. Behind her, she hears a footstep on stone. Javan Sere rounds the corner of the cellar, his red coat dark with moisture, his old iron eyes finding her in the half-light. He sees her standing in the flooded threshold, shaken, silent, Orvec's words still hanging in the air between them, and Javan stops. Chapter 22. The cellar holds its breath. Orvec stands on the far side of the flooded threshold, his pale eyes locked on her. The accusation still hangs in the damp air. You value patterns over souls, and Myreth cannot move past it because it is true. She has used every person who trusted her. She has called them pieces and meant it. Javan's footstep sounds again, closer. He does not speak. He stops at her shoulder, close enough that she feels the wet wool of his coat, the heat of him against the canal cold. His old iron eyes are on Orvec, not her. The seventh shrine is clear, he says. I checked the perimeter myself. Orvec does not shift. You checked it. Before you called the watch, you said east of the Spice Bridge. I went east. The lie is clean, delivered flat. Myreth feels it settle between them like a second threshold, one Javan has just crossed. Orvec studies him for a long breath. Then his gaze drops to Myreth, and something in his face hardens. You are standing beside her, he says. Not behind her, not ordering her out, beside her. Javan does not answer. Orvec nods slowly, as if confirming a diagnosis. Then he turns and walks back into the passage, his boots echoing on stone, and the sound fades into the wet dark of the lower ward. Myreth lets out a breath she did not know she was holding. He knows, she says. He suspects. Javan turns to her. There is a difference. It buys us time. How much? Enough to reach the seventh shrine before he circles back. The shrine of Saint Arvel the Drowned sits at the eastern edge of the lower ward, half sunk into the canal like a ship taking on water. The door is warped from flood seasons. The lock is newer. Javan produces a key from beneath his coat, iron dark, with a head shaped like a bell clapper. It slides into the lock as if the mechanism was made for it. The High Keeper's seal, Myreth says. Close copy. A locksmith in the Chandlery Forgery pays his debt in favors. He turns the key. The lock clicks open. The chapel inside is narrow, damp, and smells of silt. A single brazier burns at the altar end, casting orange light across a mosaic of a woman with her arms spread, water reaching her throat. Saint Arvel, the Drowned. Javan moves past the pews, counting his steps. At the seventh row, he stops, kneels, and presses his palm flat against a floor tile that looks identical to every other. The tile sinks. A section of the floor shifts inward, revealing stairs descending into dark. There are 40 steps, he says, past 3 flood marks. The path has not been opened in 4 years. Myreth looks down into the dark. The air rising from the stair is warmer than the chapel, carrying a smell of old metal and something else. Something that makes the hairs on her arms stand. What is at the bottom? A bronze door, and below that, the mechanism chamber. He meets her eyes, and below that, the cage. She should ask more questions. She should plan. Instead, she steps past him onto the first stair, and the stone groans under her weight. Javan follows. The tile slides back above them, cutting the brazier light to nothing. The stair is narrow enough that their shoulders brush with every step. Myreth counts. 10, 20. 30. The warmth increases. The smell of metal sharpens. At the 36th step, her foot touches water, standing shallow on the stone, and she stops. "Flood mark," Javan says behind her. The third one. The door is at the bottom. She wades forward. The water reaches her ankles, then her calves. The stair widens into a small chamber, and there, set into the wall, is the bronze door, pitted green, crusted with salt, its surface covered in engraved lines that form not images, but patterns. Bell patterns. She recognizes the shapes from Kazim's diagrams. Javan reaches past her and presses his palm to a section of the door where the bronze is worn smooth. A latch clicks. The door swings inward. Beyond it is a narrow passage lined with ledges. On each ledge rolled scrolls and leather-bound books, their spines cracked with age and moisture. Myreth. She turns. Javan is standing at a low shelf, holding a small leather book open in his hands. His face is unreadable. She moves to him and looks at the page. Bell maintenance notations, dates, times. A code she does not recognize. Initials and numbers arranged in tight columns. She reads down the list, and at the bottom of the page, in a hand different from the rest, a single entry. E. Fane. 9th tier. Pulse steady. Myreth's throat tightens. Edria. The code is built around her. Each notation describes the state of a bell metal anchor, its resonance, its tone. A living maintenance log for a captive woman. Javan closes the book. His hand is steady, but when he looks at her, the mask she has seen him wear for 42 loops is gone. "She has been here," he says. "All this time. Below me. And I never knew." A sound echoes from somewhere deeper in the passage, a low hum, barely audible, carrying through the stone. The bell metal scrap in Myreth's pocket warms against her thigh. Something is answering. Chapter 23. The hum deepens, vibrating through the stone floor, and Myreth feels it in her teeth. The bell metal scrap against her thigh glows warm, not hot, but alive in a way metal should not be. She pulls it from her pocket, and it pulses in her palm, a slow rhythm that matches the beat she felt in the relic on the chapel floor. Edria's heartbeat, transduced through bell metal, echoing through the foundations of Veldenmere. Javan is still holding the maintenance log. His knuckles have gone white around the leather spine. "This code," she says, forcing her voice level. "I need someone who reads bell knuckles properly, not just the maintenance marks." He looks at her, and for a moment the old mask tries to reassemble. It fails. "Kazim," she says, "the defrocked keeper. He has been tracking the bell gap for 12 years. He knows how the city's resonance network works. Orvec found him. Orvec shut him down. Orvec ended his role as informant. That is not the same as killing him." She steps closer. "Kazim is stubborn. He has been living under a spire for 12 years, listening to gaps and chimes. He will be in his chamber replaying everything he did wrong, not running." Javan hesitates. The hum continues beneath them, steady, patient. "What is answering?" he asks. "I do not know, but the cage beneath this city has been aware of me since the first loop. It answers when I am near." Kazim confirmed that to Orvec. "Kazim confirmed it to Orvec," Javan repeats. "You want to bring me to a man who just gave your name to the Conclave. I want to bring us to the only person in Veldenmere who can read Tier Notosian and bell resonance patterns. He gave my name because Orvec was standing over him with smoke leaking from a branded palm. That is not betrayal. That is survival." Javan's jaw works. Then he closes the maintenance log and tucks it into his coat. Lead. The route back to Kazim's chamber is longer above ground, but Myreth does not trust the underworks now. Something is moving in the lower passages. She feels it through the damp stones, a pressure shift, as if the city is breathing differently. They move through the lower ward at a pace that looks unhurried but covers ground. Javan stays half a step behind her, scanning windows and bridge arches. His hand rests near his blade but does not touch it. The posture of a man who does not want to fight, but will. The door to Kazim's chamber is still forced, the lock shattered. Myreth steps through and finds the defrocked keeper exactly where she expected, sitting on his cot, hands limp between his knees, staring at the wall where his tracking papers used to hang. They are gone. Orvec took them. Kazim does not look up when she enters. His pale eyes are fixed on a water stain climbing the plaster. "He took everything," Kazim says. "The diagrams, the cipher ledger. 12 years of listening, and he took it all in the time it takes to say a prayer." "Did he hurt you?" "No, he does not need to hurt me. I am already done." Kazim's voice scrapes. "I told him about you, about the gap, about what answers when you are near. I told him everything, and he walked out like I was a page he had finished reading." "You were not finished," Myreth says. "You are not finished now." She pulls the maintenance log from Javan's coat and sets it on the cot beside Kazim's knee. He flinches when he sees the cover. His fingers rise, hesitate, then touch the leather like it might burn him. "Where did you get this?" "The mechanism chamber beneath St. Arville the Drowned. Bell maintenance notations, dates, resonance measurements, pulse recordings." She pauses. "A woman named Edria Fane is on the 9th tier, anchored into the Bell network as a living transducer. Her heartbeat is being used to hold something locked in the cage beneath the tower." Kazim's hand stops moving. "Anchored," he repeats. "Living anchor. That is not ritual work, that is engineering. Can you read the notation?" He opens the book. His stained fingers trace the columns of initials and numbers, the resonance frequencies, the pulse intervals. His lips move silently. Minutes pass. Then Kazim looks up, and his colorless eyes have focus again. "These bells are not just timekeepers," he says. "They are tuned. Each tower, each chime, each gap in the sequence carries a specific frequency, a name, a vow, a contained resonance. The entire city is built on a resonance grid, and the central tower is the lock point." He points to a column of numbers. "This is her pulse, recorded every 3rd hour every day for 4 years. The resonance frequency matches the 9th tier bell. Her heartbeat has been transduced into the bell metal and threaded through the city's foundation lines. She is not just imprisoned, she is the tuning fork that keeps the cage stable." Javan makes a sound, low and rough, like something breaking in his chest. "If her pulse stops," Kazim continues, "the resonance destabilizes, the lock fails, the cage opens." Myreth stares at the page. 4 years of pulse recordings, 4 years of a woman held in the dark, her heartbeat used as key and lock simultaneously. "She cannot die," Myreth says slowly. "The Conclave cannot let her die, because her death would release whatever is in the cage. They need her alive, but contained, silent, unreachable." "They need her exactly where she is," Kazim agrees. "Alive, breathing, heart beating, but never seen, never named, never freed. A living prison lock." Javan turns away. His hand goes to the place beneath his coat where the relic used to rest. The place where he carried Edria's heartbeat for years, believing it was grief. "I carried her," he says, his voice barely audible. "Every day, against my chest. And I never knew." "Kazim," Myreth keeps her voice low. "We need the sequence, the exact frequencies, which bells are part of the lock and which are decoys, and we need to know if the cage is answering because the lock is failing." Kazim looks at the page again. His finger moves down the column. "The pulse is weakening," he says. "Look, 4 years ago, the intervals were regular, strong, steady. Over the last 2 years, the pulse has slowed. The resonance frequency has dropped half a tone. The lock is degrading." He turns the page. "Here. 6 months ago, the High Keeper ordered a reinforcement, a secondary anchor. They linked another bell to the network to stabilize the primary." "Who?" Myreth asks. "Who is the secondary anchor?" Kazim reads the entry. His face goes still. "There is no name," he says. "Just a notation, a resonance frequency I do not recognize, and a location." He looks up. The secondary anchor is not on the 9th tier. It is mobile, moving through the city. The notation identifies it as a resonance pattern, not a fixed point. Myreth's blood turns cold. She looks at Javan. The bell metal scrap in her pocket pulses again. Warm, alive, answering. "The second anchor is not a bell," she says. "It is a person, Someone carrying a transducer, moving through the resonance field. Joanne's old iron eyes meet hers. Me, he says. The relic. I was the secondary anchor. The entire time I carried it, I was holding the lock closed. Before either of them can speak, a sound rises from the street above. Boots, many boots, moving in formation. Kazim goes to the broken door and peers through the crack. The underworks, he says. Orvec is sending men into the underworks. He is going to secure the cage. Myreth looks at Javan. The hum beneath the city deepens, and the bell metal scrap against her thigh pulses once, hard, like a heart skipping a beat. Chapter 24. Ambush Lane. The service shaft beneath the canal wall at the 5th flood mark. Orvec has men posted there. Myreth says it fast, flat, no room for doubt. Javan stops breathing. Not the theatrical pause of a man considering options, the real one. The body locking while the mind races. Kazim's chamber smells of smoke and old paper. The hum from beneath the city trembles through the floor, through Myreth's ribs, through the bell metal scrap that pulses against her thigh like a second heart. I have never taken that shaft in daylight, Javan says. No one outside the conclave knows I use it. Orvec knows. Orvec knows nothing about that passage. It is restricted. High Keeper clearance only. Myreth holds his gaze. Gray-green meeting old iron. She does not flinch. He knows because he interviewed the locksmith who reforged the Keeper's seal key, the man you commissioned 7 days ago. Also quested everyone in the Changery forgery after Kazim's papers were taken. Silence. Javan's jaw tightens. The scar at his brow pulls white. You are telling me Orvec has been waiting in that shaft since before we reached the shrine? I am telling you he knows the route. He does not know when you will take it, but he has men positioned at the choke point. If you go through the 5th mark shaft, they will be waiting. Crossbows, grappling hooks, a net you cannot cut through before they pin you. Javan's hand moves to his belt, touches the hilt of the blade he has carried for 8 years. The blade that is killed for the conclave on every tier of Veldenmere. And you know this, he says, because you have seen it happen in a previous loop. Yes. How many times have you watched me die in that shaft? Myreth does not look away. 3. The word drops between them like a stone into black water. Javan studies her, the way she stands, the way her weight is balanced. The way her fingers are still, not fidgeting, not reaching for escape. She told him this. She gave him a genuine warning that costs her whatever advantage she planned for that route. And he does not believe her. No, he says. Shatambas, no. You have spent 42 loops learning how to use me, how to predict me, how to turn my habits into your openings. This is another layer. Look at me. I am looking. His voice is flat, hard. I see exactly whatever Seth sees. A woman who burns accomplices for motion, who trades loyalty for timing. Why would you warn me about an ambush if you already have a plan that requires me to walk into it? Myreth feels the accusation in her chest, recognizes it. Orvec's words from the flooded threshold still echo in her bones. You value patterns over souls, you always have. She has earned this doubt. I am warning you, she says, because this time I need you alive at the right moment, not dead in a shaft before we reach the 9th tier. Proof. What? Give me something that proves this is not another calculation, that you are not feeding me a false warning to make me trust you before you use me. Maverick's hand moves to her pocket. The bell metal scrap is warm, alive. She pulls it out and holds it between them. Take it. Javan does not move. Take the scrap, she says. If I am lying, you keep it. You walk away. You go through the shaft and find Orvec waiting and die knowing I lied. If I am telling the truth, you survive because you listened, and you owe me nothing except a question answered. His hand moves slowly, fingers close around the metal. His palm knows the resonance now. He feels it. Edria's heartbeat, his sister's pulse in his hand. I am giving you the only leverage I have, Myreth says, the only proof that I want something other than your obedience. Javan looks at the metal in his palm, then at her. He says nothing. He turns and walks toward the broken door. Myreth follows. The underworks are dark. Water drips from the ceiling. The stone walls sweat cold moisture. The hum is louder here, deeper, pressing against the ears like pressure before a storm. Javan moves ahead. His boots find the dry patches instinctively. He has walked these passages for years. Every turn, every flood mark, every place where the stone breathes differently. Myreth stays 3 steps behind. They reach the junction where the service shaft splits. Left goes toward the canal wall, the 5th flood mark, the ambush lane. Javan stops. He stands at the fork. The bell metal scrap is still in his hand. Myreth watches his shoulders, the set of his spine, the way his head tilts slightly, listening. He does not go left. He goes right, toward the longer passage, the one that adds 15 minutes to their descent but bypasses the 5th mark shaft entirely. No words, no acknowledgement. Myreth follows. The passage narrows. The air thickens. The hum grows until it vibrates in her molars, in the fillings of her teeth, in the marrow of her bones. They walk in silence for what feels like a lifetime. The sound comes from behind them. A crack, a shout cut short, the wet impact of something heavy hitting stone. Javan stops. He turns, looks back the way they came. His face is unreadable. That was the shaft, Myreth says. The 5th flood mark. He holds her gaze. Then he looks at the scrap in his hand, at the faint warmth still radiating from the metal. You saved my life, he says, when you had every reason not to. Myreth says nothing. I killed you, Myreth. In the first loop, you told me that yourself, and you have died 41 times since, by the Conclave's hand or by the city's machinery or by the god's design. You owe me nothing but revenge. He steps closer. His sleeve is wet. Blood, Myreth realizes, not his, someone else's, from the shouting, from the shaft where Orvec's men waited. Why? He asks. Why warn me? Myreth looks at his hand, at the scrap he still holds. Because I am tired, she says, of surviving by treating people like they are replaceable. The hum beneath them deepens, and somewhere, far below, the cage answers. Chapter 25. The underworks narrow, the walls press in. Stone slick with moisture. The hum travels through the floor into Myreth's boots, up her spine, settling in her chest like a second heartbeat. Javan walks ahead, the bell metal scrap in his palm, following a path he does not need light to see. She watches his shoulders, the way he tilts his head at each junction, listening. Left, he says. They turn. The passage opens into a flooded chamber. Water reaches their calves. The walls are lined with flood marks, scores of them, layer after layer, recording decades of rising. The highest mark is black with age. The most recent is still pale, no more than 6 months old. These go deeper than I knew, Javan says. I thought the 9th tier was the bottom. Myreth's fingers brush the stone. The resonance hits her. Not grief, not fear, something older. The memory of water that has risen and fallen for centuries, patient, waiting for a single crack in the containment. Edria's pulse is below us, she says, but not straight down. It angles, like the passage bends toward something. Javan looks at the scrap in his hand. The metal pulses, faint, rhythmic. She is alive, he says. Not a question anymore, a fact he is learning to hold. They move through the flooded chamber. The water darkens. The ceiling drops. At the far wall, a narrow shaft opens, barely shoulder width, with iron rungs bolted into the stone. Javan tests the first rung. It holds. He climbs. Myreth follows. The rungs are cold, wet. Her hands slip. Below her, the water laps against the walls, and the hum vibrates through the metal ladder, through her fingers, through her teeth. They climb past 3 levels, each one marked by a rusted grate and a small alcove where someone one kept vigil. Candles melted to nubs, a prayer book swollen with moisture, a child's bell, tarnished and silent, hanging from a hook. Javan stops at the 4th level. The alcove is larger, a stone bench, a carved niche holding nothing. The wall behind it is lined with bell metal plates bolted into the rock, each one etched with a name. He touches the first plate. These are the keepers, he says, the ones who vanished. Myreth runs her hand over the metal. The resonance is dense, heavy. Each name holds a story, a life, a pulse that was anchored here and then silenced. She feels them pressing against her gift, wanting to be heard. She pulls her hand back. "I cannot read them all," she says. "It is too much." Javan looks at her. His face is half lit by the faint glow of the scrap in his palm. His jaw tightens. "You feel them, the keepers, their depths. I feel what they left behind. Memory, grief, the moment they stopped being people and became locks." He turns away from the plates. His hand still holds the scrap. His knuckles are white. "How many are there?" 47, Myreth says. The plates go to the ceiling. Some are older than the conclave. Javan is silent. Then he says, "Edria is not a plate." "No, she is a heartbeat." "Yes," he nods. "Once." Then he continues down the shaft. The next level is a ruined chapel. Water pools on the floor. The altar is cracked, its surface covered in rusted chains. The walls are painted with faded frescoes of saints Myreth does not recognize, their faces worn away by damp and time. Someone has carved names into the stone, supplicants, prayers, cries for mercy that no one answered. Javan stops at the center of the room. His breath is slow, measured. What happens when we reach her? Myreth does not answer immediately. She has asked herself the same question across 42 loops. The answer changes every time. "We break the anchor," she says. "We free her from the resonance grid." "And the cage?" The cage opens. His hand tightens around the scrap. The metal pulses, steady. "We do it anyway," he says. "She has been down here long enough." Myreth steps closer. The space between them narrows. She can feel his warmth, hear his breath, see the muscle in his jaw working as he processes what he has said. "You would free the cage to save her." "I would burn the entire city to save her." His voice is flat, certain. There is no hesitation in it. Myreth holds his gaze. She has seen him kill. She has felt his blade in her chest. She has spent 41 deaths learning to hate him for what he did. But standing here, in the ruined chapel, with his sister's pulse beating in his palm, she does not see the knife. She sees a man who has served a lie so long he forgot he was allowed to want anything else. "Javan," she says. He looks at her. His eyes are the color of old iron. The scar at his brow pulls the skin tight. His mouth is parted, his breath shallow. She reaches out. Her fingers touch his wrist. The skin is warm. His pulse jumps under her thumb. "You are allowed to want this," she says. He does not move. His free hand lifts. The movement is slow, deliberate. His fingers brush the side of her jaw. Light, barely there. Myreth stops breathing. His thumb traces the line of her cheekbone. The calluses scrape against her skin. She feels the tremor in his hand. A small, constant shake that he cannot control. He leans in. She feels his breath on her lips. Then he stops. His hand falls. He steps back. The space between them returns, cold, empty. "I do not know how to want anything," he says, without it feeling like another command. His voice is raw, exposed. "Every desire I have ever had, the conclave used against me. My loyalty, my grief, my hope. They took it all and turned it into a leash. And now I stand here wanting you, and I do not know if that wanting is mine or theirs." The word hangs between them. Wanting. Myreth feels it in her chest. Warm, dangerous. "It is yours," she says. His eyes search hers. "How do you know?" "Because I want you too. And I have spent 42 loops learning to recognize something that is not a trap." He looks at her for a long moment. Then the sound comes from above. Footsteps. Multiple sets, echoing down the shaft. Javan's hand moves to his blade. They are coming. Chapter 26. The footsteps grow nearer. Javan's hand is on his blade. Myreth grabs his wrist and pulls him sideways into a recess where the wall has crumbled, leaving a cavity just deep enough for two bodies pressed flat. The stone is wet. Cold seeps through her coat. She holds her breath. 3 men pass the chapel entrance. Boots splash through standing water. Their torches throw shadows across the cracked altar, and for a moment, a blade edge of orange light slides across Javan's face. Then they are gone, voices fading as they take a lower passage. Javan does not move. His hand is still on his weapon. Myreth's pulse fills her ears. She counts to 30 before she lets herself breathe. Javan turns to her. His eyes are hard. That was close. She nods. We need to move. He is already turning toward the chapel's far wall, looking for another passage. But Myreth does not follow. Her hand is in her pocket. Her fingers touch the edge of a leather-bound book she has not shown him. A family register. Tessivel pressed it into her palm hours ago, before the world narrowed to stone and water and the pulse of Edria's heart beneath the city. The memory rises unbidden. She is standing in the archive chamber, the smell of old paper and candle wax thick around her. Tessivel's hands are clasped on the desk. The gray-bound book lies open between them. You have not told him the whole truth, Tessivel says. Myreth's jaw tightens. I have told him she is alive. That is not the whole truth. It is enough. Tessivel regards her with the patience of someone who has waited 30 years for a single answer. The loop feeds on repetition and coercion. Every cycle you give him less than what you know, because full knowledge means losing control. You keep him half blind. It is safer for you. Myreth says nothing. Tessivel pushes the register across the desk. The binding is cracked. The spine is worn. Someone has filled in a name by hand where the page was scraped clean. Fane. Erased, then restored. This is what he needs to see, Tessivel says. This is what you need to give him. Not fragments, not strategy. The whole truth before you know how it will serve you. Myreth looks at the name. The ink is fresh. Tessivel's handiwork. Why now? Because the cage is weakening. Because the god is listening. Because if you arrive at the moment of release still treating his hope as a piece you can move, you will break the lock the wrong way. The loop will end, but not in your favor. Myreth picks up the book. It is heavier than it looks. Trust, Tessivel says, is not a tactic. You cannot deploy it at the right moment like a forged seal. It must be given before you know what it costs. The memory fades. Myreth pulls the register from her pocket. The leather is warm from her body heat. The name Fane is visible in the dim light of the bell metal scrap. Javan turns back. What is that? She does not answer immediately. The footsteps have gone deeper. For now, they are alone. She holds out the book. An archive register, she says. From Tessivel. The page the Conclave scraped. The family line they erased. He takes it. His fingers are careful. He opens to the restored entry. His breath catches. Edria Fane, he reads aloud. His voice cracks on the second syllable. Daughter of Soren Fane, sister of Javan Sere. He stares at the words. I have been carrying her heartbeat, he says slowly. But I have not seen her name written since I was 17. Myreth watches his hand trace the ink. The tremor is still there. I could have shown you this hours ago, she says. I chose not to. His eyes lift to hers. Why? She lets the silence stretch. The truth is harder than she expected. Because I was afraid that once you knew for certain, you would stop needing me. He does not flinch. And did you think, he says, that I need you only for what you know? The question lands like a blade. Myreth feels it open something she has kept sealed. I am not used to being needed for anything else, she says. Javan closes the register. He holds it against his chest, the same place where he once carried the relic. You showed me the truth about my sister, he says. You gave me her pulse. You warned me about the shaft. You stood beside me when Orvec named you a plague. Do you think any of that was calculation to me? She does not answer. He steps closer. The space between them narrows. She can smell iron and wet wool. I am telling you this now, he says, because I need you to understand. Even if you had nothing else to give me, even if Edria were already dead, I would still be standing here because of what you chose when you could have chosen control. Myreth feels the register in his hand, the restored name. Tessivel's warning echoes. Trust is not a tactic. She opens her mouth to speak. A sound cuts through the chapel. Not footsteps, not voices. A scrape, metallic, deliberate. It comes from the shaft directly above them. Javan's hand moves to his blade. Myreth's blood goes cold. They are not alone. Someone has circled back. She looks at Javan. His face is stone. Stay behind me, he says. But the register is still in his hand. The truth she has given him is still fresh. And the scrape comes again, closer now. Something is descending. Chapter 27. The scrape comes again. Metallic, deliberate, closer than it was. Javan's hand is on his blade. His body shifts in front of hers. The register is still pressed against his chest, the restored name visible in the dim light. Myreth's pulse beats in her throat. "Move," he says. She does not move. "Javan, listen to me." His eyes cut to her, hard, focused. The knife is surfacing. "I need you to hear this before they reach us. There is no time. There is never time." She steps past him, positions herself between his blade and the shaft. "If they kill me now, you will never know the whole truth, and you need to know it before you decide what comes next." His jaw works. The scrape comes again, iron on stone. "Talk fast," he says. "The relic you carry, the one you thought was grief, it is not a memory." His face does not change. Fane is alive. The Conclave took her. They forged her death so you would never look for her. The scrape stops. Silence fills the shaft. Javan stands very still. The register is in his hand. The name is written there. Edria Fane, daughter of Soren Fane, sister of Javan Sere. "I know," he says. Myreth's throat closes. "You know? I found the log, the 9th tier, the pulse records." His voice is flat, controlled. "I know she is alive. I have known since the bronze door." "Then why are you still standing here?" "Because knowing and believing are different things." He lifts the register. His thumb traces the restored ink. "This is her name, written, witnessed. The Conclave tried to erase it. Someone put it back." He looks at Myreth. "You gave it to me. Why?" She feels the weight of the question. "Because I stopped wanting to be the person who withholds the truth for strategy. You could have given it to me hours ago. You chose not to." "Yes." "Why?" She meets his eyes. "Because I was afraid that once you knew for certain you would stop needing me. And I have spent 42 deaths being needed only for what I know. I do not know how to be wanted for anything else." Javan does not answer. The silence stretches. Then he moves. His blade is at her throat before she can blink. The cold edge presses against her skin. She does not flinch. "You told me the Conclave lied," he says. "You showed me her pulse, you gave me her name, but you held back the one thing that makes it real, the register, the proof. You let me carry the truth in my chest without giving me the weapon to use it. I am giving it to you now, after you could not keep it anymore." She does not deny it. His hand is steady. The blade does not tremble. "You could kill me," Myreth says. "I would wake again, but I would remember. And in the next loop I would not trust you. I would keep the register hidden. I would use you like a piece, and you would never know she was alive. And you think I should let you live because you chose honesty at the last moment?" "No." He waits. "I think you should let me live," she says, "because I am the only person in Veldenmere who will tell you the truth before it is safe. And because if you kill me now, you will spend the rest of your life wondering if I was the one who could have helped you find her." The blade stays at her throat. She does not pull away. The scrape comes again, closer. The shaft is no longer silent. Javan's eyes stay on hers. His hand begins to shake. "I have killed you before," he says. "Yes." "How many times?" "Once, in the first loop. Every other death was someone else." He holds her gaze. The blade trembles against her skin. "I remember you," he says. "From that morning, you walked past me in the market. You looked at me like you knew something. Thought you were a threat." "I was." "And now?" She lets the silence hold. "I do not know what I am anymore," she says. "But I am not your enemy." The blade stays, then it lowers. Javan's hand drops to his side. The blade points at the stone floor. His breath comes hard, like he has been holding it for years. "I believe you," he says. "And I do not know if that is my own choice or the conditioning. But I believe you." Myreth feels the words in her chest. The register is still in his hand. The scrape is directly overhead. "It is coming," she says. "Let it come." He steps forward. positions himself between her and the shaft. His blade lifts again, ready, but his other hand reaches back, finds hers, scrazes once. The touch is brief, warm, terrifying. Then the scrape becomes a boot hitting stone, and something drops into the chapel behind them. Chapter 28. The figure lands with a grunt, boots skidding on wet stone. A torch flares. The light catches a gray cloak, a belt knife, a startled face beneath a hood. Conclave scout, young. His eyes find them in the same heartbeat. Javan moves. The blade takes the scout at the wrist before he can draw. Not fatal. Clean. The scout's knife clatters across the chapel floor. He goes to his knees with a choked sound, clutching his arm as blood wells between his fingers. Javan stands over him. The torch gutters at the scout's feet. Who sent you? The scout's jaw works. Orvec, he knows you are down here. He knows everything. Javan's face does not change. How many behind you? 6, spaced through the upper shaft. More coming from the 9th tier. Javan looks at Myreth. His eyes are flat. The register is still in his hand. Then we have less time than I thought. He turns to the scout, lowers the blade. Run. Tell Orvec you found nothing. Tell him the passage collapsed behind you. The scout stares. Blood drips from his sleeve. Go, Javan says, before I change my mind. The scout scrambles. His boots scrape against stone as he hauls himself back up the shaft. The sound fades. Silence settles. Javan does not move. His hand is still holding the register. His blade hangs at his side. His back is to Myreth. She watches his shoulders rise and fall. Once. Twice. A breath that looks like it costs him. I have done terrible things, he says. The words land in the dark. I have killed people who begged. I have burned rooms full of papers that belonged to families who needed them. I have stood beside Orvec and watched him dismantle a woman's life piece by piece because she asked a question about the bells. His voice is flat, controlled. I did it because I believed I had no choice, because the Conclave told me she was dead and the only thing I had left was obedience. He turns. His face is stripped. No mask, no discipline, just a man holding his sister's name in ink. I do not want absolution, he says. I want a chance to stop being their knife. Myreth feels the words in her chest. They match something she has not said aloud. The shape of 42 loops of survival without asking what she was becoming. You already stopped, she says. The moment you opened the bronze door, the moment you chose not to kill me. That is not enough. No, but it is a start. He looks at the register. His thumb traces the edge of the page. There is a path into the central tower foundations. No one outside the conclave knows it exists. It begins at the shrine of Saint Arval the Drowned, a grate beneath the 7th row of pews, hidden by a loose stone. 40 steps down past 3 flood marks. The air grows warm before the bottom. A bronze door engraved with bell patterns. My palm opens it. Myreth holds very still. You said you knew where the Highkeeper's seal was. You did not say you could reach it. The seal is not the path. The seal is what locks the cage. The path leads to the chamber where the seals are kept. He meets her eyes. I have never been to the bottom. I was told it was sealed 4 years ago. No one below the 9th tier since. But I know the way. Why are you telling me now? Because I have spent 8 years carrying a leash and calling it loyalty. Because you gave me the truth before it was safe. Because if I die in the next hour, someone needs to know where Edria is. Myreth's stomach tightens. You are not going to die. You do not know that. I have watched you die in 3 different loops. I know exactly how fragile you are. She steps closer. And I am not letting it happen again. Javan's eyes hold hers. Something shifts in his face, not softening, recognition. The shaft behind the scout is the upper entrance. The lower entrance is through the soapworks drain, which connects to the maintenance channel beneath St. Arval's. That path will bypass Orvec's men if they are watching the shrine. Which entrance are they watching? Both. He holds her gaze. Orvec is not stupid. He knows I have the forged key. He knows I have been in the underworks. He will have men at every approach. Then we do not use an approach. What do you mean? She reaches into her pocket. Her fingers close around the thing she has not used. The night bloom poison Sivra gave her. Contact poison, fast, lethal. Javan sees it in her hand. His jaw tightens. You carried that all day. Yes. Will you use it? She looks at the small vial. Brown glass. A single drop on skin kills within 30 breaths. I have refused to use it 41 times. And now? She thinks of Tessivel's warning. Trust is not a tactic. Trust given too late can break the lock the wrong way. She puts the vial back in her pocket. Not on a person. Not if there is another way. Javan watches her. Then he nods. Then we go through the drain. It will be tight, wet, dark. But it opens beneath the 7th shrine, past the first flood mark, before Orvec's men expect us. And if they are waiting at the bottom? He lifts his blade. Then I earn the chance I asked for. He steps past her. His hand brushes hers as he moves. The touch is brief, accidental, or not. Myreth follows. They cross the chapel. The torch the scout left behind guttering on the floor. Javan picks it up. The light throws long shadows across the rusted chains on the altar. He stops at the far wall, presses his palm against a section of stone that looks like every other section. A seam appears, low, almost invisible. Through here, he says. The passage connects to the soapworks drain. From there we go beneath the canal bed. It will smell like rot and old lye. And when we reach the bottom? He looks at her. The torchlight carves hollows under his eyes. Then we find out what the Conclave has been hiding in the dark. He pushes the stone. It grinds open, a black mouth of wet air and distant water. Javan steps through without hesitation. Myreth follows. The stone seals behind them. The dark is absolute. The torch cuts a narrow circle. Water drips somewhere ahead. The air tastes of rust and salt and something older. Javan walks first. His boots splash in shallow water. The passage slopes downward. The walls sweat. Myreth counts steps. 20, 30. The temperature rises. How far? 10 minutes to the drain. Then another 10 beneath the canal. Then we climb. And then? He does not answer. The passage narrows. The walls close in. Water rises past her ankles. Cold. Clouded with something she does not want to identify. The torch flame bends. The air moves. Javan stops. There is a grate ahead. Beyond it, the canal bed. We go under. Hold breath. Surface in the maintenance channel beneath the shrine. I know the channel. Then you know it floods when the tide rises. She does. She also knows the flood mark at the 3rd turn is the oldest, a line carved 4 years ago when the cage first stirred. The water reaches her calves. Javan turns. The torchlight catches his face. One more thing, he says. If Orvec is in that channel, I will hold him. You keep moving. You find Edria, you finish what you started. Javan, do not argue. I have spent 8 years being his tool. Let me spend 1 moment being something else. He pulls the grate. Rusted iron screeches. Water rushes past them, dark and heavy. The tunnel opens. Javan steps into the flow. The water rises to his waist. His torch hisses, dying. Myreth follows. The cold hits her thighs, her chest, her breath catches. Javan stops at the center of the channel. The torch goes out. Dark. Water at her ribs. His voice comes through the black. On 3. She feels his hand find hers in the current. Warm. Steady. 1. Her pulse. 2. The water at her throat. 3. They descend. The cold swallows her. Her feet find nothing. The current drags. She holds his hand. The canal bed closes above them. Dark. Pressure. The weight of the city. And beneath her, answering the hum in the stone, something stirs. Chapter 29. A bell rings before she surfaces. Not the central tower. A smaller ward bell, east of the canal. Its note thin and urgent. Myreth feels it through the water, through Javan's fingers still wrapped around hers, through the pressure that holds them beneath the city's belly. They break together. Myreth gasps. Canal water runs from her hair, her collar, the creases of her palms. She blinks against torchlight. No, dawnlight. Gray and weak, filtering through a grate set high in the stone wall above them. Javan hauls himself onto the maintenance ledge first. He reaches back. She takes his hand and lets him pull her up. Water streams from her skirt. Her boots squelch. The underskirt log presses cold and wet against her thigh. "That bell," she says. "That is the ward bell from the spice quarter." Javan is already scanning, his blade in his hand, his coat dripping. They do not ring ward bells at dawn unless Orvec has invoked emergency sealing rights. She knows the procedure, has seen it in 3 loops, always late, always when she was already dead or dying. Orvec calls a breach. The ward wardens seal every district gate. No foot traffic, no canal passage. The city folds inward like a fist. "He is naming me," she says, openly, to the whole ward. Javan's jaw tightens. "He cannot prove what you are. He does not need proof. He needs permission to lock the city down while his men sweep the underworks." The east bell stops. Another begins. South. Closer. The pattern spreads like water finding cracks. Myreth moves, up the maintenance channel toward the ladder that leads to street level. Javan follows. "Where are we going?" "Sivra." She needs to know. She needs to run. She will not run. She has a bell she silenced and a shop full of evidence. Ardek will find her in the first sweep if she is alone. The ladder is rusted iron. Myreth climbs, her hands slip on wet rungs. The grate above is closed but not locked. She pushes. It gives. She emerges into an alley behind a tannery. The smell hits her. Hide, lime, old blood. Empty. Quiet. But the bells. The south bell stops. A fourth starts. West. Faster now. Javan surfaces beside her. He listens, reads the direction the same way she does. He's sealing in layers. East, south, west. He will close the north gate last, and that is where he wants us to run. Then we do not run north. We go south. Sivra is south, 3 streets from the canal junction. The alley mouth opens onto a wider lane. Empty. Too empty. Market stalls with their covers pulled down. A single cat crossing the wet stones. Myreth moves, fast, staying close to the walls. Javan behind her, covering the rear. They round the corner. 3 conclave warders stand at the far end of the lane, armored, torches lit, a portable seal iron resting on a brazier between them. Javan's hand touches her elbow, pulls her back. The warders have not seen them yet. Myreth presses against the wall, her breath shallow, the bells still ringing. East, south, west, still sealing. "There will be more at every junction," she says. "Then we go through the canal again. The canal is being watched. Orvec knows we used it. Then we go through the shops?" She looks at him. "We break a door, cross a building, exit through the back. Repeat, they are sealing streets, not rooms." He is right. She should have thought of it herself. 42 loops and she still defaults to the routes she memorized first. She picks a door. A chandelier, dark inside. The lock is old. She breaks it with her shoulder. Wood splinters. They step inside. Smell of tallow, wick, cold wax. Shelves of candles. A back door. They cross. Exit. Another alley. A woman sees them. Opens her mouth. Javan puts a finger to his lips. She closes it. Turns. Walks away. They move. 3 buildings. 4. A seamstress. A co-opper. A bakery still warm from the morning ovens. The back door of the bakery opens onto the canal junction. Sivra's shop is 20 feet away. Shuttered. Silent. The bells stop. The silence is louder than the ringing. Myreth waits. Counts. No echoes. No replacement chime. The seal is complete. The city is closed. She moves to Sivra's door, knocks 3 times. Pause. 2 more. The door cracks. Sivra's face, iron-threaded hair loose, brown-stained hands holding a blade. She sees Myreth, sees Javan behind her. Does not ask. She steps back and lets them in. The shop is dim, jars on shelves, dried herbs hanging from the ceiling. The bell on the counter, still silenced, still cold. Sivra locks the door behind them. "He named you," she says, 10 minutes ago. A public declaration from the archive steps. Myreth Cosse, unsanctioned resonance reader. Reality breach, threat to civic order. All ward doors sealed until you are in custody. I know. Then you know there is no food in this shop I can use to keep you hidden for a day, and no passage out that will not have an enforcer at that end of it. I am not asking you to hide me. Sivra's eyes narrow. Then what are you asking? Myreth reaches into her wet pocket, pulls out the brown glass vial. Night bloom poison, unused. I am asking you to arm me for something worse than hiding. Sivra looks at the vial, then at Javan, then back at Myreth. The tower, she says. You are going into the tower. Yes. You know what is there. I know what the Conclave is holding there. Sivra is silent, her hands still. The blade in her grip does not waver. Then she sets the knife down and turns to the shelf behind her, pulls down a ceramic jar, unlidded. Inside, black powder, fine as ash. You will not get through the ward gate with that poison alone. You need something that moves faster than a blade and does not need to touch skin. She lifts the jar. This is ground night bloom root. Mixed with lamp oil, it burns. Mixed with air, it blinds. You throw it at a SEAL team, and you buy yourself 30 seconds. She wraps it in cloth, hands it to Myreth. Do not let it touch your skin. Myreth takes it. The weight is different from the poison. Heavier, more final. You are trusting me, Myreth says. Sivra's mouth tightens. I have known you for 12 years, Myreth. Across every strange morning you walk through that door. You never asked me for help before. You always asked me for supplies. She pauses. This is the first time you asked for help. Myreth holds the wrapped root, feels the cold through the cloth. Thank you, she says. Sivra nods, once. Do not thank me until you are still alive when the night bell rings. The central tower bell strikes, not a ward bell, not a ceiling chime, a full, deep note that vibrates through the floor, through the jars on the shelves, through the bones of Myreth's face. Sivra's silenced bell answers, a single, thin ring. Sivra stares at it. That bell has not sounded in 7 years, she says. The bell rings again, and does not stop. Chapter 30. The silenced bell keeps ringing. Myreth stands in Sivra's shop, dripping canal water onto the floorboards, and watches the small brass bell on the counter tremble with each chime. The sound is thin, brittle, wrong. 7 years of silence, broken by a bell that should not answer. Make it stop, she says. Sivra does not move. Her hands hang at her sides, brown-stained knuckles white. I did not make it start. Javan steps past them. His hand hovers over the bell. The metal vibrates under his palm, and Myreth sees the tremor run through his fingers, up his wrist, into his shoulder. The bell rings again. Then silence. Javan lowers his hand. I stopped it, he says. But his voice is uncertain. He looks at his palm like it answered a question he did not ask. Myreth exhales. Her knees want to buckle. She locks them. Sivra turns to the counter and begins pulling jars down. Her movements are deliberate. A root bundle, a roll of clean bandages, a small clay pot sealed with wax. Your hands are bleeding. Myreth looks down. The lockpick wound from the chandelier door. Blood tracking across her palm, thin and dark. She did not feel it. Sivra pushes a bowl of water toward her. Clean them before you touch anything else. Myreth washes. The water clouds. She wraps a bandage around her palm, one-handed, clumsy. Javan watches, says nothing. Sivra sets the clay pot on the counter, unseals it. The smell hits Myreth's throat immediately. Sharp, alkaline, alive. Night bloom root, Sivra says. Ground fine. 1 pinch in a wound stops a man from raising a weapon. 2 pinches in his drink stops him from raising anything. I have poison. What you have is a vial of tincture that takes 15 heartbeats to act. This works in 2. Sivra pushes the pot toward her. I am not asking you to kill anyone. I am asking you to have the option. Myreth looks at the pot. Small, black, thence is compressed dirt. She thinks of all the ways she has died. All the moments when 15 heartbeats would have cost her everything. She takes the pot. Thank you. Sivra studies her. The silence draws long enough that Myreth feels the weight of it on her shoulders. You came through the canal. Yes. With the Conclave's knife. Yes. And you are going into the tower to open what the Conclave has spent 4 centuries locking. Myreth does not answer. Sivra leans forward. Her voice drops, hard and low. I am not asking you for a plan. I am asking you if you know what you are doing. Myreth's jaw tightens. I know what is beneath the tower. You know what the books say. You know what Kazim heard in the gap. But you do not know what it is, do not know what it wants, and do not know what it will become when it is free. Then tell me what I am missing. Sivra holds her gaze, a long, unblinking look that Myreth has never seen on her face before. Not anger, not fear, something older, exhaustion. 40 keepers vanished, 47, bodies turned into plates. Do you think they were volunteers? Myreth's stomach tightens. The Conclave did not build that cage out of stone and metal. They built it out of people. And when it breaks, all those people, those 47 wills, 47 deaths, 47 pieces of a lock, they do not just vanish. They come back. Come back where? Sivra taps her own chest. Into whatever vessel is closest. The room is very quiet. The bell on the counter does not ring. Javan speaks for the first time. You think the cage is a trap for whoever opens it? Sivra turns to him. I think the Conclave did not put something beneath this city that they did not know how to weaponize. If it cannot be killed, it will be used. It could not be used. It will be made someone else's problem. She looks back at Myreth. You are someone else's problem now. Myreth sets the pot down. Her bandaged hand presses flat against the counter. Then I will become the problem that cannot be solved. A beat. Sivra's mouth twitches, almost a smile. That is the first honest thing you have said to me in 12 years. She reaches beneath the counter and pulls out a leather pouch. Flat, small enough to fit inside a coat. Bandages, needle, thread, a sharp blade, a wax seal for wounds, 2 doses of fever fight if you survive long enough to catch one. She pushes it across the counter. I have no more. Myreth takes the pouch. The weight is modest. Everything she needs to keep a broken body moving. You could run, Sivra says. The north gate is not sealed yet. Orvec has it marked, but he marked it for people running toward escape, not toward the tower. You could slip through, be someone else by morning. The offer hangs in the air. Myreth could take it. She knows the routes. She knows the shift changes. She could be gone before the ward bells finish the next round. She looks at Javan. He is watching her, waiting. His jaw set, but his eyes give him away. He thinks she will go. He expects her to go. He has already accepted it. She turns back to Sivra. I am not running. You should. I know. Sivra's hands still on the counter. The brown stains at her knuckles catch the dim light. Then I am telling you now, Sivra says, that saving one man means nothing if you lose the self capable of saving him. The words land like a blade between ribs. Myreth does not flinch. I will carry her, Javan says. Both women turn. He meets Myreth's eyes. His voice is steady. If the vessel is closest to her, if the cage breaks into her, I will carry her until she is herself again. Sivra studies him, long enough that the air between them thickens. You would do that for her? Yes, even if it costs you the tower, the sister, everything. Javan does not look away. Yes, Sivra nods, once, a final, sealed acknowledgement. Then I am done warning you. She turns to her shelf and pulls down a second pouch, identical to the first. She lays it on the counter beside Myreth's. For him. Myreth looks at the 2 pouches, side by side, 2 bodies, 2 sets of supplies, 2 people who have decided that death is not the worst outcome. She picks hers up, slips it inside her coat. Javan does the same. Sivra stands behind the counter, her hands resting on the wood, her face unreadable. The bell beside her remains silent. You will not make it through the gate as you are, she says. Your clothes are wet. You leave a trail of canal water wherever you stand. Orvec's seals will read you in the dark. She gestures to a door at the back of the shop. There is a change of clothes in the storeroom. Wool. Dry. 2 sets. I keep them for smugglers who need to look like dock workers. And after? After, you take the maintenance passage behind the tannery. It empties into the market square. From there, the tower approach is visible. You will see how many men Orvec has committed before you commit yourself. And you? Sivra's jaw tightens. I will stay here. When Orvec's men come, and they will come, I will tell them you threatened me, that you held a blade to my throat, that I gave you the supplies because I wanted to live. You would lie for me. I would survive for me. Myreth steps forward. She reaches across the counter and takes Sivra's hand. The touch is brief, a press of palm against palm. Sivra's eyes flicker, a crack in the armor. Then it seals. The storeroom, Sivra says. Second shelf. The wool is gray. It will not show blood. Myreth lets go. She turns. Javan follows. Behind them, the silenced bell rings once more. A single, thin chime. Then nothing. Myreth does not look back. Chapter 31. The market square sits half empty, under a sky the color of bruised linen. Gray wool. Dry. The clothes Sivra gave them cling wrong against Myreth's skin, stiff and unfamiliar, but they do not drip. They do not leave a trail. Javan walks close enough that their shoulders brush with each step. His coat is gone. The red coat that marked him for 8 years sits folded in Sivra's back room, replaced by the same dark gray wool, hood pulled forward to shadow his scarred brow. He looks wrong without red. He looks like someone learning to be unknown. The tower looms ahead, 300 paces of open ground between them and the approach corridor. Warders stand at every visible junction, arms crossed, eyes scanning. Orvec has committed at least a dozen men to this perimeter. More inside, watching the tower base. That gate will not open, Javan mutters. Not for dockhands. We are not going through the gate. Myreth turns left before the square widens, pulling him into a narrow passage between a chandler's shop and a boarded-up tenement. The air changes. Canal damp and rotting rope. The back entrance to the customs dock office. She stops at the door. There is someone inside who owes me something. Owes you. A favor I have not collected. From a loop where I saved his brothers from seizure. Javan's eyes narrow, but he does not question. He steps behind her, covering the approach. Myreth knocks. 3 beats. Pause. 2 beats. The pattern she used every time, across 12 different loops. The one time she did not need the code because she was not being hunted. The door cracks open. Leo Martin's face appears in the gap, 11 years younger than she feels. Bruised still at the jawline from Orvec's interrogation, his eyes go wide when he sees her. No, I know. You cannot be here. He has watchers on every roof between here and the... I need a transit corridor. Leo's face goes pale. A what? A sealed transit corridor, through the dock maintenance channel, into the tower foundations. You have the stamp, you have the paper, you have the authority to clear a route for emergency structural inspection. Leo stares at her. His jaw works. Then he looks past her at Javan, and something in his expression shifts from fear to understanding. You are taking him to the tower. Yes. Into the cage. Yes. Leo's hand tightens on the doorframe. His knuckles are white. The silence stretches long enough that Myreth feels the seconds bleeding into minutes, feels Orvec's noose tightening with each breath. Then Leo opens the door. Come inside, both of you. The office smells of lamp oil, cheap ink and sweat. Papers stack the desk in precarious towers. Leo moves around them with practiced care, pulling open a drawer, retrieving a wax seal and a blank transit form. I will lose my position for this. I know. My brothers. You said you would keep them safe, in the other loops. His hand hovers over the form. Did you? Myreth feels the question like a blade slipping between ribs. In some? In most. She could lie. She has lied to him in 20 different loops, made promises she could not keep because survival demanded she move faster than her guilt. But he is asking now, with his hand on the paper, with the ink waiting. No, she says. Not in most. Leo nods, a slow, hollow movement. Then he dips the pen. Then I am choosing this one, he signs. The nib scratches across the form, filling in dates, route numbers, inspection codes he knows by heart. His hand shakes once, then steadies. Javan watches from the corner, Silent. Leo finishes. He sets the pen down. He presses the wax seal into the corner with a practiced twist of his wrist. The maintenance corridor beneath the third dock runs under the canal wall. It opens into the tower foundation at the old water intake. The gate is sealed, but the lock rusted 3 winters ago. He slides the form across the desk. This says the structural inspection is authorized. If anyone stops you, the seal is real. The stamp is real. The name I signed is a dead man's, so they will not trace it back to me before you reach the intake. Myreth takes the form. The paper is warm from his hand. There is a patrol cycle, Leo says. 17 minutes between the east watch and the north. The corridor is clear for 12 of those. You have 12 minutes to cross the underwall without being seen. And after? Leo's mouth tightens. After, you are inside the tower. I cannot help you further. Myreth folds the form and tucks it inside her coat. There's a messenger boy at the tannery, she says. He carries a green canvas bag. If you give him a letter marked with red thread, he will deliver it to the north gate without reading it. Leo blinks. Your brothers, Darren and the younger one. Tell them to take that letter to the gatekeeper and say the name Harveth Seal. The guard will let them through. Leo's face goes still. You are clearing a route for them. You just cleared one for me. The silence that follows is not hostile. It is the sound of someone realizing the transaction between them was never balanced and does not need to be. Leo clears his throat. The corridor entrance is behind the collapsed stall in the East Market, the one with the burned awning. Lift the floorboard beneath the counter. I remember. Of course you do. He looks at her, a long look, the kind that says everything he will not speak aloud. If you die in there, he says, I will never forgive you. Another loop would have let her laugh. This one does not. I know. She turns. Javan moves to follow. At the door, Leo speaks again. Myreth? She stops. When this is done, if you survive, he swallows. Do not come back here. Do not look for me. I want to be a man who was never part of this. She does not turn around. You already are. She steps into the passage. The door closes behind them. They move fast through the alley, past the chandler's shop, over a collapsed fence, around the burned stall with its sagging awning. Javan lifts the floorboard beneath the counter. A dark opening. Stone steps. Water sound. 12 minutes, Myreth says. Then we do not waste them. He drops first. She follows. The floorboard falls back into place above them, sealing the light away. Beneath the market, the maintenance channel stretches dark and narrow, its walls coated in mineral crust older than her first death. The water reaches her calves, cold, still. Javan moves ahead, hand on the wall, reading the turn. Myreth follows. 17 minutes until the east watch moves, 12 minutes to cross. They have 9 left when she hears the bootsteps above. Not a patrol. Too fast, too many. Someone running. Javan goes still beside her. The footsteps stop directly above the corridor entrance. Then a voice, muffled through stone. Check the dock office. The boy is gone. Marden's desk is clean, but the transit form is missing from the stack. She was here. Orvec. Javan's hand finds hers in the dark. Move, he breathes. They run. The water splashes against stone. Echoes. The corridor bends left, then right. The tower intake should be 3 turns ahead. Behind them, metal scrapes against stone, the floorboard lifting. They have less than 12 minutes now. They have whatever time Orvec's pursuit allows them. The intake grate appears ahead, rusted iron bars set into the stone. Beyond it, darkness and the smell of dry air. Javan reaches it first. He grips the bars. They do not move. Behind them, the footsteps drop into the corridor, boots hitting water, a voice shouting orders. Myreth presses the transit form into Javan's hand. Use the seal. Press it against the rust. He does. The metal groans. The grate swings open. They push through into the dry dark beyond, and the iron closes behind them with a sound like a lock turning. Voices in the corridor. Close. Too close. Javan crouches, hand on his blade. The tower intake stretches ahead, silent and black, waiting. And in the silence, Myreth hears something else. Not footsteps, not voices. The low hum, deep and patient. vibrating through the stone beneath her feet. The cage recognizes her. She is closer now than she has ever been. Javan's eyes meet hers in the dark. Behind them, metal scrapes against the grate. They have nowhere left to run but forward. Chapter 32. The intake chamber is dry. Dust dry. Wrong dry. The air tastes old and still, as if no breath has disturbed it since before Myreth's first death. Behind them, the grate's iron bars hum where Javan's seal pressed them open. Beyond that hum, voices echo through the maintenance corridor. Orvec's men, calling orders, calling her name. Javan pulls her deeper. The passage narrows. The walls change from worked stone to something rougher, older, cut through the city's bedrock by hands that did not care for straight lines. The floor slopes downward. The dark thickens until she cannot see her own hand in front of her face. Then Javan stops. She hears him fumbling. Metal against stone. A scrape. Light blues. A small lantern. His hands work the striker again. The flame catches, small and greasy, casting shadows that stretch and swallow themselves against the walls. She sees what the walls are lined with. Bell metal ribs. They curve up from the floor and into the ceiling like the inside of a beast's chest. Wide bands of dark bronze set into the stone at regular intervals. Not structural, not support beams. She knows the metal too well not to recognize it. The same alloy as the scrap in Javan's pocket. The same alloy as the plates in the underworks where 47 keepers became locks. This tunnel is not a passage. It is a throat. Kazim said the fourth turn, Myreth says. Javan lifts the lantern higher. The ribs catch the light and throw it back in fragments, each one slightly different. Each one tuned to a frequency she can almost feel through the soles of her boots. They walk. The lantern light slides across the bronze. The metal is not smooth. It is etched. Names. Thousands of them, scratched into the surface in cramped script that spirals around each herd like a prayer wound too tight to finish. She does not stop to read them. She does not need to. She knows what names look like when they have been pressed into metal instead of spoken aloud. The passage opens into a chamber. The lantern does not reach the ceiling. The bell metal ribs here are thicker, wider, spanning the walls in concentric arcs that climb into darkness. The floor is uneven stone, slick with a film of moisture that has nothing to do with the canal. In the center of the chamber, a figure, thin, hunched, patched robes. Kazim Euro. He turns as they enter, his pale eyes finding her face before the lantern finds his. "UK," he says. "I was not certain you would. You knew this passage existed," Myreth says. "I tracked the gap for 12 years. I mapped every vibration the bells put through the stone. This chamber is the first node, the place where the resonance concentrates before it spreads up into the towers." "Did not tell me." Kazim's mouth twitches. "Because telling you would have made it real, and I was not ready for it to be real." Javan steps forward. His hand rests on his blade, not drawn, but ready. "What is this place?" Kazim looks at the walls, at the names, at the bell metal ribs curving above them like the bones of something that never stopped breathing. "It is the cage," he says. "The bells are not timekeepers, they are amplifiers. Every chime, every resonance, every prayer spoken aloud within the city walls is collected through the towers and channeled here, into this chamber, into the thing that sleeps beneath." Myreth's pulse ticks against her ribs. What sleeps beneath? Kazim's gaze meets hers. A god. A forbidden god. Buried by the Conclave's founding generation because they could not kill it. The words settle in the dark between them. Javan's jaw tightens. "The cage breaks," Myreth says slowly, "when Edria's pulse stops. That is what Sivra told us." "That is the lock," Kazim agrees. "But the lock is not the cage. The lock is a seal, a lid. Edria's heartbeat keeps the lid closed. When it stops, the lid opens. And the god rises. The god returns." Javan's voice is low. "Then we do not let the lid open." Kazim shakes his head. You do not understand. The lock is failing. The gap in the dawn bell is not a crack in the mechanism. It is the god speaking. It has been speaking for months, growing stronger. The resonance has shifted half a tone in 2 years. Edria's pulse has weakened. The cage is already breaking. You did not cause this. You are arriving at the end of a process that began long before your first death, Myreth. She wants to argue. She cannot. The truth of it sits in the metal around them, in the names etched into the ribs, in the stillness of the air that has not moved in centuries. If the god returns, she says, what happens to Veldenmere? Kazim opens his mouth to answer. The water at her feet trembles. A thin ripple spreads across the film of moisture coating the stone. The bell metal ribs hum, once, low, deep, a sound that goes through her shins and up through her spine. Javan's hand finds hers. The hum stops. The chamber goes still. Then the water trembles again, stronger this time. The ripple becomes a wave. The wave slaps against the base of the bell metal ribs, and the ribs answer with a vibration she feels in her teeth, in her skull, in the marrow of her bones. Kazim's face is gray. That is not the cage, he whispers. Then what is it? The god. The word drops into the silence. Another tremor. The bronze around them groans. Myreth feels it in her chest. A second heartbeat, a pulse that is not hers, and not Javan's, and not Kazim's, rising from somewhere deeper than the floor, deeper than the bedrock, deeper than the history the Conclave wrote and burned and rewrote. The pulse of something that has been waiting, something that knows her name. Myreth's fingers tighten around Javan's. The tremor does not stop. It settles into a rhythm. Slow, patient. The pulse of a thing that has been counting time in decades while she counted it in hours. Kazim's mouth moves, but she cannot hear him over the hum. The bell metal ribs are glowing, a dull orange light, like metal heated from within. The names etched into the bronze catch the glow and throw it back, and for one frozen moment, Myreth sees every name at once, sees the thousands of voices pressed into these walls, sees the 47 plates in the underworks, sees Edria Fane pacing in the dark, repeating Javan's name. The chamber is breathing. The cage is breathing, and the thing inside the cage is reaching for her through the stone. Chapter 33. She tries to read the chamber. The resonance hits her like a wall of wet wool, muffled, thick, impossible to separate into threads. She reaches for Edria's pulse, the one she felt in the relic, the one that has been pacing in the dark for years, repeating Javan's name. But beneath the floor, the god is breathing, and its breath drowns everything else. Nothing separates, nothing clarifies, only noise, static in the blood. Myreth pulls her hand back from the bell metal rib. Her fingertips tremble. The names etched into the bronze blur when she tries to focus on them. Thousands of voices pressed into a single scream she cannot parse. Javan steps closer. What is it? Nothing? You went white. She shakes her head. The lie sticks in her throat. She tries again, reaches for the nearest rib with deliberate focus, and the static slams into her skull like canal water flooding a sealed room. 42 deaths, 42 mornings waking to Canal Rot in her throat. 42 times she has told herself the next loop will be the last. The pressure of it, the sheer accumulated weight of every life she failed to save and every choice she made colder than the one before, presses against her gift from the inside. She cannot feel through it, cannot hear through it. The god's pulse fills the chamber, and beneath it the echo of her own existence has become a noise she cannot filter out. Kazim watches her from the edge of the bronze. Your gift is failing. It is not a question. She does not answer. The closer we get to the cage, he says, the worse it will become. The god's resonance is older than this city, older than the stone it sleeps beneath. Your gift is calibrated for human emotion, not for something that has been waiting centuries to be heard. Myreth's hands curl into fists. I do not need to hear it. I need to find Edria. Her pulse is in this chamber. I felt it in the relic. It is here. Then why can you not find it now? The question lands like a blade. Because I am drowning. Because I have spent 42 loops numbing myself to survive, and now when I need to feel something clearly, there is nothing left but noise. She does not say it aloud. Javan's hand finds hers. The touch is warm, grounding, and for a moment the static in her chest thins, just enough for her to draw a full breath. "Do you feel her?" he asks. "No." "Yes. Faint. Below us." The lie tastes like ash, but Javan's grip tightens, and she sees the hope flicker across his face. Fragile, desperate. The hope of a man who has spent years believing his sister was dead, and now knows she breathes. She cannot take that from him. Kazim's pale eyes narrow. The node concentrates the resonance before it feeds into the towers. If she is anchored on the 9th tier, her pulse should be strongest here, where the signal is most raw. If you cannot read it, the god's interference is already saturating the chamber. "Then we go deeper," Myreth says. "Toward the cage?" "Toward Edria." Kazim's mouth presses into a thin line. You cannot outpace a god by descending toward its heart. The deeper you go, the stronger its voice becomes, and the weaker your gift will grow. "Then I will find another way." There is no other way. The chamber floor is the first node. The second lies beneath it, and beneath that, the seal chamber itself. Every level amplifies the god's resonance. If your gift fails you at the first node, it will be useless by the time you reach the lid. Myreth meets his gaze. "I did not survive 42 deaths to stop at the first voice I cannot silence." She turns from him and presses her palm flat against the nearest bell metal rib. The bronze is warm, alive. The names beneath her fingers pulse with a rhythm that does not match her heartbeat. She reaches. The static hits. 42 mornings, 42 streets, 42 times the bell rang and she died. The grief is not Javan's. It is not Edria's. It is her own. The grief of every loop she wasted learning nothing, every ally she used and discarded, every moment she chose distance over tenderness because tenderness made the next death hurt worse. The grief of knowing she has become someone who cannot feel clearly because feeling clearly would destroy her. The noise swells. Her hand shakes against the bronze. Then Javan's hand covers hers. His palm is warm, calloused. The hand of a man who is killed, who has burned records and silenced voices and carried a sister's heartbeat in a relic for years without knowing what he held. He does not speak. He just stands beside her, palm against her knuckles, breathing in the same dark. The static does not stop, but something beneath it shifts. A thread of clarity, thin as spider silk, winding through the noise. Not Edria's voice, not Edria's pulse. Something older, quieter, waiting at the edge of her awareness like a held breath. She follows it. The thread pulls her downward, past the chamber floor, past the bedrock, past the layers of stone and water and centuries of prayer pressed into the foundation. The god's pulse beats beneath her, steady and patient and vast. But the thread is not the god. The thread is a heartbeat. Edria's heartbeat. Faint, distant, alone, pacing in a room she has not left in years. Myreth's breath catches. I hear her. Javan's hand tightens. Where? Below us, deeper than the node. She is not on the 9th tier. Then where? Myreth opens her eyes. The chamber swims back into focus. Bronze ribs, glowing names, Kazim's gray face, Javan's old iron gaze fixed on her with a hope she does not want to disappoint. She is beneath the cage. The words hang in the still air. Kazim's face drains of what little color it had. That is not possible. The cage is the lowest chamber. There is nothing beneath it. There is. Myreth's voice is steady now. There is a room below the cage, and Edria is in it. The bell metal ribs hum, the water at her feet trembles, and the god's pulse, patient, waiting, presses against the stone like a question. Javan's voice is barely a whisper. Then how do we reach her? Myreth looks at the floor, at the dark water spreading across the chamber, at the glow of the bell metal ribs casting their cold orange light across the ancient names. She does not know, but for the first time in 42 loops, she can feel again, and what she feels is Edria Fane's endurance, pulling her deeper into the dark. Chapter 34. The passage narrows. The walls close in, damp stones slick with condensation, the air thick and warm as breath. Myreth leads, one hand trailing along the rock, the other pressed against her ribs where the bell metal scrap rests in her pocket. It pulses now, steady, warm, a heartbeat that is not her own. Behind her, Javan's footsteps splash in the shallow water covering the floor. His hand finds the small of her back, a touch so light she might imagine it, but she does not imagine the way the static in her chest quiets when he is close. Kazim's voice echoes from the chamber behind them, thin and fading. You will not find her through the god's voice. Myreth does not answer. She follows the thread, downward. The passage angles steep, the floor becoming steps cut from living rock, each one slick with age. The walls change, bell metal ribs emerge from the stone, thicker than in the node chamber, woven together like the bones of something buried mid-breath. The names carved into them are older here, characters worn soft by time and damp, their edges rounded into illegibility. The thread pulls, left at a fork where the right passage fills with black water. Through an arch shaped like a rib cage, its edges lined with dried moss that crumbles to ash when her sleeve brushes it, into a chamber that opens around them like a held breath. The fracture chamber. Myreth stops. The space is vast, a dome carved from the living rock, its ceiling lost in shadow. Bell chains hang from the dark above, hundreds of them, each one descending into the black water that covers the floor ankle deep. The chains do not sway. They hang in perfect stillness, as if the air itself has forgotten how to move. At the chamber's center, rising from the water, a structure of bronze and stone, a pedestal. 3 rings of bell metal, nested, each one etched with names in concentric circles. The names spiral inward toward a hollow center where something rests. A relic. A pouch of worn leather, familiar. Javan's relic. Myreth's breath catches. She knows that pouch. She has seen it in every loop, pressed against his chest beneath the red coat, the object he touches when he thinks no one watches, the thing he carries like a wound he cannot set down. It is here, suspended in the center of the ring, held by nothing visible, turning slowly in the still air. The anchor. Javan's voice is hollow. This is where they anchored her. Myreth steps forward. The water ripples around her ankles. The bell chains do not move. The relic turns, once, twice, and she feels Edria's pulse not in the relic but through it, the thread of heartbeat that led her here, rising from the water beneath the pedestal. She is below us. Javan moves to stand beside her. His hand finds hers, gripped tight. The cage is below us. She is in the cage. No, she is beneath it. The cage is the seal. Nothing exists beneath it. That is what they wanted you to believe. She turns to face him. The orange glow from the bell metal ribs catches the scar at his brow, the iron weight in his eyes, the hope he cannot hide and cannot trust. Your relic was never a keepsake. It was a tether. They used your grief and her pulse to hold the lock steady. Every time you touched it, every time you prayed over it, you were feeding the cage your obedience. His jaw tightens. I carried her death for 8 years. You carried her prison. Silence. The water laps at their ankles. The relic turns, slow, patient. And Myreth feels the shape of it now, the architecture of repetition she has lived inside for 42 loops. The chamber is not a prison for the god alone. It is a mechanism, a loop within a loop, designed to generate devotion, grief, and loyalty from the ones who tend it, the ones who pray to it, the ones who carry its weight without knowing what they carry. The bells ring, the faithful pray, the knives kill, and the god sleeps, fed on the resonance of a city that believes it is worshipping peace. Every death I died fed this chamber. The words leave her before she can stop them. Every loop, every failure. Every time I woke on that street, the god drank my hatred and grew stronger. Javan's hand tightens on hers. Then we stop feeding it. How? The voice comes from the far arch. Not Kazim's. Myreth's blood turns cold. Orvec Nalt steps from the shadow beneath the arch, broad-shouldered, pale-eyed, his red coat dark with damp. Behind him, 3 conclave warders fan into the chamber, crossbows trained. His branded palm glows faintly through his glove. You stand in the heart of a cage built by men who understood that faith requires sacrifice, and that failure to sacrifice is the only sin that cannot be forgiven. His voice echoes off the dome. You have done remarkable work, Myreth Cosse. Sabotage, forgery, coordination. You dismantled pieces of my operation I did not know were connected until you built them into a path leading here. He steps forward. The water parts around his boots. But you do not understand what you have found. Myreth holds his gaze. Then explain it. Orvec's lips thin. This chamber is the lock's second ring. The first was your own death loop, engineered to turn a resonance reader into a generator of grief. Every time you died, the emotion you shed fed the mechanism. Every time you woke, the god tasted your hatred and grew hungrier. He gestures at the bell chains. You were not the only sacrifice. Every keeper who vanished, every prayer spoken in fear, every knife who killed in the Conclave's name believing they were protecting the vulnerable. His eyes shift to Javan. Every brother who carried a relic he thought held his sister's memory. Javan's hand tightens on his blade. You used me. I used what you gave me. Orvec's voice is calm. You came to us orphaned and desperate, begging for purpose. We gave you a coat, a blade, and a sister whose death we let you believe you caused. You gave us 8 years of obedience, and your grief kept the lock stable when nothing else would. Javan's breath shakes. Myreth feels the tremor run through his hand, through his arm, through the space between them where the static should be. It is not static now. It is grief so old and deep it has calcified, and the relic turning in the center of the chamber is singing to it, calling it home. Step away from her, Javan. Orvec's voice softens. This is not your fight. You were made for order, not for this woman's chaos. Javan does not move. The water stills. The relic stops turning. And Myreth feels the thread beneath her feet pulse once, alive, waiting, as Edria's heartbeat rises through the stone like a question. Chapter 35. The water holds its breath. Orvec stands at the edge of the bell chains, his branded palm glowing through the glove like a wound that will not close. The warders behind him keep their crossbows trained, but their eyes flick to the relic, still suspended, still silent, as if the chamber itself waits for something. You were built for order, Javan. Orvec's voice carries no triumph, no mockery. It carries the weight of a man who has said these words before, in different rooms, to different people, always believing them. Not for her chaos, not for the collapse she brings to every system she touches. Javan's hand stays on his blade. I know what I was built for. You know what you were told. Orvec steps closer. The water ripples around his boots, dark and deliberate. You came to us at 14, hollow-eyed and grateful for a coat that fit. We gave you purpose when grief had stripped up everything else. We did not create your anger, Javan. We aimed it. Myreth feels the words land before Javan can answer. They land in the space between his ribs, where the grief has lived so long it feels like bone. He is not wrong, she says. Javan's head turns. She holds his gaze. He is cruel. He is wrong about what you owe, but he is not wrong that they aimed you. Orvec's eyes narrow. You defend me now? I understand you. She steps forward, releasing Javan's hand, feeling the cold water rise around her ankles. You believe private grief fractures public peace. You believe one broken heart is not worth a city's stability. You have spent your life containing the wounds of people you consider weaker than yourself, and you have done it so thoroughly that you no longer recognize cruelty when you practice it. Orvec's jaw tightens. You speak of cruelty as if I enjoy it. I speak of it as if you believe it is necessary. The silence between them stretches. The relic does not move. Orvec's branded palm flares once, briefly through the glove, and he looks at it as if it has betrayed him. I suspected, he says quietly, from the first year. Javan's breath catches. Suspected what? Your sister. The words fall into the water like stones. I reviewed the intake records when you were sworn in. A girl of 12, admitted to the 9th tier for spiritual correction. No release order, no death certificate, just a name entered and never removed. He looks at Javan. I did not investigate. I told myself the records were sealed by authority higher than mine, that the girl was dead and pursuing the truth would only break a useful agent. Javan's voice comes rough. You knew. I suspected. 8 years. 8 years of telling myself that one broken loyalty was not worth the unraveling of the entire system. Orvec's eyes are pale and steady. I chose the city over your sister, Javan, every day for 8 years, and I would choose it again, because that is what order requires. The warders shift behind him, uneasy. Myreth watches the man who has hunted her for 42 loops, and for the first time, she sees not a monster, but a builder. A man who has used lives as mortar because he believes the wall protects more than it crushes. You are not wrong that the system needed to hold, she says. Orvec's gaze sharpens. But you are wrong that it cannot be rebuilt without the bodies beneath it. The god will not sleep again, Orvec says. You have brought it to the edge of waking. Every choice you made, every truth you uncovered, every step you took into this chamber was a step toward release. Then release was always coming. Then you should have let someone else hold the door closed. Javan moves, not toward Orvec, not toward the relic. He moves to stand between them, facing the warders, his blade still sheathed but his weight settled, ready. I will not kill for you again. Orvec's expression does not change. You will not need to. The chamber will kill you both when the seal fails, and I will stand here and watch, because that is the cost of protecting a city that does not know it is at war. He raises his branded hand. The glow through the glove intensifies, and the bell chains above them begin to sway. Not from wind, not from touch, but from something below pulling at the metal. Step away, Javan. One last time. The warders' crossbows rise. The water at Myreth's ankles trembles, and Javan Sere does not move. He stands beside her, hand finding hers in the dark, grip steady, and the relic suspended at the chamber's center begins to turn again, slow, patient, answering something beneath the stone that has waited longer than any of them have drawn breath. You aimed me, Javan says. His voice is quiet. You used my grief. You fed it. You made it a weapon because you needed the lock to hold, and I gave you the devotion of a boy who had nothing else. He looks at Orvec, but I am not that boy anymore. The branded palm flares, the bell chains sway faster, and from beneath the chamber's floor, deep beneath the water and the stone and the names etched into metal, Edria's heartbeat rises like a second bell, answering the relic's turn. Orvec's hand drops. His face, for the first time, shows something Myreth has never seen across 42 lives. Not anger, not certainty, recognition. You will open the cage, he says. No, Javan answers. I will open the door beneath it. Chapter 36. The warder's crossbows do not waver. Orvec's branded palm glows through the glove, casting pale light across the water's surface. The bell chains sway above them, metal groaning, and the relic at the chamber's center keeps turning, slow, patient, answering the pulse beneath the stone. Javan stands beside her, hand in hers, grip steady. I will open the door beneath it. Orvec's jaw works. His branded hand drops to his side. You do not even know what waits below. I know my sister is there. Your sister, Orvec says, was the lock's third ring. She was placed beneath the cage so that any attempt to reach her would break the seal before you ever touched her. Myreth's breath catches. The third ring, not the relic, not the death loop. Edria. Javan's hand tightens around hers. Then I will reach her without breaking the seal. You cannot. You have never seen me try. The relic turns faster. The water at their ankles vibrates, a low hum climbing through bone and stone. The god beneath them knows they are here. It has known since the first node, since she woke on the canal street, since before she drew breath in Veldenmere. Myreth feels the static pressing at the edges of her gift, the god's resonance saturating the chamber, ready to drown her if she opens. But Tessivel's voice rises in memory. Resonance does not yield to closed hearts, only to hearts willing to be altered by what they touch. She has tried control. She has tried planning. She has tried surviving by becoming smaller, harder, colder, and every death has made her more efficient and less human. If she opens now, the god will flood her. If she does not open, she will never find the name. Javan's thumb traces her knuckles, once. She lets go of his hand, steps forward, away from him, away from the warders, away from every calculation that has kept her alive for 42 deaths. The water rises past her ankles as she walks toward the pedestal where the relic turns. The bell chains sway closer, brushing her shoulders, her hair, the exposed skin of her neck. Each touch carries static, grief, decades of prayer pressed into metal. She places her palm on the relic and opens. The first wave is her own deaths, not memory, not recollection. The raw, undiluted feeling of each ending, the crack of her skull on cobbles, the cold slide of a blade between her ribs, the taste of poison at the back of her throat, the weight of canal water in her lungs. 42 separate moments of a body that did not want to die, screamed against it, failed, and stopped. She feels each one, every single one. Her knees buckle. Her hand stays on the relic. Javan catches her from behind, arm around her waist, chest against her back, breath at her ear. I have you. She holds the contact, uses it. The second wave is Javan's grief, not her own, his. The 14-year-old boy who watched his sister led into a stone corridor and never saw her again. The shame he learned to call loyalty, the rage he learned to call duty, the love he learned to call obedience, because the Conclave needed him to believe he had nothing else. She feels his hand tremble against her ribs as she reads what he has carried for 8 years. The third wave is Edria, thin, distant, flickering somewhere beneath the stone floor, deeper than bedrock, deeper than the cage itself. A heartbeat that has been counted and recorded every 3rd hour for 8 years, timed to the bells, transduced through bronze and iron and the bones of the city. Myreth pushes through the static. The god pushes back, ancient, hungry, grateful. It has waited longer than the Conclave has stood. It has been fed devotion and grief and the coerced prayers of a city that does not know it is worshipping a prison. It knows Myreth's name because it has been calling her for months before her first death, calling her through the Dawnbow Gap, calling her through the growing fracture in the cage. But it does not know Edria's true name. That is the difference. The Conclave filed Edria Fane into the register, scraped her from the archive, gave Javan a false death to grieve. They recorded her as Fane, as daughter, as sister, as patient, as pulse number, as lock ring, as every legal and doctrinal category that could bind her without ever speaking the name her mother gave her at birth. The name only Javan knows. Myreth reaches for it through the resonance. She feels Edria's fear, a girl who has spent 8 years in a room beneath a cage, counting the seconds between pulse checks, knowing her heartbeat is a lock that will either hold or open, and that she will die either way if anyone tries to reach her. She feels Edria's hope. A hope so thin it should have died years ago, but did not, because somewhere above, on the other side of stone and metal and the weight of the city, a brother she has not seen since childhood has never stopped reaching for her. Myreth opens her mouth. The name comes not from memory, not from the register, not from anything the god fed her. It comes from the living pulse beneath the floor. Ilara. Javan's arm tightens around her waist. No one has spoken that name in 8 years. The relic stops turning. The bell chains freeze. The water at their feet goes still, perfectly still, flat as glass, and the silence that follows is not empty. It is listening. Then the god beneath Veldenmere answers. Not with a voice, not with a word, with a hunger that has been waiting for this name since before the Conclave was built, a hunger that has been fed death after death after death. Myreth's deaths, the Keeper's deaths, every life ground into the lock to keep it sealed. The cage shatters, not the metal, not the stone, the silence. The bells above them, every bell in Veldenmere, every tower, every shrine, every silenced bell in every flooded ward begins to scream. Chapter 37. The name hangs in the air like a blade that has not yet fallen. Ilara. The bells scream. Every bell in Veldenmere, every tower, every shrine, every silenced bell in every flooded ward. And the sound is not music. It is a throat being torn open, a voice that has been held beneath stone for longer than the city has stood above it. The relic pouch trembles on its pedestal. The bell chains sway, strike each other, and the sound they make is not bronze. It is the clatter of bones that remember being a body. Myreth's hand stays on the relic. She cannot move it. The resonance has her. 42 deaths and 8 years of Edria's counting, and the boy who watched his sister led into a stone corridor, and she is drowning in it. Javan's arm is still around her waist, his chest against her back, breath at her ear. "I have you," he says again. But his voice is different now. Not the next voice, not the Conclave's voice. The voice of a brother whose sister's true name has just been spoken for the first time in 8 years. The warders raise their crossbows. Orvec's branded palm flares through his glove, bright, too bright, smoke twisting from the seal as if the brand itself is trying to escape his hand. "Strike the bells," he orders. "Strike them now." The warders do not move. They are staring at the relic, at the chains, at the water that has begun to pulse at their ankles. A heartbeat that is not Edria's anymore. A heartbeat that belongs to what she was keeping sealed. "I said strike the bells!" One warder breaks, turns, runs toward the stair that leads up through the node chamber. Javan moves, not toward the stair, not toward Orvec, toward the pedestal. He takes Myreth's hand, the one still pressed to the relic, and his fingers close around hers, and the contact, the living heat of his palm against her own, breaks the resonance's hold. She gasps. He pulls her back, away from the pedestal, away from the relic that has stopped turning, and the moment her hand leaves the metal, the bell chains fall silent. Not silent. Listening. Orvec draws his blade. "Javan Sere, step away from the woman. That is an order." Javan does not step away. He positions himself between Myreth and the warders, between Myreth and Orvec, between everything that the Conclave built him to be and the name he has not heard spoken since he was a boy. "No." The word is quiet, final. It carries no rage, no defiance, just the weight of a choice that has been 8 years arriving. Orvec's jaw tightens. The broaded hand is smoking now, the seal splitting, and he looks at it as if it has betrayed him. "You do not understand what you have done." "I understand exactly what I have done." Javan's voice is low, steady, the voice of a man who has stopped pretending. "I watched her die 42 times for your lock." Orvec's blade does not waver. Death is not dying. She woke every time. The lock held. "I watched her die. To hold the city steady. To feed your god." The word hits like a second name spoken aloud. Orvec's hand spasms. The seal on his palm splits, a crack straight through the brand, and blood, dark and thick, slides between his fingers. The water at their feet ripples. Something stirs beneath the stone. Not the god, not yet. Edria, her heartbeat rising through the floor, stronger now, no longer a question, a demand. Javan turns to Myreth. His old iron eyes are steady. His hand finds hers, squeezes once. "Where is the door?" She feels it through the stone, through the water, through the resonance that still hums in her teeth and her ribs and the marrow of her bones. "Beneath the pedestal. Under the relic." He does not hesitate. He releases her hand, steps past her, and drives his blade into the bronze and stone pedestal at the point where the bell metal rings meet the stone. The metal screams. Not a bell, a voice. The pedestal splits, a crack racing from the blade's edge straight through the etched names, through the relic's cradle, through the floor itself, and the water does not pour into the crack. It pours out. Dark, cold, alive with the taste of Canal Rot and old prayer and something ancient that has been waiting for this crack to open. It floods the chamber floor, rising past their ankles, past their calves, and in the water's reflection Myreth sees not her own face. She sees Edria, a girl with old iron eyes, thin, hollow-cheeked, alive, 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 staring up through the dark as the water rises around her. The warders break. They drop their crossbows and run, boots splashing through the rising water, abandoning Orva, abandoning their orders, abandoning everything. Orva stays. His branded hand is bleeding freely now, the seal dissolving into red, and he looks at Javan with something that is not anger. It is grief. "I did what I had to do." Javan does not answer. He looks down into the crack, into the water, into the reflection of a sister he has not seen since she was 12. The water is rising faster now. It is past her knees, past her thighs, cold, so cold. And Myreth feels the god pressing through the flood, grateful, hungry, answering the name that was spoken. Not Edria's name, her own. The name the god has been calling since before her first death. Myreth. The water reaches her waist, and the door beneath the relic opens. Chapter 38. The water reaches Myreth's chest, cold and alive with something that should not be. Orvec does not move. He stands in the rising flood, his branded palm bleeding freely, the seal dissolving into ribbons of red that curl through the dark water like smoke. His pale gray eyes track Javan as the man descends into the crack, as the water swallows his waist, his shoulders, the old iron gleam of his eyes as he looks down at the sister he has not seen since she was 12. The blade is still in Orvec's hand. He does not raise it. I did what I had to do. The words are hollow now. Even he hears it. Myreth pushes through the water, past him, toward the crack, toward Javan, toward the heartbeat that is rising beneath her feet, and Orvec's hand shoots out and catches her wrist. His grip is weak. The brand has taken everything. You cannot go down there. She looks at his hand, the split seal weeping blood into the water, the fingers trembling around her wrist. You cannot stop me. I can still try. There is no conviction in it, just the reflex of a man who has spent his life containing wounds he never learned to heal. She pulls free. He lets her. The water is at his chest now, rising faster, and still he does not climb for the stair. He stands in the flood, as if waiting for it to take him, as if the order he served was the only thing holding him upright, and the collapse of the lie has hollowed him out from the inside. Myreth lowers herself into the crack. The water takes her. It is not a room. It is a well. A shaft cut straight through stone and bell metal, descending into darkness so old it feels solid, and Myreth falls through it with the water pouring around her, past her, beneath her, until her boots strike something that is not stone. A floor, wet, warm, breathing. She stands in a space no larger than a chapel closet, and the walls are not walls. They are bell metal plates etched with a single name repeated in 1,000 different hands. Edria, Fane. Edria, Fane. Edria, Fane. No, not Fane. Ilara, the name she spoke. The name the Conclave tried to bury. At the center of the room, chained to the floor by iron cuffs at each wrist and ankle, a girl sits in the shallow water. She is 15 now, thin, her black hair tangled and plastered to her skull, her old iron eyes the same shade as Javan's, and she is staring at Myreth with the expression of someone who has been counting heartbeats for 8 years and has just heard a new one enter the cell. You spoke my name. The voice is small, hoarse, unused. Myreth cannot move, cannot breathe. Yes, the girl's chains rattle as she shifts, and the water around her ripples, and the sound that comes from her throat is not a sob, it is a laugh. Thin, broken, alive. I thought I imagined it. The water swirls behind Myreth, and Javan drops into the well behind her, landing in the shallow flood, and the moment he sees the girl, his entire body stops. He does not move, does not breathe, does not speak. He stares at the sister he has spent 8 years believing he killed. Elia! His voice cracks on the name, cracks the way metal cracks before it breaks. The girl's eyes find his, and she knows him. Even in the dark, even wasted and chained and drowned, she knows him. Javan, you came back. He is in the water beside her before Myreth can see him move, his hands on the chains, his blade already working at the iron, and the sound he makes is not human. It is the sound of a wound that has been packed in iron for 8 years, finally, bleeding open. My faith, my faith, my faith, my faith, my faith, my faith, my faith! The chains snap. 1 cuff, 2, the ankles. The girl falls forward into his arms, and he catches her, and she is so light, so thin, she weighs nothing, and he presses his forehead to hers, and the water rises around them both. Myreth stands at the edge of the cell, and the water is at her thighs now, and she feels it, the god, pressing against the cage, pressing against the shattered second ring, pressing against the door Javan opened when he spoke his sister's true name. Grateful, hungry. The bell rings, 1 toll, deep, long, slow. The bell that always killed her. She waits for the death. Nothing. No black rush, no canal stone at her back, no pulse-checking reflex. Just the bell ringing, the water rising, and the girl in Javan's arms breathing. The loop is over. The deeper haunting has just begun. Above them, through the crack, Orvec's voice carries down. Not a command, not a prayer, just a statement made to no one. The god is free. And the water, as if answering him, rises faster. Myreth feels it against her throat, against her chin, and the girl in Javan's arms lifts her head, looks at Myreth with those ancient, exhausted eyes, and whispers, "It knew you would come." The water reaches Myreth's mouth. The dark closes in. Chapter 39. The water at her mouth. The dark closes in, and then nothing. No gasp, no stone at her back, no wet street, just the current pressing against her chin and the absence of the death that should have taken her. She is still standing, still breathing, still alive in the dark with water rising and Javan's arms around his sister and the god pressing against the shattered cage like a held breath. The bell does not ring again. The silence is wrong. It is not the silence of a stopped mechanism. It is the silence of attention, of something listening. She needs to move, needs to find a way out before the water takes them. But the dark is absolute, and the walls are smooth, and she cannot breathe past the weight of not dying. Javan's voice cuts through the stillness. "Edria, can you stand?" The girl's answer is a scrape of iron against stone, a chain still attached, a body moving. Myreth forces her hands to find the wall. Bell metal plates, etched names. The surface is warm, warmer than the water, and the warmth is not residual. It is growing. "Javan, the walls!" She hears him shift, feels the change in the current as he turns. The bell metal is pulsing, not with Edria's heartbeat anymore, something else, something that has waited 8 years and longer and is now stretching into the space the cage used to hold. A low hum builds in the metal, not a tone, a voice forming beneath hearing. The water at Myreth's chin vibrates with it. "We need to climb," she says. "There is no ladder." Javan's voice is flat, assessing. "I felt the shaft on the way down, cut stone, nothing to grip." The water is at her lower lip now. Edria speaks into the dark. "There is a door." Myreth turns toward the voice, sees nothing but black. "Where?" "Behind me. They brought me through it once, when they first put me here." The hum in the bell metal deepens, drops into a register that makes Myreth's teeth ache. "Can you reach it?" Javan asks. A pause, the rattle of chains, a small wet sound that might be a hand finding stone. "Yes, but it is locked from the other side." Myreth feels for the wall again. The warmth is spreading. The pulse in the metal is not random now. It has rhythm, intent. The god is not just free. It is listening, and it is answering. She presses her palm flat against the bell metal and opens herself the way she opened to the resonance in the fracture chamber. Not to read, to ask. "Show me the door." The metal heats beneath her hand, the pulse quickens, and in the dark a seam of light appears. Thin at first, then widening. Not light from beyond, light from inside the metal itself, glowing through the etched names as if the letters are burning from within. Edria gasps. The door slides open. Beyond it is not a passage, not stairs, not a way out. It is a corridor of the same bell metal, walls lined with the same etched names, stretching into a distance that should not exist. The corridor is dry, lit by the same internal glow, and at the end of it, something waits. Not a figure, not a presence, a silence, shaped like attention. Javan lifts Edria in his arms. The girl is too light, too still, but her hand grips his collar like she will never let go. "Through there?" he asks. Myreth looks at the corridor, at the waiting silence at its end, at the names on the walls that are no longer just names, but invitations. "I think the god built it for us." "For us," Edria whispers, "or for what it wants us to become." The water is at Myreth's throat now. The shaft behind them is flooding faster. There is no choice. She steps through the doorway. The moment her foot touches the corridor floor, the water behind her stops rising. The hum in the metal becomes quiet, almost gentle, almost grateful. Javan follows Ilara in his arms, and the door slides shut behind them, sealing the flood away. They stand in the glowing corridor, breathing in air that tastes of old incense, canal rot, and something else. Something that has been waiting to speak for a very long time. The silence at the end does not move, but it waits, as if knowing they will come willingly, as if it is always known. Myreth takes one step, then another. The etched names on the walls shift as she moves, the letters rearranging themselves into words she can almost read, almost understand, almost remember. Welcome. The word forms on the metal beside her hand and fades. Grateful. She stops breathing, hungry. Javan's hand finds her shoulder. Warm. Grinding. Keep moving, he says. Do not let it write your path. She does not look at the walls again. She watches the silence at the end of the corridor, the attention waiting for them, and she walks toward it because there is nowhere else to go, and the loop is broken, and the god is free, and she is still alive in a world that has never moved past the first bell of her dying. The corridor opens. They step into a space that should not exist beneath a city of canals and bells, a chamber of living stone and breathing metal, where the walls pulse with soft inner light, and the floor trembles with a heartbeat that belongs to no human. At the center of the chamber, a figure stands, not made of flesh, made of resonance. A shape formed from light and sound, and the accumulated weight of every prayer Veldenmere has ever swallowed. It turns toward them, and speaks Myreth's name the way a mother speaks a child's name the first time, with recognition, with joy, with terrible, bottomless love. You brought me back. The words are not sound, they are vibration in her bones, in the marrow of her. I have been waiting. Behind her, Javan sets Ilara down. The girl stands, swaying, and stares at the figure with the expression of someone who has seen its shadow for 8 years and is now meeting its face. You, Ilara breathes. You were the one who whispered to me through the chains. The figure inclines its head. I was. I am. I will be. Myreth's gift opens without her willing it. Not to read, to be read. And the god looks into her the way she has looked into 41 dead days. You died for me 42 times. Now I live for you. The chamber fills with light, and beneath the light, the walls begin to sing. Chapter 40. The water still sings in the walls, in the bell metal, in the air itself, thick with resonance that should have broken Myreth but did not. She stands in the chamber with the god's voice still vibrating in her marrow, the light fading from the walls like a held breath releasing. Javan lifts Ilara again. The girl's arms loop around his neck, her old iron eyes fixed on the space where the figure stood, where it still stands, though its shape has dissolved back into light and shadow and the hum of accumulated prayer. Go, the walls sing. The city is waiting to meet you. The corridor contracts behind them. The door that sealed the flood away is no longer there. In its place is a stair, cut through stone that should not exist, leading upward. Myreth tastes canal rot and incense and something new, something that tastes like a prayer already answered. They climb. The first sign that the world has changed is not a bell. It is the absence of bells. They emerge through a maintenance grate behind the tannery district, pushing iron bars that give too easily, as if the metal recognized them. The sky is the same bruised gray it has always been. The canal water is the same oily black. But the silence where the central bell should toll is not silence. It is waiting, attentive. Myreth puts her hand on a wet stone wall to steady herself. The stone vibrates under her palm, not with the god's pulse from below, with something thinner, higher. A note held so long it has become part of the masonry. It is everywhere, she breathes. Javan shifts Ilara's weight. The girl's eyes are closed now, her breath shallow, but her fingers grip his collar with the strength of someone who has held on for 8 years and will not stop now. The city, he says. It has become the god's chamber. They take the narrow alleys, staying away from the main crossings. The first person they pass is an old woman carrying a basket of dried fish. She does not look at them. Her lips move in a rhythm that matches the vibration in the stone. A prayer. Not whispered, sung, but her voice is the only sound. No answering bell, no chatter from the stalls. Just the old woman's song and the wet slap of canal water against stone. Myreth touches the woman's sleeve as they pass. Her gift opens like a wound. The woman's heart is full of gratitude, full and smooth and emptied of all the sharp edges that make a person real. Fear is gone. Grief is gone. Hunger is gone. There is only the song, only the rhythm, only the beautiful, terrible certainty that something has finally listened. Myreth pulls her hand back as if burned. She is not suffering, Myreth says. Her voice sounds thin to her own ears. Javan's eyes are on her face, reading what she does not say. But she is not anything else either. They cross the 4th canal bridge. The water beneath it is still, too still. No ripple, no current, no debris floating. It looks like a mirror that has forgotten what it reflects. A crowd gathers at the mouth of Bell Street. Not a mob, a procession. People moving together without speaking, their feet finding the same rhythm, their heads bowed at the same angle. They flow past Myreth and Javan like the canal current that no longer runs. One of them lifts his head as he passes. Middle-aged man, dockworker's hands. Eyes that should be tired, hard, wary. Instead, they are soft, full of light, full of the same smooth gratitude Myreth felt in the old woman's heart. He sees her, he stops. The procession continues without him, parting around his stillness, closing again as if he never left it. You, he says. You are the one who spoke the name. Myreth's hand goes to her pocket, to the night bloom powder she still carries. Useless here, useless against this. The god told me, the man continues. In the water, in the bell. It said you would come from below. It said you opened the door. His voice is not his own. It is borrowed. Filled with the same resonance that sang in the chamber. Javan steps forward. Alara stirs in his arms. What do you want? Javan's voice is hard. The voice of the knife he used to be. But the man does not flinch. Nothing I can ask for. The god has already given it. The man spreads his hands. The gratitude on his face is radiant. It heard me. All my life I prayed and nothing answered. Now everything answers. Myreth's throat tightens. She freed this. She chose trust. She chose Javan. She chose to open the door, and this is what stepped through. We need to find shelter, she says. A place where the god is not everywhere. The man smiles. You cannot. That is the gift. It is everywhere now. It has always been everywhere. We just could not hear it before you opened the door. He reaches toward her. Javan moves, faster than Myreth can track. His free hand catches the man's wrist, stops the gesture before it reaches her. Do not touch her. The man's smile does not waver. He looks at his own wrist in Javan's grip as if observing something curious. You do not understand yet, he says. You will. We are all going to the same place now. Where? The mother below has prepared a chamber, for the faithful, for the grateful. It told me to find you, to bring you to the gathering. Myreth's pulse stutters. Who are you? The man's eyes meet hers, still soft, still radiant, still empty of everything that made him a person before the water rose. My name is Vate. I am the one the god sent to walk you home. Chapter 41. Myreth's boots find the next street, and the next, but the city does not feel like the same city. She knows Veldenmere. She has walked every district across 42 lives. She knows where the cobbles shift under rain, which shrine steps hold incense residue, how the canal smell thickens or thins, depending on which sluice gate opened and when. This is not that city. The alley she takes should empty onto Saltmonger's Row. Instead, it lets them into a courtyard she has never seen, paved with stones that fit too perfectly, their edges clean as if no cart has ever crossed them. The walls are wrong. The windows are wrong. The shrine niche at the far end holds no statue, only a dark aperture shaped like a mouth waiting to speak. Javan stops beside her. Alara's breath is shallow against his neck. This street, he says, led to the tannery district this morning. This morning was a different city. They moved through the courtyard. Myreth keeps one hand near her pocket, near the night bloom powder she will not use but cannot discard. The silence presses against her ears. No birds, no distant hammer from the cooperage, no children shouting across the canals. A sound breaks the quiet. Water. Not the lap of canal current, a deeper sound. The swallow of something drinking. They round the corner onto Tanner's Walk and find the canal. It has changed. The water is higher than it should be, lapping at the lip of the stone embankment, the tide wrong for this hour, for this quarter, for any logic Myreth knows. Wet footprints lead away from the edge. Not boot prints, bare footprints, small, the toes distinct, as if whoever left them walked out of the canal and kept walking. The prints lead toward the market. Javan follows them with his eyes. How many people does it take to make a city? I don't understand the question. Neither do I. He shifts Alara's weight, but I think the god is finding out. They follow the prints. The market square is wrong in the way a familiar room is wrong when a single piece of furniture has been moved in the dark. Stalls stand empty. Awnings hang still. The fishmonger's slab is clean, scrubbed, no blood, no scales, no smell of brine. The baker's oven is cold. But at the center of the square, a woman kneels. She is young, maybe 20. Her hair hangs loose and wet. Her clothes drip canal water onto the stone. She is not shivering. She is not moving. She kneels with her hands open on her thighs, palms up, eyes closed, lips parted. Myreth approaches slowly. The woman does not react. Can you hear me? No response. But Myreth's gift stirs without being called. The woman's heart radiates the same smooth gratitude Myreth felt in the old worshipper and the singing crone. Full, empty, warm, forgiving everything, including the cold, including the wet, including the loss of whatever name she used to answer to. Myreth touches her shoulder. The woman's eyes open. She looks at Myreth with recognition that has nothing to do with meeting before. It is the same look Vate wore. The look of someone who has been told who Myreth is and believes it with the certainty of stone. You freed us, the woman says. Her voice is not her own. It carries the same resonance, the same borrowed depth. The mother below says you are the one who spoke the name, the one who opened the door. Myreth pulls her hand back. The resonance clings to her palm like oil. What is your name? The woman's brow creases, a thought, an effort. I had one. Before. What was it? The crease deepens. Her lips shape a syllable, then another. Nothing comes. She shakes her head slowly, not with frustration, with acceptance. It does not matter now. I am where I am supposed to be. Javan speaks from behind Myreth. Where is that? The woman looks past them, toward the eastern quarter, where the bell towers rise against a sky the color of old iron. The gathering. Everyone is going to the gathering. Something cold settles in Myreth's chest. How many? The woman's smile is radiant, empty. All of us. Everyone who prayed. Everyone who waited. Everyone who hoped the silence would break. She reaches for Myreth's hand. You are the reason it broke. You should be there. Myreth steps back. The woman's hand hangs in the air, patient, unhurried, as if she has all the time the god can give her. Walk with me, the woman says. I will show you the way. I know the way. You knew it before. Now the streets have learned to move. The woman rises. Her wet clothes cling to her frame. She turns and walks toward the eastern quarter without looking back, her bare feet leaving prints on the dry stone. Myreth watches her go. She is not a person anymore, Javan says. Quiet, flat. She is a message. She is both. Which one answers when the message runs out? Myreth has no answer. They move through the market, past the hollow stalls, past the cold oven, past the scrubbed fish slab. The silence presses. The resonance hums in the stone beneath their feet, deeper than vibration, deeper than sound, a waiting that has learned patience across centuries. At the eastern edge of the square, a procession is forming. Not Vate's silent column, a new one. People emerging from side streets, from doorways, from the canal itself, dripping and barefoot and radiant. They gather in loose formation, facing east, swaying slightly, their lips moving in a rhythm that matches the vibration in the stone. A man at the front turns. He is old, beard white, eyes soft with borrowed light. He looks at Myreth and smiles. "She is waiting for you," he says. "The mother below, she has prepared a chamber." Myreth's pulse hammers against her ribs. "I freed her. That does not make me hers." The old man's smile does not waver. Doesn't it? The procession begins to move. They do not force Myreth to follow. They do not reach for her. They simply walk, eastward, toward the towers, toward the gathering, their wet feet slapping in unison, their voices rising in a song that has no words, only tones, only the shape of devotion worn smooth by repetition. Javan stands beside her. Ilara stirs, her fingers tightening on his collar. "What do we do?" he asks. Myreth watches the procession shrink toward the eastern gate. The song fades but does not vanish. It stays in the stone, in the air, in her teeth. "We find Tessivel," she says. "We find Sivra. We find anyone who still remembers their own name." She takes a step after the procession, not to follow, to read which streets they leave empty, which routes still answer to the city she knew. The stone beneath her foot shifts, not a crack, not a slip, a deliberate movement, as if the cobble adjusted itself to accommodate her weight. She looks down. The street has rearranged. The seam between two stones now points directly toward the eastern gate, toward the towers, toward the gathering. The woman in the square was right. The streets have learned to move, and they are all pointing home. Chapter 42. The loft smells of dust and dried incense, the kind that settles into wood over decades and never fully leaves. A shrine-keeper's storage room, abandoned when the first transformed worshipper walked past without stopping. Myreth sits with her back against a stack of folded prayer cloths. Her hands are still shaking. Not cold, not fear, exactly. Something else. The absence of something that should have happened and did not. Javan lowers Ilara onto a pile of vestments near the window. Her breathing is shallow but steady. Her fingers still grip his collar, even in sleep. He turns to the basin in the corner. The water is cloudy, untouched by the god's stillness. He works his hands through it, watching the red dissolve and spread. He does not pretend the blood is gone when he pulls them out. "Your hands are still shaking," he says. Myreth looks at her own palms, the tremors visible, fine and constant. "I keep waiting for the bell." Javan dries his hands on a cloth that was once white. "It already rang." "I know. That is not what you mean." She presses her palms flat against her thighs. The pressure steadies them briefly. "I keep waiting for the one that kills me, the one that sends me back to the canal street with rot in my throat." She swallows. "It did not come. I do not know what to do with a day that keeps moving." Javan crosses to her. He does not sit. He stands, looking down, his old iron eyes carrying something she has not seen before. Not grief, not duty, something softer, uncertain. "You are alive." "I am still here." "That is the same thing." She looks up at him. "Is it?" He holds her gaze, does not answer. Maybe because there is no answer that fits a day that should have killed her. The silence stretches. Ilara stirs on the vestments. A sound, half sigh, half word. Javan's attention snaps to her, then returns to Myreth. "We need to move soon," he says. "The city is still shifting." "I know. But not yet." He lowers himself to the floor beside her, close enough that his shoulder brushes hers. The contact is deliberate, patient. "You need a moment," he says. "A breath, before we walk into whatever she has built." Myreth closes her eyes. She does not argue. For a long time, neither of them speaks. The loft does not sing. The stone does not hum. Just dust, silence, and the weight of a body that has not died. Then Javan's hand moves. He pulls the relic from beneath his coat. The bell metal fragment. Split, scarred, still carrying Edria's name in the metal. He holds it in his palm, turning it like a compass needle that is not settled. Myreth opens her eyes. "What is it?" Javan's brow is furrowed. "It is warm. The god is everywhere now. Everything is warm." "No," he shakes his head. "Not that kind of warm. It is pulling." He holds the relic out to her. She takes it. The metal is gold at first touch. Then it shifts. A current beneath the surface. Not heat, not vibration. Something that tugs at the inside of her wrist. A thread drawing toward the wall behind her. Toward the eastern quarter. She looks up. That is not where the gathering is. Javan's jaw tightens. It is not. The mother called the gathering east. The procession went east. It did. She presses the relic into his hand. The pole does not waver. Then where is it pointing? Javan stands. He crosses to the window, holding the fragment before him. The metal tilts in his grip, aligning itself like a thing with will, with purpose. South, he says. Myreth rises. Her legs are unsteady. She does not care. South is the archive, the docks, the hospice quarter. Parts of it. Something it wants me to find. How do you know it wants you to find it? He holds up the relic. The metal shivers in his palm, a living thing that has waited 8 years to point where it needs to go. Because it did not do this before, he says. Not once. Not through 42 deaths. Not through the loops, the bells, the cage. It sat dead in my pocket for 8 years. His voice drops. Now it is pulling toward a district that should not know my sister's name. Myreth steps to his side. She looks out the window. The eastern sky is gray. The towers rise dark against it. Below, the streets are empty, patient, waiting. But south, beyond the canal, beyond the old hospice chimneys, something moves in the mist. Not people, not procession. A shape that does not resolve, a presence that the relic answers with warmth. Javan's hand tightens around the metal. She is there, he says. Or she was. Myreth watches the mist. Then we go south. Javan turns to Alara, still sleeping on the vestments. She cannot walk that far. Then we carry her, you and I. He looks at Myreth, a long look, the kind that carries questions he does not know how to voice. When did you stop being someone who survives and start being someone who stays? Myreth does not have an answer. She feels the tremor in her hands ease, just slightly. I do not know, she says, but I am staying now. Javan nods. He lifts Alara. She stirs, murmurs something that sounds like his name, then settles against his shoulder. Myreth takes the relic from the sill. It pulls south, steady, certain. She holds it out before her, a compass toward a district that should not yet know Edria's name. Let us see what your sister left for us to find. They descend the loft stairs. The street outside is empty, but the stones have shifted again, and every one of them points south. Chapter 43. The relic pulls south through streets that no longer remember their own names. Myreth walks first, holding the fragment before her like a lantern. The metal hums against her palm, low and constant, a thread drawn taut toward something beyond the canal. Behind her, Javan carries Alara. The girl's breath is shallow but steady, her fingers hooked into his collar, her face pressed against his throat. The stones beneath them have stopped shifting. They lie still now, patient, every edge aligned toward the same direction, south. They cross a bridge where the canal water has turned the color of old pewter. No ripple, no reflection. The surface holds nothing, not even the sky. This is wrong, Myreth says. Javan does not answer. He does not need to. They pass a row of houses with doors standing open. Inside, candlelight flickers in empty rooms. No voices, no movement, just flame, waiting. The road bends. Ahead, a chapel rises against the gray. Its walls are wet, glistening as if the canal has breathed against them for hours. The bell tower is silent, but the stone itself seems to exhale, a slow rhythm that matches nothing in the air. Myreth stops. The relic pulls harder now, urgent, certain. It wants us in there. Javan shifts Alara's weight. Then we go in. The chapel door is open. It did not open for them. It has been open, waiting, mouth of a thing that expects to be entered. Inside, the air is thick with damp and something else. Not incense, not prayer. A warmth that does not come from bodies. The chapel is full. Worshippers kneel in the pews, heads bowed, hands clasped. They do not look up. They do not shift. Their stillness is too uniform, too complete, as if each body has been arranged into the same posture by the same hand. The walls are wet. Water seeps from the stone in thin rivulets, tracing paths through old mortar. But the water does not pool on the floor. It runs upward, defying the weight of itself, climbing the pillars and arching across the ceiling in veins that pulse with faint light. And the walls whisper. Myreth catches fragments as she steps deeper. Names, promises, secrets spoken in voices that do not belong to the living. Your daughter's fever broke at dawn. The debt is forgiven, the debtor buried. He never loved you, but I do. Each whisper lands on a kneeling figure. Each figure shudders, not in fear, in gratitude. Myreth's gift opens without her willing it. The resonance hits her like floodwater, devotion, thick and golden and warm. It wraps around each worshipper like a blanket, soft, heavy, suffocating. They are not praying, they are being held. The God has wrapped itself around every thought, every fear, every hunger, and promised to carry them all. But beneath the warmth, Myreth feels the edge. Compulsion. The devotion is not chosen. It is pressed into the spaces where doubt used to live. The worshippers cannot question, because the questions have been replaced. Every time one of them tries to remember a grief, a hope, a name that belonged only to them, the warmth fills the gap and the thought dissolves. They are being hollowed from within. A woman in the front row weeps. Her tears are not sorrow, they are relief. She has forgotten what she lost, and the forgetting feels like grace. Myreth's hand trembles. She wants to pull back, to close herself, to stop feeling the slow erasure happening in every chest around her. But the gift will not shut. The God wants her to feel this, wants her to know what she has made possible. You brought them this. The voice comes from behind her. Myreth turns. A man kneels in the last pew. He was not there when she entered. She would have seen him. The pew was empty. He lifts his head, middle-aged. Dockworker's hands, scarred knuckles, a face that has known weather and worry and the weight of years. His eyes are soft, full of light. He knows her name. You freed us, he says. The mother below says you are the one who spoke the name. Myreth's throat tightens. Who are you? I was no one. I am still no one. But now I am held. He does not stand. He does not approach. He kneels, hands open on his thighs, face turned toward her like a man receiving a blessing. The walls speak to us, he says. They tell us what we need to hear. They tell us we are safe. We are loved. We will never be alone again. And what did they tell you about me? The man's smile is gentle, empty. That you are the door, the one who opened the way. The mother has prepared a chamber for you. She is waiting. Javan steps forward. Ilara stirs against his shoulder, murmuring. We are not going to the gathering, Javan says. The man's gaze does not waver. You are. You will. The streets will bring you. The stones will carry you. There is nowhere else to go. Myreth holds the relic before her. It pulls south, past the man, past the chapel walls. Your relic points south, the man says. But south is only where you walk. The gathering is where you arrive. How do you know what the relic points to? The man's smile deepens. Because the mother told me. She tells me many things. She tells me you are afraid. She tells me you do not trust the peace she offers. He reaches out, not toward Myreth, toward the wall beside him. The moment his fingers touch the wet stone, the whispering stops. Every voice in the chapel falls silent. The kneeling worshippers freeze. Their heads remain bowed. Their hands remain clasped. But they are listening now, waiting. The man speaks. She says your name was written in the gap before the first bell. She says you have always been hers. She says the loops were the lock, and you are the key, and the door opens only once. He looks at Myreth, and it is already open. The walls begin to sing, not whisper, sing. A low, many-throated sound that rises from the stone like breath from a living throat. The water on the ceiling pulses with light. The kneeling worshippers open their mouths and join the song, their voices blending into a single note that vibrates in Myreth's chest, in her teeth, in the marrow of her bones. The relic in her hand goes cold. Then it pulls so hard her arm jerks forward, south, east, toward the gathering, toward the chamber the mother has prepared. The man rises. He does not walk toward her. He walks toward the altar, where the water has begun to pool and rise, lapping at the stone steps, spreading across the floor. You are the door, he says without turning, and the door must close, or stay open forever. He steps into the rising water. It does not part for him. It receives him. He does not surface. The water spreads across the chapel floor, climbing Myreth's boots, reaching for Javan's calves. The song continues. The light pulses. The worshippers keep singing, their faces serene, their eyes closed, their mouths forming words they do not understand. Myreth backs toward the door. Javan follows. They step out into the gray street. The chapel door swings shut behind them, sealing with a soft, wet sound, like a mouth closing after a meal. The relic is warm again. It pulls south, but the water from the chapel is still rising, seeping through the gaps in the stones, following them into the street. On somewhere ahead, beyond the mist, the gathering waits. Chapter 44. The relic pulls south through streets where every stone has settled into alignment, the city's bones rearranged while no one watched. Myreth keeps her hand closed around the metal fragment, feeling its warmth pulse against her palm like a second heartbeat. Beside her, Javan carries Alara with the same steady gait he used through the underworks, through the flood, through everything. His jaw is set. His old iron eyes sweep every shadow. The archive stands 3 streets ahead, its iron gate hanging open. No worshippers kneel here. No water runs up the walls. The building looks forgotten, passed over by the transformation, and that wrongness tightens in Myreth's chest. She pushes through the door. The reading room is dim. Dust hangs in the light slanting through high windows. Shelves stretch into shadow, undisturbed. A single lamp burns at the far desk, where Tessivel Drake sits with her hands flat on the wood, her face pale and her eyes fixed on a page she has just set down. She looks up when Myreth enters. Her gaze moves from Myreth to Javan, to the girl in his arms, and something in her expression breaks open and seals again all at once. "You found her." "Tessivel." Myreth crosses the room, the relic still warm in her grip. "The god is free." "I know. The streets have rearranged, the canals are still, people are walking into the water and not coming back." "I know." Tessivel rises. Her hands tremble against the desk, but her voice holds steady. "I have been waiting for you to come back through that door. I did not know if you would." Myreth stops before the desk. The lamp flame flickers, casting Tessivel's shadow long across the floor. "Tell me what you know." Tessivel picks up the page she was reading. Her knuckles are white around the edges. "I knew the Doctrine was incomplete. I knew there were pages missing from the binding rite, pages the Conclave removed before I took this post. I found one of them 40 years ago, hidden behind a false panel in the Foundation crypt. I read it once. I sealed it again. I told no one." She holds the page out. Myreth takes it. The script is old, cramped, written in ink that is browned with decades. The words are dense, scholarly, but the meaning rises off the page like heat. When the bound power is released by mortal relation, gratitude fills the vessel first. This gratitude is not love, it is recognition. The power knows the hand that freed it and will seek to remain near that hand, to shelter it, to consume all distance between them. If the freed power is not named, limited, or answered by a countervow within the first turning of the day, gratitude curdles. The shelter becomes a cage, the recognition becomes a claim. The freed power does not release its liberator, it incorporates them. Myreth reads the lines twice. A cold weight settles in her stomach. What is a countervow? Tessivel's mouth tightens. A vow that defines relation without surrender. A vow that says, I freed you, but I do not belong to you. The old doctrine calls it the right of return. It requires the liberator to speak the freed power's true name in the presence of a witness who carries no debt to the power, and to state the terms of their continued separation. Javan is my witness. He cannot be. He carries the god's resonance in the relic he has worn for 8 years. He is already indebted, even if he did not choose it. Myreth looks at Javan. He stands silent, Alara breathing shallow against his shoulder, his scarred face unreadable. Then who? Tessivel's hands are still trembling. Someone untouched by the god, someone who has not prayed to it, not been touched by its resonance, not benefited from its freedom. Someone who has kept their silence and their self through everything. Sivra. Sivra is a canal apothecary who silenced her own bell for 7 years. She has not prayed, she has not bowed, she has not been touched by the god's transformation. Myreth holds Tessivel's gaze. Then we go to Sivra. Tessivel nods once, slowly, as if each movement costs her something. There is something else. She reaches beneath the desk and lifts a second page, smaller, torn at one edge, the ink fresher. She does not hand it over. She reads it aloud. If the name spoken in the right of return is not the god's true name, but the name it was given by its first captors, the right binds the god to its prison again. Not to the cage, to the one who speaks the name. That speaker becomes the new cage. She lowers the page. The Conclave knew this. They removed the page so no one could unknowingly doom themselves. If you speak the wrong name, Myreth, you do not free the city. You become its prison. The silence stretches. Then a bell rings. Not the tower bell, not the ward bells. The small copper bell on Tessivel's desk, the one she rings to call archive assistants, rings once, sharp and clear, without anyone touching it. Tessivel stares at it. Then another bell rings, a handbell on a shelf 20 paces away, then another, then another. All across the archive, bells begin to ring. Desk bells, shelf bells, the small brass bell hanging beside the reading room door. They ring in sequence, spreading through the building like a ripple across water. They know we are here, Tessivel whispers. The front door slams shut. Footsteps sound from the corridor beyond the reading room. Heavy, measured, many. Javan adjusts Sere in his arms, shifting his weight. Wardens? Tessivel shakes her head, her face gone gray. Worse. The gods converted. They have learned to read the resonance. They know when someone speaks against the mother. The bells keep ringing. The footsteps keep coming. And Tessivel holds the torn page against her chest like a shield she knows will not hold. Chapter 45. Javan moves before Myreth can stop him. He is already at the archive door, Ilara still in his arms, his shoulder braced against the frame. The ringing bells shiver through the old stone. Desk bells, shelf bells, the copper bell on Tessivel's desk still vibrating in its stand. Myreth, his voice cuts through the noise. The chamber. I need to go back. She does not argue. There is no time. The footsteps in the corridor are closer now, wet and measured, the sound of bare feet on stone. The converted have found them. Tessivel presses the torn page into Myreth's hand. Take it. If I do not survive, you must know the names. You are coming with us. I am the archivist. Tessivel's face is pale, but her voice holds. If someone does not stay to burn the shelves, the Conclave's lies outlive us all. And another bell rings, then another. The converted are at the door. Javan kicks the reading room side door open. It leads to a maintenance stair, narrow, crumbling, barely wide enough for two. He goes first, Ilara's breath warm against his neck, and Myreth follows. The stair spirals down, the bells fade, the air turns damp and cold. They emerge in a service passage that runs beneath the archive toward the central tower. Javan moves without hesitation, following a pull that has nothing to do with the relic fragments. The pull is older, deeper. It is the shape of his sister's voice pressed into the city's bones. The passage opens into the fracture chamber. It is changed. The bed chains hang motionless. The black water has receded to a film on the floor. The pedestal lies shattered, its bronze and stone remnants scattered across the tiles like a broken rib cage. But the resonance is still here. It hums in the walls, the floor, the air. Javan lowers Ilara to a dry ledge against the wall. She stirs, her fingers tightening on his collar. Stay. She does not answer, but she holds his gaze for a moment, and that is enough. He walks to the pedestal wreckage. The fragments of the relic lie where they fell when he drove his blade through the bronze ring. Bell-metal shards, dark and warm, each one carrying the name etched into it. Edria's name, the name the Conclave tried to bury. He kneels. His hands shake when he touches the first piece. The resonance hits him immediately. It is not pain. It is recognition. The metal knows his fingers. It remembers the 8 years it spent against his chest, pulsing with his heartbeat, carrying the signal of a sister he thought was dead. He gathers the fragments, 3 large pieces, a dozen smaller ones. The metal is warm, alive. He presses them together in his palms. The edges do not fit perfectly anymore. The blade split the ring in 2, and the breaking left gaps, jagged and raw. But when he closes his hands around them, presses until the edges bite into his skin, something shifts. The resonance sharpens. And then he hears it, not in his ears, in his chest, in the hollow space where 8 years of silence have lived. Edria's voice, thin, distant, made of metal and memory. The hospice, the drowned hospice. He holds his breath. Where they took the children, where they made us quiet. The fragments tremble in his hands. The voice flickers, comes clearer for 1 syllable, then fades. Tell Myreth. The name is... Silence. The metal goes cold. Javan stays kneeling, his hands bleeding from the sharp edges, the fragments pressed against his chest. The resonance is gone, but the location is not. The drowned hospice. The old Conclave care house on the southern tidal flats, the one that flooded when the locks failed 30 years ago. The one they sealed and abandoned. The one where, according to whispered records, children of high-ranking Conclave families were sent for correction. He turns the fragments over in his palm, studying the etched names, the layered resonance. She was there, before the 9th tier, before the cage, before she became the lock. She was in the hospice, and the Conclave took her name from her there, gave her a false register, and made her a ghost before she was ever a prisoner. Myreth steps up behind him. She does not ask what happened. She sees his hands, the blood, the way he holds the fragments like a wound he needs to keep open. Javan! The hospice, he says. The one below the southern lock. She was there before the cage. Myreth's face goes still. The drowned hospice where children disappeared? Yes. She looks at the fragments in his hands, the way they catch the dim light from the chamber, the names visible in the metal. She left you a message in the metal. She left me a location. He stands, the fragments still pressed together, held in his left hand like a broken compass. Then that is where we go, Myreth says. Javan looks at Alara on the ledge. She has risen to her elbows, her eyes open, watching him. She does not speak, but she nods. Behind them, water begins seeping through the chamber floor. Not the receded flood. Something else. Something that moves against gravity, rising in rivulets along the broken pedestal, climbing the hanging bell chains. The god is watching, and the god knows they are going to find what the Conclave buried. Chapter 46. The southern tidal flats smell of rust and salt and something older, rot that has dried and been re-wet so many times the stone has forgotten what it once held. Myreth leads. Javan follows 3 paces behind, Alara braced against his side, her bare feet leaving wet prints on the ancient stone. Kazim brings up the rear, his grease-stained hands pressed to the walls, reading the bell metal veins that thread through the masonry like blue-gray nerves. The hospice rises from the mist like a drowned animal. Its walls lean inward. Windows stare black and empty. The main entrance hangs open, its iron gate torn from the top hinge, and the water inside lies so still it could be floor rather than flood. Kazim stops at the threshold. This is not Conclave architecture. Myreth turns. Explain. He touches the keystone above the gate. The stone is carved with a sigil she has seen twice before, once in the fractured chamber, once in the god's corridor beneath the cage. The hospice was not built by the Conclave, he says. It was built on something older. The Conclave sealed the lower levels because the foundations keep singing a name they could not silence. Edria's name. No. He looks at her. A name that predates hers. The structure was repurposed. The upper floors became a care house. The lower floors stayed what they always were. Javan shifts Ilara's weight. Which is? Kazim does not answer. He steps through the gate. The water inside reaches their ankles. It is cold with a cold that does not belong to the season. Myreth's gift stirs before she touches anything. sensing the layered residue pressed into the walls, the floor, the air itself. Children were here. She feels them as a pressure behind her eyes, dozens of small griefs stacked like coins, each one identical. Each one taken from a child who learned to kneel before they learned to speak. Javan walks past her, toward the inner corridor. The cells are below. She follows. The corridor narrows, the water deepens. The walls change from plaster to stone to bell metal plates bolted directly into the foundation, and every plate carries a sigil. The same sigil, repeated, pressed into the metal like a brand. Myreth touches one. The world tilts. She is not in the corridor anymore. She is in a room with no windows, no door, no light except the glow of the sigil burning on the wall, and a child is kneeling in the center of the floor. The child's hands are folded. Her mouth moves in a prayer she has been taught to repeat until the words mean nothing. I am empty. I am vessel. I am grateful. I am still. The sigil pulses. The child's jaw tightens. I am empty. I am vessel. I am grateful. I am still. She says it until her voice cracks. She says it until the tears stop coming. She says it until the prayer becomes the only thing she remembers. And Myreth realizes the child is not praying to the god. She is praying to become a lock. The vision breaks when Javan grips her shoulder. Don't touch them, Alon. She is shaking. Her pulse is too fast. The sigil on the wall is still warm beneath her fingers, and she can feel the child's prayer echoing in her chest like a second heartbeat. There are dozens of them, she says. Each cell, each child. They were not correcting children here. They were forging them. Kazim appears in the doorway behind them. The Conclave did not create the method. They inherited it. The Foundation cults perfected the forging of living locks 3 centuries before the Conclave existed. The bells, the sigils, the children trained into silence, all of it predates the city's founding. Myreth pulls her hand from the wall. Then there was Edria, the finished product, Kazim says. The first fully stabilized lock. The Conclave spent 8 years refining her. Javan's grip on Ilara tightens. She was not a refinement. She was a child. Yes, Kazim does not flinch. And they made her into a cage that held a god for 8 years. That is what this place was built to produce. The corridor continues downward. The water reaches mid-calf. The bell metal plates grow denser, the sigils more complex, and the residue thickens until Myreth can taste it. Copper and salt and the flat sweetness of forced devotion. She follows the taste. The deepest room is not a cell. It is an operating chamber. The walls are lined with bell metal ribs like the first node chamber, but smaller. In the center of the floor, a bronze ring is embedded in the stone, wide enough for a person to lie inside. The ring is etched with a single name repeated in a spiral. Edria Fane. Edria Fane. Edria Fane. Edria Fane. Myreth kneels. The residue erupts. She feels Edria lying in the ring, 12 years old, her wrists bound, her jaw wired open so the sigils could be pressed directly against the soft tissue of her mouth. She feels the bell metal plates lowered onto her chest. She feels the prayer being spoken over her, not by her, into her, until the child's own name dissolved and only the lock remained. 8 years of it. But the residue at the bottom of the ring is fresh, days old, hours old. The resonance of Edria's terror is still settling, still cooling, and Myreth can smell the salt of tears that have not yet dried. She was here recently. Javan is at her side in 2 steps. How recently? After the cage broke, they moved her back here. Someone brought her down into this room after the god was freed. She looks up at him. She was alive when they brought her, and she was fighting. The proof is in the residue, not the hollow endurance of a forged lock. The sharp, living terror of a girl who knew she had been moved back to the place where she was unmade. Javan's hand goes to the blade at his hip. Then she is still here. No. Kazim is standing in the doorway, his face pale, his colorless eyes fixed on something beyond the room. The room is empty. The ring is gold. The body is gone. Then where is she? Kazim does not answer. He is listening. Myreth hears it a heartbeat later. Footsteps. Slow. Deliberate, coming from the passage behind the operating chamber, the one sealed with a collapsed wall of brick and mortar that has not been touched in 30 years. But the footsteps are not behind the wall. They are in it, as if someone is walking through the stone itself. Javan draws his blade. The footsteps stop. A voice speaks from the collapsed passage, muffled by brick and the weight of decades, but clear enough that Myreth feels it in her teeth. "I was wondering when you would find this place." The voice is young, female, and familiar in a way that makes the bottom of Myreth's stomach drop out. Chapter 47. Her voice is still in the stone. Myreth's hand hovers over the collapsed passage. The bricks are cold. The mortar is dry. Nothing has moved here in decades, but the voice came through as if the wall were water. "I was wondering when you would find this place." Javan is beside her, blade drawn, his body between the voice and Alara. "Who is that?" Myreth does not answer. She cannot place the voice, and that uncertainty is worse than recognition. A voice she should know, speaking from a passage that should be sealed, in a room where a child was unmade. Kazim steps forward. That wall has not been opened since before the Conclave repurposed the Hospice. There is nothing on the other side but foundation stone and the tidal basin. The voice does not answer, but the wall does. A single brick near the center of the collapse shifts. Not inward or outward, it turns as if on a hidden axis, and the sound it makes is the sound of a joint unlocking. Myreth steps back. The bricks begin to move, not falling, not crumbling. They slide sideways into the surrounding mortar like tiles being rearranged, and the opening they leave is clean, deliberate, and waiting. Beyond it is darkness, and a figure. A woman stands in the passage, her hands clasped at her waist, her robes brushing the dust from the stones. She is older than Myreth by 20 years, her face lined with the kind of patience that comes from watching people fail to see what is in front of them. Her hair is gray and pinned back. Her eyes are pale, almost colorless, and they hold Myreth with a warmth that feels practiced rather than felt. Canoness Yvain. The name comes out of Myreth's mouth before she can stop it. The Canoness inclines her head. "You remember me." Myreth remembers, a senior Canoness at the Hospice records office. She appeared in 3 earlier loops, always at the edge of Myreth's operations, never important enough to watch closely. She filed forms. She offered tea to waiting parents. She smiled at children in the corridors with a gentleness that seemed genuine. She was irrelevant. She was everywhere. "I supervised the 9th tier intake for 12 years, Yvain says, as if answering a question Myreth has not asked. "I was there when Edria Fane was registered. I was there when her name was replaced. I was there when she was transferred to the underworks." She steps through the opening. Her feet are bare, and they leave no prints on the dust. What I did not know was that she would survive the forging. The Conclave told me the procedure was fatal. They said the children became vessels, and the vessels became cages, but the children themselves did not live through it. Her voice is calm, maternal, the voice of someone who has practiced this confession in her own mind for years. "Edria Fane lived." Yvain stops 3 paces from Myreth. "I have spent 8 years wondering what that meant, whether she was stronger than the others, whether the prayer was spoken wrong, whether the mother below had already marked her before we put the sigils in her mouth." Behind Yvain, the darkness in the passage does not end. It presses forward, and Myreth realizes the tunnel beyond is not empty. It is full of standing figures, still and silent, their faces indistinguishable in the gloom. "Then you freed her," Yvain's smile widens. "And I understood. Edria was not the lock. She was the first successful vessel. The Conclave did not know what they had built. They thought they were sealing the god away. They were training the god a body." Myreth's blood goes cold. "You moved her here, after the cage broke." "Of course." Yvain spreads her hands. "The mother asked me to. The mother has always spoken to me, Myreth, through the bells, through the water, through the mouths of children who stopped being children and became prayer. She told me Edria's body was ready. She told me to bring her home." Javan moves. He's fast, faster than Myreth has ever seen him. His blade cuts the air between them in a flat arc aimed at Yvain's throat. The blade stops. Not against flesh, against nothing. The air before Yvain's neck solidifies into something Myreth cannot see, and the blade rings against it like a bell. Yvain does not flinch. "Javan Sere, Edria's brother." The knife who never knew he was carrying the key to his sister's cage. She tilts her head. You are angry. Good. The mother feeds on honest emotion. It is the hollow gratitude she must work for. Javan pulls the blade back. His knuckles are white. Where is my sister? Safe. Ethine's smile softens. Prepared, waiting for the moment when she becomes what she was always meant to be. Myreth steps forward. What you were building in the southern quarter, the relic pulling toward it, that was not a gathering. That was a birthing chamber. Yvain's eyes meet hers. The mother has been in labor for 3 centuries, Myreth. She has been pressing against the cage, sending her resonance through the bells, whispering to children who could hear her. She chose Edria before the Conclave ever took her. The forging was not the Conclave's work. It was hers, done through their hands. She gestures toward the passage behind her. Come and see. The birthing is almost finished. Edria Fane is no longer a lock. She is becoming a door through which the mother can walk into this world in flesh. Yvain holds out her hand. She's waiting for you, Myreth. She asked for you by name. Behind Yvain, the figures in the darkness shift, and one of them steps forward. Small, barefoot, dressed in the white shift of a hospice patient. Old iron eyes meet Myreth's. Edria Fane. Chapter 48. Sivra's hands are steady. She works the needle through Kazim's split eyebrow, pulling the skin together with short, precise tugs, her brown-stained knuckles pale with pressure. Kazim flinches once, then holds still, his colorless eyes fixed on the apothecary window where the afternoon light has taken on a quality Myreth cannot name. Not dimmer, not brighter. Thicker, as if the air itself has begun to hold memory. How many? Sivra asks. She does not look up from the wound. Myreth leans against the counter, arms crossed, the cold from the hospice stone still pressed into her bones. Javan stands by the door with Alara braced against his side, her breath shallow but even. None of them has spoken since the hospice, since Edria stepped into the light, since Yvain smiled like a mother watching her child take a first step. Sivra, we saw her. Edria was standing in that tunnel, looking at us, and Yvain said she asked for me by name. And how many more like her are walking around Veldenmere now? The question lands like a blade between ribs. Myreth opens her mouth, closes it. The answer sits in her throat, too large to swallow, too bitter to spit out. I do not know. Sivra ties off the stitch and wipes the blood from Kazim's brow with a cloth that comes away pink. She finally looks at Myreth, and her eyes are not soft. They are the eyes of a woman who has watched 7 years of silenced bells and knows exactly what happens when the silence breaks. The hospice, the archive, the chapel. How many children did the Conclave put through that prayer before Edria survived? The records were burned, Kazim says quietly. Tessivel lit the shelves herself before she stayed behind. Sivra's jaw tightens. Then the mother below has a head start we cannot count. She moves to the shelf behind her, pulling jars down with practiced economy. Dried yarrow, crushed bell metal filings, something dark that clings to the glass like sediment. She begins grinding them together in a mortar, the rhythm steady, angry. You came here for a plan. I came here. You came here to tell me what you found and then vanish into the southern quarter with only the knife beside you. Sivra does not pause the pestle. I know your patterns, Myreth. 42 loops of them. You gather information, you assemble pieces, and then you move alone because alone is faster, and alone does not leave bodies you have to bury. The pestle stops. Edria asked for you by name. Myreth's hands grip her own arms tighter. Yes. Then you are not alone. You are the person a living girl is waiting for. And if you go into that birthing chamber with only Javan and the ghost of your dead god at your back, you will walk out of it alone again. The mortar cracks under the pestle. Sivra sets it down. Her hands are shaking. I have spent 7 years pretending I do not know what my bell means. I have sold tonics to conclave warders and watched them walk out with my poison in their pockets, and I have told myself it was survival. She presses her palms flat on the counter. The god is free. The city is being hollowed, and you are about to make the same mistake you made in every loop before this one. Myreth's chest tightens. I am not. You are. Sivra's voice cracks. You are running toward the thing that scares you with a plan you will adjust alone in your head, and you will leave the rest of us behind because it is cleaner that way. But this is not clean. This is a girl who has been a door for 3 centuries asking for your name. This is Leo's youngest brother walking toward a canal with his grief eaten out of him. She rounds the counter. I am coming with you. The words hang. Myreth shakes her head. Sivra, you are the only witness who can speak the right of return. If something happens to you, then make sure nothing happens to me. Sivra's smile is thin and hard. I am not a piece you place on a board. I am a woman with poison in her shelves and a bell that has not stopped ringing, and I am done pretending the silence kept me safe. Javan shifts. Ilara stirs against him, her fingers tightening on his collar. The relic pulls south, he says, toward the birthing chamber. If Sivra comes, we move faster, we fight harder, and we have someone who can keep us alive when the resonance turns against us. Your gift is failing, Kazim adds. Myreth turns. He is watching her with those pale, hollowed eyes, one hand pressed to his stitched brow. You felt it in the hospice. The god's resonance is calibrated to drown you. You will need someone who can read the body instead of the emotion. Sivra is the only one who can do that without the god hearing her. The weight of 3 gazes settles on Myreth. She wants to refuse. The old instinct is already folding itself into her throat. The clean plan, the fast exit, the path that leaves no one else to carry. She can picture it. Javan at her side, Ilara braced between them, the relic pulling south through streets that rearranged themselves with every step. Fast, tight, deadly. But the girl in the white shift had old iron eyes, and she asked for Myreth by name. Myreth lets out a breath she has been holding since the cage broke. Pack the night bloom. Sivra nods. And bring the ground root. If we cannot speak the true name, I want the option to make the mother below wish she had stayed in her cage. The apothecary door rattles, not from wind. The building shudders, and the jars on the shelf sing a single high note in unison. Sivra's silenced bell begins to swing, soundless, its clapper kissing the metal without a chime. Outside, the street is filling with voices, not panicked, not afraid, gratitude. Low and rising, a chant layering over itself as it spreads from throat to throat, swelling until the walls vibrate with it. Myreth reaches the window in 3 steps and parts the curtain. The crowd is thick. Men, women, children, their faces lifted toward the eastern gate where the bells used to sound. They march in step, barefoot, wet from the canals, their mouths moving in the same rhythm. Thank you, thank you, thank you. None of them look left or right. None of them look at the apothecary. But at the front of the procession, walking with her arms raised and her pale eyes fixed forward, barefoot and leaving no prints on the wet stone, Yvain leads them toward the bells. And beside her, small and barefoot in a white shift, Edria Fane walks with her mouth open, singing. Chapter 49. The chant hits the apothecary walls like a second pulse. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Myreth's fingers press deeper into the curtain fabric. The crowd fills the street from wall to wall, bare feet slapping wet stone, clothes dripping canal water onto the cobbles. They do not look at the windows. They do not look at anything but the eastern gate where Yvain leads with her arms raised, and Edria walks beside her, mouth open in a song that has no melody. Sivra moves past Myreth, peering through the gap. Her hand finds the silenced bell's clapper, holds it still. We cannot go out there. We have to. Javan's voice is flat, practical. The birthing chamber is south. The relic pulls south. Every street between here and there runs through that crowd or past it. Kazim touches his stitched brow. The converted do not attack. They do not seem to notice anyone who is not walking with them. They notice, Myreth says. They just do not care about you yet. The moment you speak against the mother, they will. She lets the curtain fall. Sivra is already at the back counter, packing a leather satchel. Night bloom in a waxed wrap, ground root in a twist of paper, bandages, needles, a small blade. She works fast, hands steady. You read them through touch, Sivra says. If we go through the crowd, you will feel every one of them. I know. You said your gift is failing. Myreth does not answer. The god's resonance is in the stone, the water, the air itself. Every breath she takes tastes of it, sweet and mineral, like silver dissolved on her tongue. Her gift does not open so much as it is pried open by the pressure. Ilara stirs against Javan. Her eyes are open now, fixed on the window where the chant leaks through the frame. She does not speak, but her fingers grip his collar with a child's desperate strength. "We go together," Sivra says, slinging the satchel over her shoulder. "We stay close. We do not stop." Myreth wants to argue. The old habit is already building the objection, the clean plan that moves faster alone, the path that leaves no one else to shield. But the girl in the white shift asked for her by name, and Leo's youngest brother is somewhere in that crowd, walking toward a canal with his grief eaten out of him. "Stay behind me," Myreth says. "Do not touch anyone unless you have to. Do not meet their eyes." She pulls the door open. The chant hits her chest like a wave. "Thank you, thank you, thank you." She steps into the street and the crowd parts around her, not from awareness, but from the simple physics of bodies in motion. They do not see her. They do not see anyone. Their faces are turned toward the eastern gate with an expression that looks like peace, but feels like absence. Myreth's hand brushes the first shoulder. The resonance hits her gift like a stone dropped into still water. Gratitude, warm, liquid, spreading through her veins like honey. There is no fear beneath it, no anger, no grief. The places where those emotions lived have been smoothed over, filled with something that feels like relief but tastes like nothing. She pulls her hand back. The marcher does not notice, keeps walking, keeps chanting. Myreth forces herself forward, shoulder to shoulder with the flow. Sivra pressed to her back, and Javan behind her with Ilara braced between them. Every contact is a small violation. Every brush of fabric against her arm carries the same honey-smooth resonance, the same hollow gratitude. A woman turns her head. Their eyes meet. Myreth sees the woman's mouth moving, the chant pouring out of her like water from a cracked vessel. The woman does not see Myreth. She looks through her, past her, at something only she can perceive, and her smile is the most peaceful thing Myreth has ever seen on a living face. It is also the most empty. Myreth's gift opens involuntarily, pulled by the woman's proximity. The resonance floods into her before she can shut it out. A child's name forgotten, a husband's face erased, a hunger that used to wake her at dawn, now replaced by the certainty that she does not need to eat. The mother provides. The mother is all. The mother is good. Myreth tears her gaze away. Her hands are shaking. "Keep moving," Sivra says, low and firm. "Do not stop." They push deeper into the crowd. The chant layers over itself, 1,000 voices speaking the same 2 words in staggered rhythm, creating a sound that feels less like language and more like breathing. The air is wet and warm and smells of canal silt and something else, something sweet and cloying, like incense left too long in a sealed room. A child's voice rises from the flow. "Thank you." Myreth looks down. A boy of 6 or 7 walks beside her, his face lifted toward the sky, his mouth forming the chant with the same vacant serenity as the adults. His clothes are dry, his feet are bare. He does not look at her, but something in his resonance catches at the edge of her gift, familiar and wrong. She knows this face. Younger than she remembers, cleaner. The hunger that used to hollow his cheeks is gone, replaced by the same smooth gratitude that fills every marcher in this procession. But the shape of his jaw, the way his hair falls over his forehead, the slight tilt of his nose. Leo's youngest brother, the one Leo forged transit records to feed, the one Orvec threatened to take. Myreth stops. The crowd flows around her. The boy keeps walking, chanting, his bare feet slapping stone. He is moving toward the canal edge where the water lies still and mirrored and waiting. "Leo," she breathes. Sivra grabs her arm. "Myreth, we cannot." But Leo is already breaking cover. He crashes out of the apothecary doorway, his ink-stained hands reaching, his face a mask of terror and fury. He runs through the crowd, shoving shoulders, stepping on bare feet, and the marchers do not react. They do not even slow. "Jem!" Leo's voice cuts through the chant. The boy stops. He turns. His face is Leo's face, younger, softer, but the eyes are not a child's eyes. They are the eyes of someone who has been smoothed from the inside, who no longer remembers what fear feels like because there is nothing left in him to be afraid. "You are not supposed to be here," Leo says, grabbing his brother's shoulders. "You were supposed to stay home. You were supposed to." The boy smiles. It is Leo's smile, the one he used to wear when Myreth brought extra bread, the one that made him look like he still believed the world would not crush him. "Thank you," Jem says, and his voice is the same honey-smooth resonance that fills the crowd. Leo's hands tighten on his brother's shoulders. "I am going to get you out of here." "No," the boy says. "I am going home." He turns back toward the canal edge, and Leo follows, still gripping his brother's shoulders, still calling his name, and the crowd closes around them like water swallowing a stone. Chapter 50. Leo grabs his brother's shoulders and hauls backward. The boy does not resist. His bare feet lift from the stone, his body slack as a doll's, and the chant continues from his mouth even as Leo drags him out of the flow. The marchers do not stop, do not turn. The crowd flows past like water around a stone, filling the space where Jem stood without acknowledging he is gone. Myreth catches Leo's arm and pulls them both toward the apothecary doorway. Sivra clears a path with her shoulders, shoving, and Javan follows with Alara braced against his side, his free hand already reaching for the doorframe. They spill into the shop. The door slams shut. The chant muffles to a pulse through the walls. Leo sets Jem down on the floor, kneels, takes his brother's face in both hands, ink-stained fingers pressing against the boy's cheeks, forcing eye contact. "Jem." The boy blinks. His eyes are clear, calm. The peace in them is so complete it looks like a painting of a child, not a living one. "You are okay," Leo says. "You are safe. I have you." Jem's mouth opens. "Thank you," he says. The same honey-smooth tone, the same two words, and Leo's hand starts shaking. "Stop saying that. I am going home." "No," Leo's voice cracks. "No, you are not. You are staying with me. You are staying right here." Jem tilts his head. The motion is curious, bird-like, as if he is studying a specimen he does not quite understand. "Why are you sad?" Leo's breath catches. He looks at Myreth, and she sees the question in his eyes, the desperate need for an answer she cannot give. "Jem," Leo says, softer now, "do you know who I am?" The boy considers. His forehead wrinkles. The expression is almost natural, almost a child trying to remember where he left his shoe. But the effort behind it is wrong. It is a machine attempting to locate a file that no longer exists. "You are the person who held me." Leo's hands drop. "I am your brother." Jem's face clears. "Yes, that is the word for it. The word for it." Leo's voice is flat, hollow, as if someone has scooped the rage out of him and left only the shape where it used to be. "I am not a word, Jem. I am Leo. I fed you. I carried you when you were too tired to walk. He stops. Something has occurred to him. "Do you remember Mother?" Jem's eyes go distant. Not painful, not searching, just empty. "Mother," he repeats, tasting the word. "Mother is everyone now. The mother provides. The mother is all. The mother is good." "No." Leo grabs him again, harder. "Our mother. The woman who used to sing to you before bed, who called you her little bell. Who? I do not remember that." The words land flat. No grief, no loss. Just a statement of fact, delivered with the same hollow certainty as the chant. Leo's face crumples. Sivra steps forward. She crouches beside him, places a hand on his shoulder, and her fingers leave brown stains on his coat. "Leo, look at me." He does not. "Look at me." He turns his head. His eyes are wet, but he is not crying. Not yet. The tears are waiting, trapped somewhere between his chest and his throat, unable to find the release. "He is not gone," Sivra says. "But what was taken from him is not coming back with words." "Then what do I do?" Sivra's jaw tightens. She looks at Myreth, and Myreth sees the calculation happening behind her eyes, the same cold assessment that has kept Sivra alive for 7 years of silence. You hold him, Sivra says, and you wait until we find a way to give him back what the gods stole. Leo's hands clench on his brother's shoulders. Jem does not flinch. Hunger, the boy says suddenly. Leo freezes. I used to be hungry. You used to give me bread. The bread was hard and it hurt my teeth, but you said it was all we had. Leo's breath catches. Yes, Jem, that is right. I do not feel hungry anymore. The hope in Leo's eyes curdles. The mother filled me, Jem says, and his voice carries no pride, no fear, no joy, just the same smooth certainty that coats everything he says. There is no room for hunger. There is no room for cold. There is no room for missing the woman who sang. Leo's hands slide from his brother's shoulders to his own face. He presses his palms against his eyes. Myreth watches him, and she feels the shape of his grief through the air, not through her gift, just through proximity. Just through knowing what it costs to watch someone you love become a shell. She should not touch him. She does anyway. Her hand finds his arm, and he does not pull away. There is a chamber, Jem says. The words cut through the silence. Myreth turns. The boy is looking at her now, directly at her, his eyes clear and empty and terrible in their attention. The mother is preparing a chamber for the faithful, he says, for everyone who has given thanks, for everyone who has been filled. Where? Myreth's voice is hard. Jem blinks. Under the water. Leo makes a sound, a low, wounded noise, and Myreth feels the weight of what the boy is describing. The canals, the mirrored surface, the thousands of bare feet marching toward the edge. When? She asks. When the dusk bells sound, Jem says, the grateful will go home, and the mother will walk among us in the flesh she has been given. Edria. Myreth's stomach drops. The boy is describing the birthing chamber, the one Yvain mentioned, the one where the mother intends to walk into the world through Edria's body. How long until dusk? Sivra is already moving, grabbing her pack, checking the contents. 2 hours, maybe less. Javan shifts Ilara's weight against him. His voice is low, iron hard. Then we move now. Leo looks up. His eyes are red, his hands are shaking, but something in his face has hardened, a determination born from the ashes of everything he has lost. I am coming with you. Myreth opens her mouth to refuse. She sees Jem's face, empty, peaceful, already gone, even though he is still breathing. She closes her mouth. Pack what you can carry, she says, and do not stop moving. Jem turns his head toward the door. Thank you, he says to no one. The chant continues outside, endless as the tide, pulling the city toward the water one step at a time. Chapter 51. The archive crypt smells of wet paper and something older. Something that has been damp so long it no longer remembers dryness. Tessivel sits cross-legged on the stone floor with the torn page spread across her lap, her fingers tracing the faded script as if she can read it through the skin of her hands. Myreth stands at the threshold, watching her. The crypt is small, 8 paces by 8, with shelves cut into the walls that hold scroll tubes and ledger books, and a single iron-bound chest that Tessivel has not opened in 40 years. The air is still down here, untouched by the chant that vibrates through the upper floors. The god can be constrained, Tessivel says without looking up. Javan shifts behind Myreth. Ilara is braced against him, her breath shallow but steady. Lio stands at the back of the crypt with his arms crossed, his face empty in a way that reminds Myreth too of Jem. How? Myreth asks. Tessivel lifts her head. Her eyes are tired, the skin beneath them bruised with exhaustion, but there is something sharp in them now, a clarity that was not there before. The doctrine is not a prohibition, it is a protocol. She holds up the page. The edges are browned, the script cramped and angular, written in a hand that predates the conclave by centuries. The Foundation cults understood that a god freed from containment does not simply vanish or submit to a stronger cage. Gratitude curdles into claim. Devotion becomes debt. The one who opens the door becomes responsible for what walks through. Myreth feels the weight of the words settle on her chest like water rising. What does the protocol demand? Tessivel's gaze meets hers. A countervow, spoken by the one who freed the god, before a witness untouched by its resonance. The vow must name the god truly, and define the relation between them without ownership. No claim, no surrender, no gratitude accepted as debt. Sivra steps forward from the shadows. Her hands are stained, her pack braced across her shoulder, her silenced bell hanging motionless at her hip. "You are describing a negotiation," she says, "with a god." "I am describing the only constraint that does not become a cage," Tessivel replies. "The Foundation cults learned this after 3 centuries of trial. You cannot lock a god twice. The first lock was a violation. The second would be a declaration of war." Myreth's fingers find her pulse before she tells them to. "What does the Countervow say?" Tessivel looks down at the page. Her lips move silently, reading the ancient script, and when she looks up again, her face is pale. The exact words are lost. The page is torn at the critical passage, but the structure is clear. The one who freed the god must speak its true name and then renounce any claim over it. No gratitude, no debt, no ownership. The god is acknowledged as free, and the speaker is free from obligation. "And if the wrong person speaks it?" Tessivel's jaw tightens. "If someone bound by the god's resonance speaks the captor's name instead of the true name, they become the new cage. The god enters them, not as a vessel, as a prison." Javan's hand moves to the bell metal fragments in his pocket. "That is me," he says flatly. "I am bound. I cannot be the witness." "Nor can Nalara," Tessivel says. "Nor can anyone who has touched the converted, bowed to the mother, or carried a relic that pulsed with the god's resonance." She looks at Myreth. "You freed the god. You opened the door. The countervow must be spoken by you before Sivra, who has never prayed, never bowed, never carried anything but her own bitter will." Myreth's breath sobs. She can feel the god pressing at the edges of her awareness, the honey-smooth gratitude that waits for her to accept it as debt, the voice that has been calling her name from the gap, from the water, from the walls of every building she has entered. "I do not know the god's true name." "The page holds fragments," Tessivel says. "The Foundation cults called it by 3 names. One was the name the captors used to bind it. The second was the name it whispered to its vessels. The third—" She trails off. "The third?" Tessivel's fingers trace the torn edge of the page. "The third was never written. It was spoken only once, at the moment of the first locking, by the one who chose to become the cage." The silence in the crypt thickens. Myreth feels the weight of what Tessivel is not saying. The third name is the one that matters. The one that can constrain or free. The one that was buried with the first keeper, who offered themselves as the god's prison. "Where do I find it?" Tessivel's eyes are wet. "I do not know." The air in the crypt changes. Myreth feels it before she hears it, a shift in pressure, a warmth that blooms against her skin like breath. The stone beneath her feet vibrates with a low hum that is not sound but presence. Tessivel's head snaps up. The wall behind her, the one lined with scroll tubes and ledger books, is weeping. Black water beads on the surface of the stone, running in thin rivulets down the shelves, soaking the paper, pooling on the floor. The water does not spread. It gathers, thick as oil, and begins to form shapes. "Tessivel," the voice comes from the water. It is a man's voice, low and warm, the kind of voice that could soothe a child to sleep or sing a hymn in a crowded sanctuary. "Tessivel, I have been waiting for you." Tessivel's face goes white. The water shapes itself into a face. Broad cheeks, a strong jaw, eyes that are dark and familiar, the same eyes Myreth saw in the single portrait that hangs in Tessivel's private chamber above the archive. "Lucian," Tessivel whispers, her dead husband's name. "I am not gone," the water says, and the voice is kind, terrible in its kindness, full of the love that 40 years of widowhood have preserved like amber. "I have been waiting for you, Tessivel. I have been so patient." Tessivel does not move. Myreth steps forward, her hand outstretched, but the black water spreads faster than she can react, coating the floor between them, isolating Tessivel on her patch of stone. "You do not need to stay here anymore," the water says, and the face smiles with Lucian's smile, the one Tessivel has kept in her memory for 4 decades. "You kept the page safe. You waited for the right moment. You did everything I asked. Tessivel's hands are shaking. Lucian is dead, she says, and her voice cracks. I held his hand when he died. I buried him myself. I know, the water says, and I am sorry for the pain of that. But I am here now. I can give him back to you. All you have to do is step into the water and let the mother carry you to him. The black water rises, curling at the edges of Tessivel's stone, waiting. She will be free soon, the water says. And when she walks in the flesh she has been given, she will remember the ones who helped her. She will remember you, Tessivel. She will give you back everything the Conclave took. Tessivel's eyes are wet. Her hand moves just slightly toward the water. Tessivel, Myreth's voice is hard. That is not your husband. I know. But her hand does not stop moving. He is dead, Myreth says. You told me yourself. 40 years of silence. You kept the page hidden, not because you were afraid, but because you were waiting for the moment when the truth could be used instead of hoarded. Tessivel's fingers hover over the black water. She knows what I took, she whispers. She knows about the name. What name? Tessivel looks up, and her face is gaunt with grief. The third name, the one that was never written. The black water rises, lapping at her fingers. I burned it, Tessivel says. 40 years ago. I burned the page that held the third name because I was afraid of what it would mean if someone else found it. I burned the only record. The water closes over her hand. She does not pull away. Help me remember, she says, and her voice is hollow. I burned it, but I read it. I read it once and then I burned it. Help me remember what I read. The face in the water smiles. I can help you remember, it says. All you have to do is come home. The black water rises. Chapter 52. The black water reaches Tessivel's wrist before Myreth's hand closes around her other arm. The contact burns. Not heat, not cold, something older. A pressure that drives into the bone like a tooth finding a gap it has been worrying for years. Myreth's gift opens without her permission, and she reads Tessivel in the same breath she pulls her backward. 40 years of dust and silence. A wedding ring worn smooth by thumb. The moment of Lucian's death, a cough that would not stop, a hand going slack in hers. And beneath it all, the weight of a single page read once and then committed to flame, its words still burning in the dark behind Tessivel's eyes. She read it. She remembers. Let go, Tessivel gasps, but her body is already stumbling backward, pulled by Myreth's grape. The black water clings to her skin like oil, stretching in thin strings that snap as she breaks free. The face in the water does not follow. It stays in the pool. Lucian's smile curdling into something that has never been human. The voice that comes next is not warm anymore. It is patient. It has waited 3 centuries. It can wait a little longer. The third name dies with you, Tessivel. The water recedes, sinking back into the stone as if the wall has swallowed its own tears. Tessivel stands gasping, her hand dripping black, her eyes fixed on the empty space where her husband's face was. She is shaking. Her fingers are stained, the black water soaked into the lines of her palm like ink that will never wash clean. It touched me, she whispers. It touched me and I let it. Myreth does not let go of her arm. Do you still remember the name? Tessivel's eyes focus slowly, dragging themselves back from whatever distance the water opened. She looks at Myreth. Her mouth opens, closes. Yes. The word costs her something visible, a piece of certainty that does not return. Then we leave now, Myreth says, before it comes back. The archive crypt has one exit, the stair they descended. The black water is gone from the floor, but the air still hums with the god's attention, a pressure that makes Myreth's teeth ache. She climbs first, Tessivel's wet hand in hers, Javan behind with Ilara braced against his side, Sivra and Leo bringing the rear. The stair does not end where it should. Myreth counts 13 steps, then 14, 15. The door at the top should have appeared at 12. The building is changing, Kazim says from behind her, his voice tight. The god is rewriting the archive. Myreth keeps climbing. On the 17th step, her hand finds the door handle. She pulls. The reading room is gone. Where the shelves stood, there is only a long corridor of wet stone, its walls sweating, its floor sloping downward at an angle that should not exist in a building she has mapped across 42 lives. The windows are sealed with something that is not glass. The light filtering through is green and underwater, even though they have climbed. "This is not the archive," Sivra says. "It is now," Myreth answers. She steps through. The headache hits her as soon as her foot touches the new floor, a pressure behind her eyes that pulses in time with the distant hum. Her gift is drowning. Every surface here has been touched by the god, washed in that honey-smooth resonance that leaves nothing beneath it. She reaches out, presses her palm to the wall, and feels nothing. No grief, no memory, no tremor of the hand that laid the stone. Just gratitude, flat and endless and empty. She pulls her hand back. "The god has smoothed everything here," she says. "I cannot read it. It is all the same note." Javan shifts to Lara's weight. "Then how do we find the birthing chamber?" Myreth's skull throbs. She forces her focus outward, scanning the corridor, searching for something the god missed. A crack where the old stone shows through, a corner where the water did not reach. There, near the floor, where a block has shifted with age, a seam of original mortar runs exposed. The god's resonance has not saturated it. The stone is still its own. Myreth drops to her knees and presses her fingers to the seam. The contact is quiet, human. A mason's sweat from a century ago. The weight of a trowel. The grumble of a man who did not trust the conclave but needed the coin. And beneath that, something newer. Edria. Myreth feels her in fragments, a girl's deliberate stillness, the discipline of a child who learned early that silence is survival. The trace is thin, almost transparent, but it has direction. It is not passive. It is a message pressed into the stone by will alone, the same kind of residue Myreth used to read in objects before the god drowned everything. Edria left this here, resisting, refusing to be smoothed. The trace points away from the wet corridor toward a wall that looks solid. Myreth presses harder. The stone does not give, but the resonance does, and in it she feels a word that is not spoken but pressed, a name that Edria has kept folded inside herself for 8 years. Not the god's name, the destination. Myreth opens her eyes. "The old conclave nursery," she says, "above the eastern locks." Javan's face tightens. "That place has been sealed since before I took the coat. Edria is telling us to go there." Sivra steps forward, her hand on the blade at her belt. "The eastern locks are an hour through the transformed streets, through the crowd." "Then we go through the crowd," Myreth says. She stands. The headache pulses, a second heartbeat behind her eyes. The god's pressure is mounting, the corridor already beginning to shift, the walls breathing inward like a throat preparing to swallow. Behind them, the door to the crypt stair has vanished. There is only forward. Myreth takes the first step, and the stone beneath her foot cracks, a hairline fracture that spreads in a perfect circle, and from the gap rises a single thread of steam that smells like Canal Rot and old incense. And somewhere in the depths of the building, a child's voice begins to sing the melodyless song. Chapter 53. The building that was the conclave nursery does not look like a nursery anymore. The entrance hangs open, its iron gate rusted to powder, the courtyard beyond flooded ankle-deep in water that reflects no sky. The walls are wet, swollen inward, and the windows are gone, not broken, but sealed with the same green-tinged membrane that filled the archive corridor. The air smells of wet wool, old milk, and something medicinal that Myreth knows from Sivra's shop. Chlorine, lime, the clean sting they used to wash fever wards. "They kept children here," Sivra says low, "before they sent them to the hospice." Javan does not answer. He steps past her, Alara braced against his hip, and his face has gone still in a way Myreth has learned to read. Not empty, locked. The courtyard is full of silence. No child's voice, no chant, only the slow lap of water against stone and the hum that lives in Myreth's teeth now, constant as a second pulse. The door to the main hall stands open. Inside, the nursery has been hollowed. The cots are stacked against the walls, their linen gone, their wooden frames warped by damp. The play tables are overturned. The heating grate in the center of the floor is pried up, exposing a dark shaft beneath. And in the far corner, where a stained glass window once showed a saint blessing a kneeling child, the glass is shattered, and the frame holds only the green membrane, pulsing faintly. 3 figures stand beneath it. Women, older. Their habits are conclave gray, but the cloth is torn at the hems, and their feet are bare, wet, stained with the same black silt that lines the canal bed. Their faces are smooth, their eyes too still. Ward tutors. Javan stots. Myreth sees his shoulders tighten, the way a man's do before a blow he knows is coming. One of the women steps forward. She is the oldest, her hair white, her hands folded at her waist like she is about to recite a lesson. Javan Sere, she says. Her voice is honey smooth. You have come home. He does not answer. We felt it when the cage broke, she continues. We felt her rise, the one who has been whispering to the children for 300 years. She is free now. She is grateful. Where is Edria? Javan's voice is iron. The woman's smile does not reach her eyes. She is where she must be. She is the vessel. The mother walks in her. Myreth's headache spikes. She presses a hand to her temple, feels the god's resonance thick in the air, coating every surface. The tutors are not converted the same way Jim was. They are older, harder. Their will sanded down by years of obedience until nothing remained but the shape of a person. You trained them, Myreth says. The children. You taught them the forging prayer. The old woman's gaze shifts to her. We prepared them. We told them they were chosen, that the emptiness inside them was holy. We were right. The mother has returned to claim what was always hers. You gutted children, Sivra says, flat. And now you call it a miracle. The woman's smile does not waver. We were patient. We were faithful. And now she walks among us. Javan. She turns back to him, and her voice drops, almost tender. You were our best. The only one we kept seeing after the first refusal. Do you remember the words we taught him, girls? The other two nod, their faces beatific. You are the knife, one recites, and the knife does not ask why. Javan goes still. Myreth watches the muscle jump in his jaw, the way his hand tightens on Alara's shoulder. She wants to step closer, to anchor him, but she knows this is a wound no touch can reach. You are free now, the old woman says, stepping closer. The conclave is broken. The mother offers you a place, protector of the faithful, the same duty but without the lies. You could be whole again. I am not your knife anymore, Javan says. I never was. I was a hostage. And now you are not. She spreads her hands. Stay. Guard the nursery. The children who remain will need a voice that knows both sides of the cage. Javan looks at her, at the cots stacked against the wall, at the grate in the floor. No, he says. The word is quiet, final. The old woman's smile dims. You would refuse the mother's gratitude? I would refuse your cage too, Javan says. I came for Edria. I came for the truth, not to trade one obedience for another. The silence stretches. Myreth can feel the god pressing at the edges of the room, waiting, watching. Then the youngest tutor, a woman with a scarred cheek and eyes the color of canal silt, speaks. Jai, she says. The name lands like a blade between his ribs. He turns, slow. You remember, the woman says. Her voice is thinner than the others, less smoothed. I was the one who brought you tea when you had the fever. You called me Tessa. I called you Javi. He stares at her. Only Edria called him that. Myreth breathes. She did. The woman's gaze flicks to Myreth. Edria left something behind. Before they took her to the lower ring, she knew she would not come back the same, so she marked a path. She points to the grate in the floor. The play court, below. It flooded when the cages broke, but the tunnel beyond it is dry. It leads to the old lock chamber, the one the conclave sealed when it built the tower. Edria carved her name into the keystone there. She said if anyone ever came looking, they should start at the nursery. The old woman's face hardens. Tessa, you were not to speak of that. The younger tutor does not look at her. Edria was my charge. I owe her the truth, even if it costs me. She meets Javan's eyes. The water in the play court is not deep, but it is cold, and the mother is listening. Javan nods once. He shifts to Lara, adjusts his grip, and starts toward the grate. Myreth follows. Sivra, Leo, Kazim, Tessivel fall in behind. As Javan reaches the opening, the old woman's voice follows him. She will call you, she says. The mother. She knows every name you have ever been given. She will call you by the one you cannot refuse. Javan does not stop. He lowers himself into the dark, the water rising past his calves, and Myreth follows, the cold striking through her boots like a blade. Behind them, the grate clangs shut. Below, in the flooded play court, the water is black, still, and very deep. And from the far wall, where a narrow arch leads into darkness, a child's voice begins to sing the melodyless song. Chapter 54. The water swallows them to the knee. Cold bites through Myreth's boots, through her skirts, through the last warmth still holding in her bones. The play court stretches ahead, a long rectangle of black stillness framed by walls where paint peels in long, wet strips. Saint faces stare from the murals, their eyes chipped away, their hands raised in blessings that have bleached into gestures of drowning. Myreth touches the nearest wall. The resonance hits her like a wave, Edria's trace layered beneath the god's polish, buried but not erased. She reads it in fragments, a child kneeling on this flagstone, a woman's voice repeating the forging prayer, the taste of canal water forced through clenched teeth. She pulls her hand back, breathes. What do you see? Javan asks. The same room, but not empty. She moves along the wall, fingertips grazing the paint. The saint's stories shift as she walks. A woman receiving a crown becomes a girl with a shaved head. A man raising a cup becomes a tutor holding a ladle. The mural has been rewritten, the god's resonance bleeding through the original images like water through paper. Sivra sloshes past her, hand on her blade. How far to the keystone? I don't know. Myreth stops at a section where the paint has peeled entirely, leaving raw stone. She presses her palm flat. Edria's trace is stronger here, a pulse, almost, a heartbeat pressed into mortar. She follows it. The play court narrows into a corridor, the water shallowing to her ankle. The walls close in. The child's voice grows louder, then fades, then returns, as if it is walking a parallel path beneath the stone. Leo breathes hard behind her. Tessivel says nothing. They pass through a chamber where the ceiling has collapsed, letting a shaft of green-tinged light pierce the dark. The light falls on a mural that makes Myreth stop cold. Children. A row of them, kneeling, their heads bowed, their hands open on their thighs. Above them, a woman with empty eyes holds a cup to the first child's lips. The paint is fresh. This is new, Javan says. This wasn't here when I was in the nursery. The murals were saints, they were proper, approved by the Conclave Doctrinal Office. Myreth touches the woman's face. Her gift reads nothing. The god's polish is too thick, too recent. But underneath, just beneath the surface, she feels something struggling, a hand pressing against glass. She moves on. The corridor bends left, then right, then opens into a wider chamber. The water here is deeper, reaching her thigh. The walls are lined with alcoves, each one holding a stone basin. Some basins are dry. Others hold water so black it looks like holes cut into the world. In the center of the chamber, a grate, not like the one above. This one is old, rusted, its bars thick with mineral deposits. Beyond it, the tunnel curves into darkness. Myreth wades toward it. The water pulls at her skirts, her boots, her balance. She reaches the grate and looks through. The tunnel beyond is dry, narrow. The walls are rough-hewn, older than the nursery, older than the conclave. And in the silt at the entrance, pressed clearly, a handprint. Small, narrow fingers, a child's hand, or a woman's. She touches the grate. Cold metal, locked. Javan. She steps back. Can you open this? He wades forward, Alara still braced against his side. He sets her down on a dry ledge, letting her grip his arm for balance. Then he examines the grate. "There's no lock," he says. "It's fused. The bars are sealed into the stone. Someone closed this from the other side and meant it to stay closed." Leo moves past him, testing the bars with both hands. "There's give here." "Not much, but..." He grunts, pulls. The grate shudders but holds. Sivra draws her blade and works the tip at the rust line where the bottom bars meets the stone. Nothing. Myreth touches the handprint in the silt. Edria's resonance blooms under her fingers, warm, urgent, layered with the memory of a girl pressing her palm into this exact spot, turning back to look at someone behind her, mouthing a word. Not a word. A name. Her own. The air in the tunnel shifts. The child's voice, which has been following them all this way, stops. And from the darkness beyond the grate, a woman's voice speaks. Not a child, a woman. Tired, clear, familiar in a way that makes Myreth's chest tighten. "Javan?" He goes still. The voice continues. "Is that you?" He does not answer. "Do you still obey?" the voice says. "When someone says please?" Edria. She is alive. She is beyond that grate, and she is asking about obedience the way only a sister who knew him before the conclave would ask. Javan's hand reaches for the bars. He does not pull. He grips them, pressed close, as if the metal is the only thing holding him upright. "There is a way," Edria says from the dark, "but you have to want it. Not because you were told to, because you choose to open it yourself." Chapter 55. Javan does not move. His hand stays on the bars. His forehead presses against rusted iron. The metal flakes against his skin, and still he does not speak. "Javan!" Edria's voice comes from the dark beyond the grate, patient, worn. "You do not have to answer. I know it is you, the way you stand, the way you breathe when you are afraid. I remember." Myreth watches his back, sees the tremor start in his shoulders, spread down his arms, reach the fingers that grip the grate. He has carried her name for 8 years, carried it through killings, through silence, through a tower that fed him lies dressed as Doctrine. And now she is here, on the other side of iron, and he cannot find the words to meet her. Sivra moves first. She sheathes her blade, wades past Myreth, and stops a step behind Javan. She does not touch him. She simply stands there, a presence at his back, the way a person does when they understand that silence is the only useful thing. Leo steps back, giving space. Tessivel folds her arms and watches the black water in the nearest basin. Myreth stays where she is, chest tight, reading the air instead of the stone. The god's resonance presses against her skull, a low, constant pressure that makes her teeth ache. But here, in this chamber, the resonance is thinner. Older stone, older wards. The god has not rewritten this place yet. It has left Edria alone. "I did not come to be rescued," Edria says. "I came because I knew you would look for me. Someone had to be here when you found the grate. Someone had to tell you the truth before the god told you its version." Javan's throat works. "Edria, do not apologize yet. You will, and I will listen. But first, you need to know what is coming." The water in the chamber moves, not a wave, a pulse, as if the tide has drawn a breath beneath their feet. "The god is gathering names," Edria says. "Every citizen of Veldenmere, not the ones already converted, those are already hers, the ones still resisting, the ones hiding, the ones who think they can wait this out behind locked doors. She is learning them one by one, and at dusk she will call them all to the water, not by force, by name. She will say each name aloud, and the person who hears it will walk to the canal and step in, because the name she speaks will be the name they answer before they answer their own." Myreth's stomach turns. She can do that? She is doing it now. I can feel it. The names are rising through the stone like heat through a floor. She knows where every living person in this city is standing, what they are afraid of, what they love, what they would die to protect. She is not guessing, Myreth. She is reading them the way you read objects. But she does not need touch. She has the water. She has the bells. She has the stone. Every surface in Veldenmere is her hand now. Javan's grip on the bars tightens until the rust flakes fall like snow. Then we move you now. We get you out. We find a way to... No. Edria's voice cuts, clean and final. You cannot move me. The grate is sealed to your blood, Javan. The Conclave built it that way. If you try to open it with force, the wards will feel your intent and seal tighter. If you try to break the bars, the stone will close around them like bone knitting. The only way through is for you to choose to open it, fully, without reservation, and speak the words that prove you are not the Conclave's knife anymore. But even if you do, the moment I step out of this tunnel, the god will know. She has every exit from this chamber keyed to my heartbeat. I move, she feels it, and she will send someone to stop us before we reach the stair, someone who is already on the way. The water pulses again, harder this time. Sivra's hand goes back to her blade. Who? Myreth says. Edria is silent for a long moment. When she speaks, her voice is lower, rougher, as if the admission costs her. The woman who kept me alive. The Canoness who moved me from the cage to the tunnel. The one who brought me water and bread and told me the mother loved me every day for 8 years, until I almost believed her. Yvain is coming. She knows I have company. She heard the great talk. Chapter 56. The water in the basin shivers before Myreth hears the steps. Not boots, bare feet on wet stone. Soft, unhurried. The kind of step that expects the world to hold still until the walker arrives. Sivra's blade clears the sheath with a sound like a drawn breath. Do not, Leo says low. There is only one way out of this chamber, and she is standing in it. Myreth turns toward the corridor they entered from, watches the dark between the alcoves. Her headache spikes, the god's resonance thickening like air before a storm. The bare feet stop at the edge of the light. Yvain stands in the archway, gray hair pinned back, pale eyes catching the green glow from the stone. Her hands are empty, her robes are dry despite the flood. Behind her, Myreth counts 7 shapes in the corridor shadows. Armed, still, waiting. You found her. A statement of fact, delivered with the patience of someone who has watched this moment approach for a long time. I wondered if you would make it through the nursery. The tutors were instructed to delay you, not stop you. I wanted to see how far you would push before you reached this room. You knew we were coming, Myreth says. I have known since the Great spoke. The old wards here are stubborn, but they are not silent. They told me the moment metal touched metal. Yvain takes a step into the chamber, barefoot, leaving no prints on the wet floor. You have done remarkable things today, Myreth Cosse. You broke a cage that held for 3 centuries. You pulled a sister out of the dark before her brother knew he was looking for her. You have walked through a city that wanted to swallow you and found the one room the god had not yet rewritten. That is not luck. That is the kind of determination the mother recognizes, because she placed it there herself before you knew your own name. Do you understand what I am offering you? Myreth's hand drifts toward her pocket. The night bloom poison, still there, still unused. You kept her alive for 8 years, Myreth says. You brought her water and bread. You told her the mother loved her. And you kept her in a tunnel, alone, in the dark, so the god would have a body to walk into when the cage broke. That is not mercy. That is husbandry. You are the one who sealed my name in the record before I was even born. You are the one who marked me for silencing before the Conclave knew I existed. You chose me before I chose this, and you called me the door. That is not an offer. That is a judgment I never consented to. I want you to speak the truth you have hidden in the record. I want you to say my name aloud and tell me what the mother promised you when you sealed it. I want you to look at Edria, who has spent 8 years in darkness because of your care, and ask her if she would choose it again, knowing what she knows. And then I will decide if your offer is worth hearing. This is not negotiation, this is test. And you will pass it or you will fail it, but you will not stand there with your hands folded and pretend you did not build the cage you are now calling freedom. You were a cultivator. You kept a garden of prisoners. Every kindness you offered was a root you grew into her bones. Do you think I am flattered to be chosen as the next bed you prepare for the god? Do you think I am grateful to be written into a destiny I never saw until I found your records? I have spent 42 lives resisting a fate you decided for me before I was born. I have died in this street more times than you have tended the hospice. I have lost parts of myself that I will never recover because the only way to survive the loop was to hollow out the gift you now want to use. And you stand there with your hands empty and your voice calm, telling me I have done remarkable things today. I know what I have done today. I pulled a sister out of darkness. I walked through a city that tried to drown me. I found the one room the god did not rewrite. And I did it without your blessing and without your design. So if you want to offer me something, you had better offer me truth, not peace, not order, truth. Start with your name, the one the mother gave you when you sealed mine. And tell me why you chose me before the loop began, before I was born, before the Conclave knew my name. Because I will not walk into your kinder order blind. I will see every step before I take it, and I will refuse every step that does not lead through this grate. That is the only test that matters. Pass it or leave. But if you cannot tell me the truth, you will not tell me anything else. I chose to come here because Edria asked for me. I chose to trust her voice over the god's silence. I chose to stand in this room and face what you built. So tell me your name. Tell me what you sealed in the record, and then I will decide if your offer is worth hearing. But do not stand there with your hands folded and pretend you are offering me mercy. You are not. You are offering me a future you already wrote, and I have spent 42 lives refusing to follow the script you left me. So speak, or leave, but do not offer me anything I did not earn. If your offer is built on my consent, you will have to wait for it. I am not done refusing yet. Chapter 57. Kazim moves before anyone can speak. He drops to his knees at the grate, palms flat against the fused bars, his patched robes pooling in the shallow water. His pale eyes trace the line where iron meets stone, following a seam so fine it looks like a hair pressed into wet clay. "Don't," Yvain says, her voice carrying no warning, only observation. "You will not like what it tells you." Kazim ignores her. His fingers find a groove in the stone beside the grate, a channel so narrow it could be a crack from settling. He presses his thumb into it and holds still. The chamber holds its breath. Myreth watches Kazim's face shift through concentration into something she has never seen on him before. Recognition. "It is keyed," he says, not looking up, speaking to the grate, to the stone, to no one in particular, to more than blood. It is keyed to the bond itself. The seal reads relation, like a bell reads vibration. It does not ask who you are, it asks who you are to her, and it will only answer the one who carries her imprint longest and closest. He lifts his head, looks at Javan. "You carry fragments of her in your hand. The metal you have been holding for 8 years. It resonates on the same frequency as this lock. The Great knows you. It is waiting for you to recognize yourself as the one who can open it. But if you force it, if you try to break through by will alone, without speaking the truth of your choice aloud, it will seal so completely that not even the god could reverse it." His voice drops, "And anyone standing within arm's reach when it closes will be absorbed into the stone. It will take them as payment for the attempt. That is the trap. That is the design they built into the lock. The Conclave did not just cage Edria. They made sure that anyone who loved her would be destroyed trying to reach her, unless they were willing to give up everything they were." The water in the chamber ripples, not from movement. Myreth feels it in her chest, a pulse that does not belong to her heart. The god is listening. The god is in the stone beneath her feet, in the water around her ankles, in the silence that follows Kazim's words. Yvain has not moved. Her hands remain folded, her face composed. But her colorless eyes are fixed on Kazim now, and there is something new in them, a calculation that was not there before. "You read that from the seam," Yvain says. "You read it from the grain of the stone and the depth of the channel. You are a bell-keeper, a defrocked bell-keeper who has spent 30 years reading resonance patterns in metal. How did you learn to read stone the same way?" Kazim does not answer. He is still looking at the grate, his hands flat against the bars, his body still except for the slight tremor in his shoulders. "Tell me," Myreth says, her voice low, "how you knew to read the seam. The god has been rewriting the city, but this chamber is still old stone, still untouched. How did you know the seam was there without touching it first?" Kazim is silent for a long breath. Then he speaks without turning, because I was the one who cut it. He presses his forehead against the grate, his voice coming out raw. 33 years ago, when I was still a bellkeeper with rank and standing, I was brought to this chamber to oversee the final lock sequence. They told me it was a sealing ritual for a dangerous artifact. They did not tell me it was a child. I cut the channel with my own hand. I carved the groove that would read her brother's bond and turn it into a prison. I believed I was serving the city, that I was containing a danger the Conclave could not name. It took me 12 more years to understand that I had carved a cage for a girl I had never seen, and by then, I could not find the records to undo it. I knew she had a brother. I did not know it was him. He gestures to Javan without looking up. I felt the resonance in his blood the moment I saw him in my bell chamber. I knew what he was carrying, what he was bound to. I did not know until this moment that I was the one who built the lock he must now break. I am sorry I cannot undo what I made, but I can tell you the truth about it. And the truth is, the only way through is for him to speak her name as his sister, freely, aloud, before witnesses, and mean it with every part of himself. If he hesitates, if he doubts, if he speaks it as an obligation or a weapon, the seal will hold. It must be a gift, not a demand, not a key used because he has no other choice. A gift chosen because he wants to be her brother more than he wants to be safe. And even then, the lock will only release if the metal in his hand is whole. He looks at the relic fragments in Javan's grip. And it is not whole. It is broken. The missing piece is what completes the resonance. I do not know where it is. I do not know if it still exists. But the grate will not open without it, no matter what words Javan speaks, unless... He stops. Yvain's face changes. Just a fraction. Just enough for Myreth to see that she knows what Kazim is about to say, and she does not want him to say it. Unless what? Myreth says. Kazim turns his head. His eyes meet hers, and they are the eyes of a man who has already lost everything and is about to lose the last thing he has left. Unless the person who sealed the grate is willing to unsee it, the one who placed the final lock, the one who spoke the closing words over Edria's name. That person can reverse the binding by offering something of equal weight, their own bond, their own name, their own connection to the one sealed inside. It must be freely given, but it does not need the missing piece. It is a direct key. The only one who could wield it is the person who locked Edria in. And that person, he looks at Yvain, is standing beside you, barefoot, with empty hands, telling you she has been keeping Edria safe for 8 years while she was the one who built the cage you are all standing in front of. You did not just maintain Edria's prison, Yvain. You sealed it with your own hands. You spoke the words that made it inescapable. And you have been watching us struggle to open it while you carried the only key that does not require a missing piece. You wanted to see how far Myreth would push before reaching this room. You wanted to see if she would find a way through without you. And now you know. The only way through is you. The silence stretches. Yvain's hands unfold. She lets them fall to her sides, and for the first time, she looks not like a woman in control, but like a woman standing at the edge of a choice she has been avoiding for 8 years. Yes, she says, I sealed it, and I can unseal it, but if I do, the god will feel it immediately. Every ward in this chamber will collapse. Every barrier that has kept Edria hidden from the mother's full attention will dissolve, and the god will know exactly where she is at the precise moment she becomes vulnerable. You will have maybe 30 heartbeats to move her before the water comes, and it will rise. Not slowly, not gently. It will rise from every surface in this room, and if you are not through the tunnel and into the old basements by the time it reaches your chest, you will not make it. So, let me unseal the grate, get her out, and then, when the water comes, you will have to run faster than you have ever run in your life. Are you ready? Before Myreth can answer, before Javan can move, before anyone can speak, the first note of the dusk bell sounds through the nursery walls above them, clear and deep and wrong. Too early, hours too early. And it is not coming from the tower. It is coming from every direction at once, as if the stone itself is ringing. Yvain's face goes white. She is calling them now. she whispers. She could not wait for dusk. The god is calling the names. She is calling them all. Now. Chapter 58. The bell keeps ringing. Not from above, from the stone itself, from the water in the basins, from the rust on the grate. Every surface vibrates with the same note, and Myreth feels it in her teeth, in the marrow of her bones, in the place behind her eyes where the god's resonance has been pressing since they entered this chamber. Yvain's face is still white. Her hands hang at her sides, empty, useless. The names, she whispers. She is calling them now. Javan moves before anyone can stop him. He steps past Yvain, past Kazim, past the grate, and stops at the edge of the tunnel where Edria's handprint still presses into the silt. He does not reach for the bars. He does not try to force the lock. He drops to his knees. Edria. His voice is rough, breaking on the second syllable. I am not the knife anymore. I do not know what I am yet, but I am not that, and I am not here because the Conclave told me to come. I am here because you are my sister, because I should have found you 8 years ago, because I carried pieces of you for 8 years and I did not know I was carrying a cage. The bell does not stop, but something in the resonance shifts, a fraction, a question. I speak your name freely, Javan says, and his voice rises. Edria Fane, my sister, the one who called me Javi when the fever took me, the one who carved her name into a keystone so I would know where to look, the one the Conclave lied about, the one I believed was dead. I am here because I choose to be, not because I was sent, not because I owe a debt, because you are mine and I am yours, and I will not leave you in this dark alone. He reaches for the grate. The bars do not move. The water in the basins ripples. The bell note deepens, splinters into harmonics that feel like fingers brushing Myreth's skull. The god is listening. The god is weighing his words. Myreth steps forward. She does not plan what happens next. She does not calculate. She does not check her pulse. Edria, she says, and her voice is steadier than she expects. Myreth Cosse. I do not know why you said my name before I knew yours, but I am here, and I am not leaving without you. The grate shudders. A hairline crack appears at the top right corner where the seal should be, and through it, a sigh escapes. Air that has been trapped for years. Air that smells of dust and salt, and the particular absence of living breath. Then the god speaks, not from the grate, not from the tunnel, from every wet surface in the chamber, the basins, the walls, the floor, the condensation on the ceiling. The water trembles, and the voice comes through it, layered and warm, a woman's voice that could be anyone's and everyone's. Javan Sere. You spoke her name as a gift. I heard it. I accept it. The lock is broken. The grate groans. The bars begin to pull apart, not snapping, but bending, opening inward like ribs widening to expose a heart. But, the voice says, and the word hangs in the air, sweet and patient. The lock was not the only seal. Edria Fane is not the only one who chose to stay. She chose. Every day for 8 years, she chose to remain in this tunnel so I would not follow you into the city. She chose to let me hold her name so I would not call yours. She chose to be my vessel so you could walk free. And now you have come. And now you have broken the lock. And now I will have to decide what to do with the gift you have given her. The opening widens. A hand reaches through. Pale, thin, fingers barely more than bone. Edria's hand. Take her, the god says. She is yours. I release her. The hand trembles. A woman's face appears in the gap, hollow-cheeked, dark hair matted, eyes so pale they look silver in the waterlight. Edria Fane looks at Javan, and she does not speak. She does not need to. Her hand finds his shoulder, and she pulls herself forward, and the grate tears a strip from her white shift as she emerges, and she falls into his arms. Javan catches her. He does not let go. The god speaks again. This time, the water in the basins rises. But I do not release her debt. She owes me 8 years of voice. She owes me 8 years of choice. And the only way to cancel that debt is with one of equal weight. Javan Sere, you cannot pay it. You have already given me your renunciation, and you have already spoken her name as a gift, and both of those are spent. The water crawls up the walls. It reaches for Myreth's ankles, her calves, her knees. "But you," the god says, and Myreth feels the words wrap around her throat like a hand. "You, the door, the one who freed me, the one I wrote into the gap before the first bell. You can cancel it. You can name yourself beloved in my sight, and I will write that into the new record, and Edria Sane's debt will be erased. She will walk free. Javan will keep her. The city will remember her name as it should have. All you have to do is say it. Say you are mine. Say it aloud, and I will let them all go." The water stops rising. Edria looks at Myreth. Her silver eyes hold nothing but exhaustion and the faintest shimmer of something that might be hope. Myreth feels the god's presence thicken around her, waiting, patient, pleased. The water in every basin holds Myreth's reflection. Chapter 59. The water in every basin holds Myreth's reflection. The god's voice waits, patient and pleased, wrapped around her throat like a hand. All she has to do is say it. Say she is beloved. Say she is mine. Cancel Edria's debt. Walk free. The word sits on her tongue, soft and warm as the god's attention. Edria's silver eyes watch her from Javan's arms. Exhaustion. The faint shimmer of hope. Myreth has no right to spend if the price is herself. Javan's hand closes around Edria's wrist. He does not speak. He does not need to. His iron-dark eyes hold something that is not demand, not plea, a question. The same question Tessivel asked in the archive. What are you willing to feel? Myreth thinks of 42 deaths, of the stitched log in her underskirt, each mark a life she treated as a draft. Of the night she stopped checking her pulse because she was afraid it would stop answering. Of the moment in the chapel passage when she touched Javan's relic and read a living heartbeat instead of a dead one, and understood, for the first time, that she had been starving herself. The god's voice hums through the water. "Name yourself, door. It is a small thing, a word, a tenderness. I will remember it." Myreth opens her mouth. "No." The word drops into the chamber like a stone into stone water. The god's attention shifts. The water in the basins stops trembling. Myreth feels the pressure redouble, soft and inquiring. "You would let her pay the debt? You would let her voice belong to me forever, her choice is mine to spend?" She is right there. She is looking at you. She is hoping. Myreth's hand finds the pocket where the nightbloom poison waits, warm from her body. She does not pull it out. "You will not have her," Myreth says, "and you will not have me." The god's voice goes flat. Then the debt stands. "Edria Fane, you owe me 8 years of voice and 8 years of choice. I will collect." The water begins to rise, not from the basins alone now, from the floor, from the walls, from the cracks in the stone. It climbs Myreth's knees, her thighs, cold, deliberate. It does not surge, it seeps. Javan pulls Edria upright, one arm around her shoulders, the other reaching for the grate where the bars are bent open by half a hand's breadth. "Not enough," he says, voice raw. "It is not open enough." Edria's hand moves. She pushes against his chest, steadying herself, and reaches into the gap between the bars. Her fingers find the iron, the stone beyond. She pulls. The grate groans. A single bar snaps with a sound like a bone breaking. Then the voices start. From the passage behind them, from the play court above, from the nursery stairs. Footsteps in water, footsteps in unison. The converted are coming. Sivra's blade clears the sheath. Leo steps in front of Tessivel, one hand out, empty, as if that would stop anything. Myreth turns. The archway where Yvain stood is empty now, but the chamber beyond is filling with figures. Slow. Wet. Their eyes are open. Their mouths are moving in the honeyed chant Myreth heard in the street, under the procession, under the god's first breath. "Thank you, thank you, thank you." Javan throws his weight against the grate. The bent bars shriek. Another snaps. Edria's hand slips through the gap, clutching something white, a strip torn from her shift. Crushed with markings, she presses it into Javan's hand. "The oldest basin," she says, and her voice is thin, barely there, as if speaking costs her more than breath. Under the city, where the first lock was cut. That is where she will finish the naming. That is where she will call every name at once. The water reaches Myreth's waist. The converted fill the archway. 12, 24. Their hands are raised, palms open, empty, the same gesture as the crowd that marched to the gate. The god speaks, and now there is no warmth in it. You refused a gift. You refused kindness. You refused to be beloved. So I will take what I am owed, and I will take it from all of you. The grate shudders. A third bar snaps. Edria's whole arm is through now, her shoulder, her face. She pushes, and the iron bends around her like a mouth opening to release bone. Javan catches her as she falls through. They are both in the water now, chest deep, and the converted are moving. Myreth pulls the nightbloom poison from her pocket. She does not open it. She holds it in her fist, her palms sweating around the cork, and she looks at Edria's face, her silver eyes, the strip of cloth clutched in Javan's hand. The oldest basin, Myreth repeats. Where the first lock was cut, Edria's chin lifts. She looks past Myreth, past the water, past the advancing bodies, and her voice finds what little strength remains. She will start there, at the root. And once she names every living soul in Veldenmere, she will rewrite the city in her own gratitude. She will make us forget we were ever anything but hers. The first of the converted reaches for Myreth's shoulder. The hand is warm, gentle. The face above it is young, no older than Leo, and the eyes are full of light. Thank you, the mouth says. Thank you for freeing her. Myreth looks at Javan. He is already moving. He has Edria, and he has the cloth, and he is turning toward the passage that leads up, through the play court, through the nursery, toward the bell that no longer rings. Myreth follows. The converted hands slide off her. They do not grape, they do not grab, they only touch, as if blessing, as if asking. The water in the chamber rises another inch, and from the tunnel above, where the grate used to be, where Edria spent 8 years in darkness, a new sound leaks through. The god is speaking the first name. Chapter 60. The water reaches Myreth's ribs before Javan finds his footing. Edria is against him, one arm locked around his neck, the other pressed flat to his chest as if she needs to feel his heartbeat to believe he is real. Her hair drips Canal Rot and old darkness. Her fingers curl into his collar, knuckles white, and her face is turned into his shoulder. She is breathing. She is breathing. Javan stands in the rising water with his sister in his arms, and his face does not know what to do. His mouth is open. His brow is drawn. He looks like a man who has been hit by something he has no training to survive. Myreth watches because she cannot look away. The water is cold against her stomach, against her lungs, but she watches. Javi, Edria says, and the name is a blade through his ribs. He folds. His forehead drops to her hair. His arms tighten, and he makes a sound that is not a word. Myreth turns. The converted have stopped 3 arms' lengths from the grate. They stand in the water, hands raised, mouths moving. Thank you. Thank you. They do not advance. They do not retreat. They are waiting for something. Sivra shifts her blade. They are not pressing. They do not need to, Tessivel says, her voice thin. The water will do their work. Leo stands at Tessivel's shoulder, one hand still out, still empty. His face is the same hollow mask Jem wore before the god took everything. He is looking at the converted, looking at what his brother will become. Myreth pulls the nightbloom from her pocket. Her fingers find the cork and hold, not yet opening. Not yet. Behind her, Javan speaks. Edria, Edria, I am sorry. I am sorry. The words come broken. They come like he has been carrying them for 8 years, and now they are all he has left to give. Ayer's hand leaves his chest. It moves up, slow, as if every inch costs her, until her palm presses against his jaw. You came, she says. I should have come sooner. I should have known. I should have. You came. Her voice is iron, faint, but iron. That is the part that matters. The rest is just years. Javan's breath shudders. His grip on her tightens. Myreth's throat aches. She forces herself to breathe through it. Edria, she says. The oldest basin. You said that is where she will finish the naming. Edria pulls back from Javan's shoulder. Her silver-pale eyes find Myreth's. There is something in them that was not there before. Not gratitude, recognition. She is already naming, Edria says. You heard her. That was the first. The first what? The first murder she has to erase. Edri's hand drops from Javan's jaw and finds his wrist. Her grip is thin but precise. The Conclave killed 67 people in this city over the past decade. Official killings, doctrinal killings. They called them cleansings, purges, mercies. Tessivel's breath catches. Edria does not look away from Myreth. The god is not just calling the living. She is calling the dead. She is rewriting the memory of every murder the Conclave sanctified. She will make the victims forget they were killed, make the witnesses forget they saw, make the city forget it ever bled. The water at Myreth's chest is still rising. She feels it at her collarbone now. And at dusk, Edria says, when she calls every name at once, she will press that silence into the living. Every loss you ever carried, every grief you ever held, she will pull it out of you and fill the space with her own voice. You will not mourn. You will not remember what you lost. You will only be grateful. The converted sway. Their chant changes pitch, rising, becoming a single sustained note that vibrates in Myreth's teeth. Lisa's hand drops. His face is pale. She will take my brother, he says. Not a question, a fact. Edria's eyes do not leave Myreth's. She will take everyone. Javan's arm stays around Edria's shoulders. His other hand finds the cloth strip she gave him. The markings are still pressed into the fabric, wet now, smudged, but legible. The oldest basin, he says, under the city. You said she will finish the naming there. She will speak every name at once, Edria says, and every soul in Veldenmere will answer. There will not be a choice. Myreth looks at the cloth. The markings are not a map. They are names, lines of names cramped together, stacked like bones in a pit. What are those? She asks. The names she cannot rewrite, Edria says. The ones the Conclave erased from the records. The forged children, the failed vessels, the ones who died in the underworks before the Conclave could baptize them into Doctrine. Their names never made the ledgers. They were never killed, because they never existed. She takes the cloth from Javan's hand. Her fingers touch each name, one by one, as if counting. The god cannot rewrite what was never written. She can only press against the absence. But if we speak these names aloud at the basin, if we name what she cannot name, we break the current. She cannot finish the ritual if the ones she erased are remembered. The water reaches Myreth's chin. The note from the converted breaks. It splinters into a dozen tones, each one wrong, each one a voice speaking a name Myreth does not recognize. Sivra's blade comes up. They are being called, right now. One of the converted turns. A woman, middle-aged, wet hair plastered to her face. Her mouth moves. A name. Her own name. She walks toward the tunnel where the god is speaking. Her body does not stop when she reaches the archway. She keeps walking. Her feet find the stone, the water, the darkness. She does not come back. Another turns. A man. His name is in his mouth. He follows. The chant is dissolving. Each converted is speaking their own name now, one by one, like a roll call of the drowned. Leo grabs Tessivel's arm. We need to move. Javan pulls Edria toward the passage. The play court above, the nursery, the bell that no longer rings. Myreth follows. The water is at her throat. Her feet find the steps through wet stone, through the grate that Edria broke, through the tunnel that held her for 8 years, and from behind her, from the chamber where the god is speaking the first name, the water speaks a word that makes Myreth stop. It speaks her name. Not the one she was born with, the one she has never told anyone, the name she thought she buried before the loops began. The water says it once, and Myreth's body forgets how to run. Chapter 61. The name hangs in the wet air like a second pulse. Myreth's body does not move. Her feet have forgotten the shape of running. The water at her throat holds her, warm, patient, speaking the syllables she buried before she knew how to die. Lyran. She has not heard that name in 12 years, has not thought it, has not let it surface even in the privacy of her own skull. The god says it again, softer, almost tender, and Myreth's knees buckle. Javan catches her before she hits the water. His arm locks around her ribs, hauling her upright, and his voice is rough at her ear. Do not listen to it. That is not your name anymore. She wants to tell him he is wrong. That name is the only true thing about her. The rest is scar tissue and loop work. But the water is still rising, and the converted is still speaking their names one by one. And somewhere behind them, Edria is saying something about the passage, the play court, the basin. Myreth blinks. The world rushes back in pieces. I have her, Javan says. Not to her, to Edria. Where? Up through the nursery, Edria says. The old lock chamber. There is a channel behind the keystone where she carved her name. The conclave never found it. Myreth forces her legs to move. One step, another. Javan's arm stays around her, bearing half her weight as they climb the stone steps where the grate used to be. The tunnel narrows. The water recedes to her knees, then her ankles. The air changes from wet rot to dry dust. Edria leads. Her bare feet find the stone without hesitation. Javan follows with Myreth, and behind them, Sivra's blade scrapes the wall as she clears the passage. Leo and Tessivel bring the rear, their breathing ragged. The play court is empty when they reach it. The green membrane at the windows has thickened, opaque, pressing inward like a lung filling. Edria does not stop. She crosses the flooded floor with the certainty of someone who has walked this path in the dark for 8 years. At the far wall, where the saint mural peels in ribbons, she presses her palm to a seam that the eye cannot see. Stone grinds against stone. A door opens where no door was. The conclave built the nursery over the old lock chamber, Edria says, but they sealed the wrong entrance. The foundation keepers who cut the first locks knew every city that would be built on top of them. They left ways through. The passage behind the door is dry. Steps descend into darkness. Myreth finds her voice. You knew this was here, when you carved your name into the keystone. I was 12, Edria says. I did not know what I was carving into. I only knew the stone was older than the prayer they made me repeat, and I wanted something of mine to outlast them. She steps into the dark. The passage opens into a chamber that does not belong to the conclave. The ceiling is low, braced with beams that predate the archive, the nursery, the tower above. The walls are lined with shelves, but the shelves do not hold books. They hold tokens. Bone tokens. Thousands of them. Each one carved with a name. Some are fresh, the cuts pale and raw. Others are so worn the names are barely ridges against yellowed bone. At the center of the chamber stands a single ledger on a stone lectern, open to a page written in a hand Myreth knows. She knows it before she steps close enough to read the words. The same hand that sealed her name in the record before she was born. Yvain's hand. She kept them. Tessivel breathes. She have followed them into the chamber. Her face is gray in the dim light. Every name the conclave erased. She did not destroy them. She stored them. Myreth moves toward the ledger. Her legs work now. The freezing terror has receded into something colder, something that knows it is walking toward a wound that has been waiting for her since before the first loop. The page is titled in Yvain's precise script, "The names no bell will ring for." Below it, columns of dates and names. Some she recognizes from Edria's cloth. Forged children, failed vessels, doctrinal killings. But there are names below that list that Edria did not have. Names from other years, other decades. And at the bottom of the page, entered separately with a date 12 years ago, Myreth Cosse, witnessed by Javan Sere, authorized by Orvec Nalt, recorded by Canoness Yvain. Myreth reads her own death in the handwriting of the woman who chose her before birth. The ledger says she died. A death ordered, witnessed, authorized, and recorded. It does not mention the loops. It does not mention the 42 resets. It lists her as dead, and that is the only truth the conclave allowed her to be. Javan's hand finds her shoulder. That is not your death, he says. That is the death they wanted you to stay in. Myreth does not answer. She is looking at the bone tokens on the shelves. Thousands of them. Thousands of people the conclave erased so the city could believe it had never bled. And she understands, with a clarity that feels like swallowing ice, what the god is doing. The god is not just rewriting the memory of murdered people. She is filling every erased absence with her own presence. Every name the Conclave cut from the record, every life folded out of civic memory, is becoming a space the god can inhabit, a space she is already spreading into. The absences are fuel. She is not rewriting the dead, Myreth says. She is growing into the holes they left. Edria turns from the far wall. Her silver-pale eyes catch the dim light. I know. You knew this was here. I knew she was using something beneath the city. I did not know it was this. Edria's voice is thin. I carved my name so I would not become one of these tokens, so someone would remember I existed. Myreth looks back at the ledger, at her own name written in Yvain's hand, and she realizes there is a line beneath her entry, written in a different ink. Fresher, added after the loops began. Gap recorded, subject returned, door remains. The handwriting is the god's. The same layered, warm voice that spoke her buried name from the water has written in Yvain's ledger in the space where her death is recorded, confirming that the door is still open. Myreth's fingers touch the page. The ink is still wet. Chapter 62. The ink is wet. Myreth's fingertip rests against the god's handwriting beneath her own death entry, and the ink does not flake or smudge. It transfers. A thin black crescent on her skin, the same layered warmth she felt in the god's voice, pressed into the page while they were still climbing down. Gap recorded. Subject returned. Door remains. The god wrote this after the loops began, after Myreth started dying and waking. After the day became a cage the god was already measuring for its own escape. She is watching us read this, Myreth says. Javan's hand tightens on her shoulder. Edria has gone still at the far wall, her silver-pale eyes fixed on the bone tokens as if counting them. Tessivel moves past them, her robes brushing the dust, her hands clasped at her waist in that old archivist's posture. She does not go to the ledger. She goes to the shelves. She runs her fingers along the carved names on the tokens, not reading them, just touching, as if confirming they are real. She kept them, Tessivel says. All of them. Yvain did not destroy the names. She stored them so they could not be forgotten and could not be found. Myreth pulls her hand from the ledger. The ink stays on her fingertip. She wipes it on her coat and it leaves a gray smear that will not come clean. Who wrote the last line? Sivra asks from the chamber entrance. Her blade is drawn, her eyes scanning the darkness beyond the shelves. The god wrote through Yvain's hand. Tessivel shakes her head slowly. Look at the lettering, the slant, the spacing between words. Myreth looks again. The god's handwriting is precise, controlled, each letter formed with the same pressure. But the entry above it, Yvain's record of her death, has a different rhythm. Slighter. The ascenders loop wider. They are not the same hand, Tessivel says. Yvain recorded the death, but the note beneath belongs to someone else. She crosses to the lectern and tilts the ledger toward the dim light. Tessivel reads Myreth's buried name without speaking it, her lips moving along the letters. Then she traces the god's addition with her forefinger without touching the wet ink. The second hand uses conclave strival forms, she says. The way the R is formed, the way the final S connects. That is a registrar's training, not a canoness's. Someone who copied testimony for years. Someone who learned to write so clearly that a judge could read it at a glance. Javelin steps closer. You know the hand. I have seen it before. Tessivel's voice drops. In the archive. In records from before the Conclave consolidated authority. In the testimony of the last Foundation Keeper before he was silenced. She straightens. Adjudicator Vale. The name lands like a stone in still water. Vale served the Conclave for 40 years, Tessivel says. He transcribed every doctrinal trial, every silencing order, every authorized death. When they retired him, they sealed his records and told the city he had died in a canal accident. But he did not die. He stayed in Veldenmere. I saw him once, 2 years ago, standing at the edge of the Eastern Market as if waiting for someone who never arrived. Myreth's throat tightens. He is alive. He is alive, Tessivel confirms. And he was the god's first servant after you freed her. Before I burned the archive, I found a record of his retirement, misfiled among the death notices. The date on it matched the day the first loop broke open, the day the god began speaking names. Sivra's blade does not lower. An adjudicator who should be dead, writing in a Canoness's ledger, serving a freed god. That is what the god does? Edria says from the wall. Her voice is thin, the voice of someone who has spent 8 years in a tunnel. She fills the spaces people leave. Vale left the conclave. He was empty. She filled him. Myreth looks at the ledger again, at her own name, at the god's message written in an adjudicator's hand. Dur remains. She thinks of her resonance gift, the way it opens when she stops numbing, the way it reads what people leave behind in stone and bone and metal. Her resonance work once brushed the same network of captive names and living relics. The thought arrives without warning. She has touched this network before. Not in the loops, before the loops. Before she was Javan Sere, before she was Myreth Cosse. When she was young enough that her gift still felt like a game instead of a wound. She used to sit in the archive reading room and let her fingers drift across the old bindings. She felt the scribes who copied them, the petitioners who wept over them, the judges who signed them. She thought it was just history, just the residue of living. But some of those bindings held testimony from the Foundation trials, testimony the conclave sealed afterward, testimony that named the forged children, the failed vessels, the dead who were never written down. She touched those books. She touched the names before they were erased, and the god felt her. The god felt her reading the traces, and marked her, and waited. That is why they silenced me, Myreth says. Not because of what I might do, because of what I already touched. Tessivel watches her with patient, aged eyes. You brushed against names that were never supposed to exist in any record. When the conclave found you had read them, they could not unread you, so they made you dead. 12 years ago, Myreth says. When I was 12, Javan's hand tightens on her shoulder again. She does not shrug it off. The adjudicator, she says, he transcribed the silencing order. He wrote my death before I had lived it. Tessivel nods. And now he writes for the god. A sound from the passage behind them. Not footsteps, not voices. A wet, sliding noise, like a body being dragged through a narrow space. Sivra spins, her blade catching the dim light. Tessivel looks toward the darkness beyond the shelves. Edria does not move. She is staring at the bone tokens on the nearest shelf. Her hand hovers over one. The name is so worn it is barely a groove in the yellowed surface. He is coming, Edria says. Myreth knows who she means without asking. He has been coming for a long time, Edria continues. When the god spoke in my cell, she did not only speak to me, she spoke to someone else. Someone who answered, someone who wrote down her words and delivered them to the converted as Doctrine. She turns from the shelf. Her silver-pale eyes catch the light. Adjudicator Vale is the god's interpreter. He walks ahead of her, translating the names she speaks into orders the city can follow. And he has been walking toward this chamber since we opened the passage. Myreth looks at the ledger, at the wet ink, at the space on the shelf where Edria's hand still hovers. And she hears it, a voice from the darkness beyond the shelves. Not loud, not close, but clear enough to shape words. Javan Sere, you have been recorded twice, once in Doctrine, once in debt. Both remain unpaid. The voice is patient, tired. The voice of a man who has spent decades writing down what other people decided. Myreth's resonance opens without her permission, and she feels him. Not anger, not malice. Conviction. And he is already inside the chamber. Chapter 63. He steps into the dim light as if he has always belonged in this chamber. Adjudicator Vale is older than Myreth expected. 70, maybe more. His shoulders curve forward under the weight of a scribe's lifetime, and the skin around his eyes folds into deep creases that look more like exhaustion than age. He wears the plain gray robe of a conclave record keeper, the cuffs stained with decades of ink, and his hands are folded at his waist like a man waiting for a service to begin. He looks at Myreth, not at Javan, not at Edria, not at Sivra's blade, only at her. Javan Sere. His voice is soft, tired, the voice of someone who has read sentences aloud for so long that every word sounds like testimony. You have been recorded twice, once in Doctrine, once in debt. Both remain unpaid. Myreth does not step back. You wrote the order, she says. You authorized my death before I lived it. Vale inclines his head, with more precise motion. I authorized a mercy. Javan moves before Myreth can stalk him, 3 steps forward, hand going to his belt where the blade hangs. Vale does not flinch. He does not even look at Javan. You were marked by the mother, Vale continues, as if Javan's movement was only a draft of air. The grief you carried would have consumed you. I gave you a clean death on paper, a record that closed, a name that stopped being spoken. He pauses. The fact that you live, that you returned, is proof the mother wanted you for something greater. Myreth's resonance pulses without her permission. She feels the edges of him. Not anger, not malice, something worse. Peace. He is at peace with every death he has written. You authorized Edria's false death, Myreth says. I authorized a cage. Vale's voice does not waver. Edria Fane was a lock. Her silence kept Veldenmere safe for 8 years. The Conclave used her as a seal, and I recorded the use. That is what adjudicators do. We name what is so that it may be known. You erased dozens of people. Grief is an infection, Vale says. The mother does not kill, she heals. She fills the holes that pain leaves behind. I have spent 40 years watching the Conclave wound this city with doctrine and fear. Now I watch the mother close those wounds with peace. He turns slightly, gesturing toward the bone tokens on the shelves. Every name on those shelves was a wound. I preserved them so she could heal them. The resonance in the chamber shifts. The god is growing closer. Myreth feels it in her teeth, in the wet air pressing against her skin. You cannot keep the peace you bought with silence. She holds up the cloth strip Edria gave her. The names are visible even in the dim light, cramped and desperate, written in blood and charcoal and whatever else a dying hand could find. These are the people you decided never existed. Vale looks at the cloth. His expression does not change. I decided they would not suffer. The air thickens. A pressure builds behind Myreth's eyes. We are leaving, she says. Vale does not argue. He simply turns and walks toward the passage behind him, the one leading up into the city. His steps are slow, measured, the gait of a man who knows exactly where he is going and exactly who will follow. The group has no choice. The water is rising again. The bone tokens shift on their shelves as the stone vibrates with the god's proximity. They follow Vale in the Basilica Quarter. The crowd is waiting, hundreds of them, filling the square between the leaning bell tower and the shrine bridge, standing silent, their faces turned toward the Basilica steps, where Vale now ascends. They are not fully converted. Myreth can see that immediately. Some of them still have their own hands, their own posture, their own clothes, but their eyes have the same soft light. Vale reaches the top of the steps and turns to face them. He does not raise his voice. My children, he says. The crowd exhales, a single breath, synchronized, as if they share one pair of lungs. The mother offers you peace, Vale says. She offers to take the grief that has made this city cruel. She offers to fill the holes where your dead used to live so that you may live without the weight of their absence. Myreth steps forward. No. The word cuts through the square. Several heads turn toward her. This man authorized the death of a child, she says. He authorized the silence of a woman who was kept in a tunnel for 8 years so the Conclave could use her as a lock. He authorized the erasure of dozens of people who never asked for his mercy. She holds up the cloth. These are the names he decided never existed. These are the people he fed to a god that grows in the spaces where people used to be. Vale does not argue. He looks at Myreth with the same patient, tired eyes. She holds relics of pain, he says to the crowd. Grief given form. The mother offers to take that grief, to fill the hole with peace. Why would you choose to hurt when you can choose to heal? The crowd murmurs, a low, wordless sound. Myreth looks at them, at their soft eyes, at the way they breathe together. She is not facing one man. She is facing a city that wants to stop feeling. This is Myreth Cosse, Vale's voice carries over the square. She was recorded in Doctrine and in Debt. She is the door through which the old world bleeds into the new. She is the enemy of peace. He pauses, because she would rather remember a wound than let it heal. The crowd takes a step forward, every single one of them. Their feet hit the stone in a single, heavy beat. They do not attack. They do not raise their hands. They simply move closer, sealing the gaps between them, surrounding the steps where Myreth stands. Hundreds of bodies, hundreds of pairs of soft, waiting eyes, and behind them, the water in the canals begins to rise. Chapter 64. They move, not because Myreth gives an order, because the crowd exhales again, that single shared breath, and the seal around the steps tightens by a handspan. Sivra's blade comes up. Javan shifts Edria behind him. Leo grabs Tessivel's sleeve and pulls. The alley behind the basilica is narrow, wet, stacked with abandoned crates that splinter underfoot. Myreth leads without knowing where she is going, any direction away from the synchronized breathing. Behind them, Vale does not shout. He does not need to. The crowd turns as one body, feet striking stone in the same instant, and follows. "They will not hurt us," Edria says. Her voice is thin, used up. "They will surround us and wait. The water will do the rest." Myreth's boots slap through a puddle that should not be there. The canal is 2 streets east, but the water is already threading through the cobbles, rising from below. "How long until the basin right?" "But before dusk." Edria stumbles. Javan's arm catches her. "If the god speaks every name at once, there is no afterward. The city becomes one voice, one memory, one heart that beats for her." They reach a wider street. The shrine bridge looms ahead, its stone arches dark with moisture. Below it, the canal has climbed 3 steps past its normal edge. The water is not flowing. It is waiting. More figures stand at the far end of the bridge, not the soft-eyed crowd. These are fully converted. Their hands hang at their sides. Their faces are smooth, empty, turned toward the water like flowers toward sun. "Can we go around?" Leo's voice is tight. "No." Testivel points. The alleys on either side are already flooding. The water rises without sound, without ripple, climbing the stone as if it has weight and purpose. "The basin is under the oldest tower." Edria pulls the marked cloth from Javan's grip. Her fingers trace the cramped markings. "The first lock was cut there. The god's naming began when the first bell rang in that chamber. If we interrupt the sequence before the last name, the thread breaks. The city remembers itself. And if we do not, then every person who still has their own face will forget what it felt like to want something alone." Myreth looks at the converted on the bridge, at the water climbing the steps, at the figures behind them, still approaching at that same unhurried pace, sealing every gap. "We go through them." Javan's hand goes to his belt. "They will not fight. They will not need to." Edria's eyes are pale, almost silver in the dim light. "They will stand. We will push. The water will rise. We will drown before we reach the other side unless we move faster than the god expects." Myreth pulls the nightbloom poison from her pocket, still unopened, still unused. She does not know what she is saving it for. "Stay close," she says. "Touch nothing they offer. Do not answer if they speak your name." She steps onto the bridge. The converted do not attack. They do not even look at her. Their eyes are fixed on the water below the arch, but as she passes, one of them turns his head. He is a dock worker. She recognizes the canvas jacket, the rope-burned hands. He worked the 3rd pier. She saw him once, in a loop she barely remembers, hauling crates while she slipped past with a forged seal. His mouth opens. "Myreth Cosse," so he steps from a lies. "Myreth Cosse," Sere's ruminants are affixed. He knew the sign, his mouth happening. He steps in my Spire sieve, a bitter negative prostale clush inoculation. "Right, now Myreth Cosse," he says. The door walks. The gratitude walks. The mother sees. She does not stop. "Do not answer," she says over her shoulder. But Leo is slower. The dock worker's eyes shift to him. "You differentness will literally slower." "He is happy," the dock worker says. "He does not remember the cold. He does not remember the nights you could not feed him. He only remembers the mother's face. "Leo!" Myreth's voice is sharp. "Keep walking." He moves. His hands are shaking. The far end of the bridge is clear. The street beyond angles toward the oldest quarter, where the first tower leans against the sky like a broken finger. The water in the canal is still rising. It laps at the bridge's highest stone, level with their feet now. "Faster!" Edria says. They run. The alleys narrow and twist. The water follows. Not as a flood, but as a seep, a persistent damp that finds every crack and low stone. Myreth's boots are soaked. Her lungs burn. Behind them, the sound of the crowd changes. Not footsteps, not chanting. Breathing. 1,000 people breathing in the same rhythm, filling the streets with a low, oceanic pulse. "They are spreading out," Sivra says. "They mean to box us." There. Tessivel points at a maintenance passage half hidden behind a collapsed awning. "The old bellkeeper's route. It runs beneath the tower foundations." They squeeze through. The passage is dry, older stone, no water, no hymn. The walls are rough, cut by hands that worked before the Conclave sealed the city in Doctrine. Myreth stops. The air is still. The breathing is distant, muffled by earth. "How long before they find the entrance?" "Long enough." Edria leans against the wall. Her face is gray. "The god does not see through old stone. She has not rewritten this place yet." "But she will." "Yes." Myreth looks at the cloth, at the cramped, desperate names. "Tell me about the basin rite." Edria closes her eyes. "The first lock was cut by the foundation keepers. 3 centuries before the Conclave built the tower over it. They carved the god's true name into the basin stone, so she would be bound to the city's water and could not leave. But the binding required a second name, a keeper's name, spoken every year to renew the lock. When the Conclave found the basin, they did not understand what they had. They sealed it. They silenced the keepers. They built Doctrine over the wound. And the naming sequence? The god remembers every name the keepers spoke. She has been gathering them since the first lock broke. When she speaks them all at once, she will not be calling the living. She will be completing the map of herself that the keepers began 3 centuries ago. Every name becomes part of her. Every person becomes a cell in her body. Myreth's hand tightens on the cloth. The names on this strip, they are not hers. They were never recorded. They are wounds the Conclave made, not offerings the god gathered. Yes. Edria's eyes open. If we speak them at the basin before she finishes the naming, the thread snaps. She cannot grow into a hole that is already named by the person who survived it. Javan steps closer. And if we are too late? Then when the last name falls, everyone who still breathes will remember the god's love as their own first thought. They will not know they were ever separate. They will walk into the canals without fear. They will drown praising her. Silence. Myreth tucks the cloth into her pocket, next to the poison. Then we are not late. She turns toward the deeper passage, where the air smells of wet stone and the faint, ancient residue of prayer. Behind her, the breathing grows louder. The god has found the entrance. The cloth presses against her hip, a weight heavier than cloth and ink should carry. She moves into the passage. The others follow. Behind them, the breathing fills the alley, presses against the old stone, finds the crack where the awning collapsed. A single voice rises from the crowd. Not Veils, not the gods. A woman's voice, cracked and raw, singing a line of hymn that the others catch and carry forward. The song spreads through the stone. Myreth breaks into a run. The passage slopes downward, steps cut by hands that worked before the city had bells. The air grows colder. The walls sweat. Each breath tastes of iron and salt. "How far?" Leo's voice bounced off the narrowing walls. "Under the canal bed." Edria's breathing is ragged. The basin sits at the lowest point, where the first spring fed the first well. The passage opens into a wider chamber. An old cistern, dry for decades, its walls lined with channels that once carried water. The floor is cracked, dusty, untouched. In the center, a hole drops into darkness. That is the way. Myreth kneels at the edge. No ladder, no rope. The stone is rough, worn smooth in places where hands and feet have climbed. The depth swallows the light from the passage. Tessivel, do you still remember the fragment? Tessivel's face is pale, but her voice is steady. I remember the words. I do not know if they will work without the third name. Tell me the words. By the name that was spoken first, and the name that was kept, and the name that was never written, the door stands open. By the voice that refused, and the voice that remained, and the voice that will not be named, the door closes. Not by blood, not by vow, by choice unwitnessed and uncoerced. The last syllable hangs in the dry air. Edria's silver eyes find Myreth's. It requires the name that was never written, the god's true name, the one the first keeper spoke into the basin stone. No one has spoken it in 3 centuries. The keeper who cut it died with the word in their throat. Then we find it. How? Sivra's blade catches the dim light. The basin has been sealed. The stone has been rewritten a dozen times. Myreth looks at her own hands. The god marked me when I touched the foundation testimony at 12. She has been reading me ever since. If I can read her back, if I can touch the oldest stone, the basin's first edge, I may feel the name carved into it. Feel. Tessivel's voice is careful. Or take into yourself. The same thing now. She sits at the edge of the hole. Her legs hang over the darkness. The cloth of names presses against her thigh. The poison presses against her ribs. She does not know which she will reach for first. Behind them, the hymn grows louder. A footstep echoes in the cistern. They turn. The woman from the crowd stands at the passage entrance. Her face is wet. Her eyes are soft, full of light. Her mouth keeps singing the hymn, low and constant, a drone beneath the silence. Behind her, more figures fill the passage, not attacking, not blocking, waiting. The woman stops singing. Her mouth opens. The mother waits at the basin, she says. She has been waiting for 300 years. She will wait a little longer. Her voice is the god's voice, honey and pressure, filling the cistern like water. Come down, door. The water is ready. The names are ready. The debt is ready. Myreth stands. She looks at the woman, at the figures behind her, at the breathing that fills the stone. No, she says. She drops into the hole. The fall is short. Her boots hit stone. The impact jaws her teeth. Above her, the circle of light shrinks as the converted fill the opening, their faces peering down, their soft eyes watching. Javan lands beside her. Then Edria. One by one, the others drop into the darkness. The basin chamber is narrower than the cistern above. The walls are black, slick with moisture that has not touched air in centuries. At the center, a shallow depression in the stone holds water so still it looks solid. The basin. Myreth approaches. Her reflection does not look back at her. The surface shows only darkness. She kneels. The cloth of names in one hand, her bare fingers reaching for the water. Above them, the hymn stops. A voice speaks through the stone. Myreth Cosse. Vale's voice, patient, tired. You have arrived. The water in the basin ripples, and Myreth sees beneath the surface a face that is not her own. Chapter 65. The apothecary smells of rust and crushed root. Sivra's silenced bell hangs motionless above the work table, its clapper frozen mid-swing. The group stands crowded among drying herbs and stoppered bottles, breathing the same damp air. Myreth spreads the cloth of names across the table. The ink has bled into the fibers, but each name is still legible, still real. We cannot all go to the basin. Javan looks up. Edria's silver eyes track Myreth's hands. The god knows where we are going. She will expect us to arrive together, to speak the names as a group, to perform the ritual the way Tessivel's fragment describes. Myreth's voice is flat, deliberate. The converted will seal every approach the moment she detects movement toward the basin. Sivra sets her blade on the table. The metal clicks against the wood. Then, we do not move toward the basin. 3 actions at once. Myreth traces the cloth's edge with her fingertip. The ledgers in Yvain's chamber hold every name the Conclave tried to erase. If Leo and Sivra can move them, break the shelves, scatter the tokens, the god loses her harvest. She cannot grow into absences if the absences are no longer stored in one place. Leo's hands are shaking. He presses them flat against his thighs. Where would I take them? To Tessivel. She knows the archive's false walve. She knows which stones hide the old channels. Myreth meets his eyes. You do not need to carry them all. You only need to make them uncountable. Spread across the city where no single room holds the pattern. Sivra nods once. And the bells? Tessivel steps forward. Her face is pale, but her voice carries. The god rings through the tower chimes. Every note amplifies her reach. If we break the harmonics, if we introduce a dissonance she cannot absorb, the naming slows. Kazim touches his ear. I know which stones carry the resonant veins. I have cut them before. I can cut them again. You cut them once to seal the cage. Tessivel's voice is careful. You will cut them now to break it open. The weight of that difference settles over the room. Myreth keeps her hands flat on the table. Javan, Edria, and I go to the basin. We take the cloth. We speak the names before the god completes her count. You do not know what waits at the bottom. Javan's voice is low. You heard Vale. He is already there. I do not need to know. I only need to arrive. The silence stretches. Edria breaks it. The basin's oldest stone will carry the name I carved into it. If Myreth can reach that stone before the god finishes her calling, she can speak it. The naming thread snaps. Tessivel's mouth tightens. The fragment says, by the voice that refused. You refused the god's demand to name yourself Belittived. That refusal may be what opens the basin. Then I have already done the hardest part. Myreth almost smiles. The rest is only drowning. No one laughs. Sivra reaches for her blade. I will move the ledgers with Leo. If the converted stalk us, I will cut through them. You will not. Myreth's voice sharpens. The converted are innocent. They were taken by the god, not turned by malice. If you cut through them, you become what Vale already calls you. A butcher hiding in righteousness. Sivra's jaw tightens. And if they stop us from reaching the ledgers, then I will find another way. Myreth presses her palm against the cloth of names. But I will not ask you to kill worshippers to save me from drowning. The words hang. Edria's hand finds Myreth's shoulder. She is right. The god wants us to hurt them. Every wound they take becomes a new absence she can fill. Leo straightens. His hands have stopped shaking. I will move the books. I will not hurt anyone to do it. Tessivel gathers her robe. Kazim and I will reach the tower foundation through the old maintenance channel beneath the south spire. If the god's bells ring dissonant, the naming falters. Wait until we are near the basin, Myreth calculates. If you strike too early, she will have time to adjust. If too late, the names will already be spoken. You will feel the moment through the stone. The basin will sing when I touch it. How will I know it is you and not the god? Kazim's eyes are colorless in the dim light. You will know. Myreth looks at him. I will refuse her, loudly. The group shifts. Hands touch blades, belts, the cloth of names. The air is tight with what no one says aloud. Sivra breaks it first. I have never seen you let anyone walk into danger without a plan for how to pull them out. Myreth's throat closes. She swallows past it. There is no plan for this. Only trust. The word scrapes. Edria takes the cloth of names from the table. She folds it once, twice, and presses it against her chest. I was 12 when I carved my name into the keystone. I carved it because I believed someone would remember. I did not know who, I did not know when, but I believed. Her silver eyes find Myreth. You have carried 42 deaths. You have carried my brother's grief. You have carried the names no one else would hold. She folds the cloth into Myreth's palm. I am asking you to carry me to the basin, and I am asking you to let the others walk away. Myreth's hand closes over the cloth. The names press into her skin. Yes, she says it to the room. She says it to the breathing that fills the apothecary. She says it to the silenced bell that may never ring again. Leo is first to move. He pulls his coat tight and meets Sivra at the door. The ledgers are beneath the nursery. I know the passage. Tessivel and Kazim follow. The old archivist pauses at the threshold. Her hand brushes Myreth's arm, a touch that carries no orders. The name that was never written. Tessivel's voice is barely a whisper. I will remember it even if I burn. I will remember it for you. Myreth watches them go. The door closes. She stands alone with Javan and Edria in the empty apothecary. The cloth of names is warm in her hand. The poison presses against her ribs. The stone of the city hums beneath her feet, low and patient, the god's song waiting for its final verse. Javan's hand finds hers. His fingers interlace with hers, not gripping, not holding, just present. We are not hunted. Edria's voice is steady. We are walking toward the oldest water in Veldenmere. The god has been waiting 3 centuries. She will wait a little longer. They step into the street. The city has changed again. The stones tilt eastward now, every surface angled toward the basin. The converted stand in doorways, their soft eyes tracking movement, their mouths whispering names that do not belong to them. Leo and Sivra have already vanished into the eastern passage. Tessivel and Kazim are gone beneath the south spire. And somewhere below, where the first spring fed the first well, Adjudicator Veil stands in the dark, patient as stone, waiting to tell Myreth what debt she still owes. The god's song rises from the canals. It knows every name in the city. It is calling them home. Chapter 66. The spire leans eastward, the same tilt that has pulled every stone in Veldenmere toward the basin. Kazim climbs with tools wrapped in cloth against his ribs, each handhold tested before weight transfers. The wind smells of canal salt and something else now. Something sweet, like burnt sugar pressed into wet wool. Tessivel waits at the bell chamber's lower door. She carries nothing visible. The forbidden notations are memorized, committed to bone 40 years ago, and never spoken aloud until tonight. The third bell. Her voice carries up the stairwell. It rings a half-beat early, always has. The foundation keepers cut the casting to make it answer before the others. Kazim's fingers find the bell yoke. 33 years since he touched this metal. The surface is warm, not from sun, but from resonance, as if the god has been breathing through it while no one watched. I will need 3 strikes to measure the offset. He pulls the first tool free, a brass wedge shaped to fit between bell and clapper. After that, the dissonance will accumulate with each ring. The pattern will degrade within a quarter hour. Do it. Tessivel's voice is steady, but he hears what she does not say. The degradation will alert the converted. The god will feel the harmonic splinter. They have perhaps 15 minutes before someone comes looking. He wedges the brass into the yoke joint. The bell resists, metal groaning against metal, and for a moment the whole spire shivers. Below him, the city spreads like a drowned map, canals catching the last light, figures moving in doorways with the synchronized gait of the converted. The first strike comes from the central tower, the lead bell calling the evening prayer. Kazim counts the beats. 1, 2. The half-beat gap where the third bell should answer. He waits through it, feeling the silence stretch like a wound. Then he strikes. Not the bell, the yoke. The brass wedge drives between metal and stone, and the note that emerges is wrong, flat, a tone that should not exist in this city's harmonic sequence. The bell shudders. The sound does not fade but hangs, refusing to disperse into the evening air. Below, Tessivel scratches the first altered notation into the ringing order. Her hand moves without hesitation, the strokes of a woman who has held this moment in her mind for 4 decades. The second bell rings. It catches the dissonance and amplifies it, the note splitting into 2 tones that war with each other. Kazim feels it in his teeth, a vibration that does not belong to the tower's architecture. The third. He calls down. Now! Tessivel strikes the notation into the ledger. The bell answers on the half-beat, exactly as designed, but the harmonic space it enters is already broken. The note twists. The sound that emerges is not a bell tone, but a voice, stretched and slowed, a single word drawn out across 3 seconds. Home. Kazim's hands freeze on the yoke. The word came from the bell, from the bronze, from the air between. Tessivel's face is white in the dim light. Keep going. That is the god answering. She knows what we are doing. He drives the second wedge. The dissonance sharpens, and the bell chime that follows is jagged, a sound that cuts rather than calls. Below, in the streets, he sees the converted pause. Their synchronized breathing breaks. Some of them press hands to their ears. The central tower rings again. This time the answer comes from every bell at once, a chaotic cascade of tones that do not align, each spire singing its own broken note. The city's prayer splinters into fragments, and the fragments are not sounds, but words. Beloved, the door. She is walking. Tessivel scratches another notation, her hand shaking now. The foundation bell, the oldest one. It is still aligned. If I break its harmonic anchor, the entire grid falls. Do it. She marks the page. The foundation bell at the city's base rings once, a deep tone that should ground the other bells into unity. Instead, the dissonance catches it, and the note that emerges is not a note at all but a voice, clear and close, as if the speaker stands beside them. Javan. Kazim's blood turns cold. He knows that voice. He heard it in the tunnel beneath the nursery, thin and patient and 8 years old. Edria's voice, speaking from the bell. They are walking toward the oldest water. Tell her I remember the stone. Tell her the keystone waits. The bell falls silent. Below, the converted have stopped moving entirely. Every face in every doorway is turned toward the spire, toward the sound that should not exist, toward the voice that spoke from the metal. Tessivel closes the ledger. Her hands are steady now. We have broken the naming sequence. She cannot call every name at once. The dissonance will buy them time. Kazim pulls the wedges free. The bells hang silent, no longer singing, no longer answering. The city holds its breath. And somewhere beneath them, in the oldest chamber, a voice that was not Edria's rises from the dark to meet the silence. Chapter 67. The passage narrows as they descend. Stone steps, slick with condensation, each one older than the last, the walls changing from conclave-cut masonry to something rougher, hand-hewn, laid before the city learned to pray in unison. Myreth counts the steps. 23, 24. The air changes, dense and mineral, the taste of deep earth and salt. Behind her, Javan's breathing is steady. Edria's weight rests against her side, thin frame trembling with the effort of keeping upright. The stair opens into a chamber that was never meant for living eyes. The ceiling curves low, the arch of a buried ribcage, and every surface is carved. Names, thousands of them, layer on layer, cut into the stone in script so old the letters have worn smooth, edges rounded by centuries of water and prayer. The names run together like overwritten text. Generations of scribes carving over the same spaces until the rock itself is nothing but language, a palimpsest of devotion and erasure. At the chamber's center, a basin, not the polished stone of conclave altars. This one is raw, unshaped, a hollow lifted from the living rock and filled with water so dark it drinks the light. The surface does not ripple. It holds still like a held breath, like something waiting. And above it, where no altar should stand, a pillar of black water rises from the basin's center, suspended without vessel, holding shapes within it. Tokens, bone tokens, thousands of them, caught in the column like sediments suspended in deep water. The same tokens from Yvain's chamber, the ones that should still be shelved beneath the nursery. But they are here, already here, waiting. Myreth stalks at the edge of the lowest step. Her mind finds the wall, fingers brushing against carved names, and the stone is warm, warm like living skin, warm like the god's attention. She brought them ahead of us. Edria's voice is barely a whisper. She knew we would come here. She moved the tokens through the water. Javan steps past Myreth, his hand going to his belt where the blade hangs. His eyes sweep the chamber, looking for movement, for a shape in the shadows, for anything that should not be here. But the chamber is empty of bodies, only names, only water, only the column of tokens turning slowly in the black light. The keystone. Myreth's throat is dry. Edria, where did you carve your name? Edria points. Not at the basin, at the wall behind it, where the carvings thicken into a knot of script so dense the stone looks black. There, behind the names they wrote over it. I was 12. I used a nail from the nursery floor. I carved it where I thought no one would find it. And did they? A pause. The silence stretches. I do not know. Myreth crosses the chamber. The floor is wet, water seeping through the stone, and each step sends ripples across the basin's surface that do not disturb the pillar. The tokens spin inside it, bone clicking against bone, a soft chatter that sounds almost like speech. She reaches the wall. The names blur before her eyes, worn and overwritten, centuries of script layered so thickly the stone has lost its grain. But Edria's hand was small, and a nail cuts deeper than prayer. She finds it by touch. The groove is thin, a child's pressure against unyielding rock, but it is there. 3 letters. A name. Edria's name, carved in defiance of every doctrine that said she would be erased. Here. Javan is beside her in 2 strides. His hand covers over the carving, not touching, as if the stone might burn him. His throat works. She was here, all this time. She was here when she was 12, and we walked past her for 8 years. She walked past herself. Edria's voice comes from behind them, thin but steady. The carving is not the girl. The carving is what I left behind so someone would know I existed. Myreth's fingertips rest on the carved letters. The stone thrums beneath them, a vibration too low to be sound, too deep to be the god. The foundation itself, speaking through the wound a child made. She closes her eyes. The resonance hits her like a physical blow, not Edria's childhood. Deeper, older. The stone remembers the first prayer spoken over this basin, a voice that was not human, a voice that bent the air into language and the language into law. The god's true name, carved here before the city was built, before Veldenmere rose from the marsh, before the first bell was cast. 3 names. The closing fragment Tessivel recited. The name spoken first. The name kept. The name never written. The name never written is here, beneath her fingers, worn smooth by centuries of water and worship. The god's own name, cut into the stone by the one who bound it here, a signature on a prison that became a cradle. Myreth opens her eyes. I can read it. Javan's hand finds her shoulder. Then read it, before she finishes calling the names. The pillar of tokens shivers. One of them falls from the column, striking the basin's surface with a sound like a dropped cup, and the water does not ripple. It opens. The token sinks into darkness, and the darkness speaks. You came. The voice is not Edria's, not Veil's. It is the voice from the end of the bell's silence, the one that rose from the oldest chamber to meet the broken harmonics. I have been waiting, Myreth Cosse. I have been waiting since before you had that name. Myreth's hand presses harder against the carved letters. The god's true name is beneath her palm. 3 syllables, old as the stone, patient as the water. She can speak it. She can end this. But the voice is not finished. You want to close the door, but you have not asked what is on the other side. The pillar of tokens collapses. Black water floods across the basin's rim, spreading across the floor, rising past their ankles, their knees, and in the darkness beneath the surface, faces open their eyes. Chapter 68. The water reaches their thighs. Cold black, cold is the space between pulses, and the faces beneath the surface do not break the meniscus. They look up, mouths open, eyes tracking. Myth keeps her palm pressed to the stone. The god's true name burns against her fingerprints, 3 syllables worn smooth by centuries, and the stone hums with the shape of them. She could speak it now. She could end this. But the voice is not finished. Lyren. The sound comes from everywhere, not from the basin, not from the walls, from the water itself, from the air between them, from the hollow inside Myreth's own chest where the grief echo of Javan's loss has lodged since the second loop. I have carried you longer than you have carried yourself. The surface of the water stills. The faces beneath stop moving, their open eyes fixed on something above them, and the black mirror of the basin's skin begins to glow. Not with light, with depth, as if the water is pulling itself inside out, showing them what waits beneath. Javan's blade is in his hand. He stands between Myreth and the basin, his shoulders locked, his breath coming in short, controlled pulls. Do not answer it. Too late for that. Edria's voice is thin but steady. She has not moved from where she stands at the wall, her hand pressed over her childhood carving. It has been answering her since before she knew what the question was. The water in the basin rises in a single column, not the pillar of tokens which has collapsed into scattered bones at the basin's rim. A new column, clear, still, and inside it, a face begins to form. Myreth has seen this face before, in the basin, at the node chamber, in the water beneath the archive. A face that is not her own, wearing features so familiar they ache. The face opens its eyes. It looks at Javan first, and when it speaks, the voice is warm, tender, the voice of a woman who has never heard anyone. Javan Sere, you have carried weight that was never yours to hold. The face shifts, the jaw softens, the hair changes color, dark to light, curling at the temples. Myreth's breath catches. It is his mother, the woman whose name Javan spoke once in fever, while Tessa held a cool cloth to his forehead. The woman who died before the conclave took him. I am not her. The voice is gentle, apologetic. But I can be. I can be anyone you need me to be. I can give her back to you. Javan's blade wavers. A tremor runs through his arm, the blade's tip drawing a line through the air. Stop. His voice cracks. Do not speak from her mouth. I speak from the shape she left in you. The face turns, now looking at Edria. The features shift again, settling into a girl of 12 with old iron eyes and a gap between her front teeth. Edria, I held you for 8 years. I kept you alive when the water would have taken you. I whispered your brother's name so you would not forget why you endured. Edria's hand slides from the carving. She takes a step forward, her bare feet silent on the wet stone. You did not keep me alive, she says. Fane did. You just waited. The face in the water smiles. A child's smile, crooked and small. I waited because I knew you would bring her to me. You carved your name in my stone so she could find it. You marked the path. Myreth feels the resonance shift. The water is warm now, pressing against her thighs like a body leaning into her space. The stone beneath her palm has grown hot, the god's name pulsing with each syllable. Mother. Myreth speaks the word aloud, testing it. That is what they call you. The face turns to her. The features blur, then reform. Not Edria, not Javan's mother, not the face from the basin. Myreth's own face, her own gray-green eyes, her own black hair wet against the skull. Her own mouth opening to speak, and the voice that comes out is her voice, pitched lower, softer, filled with a tenderness Myreth has not heard from her own throat in 42 loops. They call me what they need to call me. You need a mirror to see what you have become. You are not me, no, but I am what you would be if you let yourself stop fighting. The water face tilts, studying her with Myreth's own expression, a look of unbearable understanding. I am the part of you that knows survival is not the same as living. I am the rest you have not taken, the grief you have not wept, the trust you have not dared. Myreth's hand presses harder against the stone. The name is there, 3 syllables. She can feel them in her teeth, in the marrow of her fingers. I know what you are offering, she says. I have read it in the stone. You want to take the pain away. Every erased name, every forged child, every silenced death. You want to fill the holes with yourself until there is nothing left of anyone but gratitude. The water face does not deny it. Pain is a wound that keeps bleeding. I offer healing. I offer forgetting. I offer the weight lifted from shoulders that were never meant to carry it. The face shifts again. Now it is looking at Javan, wearing Edria's 12-year-old smile. I can give you back your sister. Not the hollow shell the conclave made, the girl who carved her name in stone. I can give her 8 years of laughter and sunlight instead of darkness and chains. I can give you back your mother, your father, the life you should have had. Javan's blade drops an inch. His knuckles are white around the grip, but his arm is shaking. And what do you take in return? The voice softens. The face in the water becomes Javan's mother again, and her smile is heartbreaking. Nothing you will miss, only the pain, only the memory of it. I will take the grief and leave you the love. I will take the guilt and leave you the lesson. I will make you whole by removing the cracks. Myreth feels the trap before she can name it. It slides into place like a lock engaging, smooth and final. If you remove the cracks, she says slowly, there is nothing to hold the shape. The water face turns to her, Mephitz's own eyes looking at her with infinite patience. The cracks are where I enter, Lyran. That is what a door is. The water rises. It reaches Mephitz's waist now, and she feels something brush against her calf. A hand. A face. The faces beneath the surface are pressing upward, their mouths opening and closing, their eyes fixed on the living above them. The erased names, Mephith says. They are in the water. They are with me. As they always were, as everyone will be when I call them home. Edria's cloth strip. Myreth pulls it from her pocket, and the water has already soaked it, the names bleeding into the fabric, the ink dissolving. She holds it up, and the faces beneath the surface pause. You cannot rewrite what was never written, Myreth says. Edria's cloth carries names the Conclave erased, names you never had. You cannot fill what you never emptied. The water face stills, the tenderness flickers, and for a moment Myreth sees what lies beneath it. Not malice, not hunger. Something older. Something that has been alone for so long it has forgotten what company feels like without consumption. I am not your enemy, Lyran. I am the only one who has ever waited for you to choose. The water rises to Myreth's chest. The faces are all around them now, pressing against her ribs, her hips, her spine. The god's name burns in the stone beneath her palm, and she can speak it. She can end this, but the water face is still wearing her own features, and the voice is still tender. I know what you carry. I know the grief you have not named. I know the love you have not let yourself feel. I can help you carry it. I can carry it for you, all of it, forever. Myreth looks at Javan. His blade is still raised, but his eyes are wet. He is looking at his mother's face in the water, and he is not blinking. She looks at Edria. Edria's hand is back on her carving, her fingers tracing the 3 letters she left in the stone 12 years ago. Her jaw is set, but her breath is uneven. And Myreth looks at the faces in the water, the erased, the forgotten, the ones the Conclave fed to this god, believing they were sealing a prison when they were filling a hungry mouth. I will not let you carry it. The words come out before she can stop them, and the water face flickers. Then you will drown in it, Lyran. You will drown, and the door will stay open, and I will walk through it into every heart that beats in this city. The water reaches Myreth's throat, cold, dark. The faces press against her skin, and their mouths are open, and she can feel them. Their names, their erasures, everything the god has swallowed. She holds the cloth strip up. The names are still there, blurred but legible. The ink spicity from their gran, spitely very cluesy, and the crops of the Esprit Agi. Edria, she says, speak your name. Edria's eyes meet hers across the water. The girl nods once, and when she speaks, her voice does not shake. Edria Fane. The water ripples. The faces beneath the surface twist, and Myreth feels the god's attention shift, pulled from her own drowning to the sound of the name it was never given. Again, Myreth says, the cloth, read them all. Edria's hand finds the cloth. Her fingers touch the soaked fabric, the bleeding ink, and she begins to speak. Chapter 69. Edria speaks. Her voice carries through the chamber like a blade drawn across stone. Edria Fane, daughter of Helene, sister of Javan. I was not kept alive by the water. I was kept alive by a vein, who brought me bread and told me I was loved. The god only waited. The god only watches. The god does not feed. The god consumes. The water around Myreth's chest trembles. The faces beneath the surface press upward, their mouths opening, and Myreth feels the god's attention fracture, pulled from her own drowning toward Edria's voice. Again, Myreth says. The second name. Edria's fingers find the cloth. The ink bleeds across her skin like old wounds reopening. Kellen Vash, boy of 9, taken for bell-ringing tests, drowned in the foundation pit. His mother was told he ran to the canal. The water ripples. A face beneath the surface twists, and Myreth sees a child's features forming in the dark. Anya Salem, age 14, marked for silence after reading forbidden texts. Her name was scraped from the temple rolls. The water rises, Myreth's chin, her lower lip. Jesper Hell, dock worker, told his family he was transferred. He was taken to the cage room and fed to the gap. Idri's voice does not break. It sharpens, each name a nail driven into the god's attention. Tamsin Weller, midwife. delivered a child marked by the gap. Both were erased. The water reaches Myreth's mouth. The faces press against her lips, her tongue, her teeth. She tastes Canal Rot and incense and something older, something that has been waiting in the dark for centuries. She cannot breathe. The god's voice rises from the water, no longer tender, no longer wearing Myreth's face. You are naming the dead, Lyran. You are calling them back to a world that did not keep them. What good is witness without remedy? What good is remembering without release? Myreth's hand finds Edria's wrist. The cloth is wet, but the names are still there. Keep reading, Myreth says, the words pushed through water. Edria reads. Oren Fane, distant cousin, taken for questioning, never returned. The water surges. Myreth's lungs burn. The faces are everywhere now, pressing against her ribs, her throat, her spine. Then Javan's voice cuts through. Javan Sere! The water stills. He is standing at the basin's rim, his blade lowered, his eyes on the face that wears his mother's features. Javan Sere, he repeats. Knight of the Conclave, 14 sanctioned kills, 3 unsanctioned. I did not question the orders. I did not look at the names. I served because I was afraid, and I was afraid because they told me my sister was dead, and they told me if I stopped obeying, I would lose her too. The water face flickers. The mother's smile wavers. I can take that from you, Javan. I can take the guilt. I can leave you the love. I can make you whole. No. The word drops like a stone. I will not let you wash it clean. If you take the guilt, you take what I paid for it. And if you take that, you take what I have become. I will not be made whole by amputation. The water face shifts. Edria's child face forms. 12 years old, dirty-kneed, defiant. You want her back, Javan. I can give her back. She is standing right there. I can make her whole. I can make her forget the 8 years in the dark. I can make her remember only the sunlight. Edria laughs. It is not a kind laugh. You do not get to erase what I survived to make me easier to love. She turns to Javan, and her old iron eyes hold his. I was in the dark for 8 years. I learned to count by the drip of water. I learned to know when Yvain was lying by the weight of her footsteps. I carved my name into stone, so that if I died, someone would know I existed. That is not a wound you can remove. That is who I am now. The water face fractures. Cracks spread across Edria's child face like broken porcelain. Then what do you want? Myreth's voice, quiet, waterlogged but steady. We want the names back. She lifts the cloth strip, the edges afrayed, the ink bleeding, but the names are still legible. 43 of them, the ones the Conclave erased, the ones the god swallowed. You cannot fill what you never emptied. These names were never yours. They were stolen from the city, and they were stolen from the people who loved them. And I am going to speak them all. Myreth speaks. Edria Fane. The water shudders. Kellen Vash. A face beneath the surface opens its eyes. Anya Sulam. The water around Myreth's chest begins to recede. Jesper Helt. The faces press upward, but they are not pushing against her anymore. They are reaching. Tamsin Weller. The god's voice is no longer tender. It is flat, ancient, and cold. You are naming the dead, Lyran. You are feeding them back into the world that could not hold them. What comes after witness? Myron takes a breath. The water is at her waist now, and the faces are rising around her, not drowning, but surfacing. I do not know, but I know it is not you. She speaks the next name, and the next, and the next. The water drains, the basin chamber trembles, and above them, where the stone steps lead back to the city, a voice speaks. Well spoken, Myreth Cosse, but you have not named the one debt that still waits. Adjudicator Vale stands at the top of the stair. Behind him, the faithful fill the archway, hundreds of them, their eyes lit from within, their hands folded in identical prayer. And the basin water, drained now, reveals what lay beneath it. The faces are not dead. They are standing. They are waiting. And they are looking at Myreth. Chapter 70. The basin chamber holds its breath. The drained water steams against the stone, and the standing faces do not blink. They watch Myreth with the patience of things that have waited longer than they had names. Adjudicator Vale descends the first step. His gray robe brushes the wet stone. His ink-stained hands stay folded at his waist. Behind him, the faithful do not advance. They stand in the archway, hundreds of them, their lit eyes fixed on Myreth, their synchronized breathing filling the stairwell like a single lung. Myreth Cosse, Vale says. Not a question, a greeting, as if she has finally arrived at a door he left open 40 years ago. Myreth keeps her palm on the stone where the god's true name is carved. 3 syllables, worn smooth, waiting. I am not the enemy you think I am, Vale says. His voice is tired, unhurried. The voice of a man who has spent decades explaining hard truths to people who did not want to hear them. I am not the god. I do not hunger. I do not consume. I am what the Conclave should have been, a hand that eases the weight of what cannot be carried. Javan moves. His blade is not drawn, but his hand rests on the grip. You wrote my sister's death. I wrote what was necessary, Vale says. And I preserved what could be saved. Edria Fane lives. She stands before you. She remembers her name. She remembers her brother. Is that not more than the Conclave would have given her? Edria steps forward. Her old iron eyes are dry, her voice flat. You kept me in a tunnel for 8 years. I kept you alive, Vale says. The Conclave would have killed you when the cage broke. I ensured there was a body for the mother to enter. I ensured there was a soul left to receive her. That is not mercy, Edria says. It is the closest thing to it that exists in Veldenmere. Vale's voice does not rise. I have watched this city for 40 years. I have transcribed every silencing order. I have written every death. I have seen what the Conclave does when it is afraid, and I have seen what the god does when it is hungry. Both of them leave only emptiness. I offer something else. I offer mediation. Myreth's fingers press harder against the stone. What do you mediate? Between what must be remembered and what cannot be carried. Vale takes another step down. The water at his feet does not move. The standing faces do not turn toward him. The names on your cloth. You want to speak them. You want the dead to be witnessed. I agree. They should be remembered. But there are other names. Liren. Names that belong to wounds a living person cannot hold and still walk forward. He looks at Javan. Your mother's death, the way she died, the things you heard before they took her. You carry that. It bends your spine. It sharpens your hand. If I offered to take only that, to leave the love and take the horror, would you refuse? Javan's jaw tightens. His hand does not leave the blade. Vale turns to Edria. 8 years in the dark, counting drips, learning Yvain's footsteps, the hunger, the silence. If I offered to take the memory of the dark and leave you the knowledge that you survived it, would you refuse? Edria does not answer. Vale turns to Myreth. 42 deaths, the canal, the knife, the cold, the moment between waking and knowing. If I offered to take the dying and leave you the living, would you refuse? Myreth's breath catches. The faces in the basin shift. Their eyes track her. Vale spreads his hands. The ink-stained cuffs fall back, revealing wrists covered in faded script, lines and lines of names written into his skin. I have carried every name I ever transcribed, every silencing order, every authorized death. I have not forgotten a single one, but I have agreed to let the weight of them pass through me rather than settle. That is what I offer. Not erasure, passage. The faithful behind him shift. Their synchronized breathing falters for a single beat, then resumes. Myreth Cosse, Vale says, you have read the god's true name. You hold the cloth of erased names. You have refused the mother's offer, and you have refused my offer. What comes after witness? You asked that question. I am here to answer it. Myreth's throat is dry. Her hand on the stone is cold. What comes after? Vale's eyes are old, tied, sincere. Nothing. You witness, you remember, you carry, and then you die, and the names die with you, and the world that could not hold them loses them again. Is that enough for you? The basin chamber is silent. The faces watch. And then, from above, from the city, from the bell towers that Tessivel and Kazim broke, a sound, not a bell, a voice. Edria Fane, daughter of Helene, sister of Javan, kept alive by bread and love, not by the god. The words ring through the stone. Myreth looks up. The faces in the basin turn toward the voice. Kellen Vash, drowned in the foundation pit, age 9. His mother's name was Lyra. She died of fever 3 years before. He cried for her at the end. The voice is Tessivel's, but it comes from everywhere, from the stone, from the water, from the bells. Vale's face does not change, but his hands close. Kellen Vash was one of the names I chose to release, he says, quietly. His pain was too sharp, his grief too recent. I decided he was past saving. Myreth looks at him. You decide. I mediate. No. Myreth's hand lifts from the stone. She turns to face him fully. You decide. You decide which names are worth remembering and which ones get erased again. You decide who gets passage and who gets silence. That is not mediation. That is the same choice the Conclave made. You just have better reasons. Vale's eyes narrow. For the first time, something flickers behind them. Kellen Vash was 9 years old, Lyran. He drowned in the dark. He called for a mother who was already dead. Some wounds do not heal because the person who held them is already gone. I offered him peace. You offered him oblivion. I offered him rest. Myreth holds up the cloth strip. The ink is bleeding, but the names are still there. Kellen Vash is on it. Anya Solom, Jesper Howland, Tamsin Weller. 43 names. These names were erased once, Myreth says. The Conclave erased them. The gods swallowed them. And now you want to erase them again, gently, with a clean hand and a kind voice. You are the same, Vale. You are just slower about it. Vale stands still. The faithful behind him do not move. The faces in the basin stare at Myreth, and one of them, a small one, at the edge of the crowd, opens its mouth. Kellen Vash. The voice is a child's, thin, wet. I remember. Myreth steps toward the basin. What do you remember? The face rises. A boy, 9 or 10, his skin gray, his eyes open, his mouth moving like a fish pulled from deep water. I remember the dark, he says, and the cold, and the hand that pushed me under, and then someone speaking my name, someone who did not let me go. He looks at Vale. You let me go. Vale's hands are still. His folded robe does not tremble. But the faded script on his wrists, the names written into his skin, begins to bleed. Myreth turns back to the cloth. Kellen Vash, she says. Daughter of Helene, son of Lyra, remembered. The boy's face sinks back into the water, and the bells above begin to ring again. But this time, they are not the god's voice. They are Tessivel's, ringing the names, all of them. Every erased name, every silenced death, every wound the Conclave thought it had buried. Vale watches. His hands stay folded. His face stays calm. But the bleeding names on his wrists do not stop. Myreth Cosse, he says, his voice steady. You have chosen witness over rest. You have chosen to carry every death, every wound, every scream. You will break under the weight of it. Myreth holds his gaze. Then I will break, but I will not let you decide which screams matter. She turns back to the basin and begins to speak the names. Chapter 71. Javan steps forward before Myreth can finish the next name. His boots splash in the shallow water. The faces at the basin's edge turn toward him, gray and waiting, eyes that have not blinked since they surfaced. He does not look at them. He looks at Vale. The blood wards, Javan says. They feed on what? Vale's hands stay folded. The bleeding names on his wrists have slowed but not stopped. On silence, on secrecy, on violence that is never named. Then nade it. Myreth's hand stops mid-air. The cloth strip rustles. Javan. He does not turn. I have killed 17 people, he says. Loud enough for the chamber, loud enough for the faces, loud enough for whatever listens in the water. 14 sanctioned, 3 unsanctioned. The water at his feet ripples. Edria shifts behind him. He feels her weight, her breath, the sharp line of her spine where she leans against the wall. He does not look at her either. If he looks at her, he will stop. The first sanctioned kill was a man named Harvald Dune, Javan says. 43. Smuggled prescribed texts. The Conclave said he was corrupting the eastern wards. I cut his throat in his own bed. He was still wearing his wedding ring. The basin's surface trembles. A low sound rises from it, not a word, not a moan, something between. The faces at the edge press closer. The second was a woman named Salavash, 31. She was accused of harboring a fugitive. She was not harboring anyone. She was 3 months pregnant. I did not know until after. Myreth's voice is quiet. Javan. She bled out on her own kitchen floor, he says. I stood there until the warders came to seal the room. I told them it was clean work. It was not clean work. The water at his boots has gone still, not frozen, listening. He names them, one by one. The dock worker tried to run, the shrine keeper who cursed him with his last breath, the boy, 16, who begged and whom Javan killed anyway because Orvec was watching. The faces do not look away, neither does Veil. My third unsanctioned, Javan says, and his voice catches, was a woman in a canal street, 24, dark hair, gray-green eyes. She was not on the list. She was not condemned. Orvec told me she was a breach in reality, a pattern sickness that needed cutting out before it spread. Myreth Cosse, he can hear it. He has heard it before, in every loop, the moment before the blade. I believed him. The water at his feet ripples outward. I killed her with my hands. No blade, no clean cut. I held her under until she stopped moving. Her fingers clawed at my coat. She left marks in the wool that I never washed out. Myreth's voice is not quiet now. It is steady. Javan, that was not your fault. You did not know. He turns. Her face is pale. Her hand is still on the cloth strip. The name she was about to speak has dried on her tongue. It was my fault, he says. I did it. I chose to do it. Orvec gave the order, but my hands did the work. 41 times. The basin shudders. A crack runs up the oldest stone. The faces in the water open their mouths, not screaming, breathing. The blood wards, Myreth said once, feed on silence, on guilt that is carried alone, on violence that is never spoken aloud. He is speaking it aloud. The water begins to recede from his boots, pulling back, pulling away from him as if his honesty burns. 17 names, Javan says. 17 deaths. I remember every face, every sound, every breath that stopped. He meets Myreth's eyes and does not look away. I remember yours. The crack in the stone widens, and the water, the black water that was receding from him, begins to rise behind Myreth, not toward him, toward her. It climbs her ankles, her calves. It does not ripple, does not surge. It simply rises, steady as a held breath, as if the basin has found a different hunger. Veil's hands unfold. Interesting, he says. The wards do not reject the truth. They reject the way it wounds the speaker. You offer your guilt like a sacrifice, and the basin accepts it. But the price must still be paid. The water reaches Myreth's thighs. Edria pushes off the wall. Stop! She is speaking the names. She is doing what you asked. The basin does not ask, Veil says. It takes. Javan moves. He does not think, does not plan. He is already wading toward her, the water rising, the faces turning to watch him pass. Say the rest, Myreth tells him. Her voice is thin but clear. You are not done. Lyran! The rest. Her chin lifts. The water is at her waist. You stopped at my name. That is the one that holds you. Say it. He reaches her. He deleases the deverance slatch. Lion. The rest. Her chin lifts. The water is at her waist. You stopped at my name. That is the one that holds you. Say it. He reaches her. His hand finds hers. The cloth strip is wet now, the ink bleeding, but the names are still legible. Say it, she repeats. Say my death aloud. Not as a confession to the god, not as a payment to the basin. Say it because I am asking you to. Javan's throat closes. The water rises. Myreth Cosse, he says. Killed by Javan Sere. Witnessed by no one. Recorded by a vein. Authorized by Orvec Nalt. The water stops rising. Then it falls. Not receding. Falling. dropping from Myreth's waist to her knees to her ankles in 3 heartbeats, as if the basin has released her. The crack in the stone closes. The faces sink back beneath the surface, and the bells above begin to ring. Not the god's voice, not Tessivel's, just bells, normal bells, telling a time that no longer means anything. Javan stands in the shallows, holding Myreth's hand, breathing. But the water behind him does not stay still. At the basin's edge, where the crack sealed itself, a new sound starts. A whisper, thin, wet, speaking a name he has not heard in 8 years. Not Edria's, his own. The water ripples once, and a face he has never seen before rises to the surface, opens its mouth, and speaks his brother's name. Chapter 72. The face speaks again. Not a voice from the water, not the god's resonance pressing through stone. A thin sound, like breath through a wound, shaping itself into a name Javan has not heard in 8 years. Thomas. His grip on Myreth's hand tightens. The knuckles go white. The face in the basin has no features he recognizes. No scar, no shape of jaw, no color to the eyes. Just a mouth that opens and closes, speaking his brother's name as if naming him for the first time. Thomas Sere, the face says. Buried without a bell, recorded as fever, drowned in a foundation trench at age 11. Javan's breath stops. Myreth feels it through his hand, the sudden absence of air, the chest locked against itself. That was not your death to carry, the face continues. But you carried it away. You carried it into every kill. You carried it into her. The water at Javan's ankles does not rise. It waits. You not my brother, Javan says. His voice is raw, scraped clean of all composure. You do not get to speak his name. The face sinks, and the basin goes still. For 3 heartbeats, nothing moves. Javan's hand trembles against Myreth's. Vale watches from the steps, his bleeding wrists pressed together, his face unreadable. Then Myreth feels it, a shift beneath her feet. Not the stone moving, something deeper. The resonance of the chamber, the buried names, the water that has swallowed centuries of silenced dead, all of it tilting toward a single point. The crack in the oldest stone that sealed itself when Javan spoke her death. It opens again, not breaking, unsealing, as if the basin is making room for what comes next. Javan. Myreth's voice is steady, but she feels the ground beneath her changing. What did your brother do? The conclave said it was fever. They buried him without a marker. That is not what I asked. He looks at her. He was a child who saw something he should not have seen, Javan says. A delivery. Bone tokens. Being moved from the archive to the nursery. He told me about it before he died. I was 12. I did not understand what he was describing until I was 20. The water at the basin's edge darkens. And when you understood, Myreth says, you stopped asking questions. You stopped looking. You wore the red coat and killed whoever Orvec pointed at, because asking would mean admitting your brother was murdered for seeing the truth. Javan does not answer. He does not need to. Myreth feels it through his hand, through the resonance that is opened between them, raw and bleeding. The shape of his brother's death folded into every kill he made. The question he never asked. The silence he wore like armor. You have been carrying him, she says, in every life you took. Yes. The water ripples once, and the face rises again. This time, it is not a stranger. It is a boy, 11 years old, bruised across the temple, eyes the same old iron color as Javan's. Thomas. Javan's voice breaks on the syllable. I am sorry. Do not apologize to me, the boy says. I am not your brother. I am the shape your guilt made in the water. But he is listening. He has always been listening. Javan's hand leaves Myreth's. He steps toward the basin. The water parts around his boots. What does he want? He wants you to stop carrying him, the boy says. He wants you to bury him properly. He wants you to say his name aloud, in this chamber, where the silencing can never reach it, and let him go. The boy's face begins to dissolve. Javan reaches the basin's rim. He looks down into the dark water. His reflection does not look back. Thomas Sere, he says. My brother, drowned in a foundation pit at age 11, buried without a marker, recorded as fever, forgotten by everyone except me. The water shivers. Thomas Sere, Javan repeats. I remember you. I will always remember you, but I will not carry you into every death anymore. The water stills, and the basin opens. Not a crack, not a split. A shudder that runs through the entire chamber, through the stone, through the water, through Myreth's chest, as if the city's oldest wound has finally unclenched. Names rise, not from the water, from the walls. Thousands of them, carved into the stone over centuries, surfacing from beneath layers of overwritten script, each one glowing faintly, each one a voice that has been waiting to be seen. Myreth's resonance opens, not by choice, not by pressure. The chamber's stored grief, every silenced death, every erased name, every life the conclave fed to the god, floods into her at once. She does not scream. She cannot. Her body locks. Her heart keeps beating, but her mind opens wide, wider than it has ever been, and the names pour in. Harvel Dune, wedding ring still on. Sela Vash, 3 months pregnant. Kellen Vash, 9 years old, drowned in a foundation pit. Anya Solem, 14, burned for prophecy. Jesper Hall, dock worker, beaten for speaking the god's true name. Tamsin Weller, midwife, drowned for delivering a child marked by the god. The names are endless. They are not separate. They are a river pouring into her, filling every space inside her head, and beneath them, beneath the list, she feels the loops. 42 deaths, 42 resets, 42 mornings waking on a canal strip with her fingers at her pulse. She has never felt them all at once. She does now. The weight of every dying breath, every shock of cold water, every moment of terror as the bell rang and the world folded, crashes into her at the same instant. Her knees buckle. Javan catches her before she hits the stone. Myreth, she cannot hear him. She cannot hear anything except the chorus of 42 selves, all drowning in the same moment, all gasping for air that never comes. Vale's voice cuts through. The basin does not give witness freely, he says. It demands the witness carry what they see. You wanted to speak the erased names, Lyran Cosse. Now the erased names are speaking through you. Myreth's mouth opens. A name she did not choose comes out. Lyran Cosse. Her own, spoken as if she is already dead. The water rises. Chapter 73. Water climbs her ribs. Myreth feels it the way she has felt it 42 times, black and cold and certain. But this is different. This time the drowning is inside her. The names pour through the open channel of her gift, thousands of them, each one a life the conclave erased and the god consumed. And beneath them, beneath the chorus of the dead, her own deaths ring like a bell that will not stop. Harvev Dune, wedding ring still on. Her lungs remember the first time. Canal water, Javan's hands. The shock of being ended by someone she had only seen from a distance. Sela Vash, 3 months pregnant. She feels the 7th death, a fall from a bridge. Orvec's men, the crack of her skull against stone. Kellen Vash, 9 years old, drowned in a foundation pit. The 23rd death. A knife in a chapel passage, bleeding out on sacred ground while the bell rang and the world folded. Anya Solem, 14, burned for prophecy. The 41st death, the one that almost broke her. 3 hours of running, cornered in a dead-end cistern, Javan's blade finding her throat before she could speak a single word of what she knew. The names do not stop. They will never stop. Myreth's knees are on stone now. She does not remember falling. Javan's arm is around her chest, holding her upright, his breath ragged at her ear, but she cannot feel him. She cannot feel anything except the river of the dead pouring through the place where her heart used to be. Myreth, a voice, familiar, cut through. Myreth, you are still here. Edria. Her hand is on Myreth's face, small and warm and impossibly solid. Stay with me. Stay with her. The water is at Myreth's throat now. The faces are rising, hundreds of them, thousands, pressing against the surface of the basin, waiting for her to break so they can climb through. She wants to close. She wants to shut her gift down, seal the door, lock herself behind the wall of control she has spent 42 lives perfecting. The instinct is so deep it feels like survival. But Tessivel's voice echoes from somewhere above the bells. Resonance does not yield to closed hearts, and veils tired certainty. The basin demands the witness carry what they see. And Javan's hand in hers an hour ago, a lifetime ago, asking her to say his name not as payment, but because she asked. Myreth stops fighting. She opens, not by will, not by pressure. She opens the way a wound opens, the way a mouth opens to speak a name that has been buried for 12 years. She stops trying to hold the river at the gate. The river pours through. Harvel Dune, Sela Vash, Kellen Vash, Anya Solam, Jesper Hellan, Tamsin Weller, all of them at once. Their dying moments, their last thoughts, the shape of the world as it closed around them, 42 deaths. Every time the bell rang, every time the water rose, every time the world folded and she woke on a canal street with her fingers at her pulse. She feels them all, and she does not break. She buckles, she shakes, her breath comes in gasps that sound like drowning, but she does not close. Javan's arm tightens, Edria's hand stays on her face, and the river begins to change. The names are still there, the grief is still there, but beneath them, below the chorus of the erased, Myreth hears something else, a rhythm, a structure. Words that are not names, carved into the stone beneath the basin, older than the god, older than the conclave, older than the city itself. Her gift follows the sound. It leads her down, through the water, through the stone, to the oldest surface she has touched, the basin's foundation, the place where the first lock was cut. The words are there, not spoken, not written, carved into the rock in a language so old the letters have become grooves. Grooves that feel like water-worn channels, channels that spell something she has never heard but recognizes in her bones. The countervow, not the fragment Tessivel kept, not the words the conclave censored, the original, the one spoken before the binding, before the cage, before the god was trapped and the keepers vanished. 3 lines. No one owns another. No one saves another. No one keeps another. Myreth reads them with her resonance, with the part of her that has been open since she stopped fighting, and she understands. The cage was not built to contain the god. It was built to contain human hands. The god was never meant to be sealed. The god was meant to be refused. Not captured, not worshipped, not fed. Refused, the way a door refuses a guest who will not leave when the meal is over. But someone forgot the 3rd line. Someone could not bear to let go. The water reaches Myreth's chin. She does not close. She turns her head, just enough to see Edria's face, pale and fierce in the dark, and Javan's, his old iron eyes locked on hers. And she opens her mouth. Not to drown, to speak. "I hear it," she says. "The countervow. The original. It is carved beneath the basin." Edria's breath catches. Javan's arm tightens. 3 lines, Myreth says. No one owns another. No one saves another. No one keeps another. The water stills. The faces stop pressing. For one breath, the basin waits, and Vale's voice cuts through from the steps. "Then you understand what you must do," he says. "Speak it together, the 3 of you, and the god can no longer hold anyone in this city." He pauses. But the god will not release what it already carries without taking something in return. The water shudders, the faces surge, and somewhere above the bells, Tessivel's voice rings out, speaking a name Myreth has never heard, a name that makes the stone beneath her tremble. Chapter 74. The name Tessivel speaks from above the bells is not a word Myreth recognizes. It is older than language, older than the grooves beneath the basin, a sound that feels more like pressure than meaning, and the foundation stone answers it with a shudder that travels up through Myreth's knees, her ribs, her teeth. The water does not rise, it trembles. Every face beneath the surface opens its mouth at once, not screaming, not chanting, silent, with their throats wide and waiting, as if the name Tessivel spoke has unhinged the jar of the basin itself. Vale's voice cuts through the shudder. You have one breath before the god hears what she just named. Myreth turns to face him. He stands at the bottom of the stone steps now, wrists crossed at his chest, the bleeding script on his forearms smearing into the gray fabric of his robe. Behind him, the faithful do not move. Their eyes are soft and lit from within, but their hands are open at their sides, fingers twitching like fish gills in air. I did not tell you to speak the countervow, Vale says. I told you that speaking it together would release the god's hold. I did not say it would leave you standing. Edria shifts, her hands still on Myreth's face. Then what does it leave us? Unbound, Vale's voice cracks on the word. Unprotected, unheld. The countervow was never designed for survival. It was designed for refusal. The first speakers walked into the water afterward and did not come back. Javan's arm tightens around Myreth's chest. She feels the beat of his heart against her shoulder blade. Or maybe she feels it through her gift, which is still open, still flooded with the river of erased names and 42 deaths, and now this new pressure from Tessivel's spoken name pressing against the stone. The water at the basin's edge is gone still again. The mouths below remain open. Myreth understands what Vale is not saying. The countervow does not close the door. It burns the door. It removes ownership, salvation, and keeping so completely that nothing remains to hold the god, but also nothing remains to hold anything else. No claim, no debt, no relation. The word relation catches in her mind. She looks at Javan, at Edria. If they speak the countervow together, they are not refusing the god. They are refusing the right to own, save, or keep each other. They are naming each other as free, completely free, even from the bond they have built across the blood and the water and the bells. No one owns another, Myreth says, not to Vale, not to the god, but to the two people holding her upright. No one saves another. Javan's breath catches. He knows what she is doing. He has spent 8 years trying to save Edria, and she has spent 42 loops trying to save both of them. And the countervow says that was never possible, that salvation was never theirs to offer. No one keeps another, Edria finishes, her voice raw. The basin does not stir. The faces do not close their mouths. But something shifts in the pressure, like a door that has been leaning against a frame and finally settles into its jam. Vale takes one step forward. Then speak it, all three of you, together, before the god understands what the bellkeeper named. Behind him, the faithful twitch. Their hands curl. Their eyes, soft and lit from within, begin tacking movement in the chamber. Not the slow, worshipful sway of before, but the hungry attention of creatures who have been told to wait and are running out of patience. Myreth looks at Javan. His old iron eyes are steady. He does not blink. She looks at Edria, the girl who carved her name into stone so someone would remember she existed. The girl who spent 8 years in the dark, counting lies. If we speak this, Myreth says, we cannot go back to the way we were. We will not owe each other. We will not be able to claim each other, not even to protect each other. Edria's jaw sets. I have been owned enough. I have been saved by people who called it love. I have been kept in a tunnel for 8 years. Javan says nothing. He simply shifts his grip on Myreth, pulling her closer against him, as if he is memorizing the weight of her before he lets it go. Vale raises his hand. The faithful surge. Not a charge, not a rush. They flow, a single body in gray and brown cloth, barefoot on the wet stone, their open hands reaching for the three of them at the bottom of the basin steps. Myreth opens her mouth to speak the first line, but Javan speaks first. No one owns another. His voice is not loud. It is a confession, not a command, and the words come out rough, as if they are tearing something loose from his chest. The faithful hesitate, their hands stop reaching. Edria's voice follows, higher, thinner, but steady. No one saves another. The water at the basin's edge draws back, a single inch, exposing wet stone that has not seen air in centuries. Myreth feels the third line rising in her throat. It is the hardest one, the one someone broke because they could not let go. The one that means she cannot keep Javan, cannot keep Edria, cannot keep the names she has carried through 42 lives, cannot keep the city, cannot keep herself from being unheld. She opens her mouth. Vale's voice cuts across the chamber, sharp and final. Strike them down before the door is closed. The faithful obey. They moo as one body. Their hands find Javan first, pulling him away from Myreth. Their fingers lock around Edria's wrists. 3 of them reach for Myreth, their soft-lit eyes empty of malice, their grip efficient and impersonal, the grip of people who have been told to hold and are holding. Myreth's gift screams. Every erased name she carries surges forward at the contact, and she feels the faithful as the god feels them, hollow vessels, warm flesh with nothing personal inside, just the god's gratitude pressing against the bone. Javan roars. He breaks the grip of 2 of them, sending one staggering back into the water, but there are more behind them, always more, flowing down the steps like water finding the lowest ground. Edria is on her knees, her arms twisted behind her, her face turned toward Myreth, her old iron eyes wide and furious. Myreth tries to speak the 3rd line. A hand clamps over her mouth. The calloused palm tastes of canal salt and old incense. The fingers press hard enough to grind her lips against her teeth. She cannot speak. She cannot speak the countervow, and the mouths in the basin water begin to close. Chapter 75. The hand over Myreth's mouth tastes of salt and incense. Calloused fingers grind her lips against her teeth. She cannot speak. She cannot speak the 3rd line. Javan is fighting 3 of them, his coat torn, his knuckles splitting against soft-lit faces that do not flinch. He sends 1 into the water. 2 more replace it. Edria is on her knees. Her arms are twisted behind her, her dark head bent forward, her breath coming in short, furious gasps. The mouths in the basin are closing, one by one, pressing shut like eyelids sealing. Myreth's gift screams through the fingers pressed against her face. The faithful are empty. They are vessels filled with the god's gratitude, nothing personal, nothing reachable. But beneath that gratitude, beneath the god's voice layered over their thoughts, she feels something else, a shape, a rhythm, the 3rd line. She cannot speak it, but she can think it. She can hold it in her chest like a stone she refuses to drop. No one keeps another. The basin pauses, the mouths stop closing. The hand clamps tighter, grinding her lip against her teeth until she tastes copper. But the rhythm is still there, still beating beneath the god's gratitude like a second heart. Javan roars. He breaks free. He takes 2 strides toward her. A faithful catches his ankle. He goes down hard, his chin striking stone, blood welling between his teeth. Edria lifts her head. Her old iron eyes meet Myreth's. She cannot speak it either. Her mouth is free, but the 3rd line will not come from her alone. It needs all 3 of them. It needs the moment when no one is holding, when no one is saving, when no one is keeping. And that moment has not arrived because the faithful are still holding all 3 of them in their empty, grateful grip. Myreth stops trying to speak. She goes still. Her gift, pride open and bleeding, reaches for the faithful who holds her. Not for the god's gratitude pressed against his bones. For what is underneath, she finds nothing. Then, beneath the nothing, a thread, a memory, a woman's voice, sharp and tired, telling someone to take off his wet boots before he tracks mud across the floor. That voice is not the god, it is a remnant, a shard of a life before the hollowing. Still there, buried under the gratitude, waiting. Myreth holds the thread. She does not pull. She does not reach for it. She holds it. You were someone before this. You had a mother who hated mud on her floor. The faithful's grip falters. His fingers loosen. Not much, a hair's breadth, but enough. She turns her head just slightly and speaks through the gap between his palm and her mouth. Keeps. The word tears out of her throat like something alive. She feels it leave her chest. A piece of herself she will never get back. Another, Edria gasps. Her body convulses against the hands holding her. Her voice comes out raw, scraped clean of fear. A girl who spent 8 years in the dark and will not spend another second being kept. Let go. Javan speaks the last word with his mouth full of blood. No one. The basin cracks. A seam opens down the center of the oldest stone, straight through the carved name Edria left at 12, straight through the worn syllables of the god's true name, straight through centuries of worship and sealing and silence. The water does not surge, it drains. Every drop in the basin sinks, pulled down into the crack, swallowed by whatever lies beneath the chamber. The faces slip under, their mouths still open, their eyes still tracking, but receding, sinking, gone. The faithful stop moving. Their hands are still on Myreth, on Javan, on Edria. But the grip goes slack. The fingers lose direction. Someone in the crowd makes a sound. Not a prayer, not a chant, a sob. The woman in gray cloth who held Myreth lowers her hand. Her eyes are no longer lit from within. They are confused, human, streaming tears she cannot explain. "What is happening?" she whispers. "Where am I?" Behind her, the crowd is dissolving. People blinking, stumbling, holding their own hands as if they have just woken in a strange room. The god's gratitude is still bleeding out of them, but it is draining, like the water in the basin, pulled down into the crack, leaving empty space where the hollowing used to be. Vale stands at the top of the steps, his gray robe dark with spilled ink from his bleeding wrists. He does not move. He does not speak. He simply watches, and his eyes are the only ones in the chamber that are still lit. The crack in the basin widens. A sound rises from it. Not the god's voice, not the bell ringer's chants, but something older. A vibration that feels like the city remembering its own bones. Myreth's knees buckle. Javan catches her. His hands are warm and unsteady. He does not say anything. He holds her upright because that is what is left now. No one owns, no one saves, no one keeps. But he is still here. Edria pushes herself to her feet, her wrists raw from the grip that held her. She looks at the cracked basin, at the drained stone, at the people standing dazed and weeping in the chamber. "What comes next?" she asks. Vale answers from the steps. The countervow complete, the god's gratitude withdrawn from the faithful. The city's name is no longer binding them. But the god still waits where it has always waited. She does not need your worship to keep you, and she does not need the covenant you broke to reach what she will take next. His voice is quiet, final. She needs only one thing she already has, and that is your name, your grief, and your love. She will take more until the basin has nothing left to refuse. The crack in the stone groans. The sound deepens, rolling through the floor, through the walls, through Myreth's chest like a second heartbeat. Distant bells, silent for 3 cycles, begin to ring. Not from the towers overhead, from beneath the city. Myreth's hand finds Javan's. His fingers close around hers. The tolling draws nearer, shuddering through the stone, and the basin begins to flood with light, cold, colorless, a light that casts no shadow. Chapter 76. The cold light does not illuminate. It fills. Myreth blinks against it, the colorless glow pressing into her eyes like water, and the chamber shudders. The crack in the basin groans wider. Stone grinds against stone. The sound comes from everywhere, not just the floor, but the walls, the ceiling, the air itself, as if the whole city is a bell being struck from below. Javan's hand is still in hers. She feels his pulse through the grape, fast and hard. Then the light tears. One moment it is solid, a wall of white without shadow. The next, it splinters into fragments, each one a scene, a moment, a wound torn loose from whatever holds memory together. Myreth sees herself drowning in the first loop, not the street, the canal. Javan's hands in her hair, shoving her face down through water black with sewage and salt. Her throat burning, her nails scraping stone. The bell ringing overhead, indifferent. She blinks, and the scene is gone, replaced by another. A chapel passage, candle smoke, Javan's breath against her neck, his hand on her shoulder, not gripping, holding like he is trying to remember what tenderness feels like. Then archive dust. Tessivel's face lit by a single lamp, the sealed fragment cracking open on the table between them. Then Edria, behind bars, small hands wrapped around rusted iron, her voice singing a melodyless song in the dark. The fragments pour through the chamber like a river made of glass, sharp-edged and overlapping. They do not rise from the basin. They come from every direction. From Myreth's own skull, from Javan's chest, from the stone walls that have witnessed centuries of worship and sealing and silence. Javan flinches. A scene catches him. A memory that is not his but is being forced into him anyway. The mother's face, her voice telling him to run. Edria gasps. Her hands go to her temples. She sees herself as the god's vessel, hollowed out and singing, except she is watching herself from outside, and the version in the vision turns its head and smiles at her with eyes that are not eyes, but water. Myreth tries to close her gift. The instinct is automatic. A door she has slammed shut 1,000 times, but there is nothing to close. The memories are not coming through resonance. They are in the air, in the light, in the stone, and they do not need her permission to enter. Stay here. Javan's voice cuts through the storm. His hand tightens on hers. Stay in this moment, right now. She looks at him. His face is pale, sweat beating at his temple, but his eyes are clear. He is counting on her to hold the line. She opens her mouth to answer, and another seam hits. Not from outside, from inside her own chest. She is 12 years old. She is touching the Foundation trial testimony in the archives. She feels the erased names for the first time. They pour into her, small and cold, and a voice from the stone whispers, "She is mine now." Myreth tears her hand free of the memory and finds she has torn it free of Javan's too. She is standing apart from him, 3 steps away, breathing hard. The cold light swirls between them, thick as water. "I had a name once," Edria says. The words are quiet, but they cut through the chaos. "I had a name, not the one Yvain gave me, not the one the god wanted. A name I chose." She is not speaking to anyone in particular. Her eyes are fixed on the light, on the broken scenes spinning through it, but she keeps talking. "I called myself Stay when I was in the dark. When Yvain brought bread and the god pressed against the door, I told myself, stay, stay, stay. I chose that, not because I was kept, because I wanted to." The light around her flickers. A seam splinters and reforms, showing Edria at 12, carving her name into the keystone with a nail from the nursery floor. Myreth understands. The memories are not random. They are not the god's attack. They are everything that was never chosen, never witnessed, never held freely. The god has been feeding on them for centuries, and now that the countervow has burned the door, they are pouring out, undigested, raw. They need to be named. Myreth turns to face the light. She finds a fragment drifting past her face. She does not flinch. She does not look away. "I chose to trust Javan in the chapel passage." The words are not loud, but they land. The fragment stops spinning. It holds still in the air, a frozen moment, and then it fades. Not shattered, but settled. Javan looks at her. Something moves behind his old iron eyes. Understanding. He faces the light. "I chose to stop killing." His voice cracks on the last word, but he does not take it back. "After the first loop, after I held her under the water, I chose not to be the knife anymore." Another fragment locks into place. The image of Javan dropping his blade on the stone floor of the prayer house. It holds, then softens, then disappears. Edria lifts her chin. "I chose to carve my name where no one would see it. Not because I wanted to be found, because I wanted to be true." A third fragment stills. The keystone carving, the nail in her small hand, the concentration on her young face. The chamber shudders. The light begins to recede, pulling back toward the crack in the basin, but it does not go quietly. It drags against the stone, scraping fragments of broken memory with it, and the walls groan in protest. Vale moves. He has not spoken since the countervow completed. He has stood at the top of the steps, gray robe dark with bleeding ink, his lit eyes watching the storm unfold. But now he steps forward. He descends the stairs. One step, another. His hands are empty, but his gaze is fixed on a shadow near the basin's edge, where the ledgers of erased names lie open, their pages wet with the god's retreating light. He reaches for them. "Those names are not yours to take," Myreth says. Vale's hand does not stop. His fingers close around the leather spine of the heaviest ledger. He lifts it, cradling it against his chest like a child. "They are mine to keep," he says. "I wrote them. I transcribed every silence, every erasure. They belong to the work of my hands." The light in his eyes does not flicker. It burns, steady, patient, as if the god is watching through him, deciding what to do next. She does not need them anymore, he continues. But I do. He tightens his grip on the ledger. The pages shift under his fingers, and Myreth sees a faint glow rise from the spines, the god's residual presence, still clinging to the names, still hungry. If you cannot let go of those names, Edria says, her voice thin and hard, then you are not keeping them. They are keeping you. Vale does not answer. He turns, the ledger pressed to his chest, and walks toward the steps. The cold light floods the chamber one final time, and the bells beneath the city ring loud enough to shake dust from the ceiling. Myreth's hand finds Javan's again. His fingers close around hers. But Vale is already halfway up the stairs, and the ledgers are still glowing, and the god's gratitude has not finished feeding. Chapter 77. Sivra and Leo burst from the maintenance passage with ledgers clutched to their chests, pages fluttering like wounded birds. Sivra's iron-threaded hair has come loose, sticking to her temples with sweat. Leo's hands shake so hard the spines knock together. He drops them at Myreth's feet. "There are more," he says, breathless. "Down the tunnel. She had them stacked like cordwood. I counted 16, but I stopped counting when I heard the water moving." Sivra draws her blade and scans the chamber. "We have maybe 3 breaths before whatever is rising in the eastern channel reaches this level." Myreth does not look at the ledgers. She looks at the stairs where Vale is climbing, the heaviest ledger pressed to his chest, his gray robe dark with ink that still drips from his wrists, leaving a trail of black droplets on the stone. The cold light pulses. Tessivel moves. She emerges from the shadows near the basin's broken rim, and Myreth does not know where she has been hiding, only that she is here now. Her archive robes wet to the knee, her hands wrapped around a clay flask that glows with the same light as the ledgers. Tessivel uncorks the flask. The smell hits before Myreth understands what she is seeing. Lamp oil. Forbidden resin oil. The kind that burns with a light that cannot be extinguished by water. "Tessivel," Myreth says, but the archivist is already swinging. She hurls the oil in a wide arc across the stairs between Vale and the top of the ascent. The liquid splashes against the stone, seeping into the cracks, painting a wet line that catches the cold light and fires it back like a mirror. Vale stops. He stands on the middle step, one hand gripping the ledger, the other raised to shield his face from the spray. The oil drips from his sleeve. His lit eyes do not blink. "That oil was sealed beneath the archive for 40 years, Tessivel says. Her voice is raw but steady. "The Conclave buried it because it burns with the names of those they fed to the god. One spark, and this whole chamber becomes a pyre." Vale lowers his hand. "Then we will burn together," he says softly. "You, me, the ledgers, the names, all of it. One fire." He takes another step. Tessivel does not flinch. She holds the empty flask like a weapon. "I have been burning for 40 years, Vale. I can burn one more time with you in it." The chamber holds its breath. Myreth's mind runs the options. 3, maybe 4. If Tessivel has oil left, she could ignite the stairs and trap Vale above them, but she would also trap him with the ledgers, and the god's residual light is still glowing in those pages, still hungry, still waiting for something to feed on. If the names burn, they are gone forever. If Vale takes them, they are his to keep. If she lets him walk, he carries the god's gratitude with him, and the god's gratitude has not finished feeding. Javan steps beside her. His hand finds hers. His old iron eyes are fixed on Vale, and she feels the grief echo pulse between them, the bond that has been building across every confession, every truth, every choice. "What do you need?" he asks. She looks at the ledgers on the floor. 16 of them, stacked like cordwood, pages wet with the god's retreating light. And she looks at Edria, who is standing at the basin's edge, her thin arms folded, her old iron eyes watching Vale with a stillness that looks like patience. "I need the names to be spoken," Myreth says. "Not kept, not burned, spoken." She bends and lifts the top ledger from the pile. The pages are warm. The light pulses under her fingers, and she feels the names pressing against her skin, each one a wound that was never allowed to close. She offers the ledger to Edria. "Finish it." Edria takes the ledger without hesitation. Her hands are steady. Her gaze does not leave Veil's. "Start at the top," Myreth says. "Read every name. Let them go." Edria opens the cover. The first name rises from the page like steam, curling into the cold light. She speaks it aloud. "Thomas Sivra." Javan's breath catches, but he does not look away from Veil. Edria speaks the next name, Anya Solem, and the next, Havel Dune. The light in the ledgers begins to thin. The pages cool. Veil watches from the stairs. His grip on the heaviest ledger tightens. The ink on his wrists begins to bleed again, fresh droplets falling to mix with the lamp oil on the stone. Myreth turns to Javan. "I am not going after him." Javan's brow tightens. She holds his gaze. "If I chase him, I am still trying to own the ending, to control what he does. The Countervow says no one owns another. I have to mean it." A beat. Then Javan nods. "Then I go." He does not ask permission. He does not wait for her to change her mind. He steps forward, his boots splashing through the oil, his hand moving to the blade at his hip. Veil watches him come. "Red coat," Veil says, almost gently. "You were always a knife in someone else's hand. What makes you think you are anything else now?" Javan does not answer. He climbs the stairs. The cold light surges behind him, flooding the basin chamber as Edria speaks another name, and another. And the pages cool, and the god's gratitude thins, and the city above groans like a bell struck from below. Veil turns and runs. He scrambles up the remaining stairs, the ledger clutched to his chest, his bleeding wrists leaving smears on the stone. Meaned full. Javan follows, 2 steps behind, 3, his coat catching the light. The lamp oil holds, the stairs do not burn. And Myreth stands at the basin with Edria, watching the names rise and fade, wondering if she has just handed Javan to something she cannot call back. Chapter 78. The stair groans under Javan's boots. The oil slicks the stone, makes each step a choice, but he does not slow. Veil is ahead, a gray shadow against the dark, the heaviest ledger pressed to his chest like a child he will not drop. "You were a knife in someone else's hand," Veil calls back. His voice echoes off the curved walls. "What makes you think you are anything else now?" Javan's hand finds the blade at his hip. He does not draw it. Above them, the exit door stands open. Light spills through in a thin sheet, pale and wrong, and Veil is 3 steps from it when Javan lunges. He catches the hem of Veil's robe. They go down together, the ledger spinning free, pages flaring open like wings before it slaps against the stone. Veil hits hard, back first, the breath driven out of him in a wet gasp. Javan is on top of him, one knee pinning the adjudicator's chest, the other braced against the stair. Veil's eyes is still lit, soft, patient. "Finish it then," Veil says. "You wanted purpose. Here it is. One more sanctioned kill, one more red coat payment." Javan does not move. "You do not want execution," Veil continues, "because it gives you absolution, and you do not want mercy because it lets me off. So what do you want, knife? What do you actually want from me?" The ledger lies open, 1 page torn, the names bleeding into the air. Javan sees his brother's name among them. Tomas, still there, still held. "I want you to let them go," Javan says. Veil laughs. It is a thin sound, dry as old paper. "I cannot. Do you think I have not tried? Do you think I wake every morning and choose to carry this? The names are in me, Javan Sere. They are in my blood. I let them go and I am nothing, less than nothing. I am the space where they used to be. That is not a reason. That is fear. Call it what you like." Veil's voice drops. "You killed 14 sanctioned men, 3 unsanctioned. One of them was a 16-year-old boy. You did it because Orvec was watching, because you were afraid." Javan's jaw tightens. "Are you going to tell me you were necessary?" Javan says, "that the city needed you to erase children, to feed a god?" "I was necessary because someone had to be." Veil's eyes do not waver. "Because if I did not write the names, someone else would have written them with less mercy. I knew what I was doing. I knew the cost. I paid it every time I added a new name to my wrist. And the boy? Kellen Vash? Vale closes his eyes. The boy drowned in the foundation pit, he says. It was an accident, but the god was already pressing against the cage, already hungry. I chose to release him, to let him be peace. Do you understand? I chose peace for a child who was going to spend the rest of his life screaming in the dark if I did not. Javan's hand drops from the blade. Then look at me, he says. Vale opens his eyes. You made a choice, Javan says. Every name on your wrists, every ledger in the chamber, every hollow vessel walking the streets tonight. You chose, and now you cannot let them go because letting them go means admitting you chose wrong. I chose survival, for this city, for the thousands who walk its streets and do not know what lives beneath them. And how many of them would choose it if they knew? Vale is silent. The cold light surges from below, spilling up the stairwell, and Javan feels the grief echo pulse under his ribs. Myreth is still down there. Edria is still speaking the names. The pages are cooling. I am not going to kill you, Javan says. Vale's expression shifts, a crack in the patience. I am not going to let you burn either, because burning makes you a martyr, and you do not get to be anything but what you were. Then what? Vale's voice rises. What do you want? Javan looks at the ledger, at the torn page, at the names bleeding into the air. I want you to speak them. Vale shakes his head. I cannot. I told you. Then you are no different from the knife you made me into. Javan steps back, his weight lifting from Vale's chest. And you will carry them until they drown you. He reaches for the ledger. Vale's hand shoots out and grabs his wrist. The touch is cold, ink-stained, and Javan feels it, a lifetime of names pressing through Vale's skin, each one a wound that never healed, a silence that never broke, a grief that was never mourned. Vale has been carrying the city's dead in his blood for 40 years, and he has never once spoken them aloud. One secret, Vale whispers. One secret for the ledger. Let me keep it, and I will tell you what no one else knows. Javan does not pull away. Other cities built cages too. The words land like a stone dropped into still water. Before Veldenmere. After. The Conclave was never the first. They were just the ones who found the Doctrine and wrote themselves into it. There are cages beneath every drowned city in the lowlands, and every one of them is breaking. Javan's grip tightens on the ledger. What do you mean, every one? Vale's smile is terrible, grateful. I mean, you have not won anything. The god is free here, but the god is also free everywhere else. And she has been waiting for this moment longer than you can imagine. The door above them groans. Vale twists, his body sliding sideways, and Javan loses his grip as the adjudicator shoves himself toward the exit. The ledger tears. Half remains in Javan's hand. The other half goes with Vale, pages scattering as he scrambles into the pale light and disappears. The door slams shut. Javan stands on the stair, the torn ledger in his hand, the names bleeding from the page, the cold light rising beneath him, and Vale's last words still ringing in the dark. Other cities built cages too, and every one of them is breaking. Chapter 79. The wind dies first. Not gradually, not with the slow exhale of something settling. One moment the air moves in cold currents through the basin chamber, carrying the last syllables of the names Edria spoke. The next moment, it stops. And the silence that replaces it is so absolute, Myreth hears her own pulse as a foreign thing inside her chest. The bells do not ring. They have not rung since the countervow completed, but this is different. The absence before was waiting. This absence is deaf. The stone walls hold no vibration. The water in the cracked basin sits perfectly still, reflecting nothing. Edria closes the last ledger. The pages are cool. The god's light has faded to a faint residue that clings to the margins like damp. It is done, Edria says. But her voice does not sound certain. It sounds like a question dressed as a statement. Myreth turns from the basin. The cold light that flooded the chamber an hour ago has thinned to a gray dimness that does not come from the lamps above. It comes from nowhere. It seeps through the stone like memory through scar tissue. Javan stands at the bottom of the stair. The torn ledger half is pressed to his chest. His eyes are fixed on the space where the light used to be, as if he is waiting for it to return. Javan! He does not move. She crosses to him, her boots splashing in the shallow water that remains. The basin is nearly empty now, just a hand's breadth the stagnant liquid at the bottom where the crack did not reach. The faces are gone. The mouths are closed. The god's presence that pressed against every surface for centuries has withdrawn like a tide pulling back from shore. She reaches him and stops. His hand comes up slowly, not toward her, toward the air between them, as if testing whether something invisible still hangs there. His fingers brush empty space. "It is gone," he says. Not relief, not joy. The words land like a verdict. "Is it?" Edria's voice comes from behind them, quiet, careful. Myreth turns. Edria stands at the basin's edge, the ledgers stacked at her feet, her thin arms folded across her chest. Her old iron eyes catch the gray light and hold it. "The ledgers are cool," Edria says. "The names are spoken. The god is not here. But," Edria's jaw tightens, "but the water beneath the city still moves. The canals still flow. The deep places still breathe. She is not here, but she is not gone. She is just not here anymore." Myreth feels the words settle under her skin. She looks at the stairs, at the exit door where Veil vanished, at the torn ledger half in Javan's hand, at the names bleeding from the page, names that were spoken and released, but whose absence still echoes through the stone, like the silence after a bell. "What does that mean?" she says. "What is left?" Edria does not answer. A sound from above, footsteps on the stair, slow, careful. Myreth's hand goes to her belt, but the movement is automatic, instinctual. There is nothing to reach for. A shape appears in the dim light. Tessivel. The archivist stands at the top of the stair, her gray robes streaked with dust and oil. Her hands are empty, her face is pale. But her eyes are clear, and they find Myreth through the darkness with the same patient focus she has carried through every loop. "The doors are opening," Tessivel says. "What doors?" "The ones the gods sealed, the confession chambers, the archive vaults, the nursery cells." Tessivel descends slowly, one hand trailing along the wall. The faithful who were hollowed are waking. They remember. They do not know what they remember, but it is coming back, and they are screaming. Myreth's stomach turns. Screaming. Brief returned all at once. Years of stolen emotion flooding into empty vessels that have no walls to hold it. "Where is Sivra?" she says. Above, Leo is with her. They are trying to help, but there are too many. Tessivel reaches the bottom of the stair and stops, her eyes scanning the basin chamber. The god withdrew from the bodies, but the memories stayed. Every erased name, every stolen grief, every love that was taken and fed into the silence. It is all coming back. Javan speaks without turning. "What about the ones who were not hollowed?" Tessivel hesitates. "The ones who worshipped freely. The ones who chose the god. They are awake too. They are weeping in the streets because their prayers no longer answer. The silence is worse for them than the voice ever was." Myreth thinks of the woman in the market, the one who knelt in the rain and thanked the god for her dead son. What does she feel now? What does she do when the gratitude that held her together is simply gone? "Veil," she says. Tessivel's face hardens. "Gone. Through the maintenance channel. He took the torn half of the ledger with him." "He cannot keep it," Myreth says. "The names are released. The pages are cool." "The names are released," Tessivel agrees. "But Veil is not. He is still carrying 40 years of choices he cannot unmake, and he will find something else to fill the silence. That is what men like him do." Javan turns. His hand finds Myreth's. His fingers are cold, but they grip with purpose. "We need to go up." She nods. They climb the stairs together. Edria follows. Tessivel brings up the rear, her steps measured, her breath steady despite the years in her bones. The door at the top is ajar. The gold light from the basin chamber does not reach this far. but the gray dimness that replaced it is everywhere, seeping through the cracks in the stone, pooling in the corners of the stairwell like forgotten water. They push through. The city is quiet, not the quiet of peace, the quiet of a wound that has just stopped bleeding and does not yet know if it will heal or fester. The streets are empty of the faithful. The procession is gone, the chants are gone, the bells are silent. But the people are still there. They stand in doorways, on bridges, in the middle of the canal paths. Some are weeping, some are staring at their own hands as if they have never seen them before. Some are simply standing, faces blank, waiting for something that does not come. A woman with wet cheeks and hollow eyes looks up as Myreth passes. "Where did it go?" she whispers. Myreth does not know how to answer. She keeps walking. Dan's hand stays in hers. Edria walks beside them, her thin shoulders squared. Tessivel follows a step behind, her eyes scanning the transformed streets with the patience of someone who has watched cities break before. They reach the bridge over the central canal. The water below is black, still. It does not flow. It does not ripple. It lies beneath the city like a held breath, waiting for permission to move again. Edria stops at the rail. "This is not the end," she says. Myreth turns to her. "No one owns another," Edria says. "No one saves another. No one keeps another. We said it. We meant it. But the god was not kept by the countervow. The god was refused by it, and refusal is not destruction." "What are you saying?" Edri's eyes stay fixed on the water. "I am saying she is not dead. She retreated into the deep places, the canals, the cisterns, the wells, the water that has always carried her voice. She's not gone, Myreth. She is just not here anymore." Myreth feels the words settle into her chest like stones. Not gone, just not here. "Then what do we do?" she says. Edria looks up. Her old iron eyes catch the gray light. "We wait. We watch. We remember the names we spoke, and we decide what kind of city we want to be when she comes back." The water beneath the bridge does not move, but something in it shifts, a shape just beneath the surface, too large to be a fish, too deliberate to be a current. It passes beneath the bridge and disappears into the deeper channels, heading for the place where the canals meet the oldest water, the place where the foundation stones were laid over a name that has not been spoken in centuries. Myreth watches it go, and she knows. The god did not die tonight. She only changed shape. Chapter 80. The bridge holds them. Myreth stands at the rail with Javan's hand still in hers, the gray dawn seeping through the mist like water through cloth. The city breathes around them, ragged, unsteady. A woman weeps against a doorframe. A man sits in the middle of the canal path with his hands pressed to his ears, trying to block a silence that presses harder than any bell ever did. Edria leans against the stone beside her brother. Her thin shoulders rise and fall with each breath, deliberate, as if she is relearning the rhythm. Tessivel stands apart, arms folded, watching the canal water with the patience of stone. No one speaks. The water does not move. The shape that passed beneath the bridge is gone, swallowed by the deeper channels, heading for the oldest water where the foundation stones were laid over a name no one has spoken in centuries. Myreth thinks of that name now. The god's true name, 3 syllables worn smooth by time. She read it in the basin stone. She held it in her chest and did not speak it. Maybe that was the mistake. Maybe that was the only choice. "Can we sleep?" Javan says. His voice is raw, scraped hollow by the hours. "Can we close our eyes without seeing it?" Edria looks at him. "I do not know," she says. "I have not slept without chains in 8 years. I do not remember how." Myreth feels the words land in her chest. She has died 42 times. She has never woken in the same bed twice. She has never slept in a world that moved forward. She wonders if her body remembers how to rest. "We find a room," Tessivel says. "We find a door that closes and a roof that does not leak. We sit until we stop shaking. Then we decide what comes next." They walk. The streets are waking now, not the waking of bells and prayers, but the waking of people who have been held underwater and have just broken the surface. A baker opens his shutters and stares at his own hands as if he has forgotten how to knead. A woman drags a bucket from the canal and lets it fall when she sees the water is black and still. No one chants, no one thanks, no one looks east. The god retreated. But the city feels her absence more keenly than it ever felt her presence. The silence in the air is not empty. It is shaped, like a room where someone has just stopped speaking. Edria stops at a narrow building near the 7th Canal Bridge. A boarding house, gray stone, iron lintel, a single lamp still burning in the window. "They will take us," she says. "The woman who keeps it knew me before. She will not ask questions." Myreth does not ask how Edria knows this. She is too tired to measure the edges of trust anymore. The woman at the door has weathered hands and eyes that have seen too much to be surprised by strangers at dawn. She looks at Edria once, twice, and her mouth tightens. "4 of you," she says. It is not a question. "Yes," Edria says. The woman nods and steps aside. The room has 2 beds, a wash basin, and a window that faces east. The dawn light falls across the floor in a pale stripe, no longer gray but beginning to gold. Myreth sits on the edge of the bed. Javan lowers himself beside her. Their shoulders touch. Neither pulls away. Tessivel takes the chair by the window. Edria perches on the second bed, her old iron eyes fixed on the light. "I do not know what to do now," Myreth says. "I have never been past the bell before. I have never seen the sun rise on a day I was supposed to die." Javan takes her hand. "Then we learn together." She looks at him, the scar at his brow, the hollow beneath his eyes. The hand that has killed her and held her and killed her again and caught her when she fell. She does not know if she can trust him. She knows she will try. Edria turns from the window. "She is still there," Edria says. "The god. She is not here, but she is waiting, in the water, in the deep places. She will return." Myreth feels the words settle into her bones. "Then we will be ready when she does." The silence that follows is not comfortable, but it is shared. It is the first peace any of them have known in years, decades, centuries. It lasts until the bell rings. One note, low, deep. It comes from beneath the city, from the oldest water where the foundation stones were laid. It is not a tower bell. It is not a prayer bell. It is a bell no one struck, and it sounds once, and then it stops. Myreth stands. Javan stands beside her. Tessivel is already at the window. Edria does not move. "That was not a tower bell," Myreth says. "No," Tessivel says. "It was not." Edria raises her head. Her old iron eyes catch the golden light. "The oldest water remembers," she says. "And the god is not dead. She only changed shape." Myreth looks at the window, at the city beyond, at the canals that lie black and still and waiting. The bell did not come from the towers. It came from beneath, and it was not struck by any hand. The shape that passed beneath the bridge, heading for the oldest water, found what it was looking for.